The inner garden was peaceful, filled with the scent of medicinal herbs and warmed by the sun. Mu Yulin sat beneath a blossom tree, a delicate zither resting beside her as she sipped a cup of fragrant tea. Her robe was light blue, trimmed with silver vine embroidery, and her long black hair shimmered under the light. She looked peaceful, yet refined like a moonlit lake. As footsteps approached, her head tilted slightly. Then her eyes widened. Hunter. Her voice was a mix of surprise and disbelief. The next second, she was already up. Zihan. She rushed across the garden like a gentle breeze, then, like a bolt of wind, swept her son into a tight embrace before he could even brace for it. Bai Zihan almost suffocated under his mother's embrace. You've gotten taller again. But why are you so thin? Are you not eating well? She leaned back slightly, gripping his shoulders as she scanned his face with intense scrutiny, then pinched his cheek. Look at this complexion. You're pale, missing sleep. Are you cultivating too hard again? Bai Zihan's lips twitched helplessly. To be honest, anyone could tell that he was doing better than before, especially with his ascension to the soul formation realm. And as cultivators, what is not eating, what is missing sleep? Those things didn't affect them much. Even if one went over the limit, there were pills to solve those problems. He knew his mother was overreacting as always. Mother, I'm fine. Fine, you call this fine? She huffed, brushing a strand of hair from his face. I swear, if you've lost even a single jin of weight since last year. Ahem. Mu Qingyan cleared his throat with a slightly awkward expression from a few steps away. Sister, maybe let the boy breathe. He didn't come all the way here just to get pinched to death. Mu Yuelin reluctantly let go, but kept one hand protectively on Zihan's shoulder as she turned, a bit sheepishly. Right, sorry. I was just surprised. I wasn't expecting him. She glanced back at Zihan. But I'm so happy you came. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Bai Zihan said, offering a small smile. Well, Qin Yuan said with a grin, your nephew has something to ask you. Oh, she turned her full attention back to her son, eyes gleaming. What is it, Yuan? Whatever you need, just say the word. Bai Zihan rubbed the back of his neck. I came to invite you, he said. To celebrate my birthday. Mo Yulan blinked, then her eyes widened in realization. Your birthday, of course. She clasped her hands together, a proud gleam lighting her face. How could I forget? Don't worry, Zihan, I've already prepared 2 gifts for you, one for this year, and one to make up for missing last year. Her voice was practically bubbling with excitement. You're going to love them. I promise. I've been working on one of them for over a year. It's not just rare, it's perfectly suited for you. He really didn't have to go that far. Nonsense. She waved her hand sharply. It's your birthday. My baby boy's birthday. You only turn this age once, and I won't let anyone say the Mu clan doesn't know how to dote on their own. Baby boy, Bai Zihan muttered, horrified. He was already turning 17 and many people would tremble at the mention of his name. Still being called a baby boy by his mother was another kind of tribulation. Mu Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Sister, enough already. He's not 5 anymore. He's almost an adult. A soul formation realm cultivator, no less an alt. A soul formation realm cultivator, no less an already engaged too. The laughter died instantly. Mu Yuan froze, eyes narrowing. Engaged. Mu Qingyuan blinked. A beat of silence passed. Oh no, engaged. Mu Qingyuan blinked. A beat of silence masked. He immediately looked away, sipping his tea a little too quickly and pretending to admire the flowers blooming at the edge of the courtyard. Mu Yulan turned back to her son, her grip tightening slightly on his shoulder. Zihan, she said slowly. What was that about? You mean about me being engaged, yes? Well, yeah, I was engaged last year. You were what? She said in a quiet voice, the pitch dangerously even. Yeah, didn't father inform you? He looked confused, scratching his cheek. He did not. Mu Yulan hissed through gritted teeth, then her gaze shifted, not to rage, but to something colder and far more dangerous, maternal indignation. That man really, he dares arrange something this important without even speaking to me. Mu Yulan's lips curled into a cold, dangerous smile, one that sent shivers down Bai Zihan's spine. He really asked for it. Her spiritual chi surged slightly, the surrounding herbs trembling as if sensing their mistress's fury. Mother. Before Bai Zihan could say anything else, Mu Yulan stood up, her sleeves flicking with a crisp snap as she turned on her heel. I'll kill him. With that declaration, she soared into the air in a flash of light blue robes, wind billowing behind her hair, fluttered like a comet's tail as she flew off across the estate, vanishing beyond the distant pavilions. Bai Zihan stood frozen for a second. Did she really just say she was going to kill father? He didn't understand why she was this angry. Sure, getting engaged without telling her wasn't ideal, but to threaten murder over it? Wait, actually, knowing their relationship, maybe I do understand. Bai Zihan rubbed his temples. His parents' relationship had already been walking a tightrope for years. He had thought that with the matter of Bai Xinyue's Dao bone finally resolved, the tension between them would fade, but this might only make things worse. He needed to stop her. He spun on his heel and ran down the stone path. Grand Elder, he reached the main hall where Bai Ran was still enjoying a cup of medicinal tea, sighing in comfort. Ah, Johan, what is it? Bai Ran asked, seeing that Bai Xingyuan were verstorch. You have a problem. The old man frowned, placing the teacup down. What is it? Bai Ran asked, seeing that Bai Ran is in a hurry. We have a problem. The old man frowned, placing the tea minotep. What kind of problem? Mother stormed off, saying she's going to kill father. Bai Ren blinked, then he stood up slowly. Oh dear, did things escalate to this point? I think we should go back, right now. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, then sighed. Yeah, we should. He looked at Bai Zihan. Well, what are you waiting for? Gather the guards, we'll take's beard, then sighed. Yeah, we should. He looked at Bai Zihan. Well, what are you waiting for? Gather the guards, we'll take the ship back immediately before she gets there first. You're the one sitting. Don't talk back to your elders. Go, go. The peaceful day at the Mu clan suddenly turned into a flurry of motion as Bai Zihan and Grand Elder Bai Rei Ren quickly gathered their escort. Whatever was waiting back at the Bai clan, it certainly wasn't going to be peaceful. The flying ship cut through the sky with its full speed like it was going to a war, though it only stopped a single person. Although the flying ship was going at full speed, Mu Yolan's speed was even faster. And with her void refinement realm, there was no need for her to worry about her ki depleting just from flying. Bai Zihan stood near the front of the vessel, arms crossed, brow furrowed as he stared ahead at the endless stretch of clouds. The Bai clan's territory was still a distance away, but every second they wasted felt like another step closer to disaster. Behind him, Grand Elder Bai Ren leaned lazily against the railing, arms tucked inside his sleeves, looking far too relaxed given the situation. Shouldn't you be doing something? Bai Zihan asked, finally breaking the silence. Bai Ren opened one eye. I mean, shouldn't you go and stop Mother? Bai Ren opened one eye. I mean, shouldn't you go and stop Mother? Bai Zhen continued. She's heading to kill Father. That sounds like something a Grand Elder should get involved in. Bai Ren sighed, stroking his beard. Even if I stop her temporarily, what then? She'll still be angry. The issue will still be there. Delaying a confrontation doesn't remove the conflict, it just makes it explode later. Better to let them solve it themselves. Bai Zihan stared at him. That's your excuse. Excuse? It's wisdom, boy. Bai Ren grinned. Bai Zihan let out a long breath and looked away. But even as he complained, he knew the Grand Elder had a point. He wouldn't have gotten involved either if the whole mess didn't revolve around him. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Damn it! Mother is speeding up again. It took less than a fourth of the time to return to the Bai clan from the Mu clan than it had taken to travel the other way. And the reason was obvious. Mu Yuan was flying furiously, blazing through the sky, her spiritual aura sweeping across the clouds like a raging storm. She soon reached the gates of the Bai clan estate, which were heavily guarded by powerful cultivators. At first, some guards instinctively assumed it was an attack and prepared to stop her. But the moment they recognized who it was, Hua Yulanei quickly froze. As the wife of the clan leader and someone of high status, none of them dared block her path, especially when she was this furious. Ch! Bai Zihan clicked his tongue in annoyance, watching the guards timidly step aside. He understood their hesitation, but still found it pathetic, though, truth be told, he probably would have done the same in their shoes. I'm going after her. Bai Zihan declared, leaping from the flying ship and heading straight for his father's study. Inside the Bai clan, Bai Tianheng's study bong, the heavy double doors of the clan leader's study exploded open, slamming against the walls with a deafening crash. Wood splinters scattered across the floor as a gust of spiritual pressure flooded the hallways. Bai Tianheng, seated behind his jade-inlaid desk, immediately rose to his feet. He had been calmly reviewing clan records, but now his eyes narrowed, sharp and wary. Who dares? His words cut off as he recognized the figure standing in the wrecked doorway. Yulan didn't spare him a greeting. Baijian, P-Hange. Her voice roared like thunder. In a flash, she crossed the room and grabbed him by the collar of his robes, yanking him forward with such force he nearly toppled over the desk. What are you? Tianheng staggered, stunned. Even as a cultivator in the Great Ascension realm, he had been completely caught off guard. His wife, though still in the Void Refinement realm, was clearly just a step away from breaking through, and her strength showed it. He stared at her, stunned. Not even when he scolded her when she had taken Bai Xinyue's Dao bone to give to Bai Zihan had she reacted like this. His heart sank. What did Zihan do this time? Of course, that was his assumption based on how angry his wife was. Their son had grown bolder lately, but had he caused something serious enough for Yulin to fly across the empire in full rage? Wait, Yulin, calm down, just tell me what happened. You dare ask what happened. You dare ask what happened, she shouted, her spiritual pressure flaring again. The walls creaked from the strain. Bai Tianheng's mind raced. Did someone attack the Mu clan? No. She shook him again. Then what? Did Zihan cause some disaster? No. Then what in the heavens? Did someone attack the Mu clan? No. She shook him again. Then what? Did Zihan cause some disaster? No. Then what in the heaven? You arranged our son's engagement behind my back. Silence, utter silence. Bai Tianheng froze. Mu Yulan's grip tightened. I had my reasons, Bai Tianheng replied cautiously. Oh, please, pray Tianheng replied cautiously. Oh, please, pray tell. She said, tone dripping with sarcasm. He cleared his throat. First of all, you know Zuhan's position as heir has always been shaky. Many elders have questioned him. This engagement with Chu Zian would solidify his status and provide a powerful ally. She's talented, and she could help protect him in the future. So you arranged a political marriage to secure power for the clan. She smiled coldly. Basically, you're selling off my son to get the Chu clan's help and their genius to join your clan. Got it. You got nothing. Bai Tianheng screamed internally. But showing that anger now would only worsen things. Yulin, you're overthinking it. Yes, I should have consulted you, but you were in seclusion and the situation was urgent. And Zihan's of age, and marriage is the natural next step. Moreover, Chu Zihan is a good match for our son. He thought this would calm her down. He was wrong. Her expression darkened further. Bai Tianheng, do you seriously think I'm angry because you didn't inform me? Isn't that it? Bai Tianheng asked, now honestly confused. She shook her head slowly. Then why? Tianheng asked, now honestly confused. She shook her head slowly. Then why? He asked confusedly. Because I already promised our son's hand to someone else. Bai Tianheng blinked. Who did you promise? Qin Wuli, Yulin answered. Bai Tianheng was even more surprised when he heard the name. You mean you were going to have Zihan marry? Yes, to Xin Wei. What? Bai Tianheng's head was spinning like crazy. You mean to tell me that my wife had always seen Bai Xinyue as Zihan's future wife, but he couldn't believe it? If that were the case, he didn't think she would have done what she did. Of course, he knew Mu Yulan and Qin Wuli were old friends and might have made such a promise. But if she truly intended to keep that promise, why would she do that? Although Bai Xinyue survived, it very well could have killed her if not left her crippled forever. No one would do such a thing to their future daughter-in-law. Bai Tianheng was baffled beyond belief. You were going to have Zihan marry Bai Xinyue? Mu Yulan folded her arms. Yes. His eyes narrowed. Then why did you take her Daobone? He demanded, his voice low but trembling with fury. Do you know what that could have done to her? That could have crippled her cultivation, ruined her life. It could have killed her, Yulin. Mu Yulan's eyes blazed with cold light. That would never have happened. Her tone was firm, too firm. Bai Tianheng's temper flared. And why the hell are you so sure? She has the phoenix physique, Mu Yulan snapped. Even if I took her Dao bone, she would regenerate, not just her flesh and blood but her very Dao foundation. The room fell into silence. Bai Tianheng stood frozen in place, mouth slightly open, unable to form a response. The room fell into stuns. Bai Tianheng stood frozen in place, mouth slightly open, unable to form a response. Phoenix physique. Mu Yulan nodded, her expression dark but unwavering. Yes, you're absolutely sure. I saw it myself, she said, stepping forward. Her body healed at a rate no human could match. Her meridians realigned, her core reformed. It's not just theory. I confirmed it. Bai Tianheng clenched his fists slowly, knuckles whitening. How long have you known this? Since she was born. Mu Yulan's eyes flickered with something deeper regret, maybe even guilt, but her voice didn't shake. Qin Wuli told me, back when Xinyue was still a child, she entrusted the secret to me, and I confirmed it myself when I treated her injuries. It was faint back then, but unmistakable. I've seen it blossom more than once. Bai Tianheng's expression turned grave. Phoenix physique, a legendary constitution of unparalleled regenerative ability, rare even across 10,000 years. Most would kill just to obtain a single drop of such bloodline. Now he realized why Xinyue had survived, why she was even stronger now. But still, you gambled with her life, he said coldly. I calculated the risk. You played God, Yulin. No, she retorted, eyes narrowing. I made a sacrifice for our son. There it was. Silence fell again. The air between them crackled with tension. The floor was still littered with fragments of the broken door. and the shattered silence now hung like a blade between husband and wife. You made a sacrifice. Bai Tianheng's voice dropped low again, dangerously cold. That's not a sacrifice, Yulan. That's theft. That's cruelty. That's cruelty. That's cruelty. How calculated the risk? Calculated. He slammed his palm down on the desk, sending a tremor through the room. You don't get to calculate someone else's pain. Even if she survived, even if she was reborn as an immortal phoenix, it doesn't give you the right to strip her of her Dalbone just to increase the cultivation talent of our son. Mu Yulin's expression turned rigid. You think I did it for that? To increase his cultivation talent. Her spiritual pressure flared sharply. The walls groaned. Books toppled from shelves. You stupid bastard. Why the hell would I do that just to make him stronger? She pointed at him, eyes burning with fury. Even if Zihan had no cultivation, even if he was born crippled, you really think I'd let him suffer? With you and me as his parents, with the Bai clan behind him, he would have never lacked for anything in this world. Bai Tianheng faltered, his mouth opened, but no words came. He wanted to believe that, and the way she said it there was no hesitation, no deceit. Her anger was the anger of a mother, not a schemer. Then, why? He asked, quieter now. Why take Xinyue's Daobone, not a schemer? Then why? He asked, quieto now. Why put it into Zihan? Mu Yulin's lips trembled, her fists slowly unclenched, her aura softened. For a moment she didn't speak. Then, she let out a long sigh. Because it was the only way to save his life. Bai Tianheng's heart stopped, his eyes widened. What Mu Yulin looked up at him tired now, not angry. I didn't do it to make him stronger. I did it, because if I hadn't, Dihun would died. Her voice trembled just before regaining steadiness. He had cultivated too hard. You raid, but I have now. Not angry. I didn't do it to make him stronger. I did it because the great. Too recklessly. He was still young, his foundation unstable, and one day, he went into chi deviation. Mu Yulin's voice lowered as she recalled the memory. His meridians shattered. His cultivation core collapsed. He was in agony, barely breathing, his soul on the verge of disintegration. He summoned everyone, the best alchemists, the top physicians from the imperial capital. I gave him every elixir, but nothing worked. Her eyes dimmed. It was too late. Her eyes dimmed. It was too late. His condition had already entered a terminal stage. No pill or treatment could restore him. He was slipping away. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And then, one of the imperial doctors said something. Something desperate. Something they wouldn't normally dare to suggest. She looked at Bai Tianheng directly to suggest. She looked at Bai Tianheng directly. If only he had a Dalbone, the doctor said, that might stabilize the collapse by time to heal, maybe even reconstruct what was lost. She inhaled deeply, and so that's what I did. Bai Tianheng staggered back a step. He'd never heard this before. No one had ever said Zihan was dying. And so you chose Xinyue. She was the only one. A child born with the phoenix physique and a naturally formed Dalbone. It was fate. But it wasn't yours to take. I know. She screamed, and her voice finally cracked. I know what I did. I think about it every day. Her legs trembled slightly, but she didn't fall. I did something unforgivable, but I would do it again. Her legs trembled slightly, but she didn't fall. I did something unforgivable, but I would do it 1,000 times, if it meant saving my son's life. Moreover, she was going to be his wife anyway, so it was her responsibility too. Bai Tianheng stared at her, not with anger now, but with anger now, but with something deeper. Conflicted, torn, hollow. A silence hung between them again, this time, heavy not with rage but grief, for choices that could never be undone, and a truth too painful to ever speak aloud. Bai Tianheng knew that he couldn't completely fault her after knowing the truth. As for where he was during that period, he knew very well. It was during the conflict with the Li clan, who had challenged them and wanted to assert their dominance over the desolate Heaven Empire. He had been preoccupied with dealing with them when the news of Mu Yulan taking the Dalbone from Bai Xinyue reached his ears, and he acted immediately to deal with it. By then, Dalbone has already been taken away from Bai Xinyue, and he didn't need any other evidence to know that what he heard was true. His wife has taken Dalbone from Bai Xinyue to increase the cultivation talent of Bai Zihan. Thinking that Bai Xinyue's life would be in danger and not knowing what his wife might do had Bai Xinyue exiled from the clan. Of course, he had sent many protectors and continued to help her in secret. On the other hand, Mu Yulan had also sent men to bring Bai Xinyue back, but they were blocked by the people Bai Tianheng had sent. Bai Tianheng believed Mu Yulan was still trying to get Bai Xinyue, which only reinforced his belief that he had made the right decision. If Bai Xinyue had stayed in the Bai clan while Mu Yuan was there, he believed she would have been in danger. Perhaps if he had been more trusting and not made such a stupid decision, those misunderstandings wouldn't exist. Perhaps the conflict with Bai Xinyue might not exist either. After all, Bai Xinyue seemed to be more hurt about being abandoned than having her dalbone taken, to be honest. Bai Tianheng stood in silence, unmoving. Mu Yulan's voice still echoed in his ears, harsh, cracking, yet laced with an unbearable vulnerability. The proud woman he had once known as flawless and firm had just unraveled before him, not as an alchemist, not as a matriarch, but as a mother. His fist slowly unclenched, then tightened again. His heart, a fortress forged through countless battles, now cracked with guilt. Was I too hasty? Back then, when he had heard what Yulin had done, he hadn't stopped to ask why. He hadn't demanded an explanation. He had assumed the worst, assumed that she, like many others, had grown cold and ambitious in the pursuit of power, that she had sacrificed Xinyu just to raise their son's talent to the heavens. So he acted. Soon, he has also banished her from the clan with a single decree, despite her trying to explain the situation. He thought that he didn't have time to listen to excuses since Li clan didn't stop their attempt at dethroning Bai clan as the strongest clan. But now he realized, he had been too preoccupied, too absorbed in the fight against the Li clan. That conflict had consumed everything he had. Even his trust, even his family. His jaw tightened as memories surged like a tidal wave. Yulin's absence, Zihan's weakened state back then, the emptiness that filled the Bai clan halls after Xinyue was exiled. Everything had started there, and perhaps, just perhaps, he had played a larger part in that tragedy than he dared admit. Bai Tianheng's voice was hoarse. Mu Yulan, who had turned her face away, slowly looked back at him. I didn't know, he said quietly. I didn't even try to know. She said nothing, but her fingers curled at her sides. I was so focused on protecting the clan, even that might be an excuse. I didn't see the truth. I didn't see you. His shoulders slumped. The proud, indomitable patriarch seemed aged in that moment. I thought you'd changed, he muttered. That you were willing to sacrifice an innocent child for cultivation potential. That you'd lost your heart. He met her gaze, and there was no fire in it now. Only regret. I'm sorry, Yulin. Mu Yulan. Nu Yulan's lip trembled. No need to apologize. It doesn't undo anything you or Phi did. Mu Yulan knew she hadn't handled things well either, and while she could excuse it as a matter of urgency and desperation, even that couldn't truly justify her actions. Still, that didn't mean she wasn't angry at Bai Tianheng for never giving her a chance to explain, though in truth, she hadn't tried to explain either. After that day she had withdrawn completely, maintaining the distance between them in silence. Moreover, he had expelled Bai Xinyue, someone Mu Yulan believed deserved her apology and her explanation more than anyone. She had even sent men to bring the girl back, only for them to be blocked by Bai Tianheng's own people. That had only deepened the rift between them. So what now? Bai Tianheng asked awkwardly. Dianheng asked awkwardly. Jianheng asked awkwardly. Jian is already engaged to Juzian and Xinyue. She's been taken away by the Flowing Moon sect. Wu Yuan and stayed silent. She'd heard bits and pieces of what had happened while she was in seclusion and had nearly exploded in fury. Bai Xinyue, the girl she'd been trying to find all these years, had reappeared while she was still cultivating, only to vanish again, taken far beyond her reach when she was out. It felt like the heavens were mocking her and playing with her. What had calmed her was hearing of her son's recent achievements, how Bai Zihan, once the sickly disappointment of the clan, had now become the most talked about genius in the entire desolate Heaven Empire. Of course, she assumed the rumors were exaggerated as always, but still, she had been happy. And more than that, she'd heard that Bai Xinyue had risked herself to protect Bai Zihan when he was gravely injured and surrounded by enemies. Maybe, just maybe, the promise she'd once made to her old friend could still be fulfilled. At least that was what she thought before coming to know that she has been taken away by Yu Huangsheng. The only thing that wasn't mentioned was that Bai Zihan was already engaged, which is already old news and something that most have already heard about. Anyways, Bai Xianheng made a fair point. There was no point getting worked up over it. The engagement was already done, and Xinyue was far away. Sai Wei. You're right, Mu Yulan murmured. I was just upset. I had already chosen a bride for our son, and it didn't go as I planned. Phew. Bai Tianheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, mother, father. Bai Jianheng burst through the shattered doors, slightly out of breath. His eyes darted between the two. To his surprise, his father was still alive, and his mother seemed calmer than before. So, you two finally worked things out? He asked, head tilted. We'll talk later. Work things out? He asked, head tilted. We'll talk later. Mu Yuelin sent the message to Bai Tianhang via mental transmission. He gave a faint nod. Haha, of course. It was just a small misunderstanding anyways. She said aloud with a faint smile. Small my ass. My ass? Something that had lasted 7 years, tearing the family apart, and that's just a small misunderstanding. Still, whatever. If it meant they'd finally patch things up, he wouldn't complain. So, you're engaged to the Chu clan's daughter? Mu Yuelin asked. Bai Yuan nodded. Bai Zihan nodded. I wonder how she is. Is she even suitable for my precious son? She doesn't have an overbearing personality, right? That wouldn't be good as wife. Yeah, right. Both Bai Zihan and Bai Tianheng nearly rolled their eyes at her comment. How about this then? Bai Tianheng interjected. Zian is at the Bai clan estate. You can take this time to meet her and get to know her doe. Ziana's birthday is only a few days away after all. Why not use that time to know your daughter-in-law a bit? Mu Yulan nodded in agreement, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Then let's go meet my daughter-in-law. As they walked through the winding corridors of the Bai clan estate, Mu Yuelin occasionally glanced sideways at her son. She hadn't had the chance to truly observe him until now, how tall he had grown, how calm and confident his aura had become. She hadn't expected him to change this much in a single year. Then she began to ask how he was, and what it was in the Heaven Sword sect. Well, there were only complaints from him. A short silence passed between them before Mu Yuelin spoke again, more softly this time. D. Hunter. He turned to her slightly. You're sure you're all right? I mean really all right. Her concern stemmed from the fact that Bai Zihan had taken out the Dao bone and returned it to Bai Xinyue. Although she hadn't noticed anything wrong when she scanned him during their first hug, she was still worried. She stopped in her tracks, forcing him to halt too. Her hand came to his arm, eyes filled with motherly concern. You're not just putting on a brave face for us, are you? Your meridians, your body. There's no pain, no hidden backlash. For a moment, Bai Zihan didn't respond. He understood why his mother was asking. Nothing's wrong. If there was, I would have said something and gotten it fixed right away. Bai Zihan replied confidently. Muan let out a slow breath. That's good. That's really good. She looked away, hiding the slight glisten in her eyes. They walked for a few more seconds before they arrived before a beautifully carved wooden door adorned with frost-like patterns, delicate and elegant. Bai Zihan raised his hand and knocked twice. Who? Bai Shuiqing's cold voice rang out. Who? Bai Shuiqing's cold voice rang out. Me, Bai Zihan arrogantly replied. There was a slight pause. Come in. Mu Yuelin composed herself, smoothing her robes and restoring her usual graceful smile. As the door creaked open, Bai Zihan stepped inside with a casual air, hands behind his back like he owned the place. Mu Yuelin followed closely, the grace of a noble matriarch returning with each step. Bai Shuiqing was seated by the window, pouring herself a cup of tea. She looked up, eyebrows already raised. What are you? Her words froze the moment her eyes landed on the woman behind him. Mother, her teacup clinked against the tray as she stood up abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. In a blink, she crossed the room and threw herself into Mu Yuelin's arms, her composure shattering like brittle ice. Why are you here? No one told me anything. Minus... Her voice cracked with a mix of joy and grievance as she hugged her mother tightly. Mu Yuelin's smile softened. She stroked Shuiheng's back gently. Silly girl, must I send a message before coming to see my daughter? But you never leave the Mu clan estate. Shuiqing muttered into her shoulder. I didn't think I'd see you like this. It's been too long, Mu Yuelin replied, holding her daughter for a few more moments before gently pulling back. Let me have a look at you. You've grown prettier and thinner. Are you eating well? Before Shuiqing could respond, a soft rustle sounded from the other side of the room. Her posture was upright but stiff, her hands clutching the hem of her sleeves. She bowed deeply the moment Mu Yuelin's gaze shifted to her. Hello, Madam Yu. My name is Chu Zihan of the Chu clan. I'm your daughter's friend, and Bai Zihan say. Her voice was gentle, but the nervousness was unmistakable. She didn't dare meet Mu Yuelin's eyes for long, and her hands trembled slightly as she straightened up. She hadn't expected to meet Mu Yuelin like this and became nervous due to the suddenness of the situation. Mu Yuelin raised a delicate brow, observing the girl before her. So this is the girl. She was older than expected and far more reserved. But there was an unspoken grace to her demeanor. Her beauty was also high enough acceptable for her son's wife. Mu Yuelin studied her in silence for a breath too long. Zian felt the weight of that silence like a sword poised above her neck. Finally, I see, Mu Yuelin said slowly, a small smile curling her lips. So you're the one, said Lolly, a small smile curling her lips. So you're the one. Zian straightened even more, stiff as a board. Come, Mu Yuelin gestured lightly, let me have a proper look at you. Zian hesitated, glancing at Bai Zihan as if asking for help. He simply smirked and folded his arms. Go on, she won't bite. Probably. Zian stepped forward obediently, stopping a few feet in front of Mu Yulan. The matriarch's gaze roamed over her, assessing posture, spiritual chi, eyes, even how she carried herself. Then, she nodded slowly. You have good manners, she said, and I can tell you've been trained properly in the basics. That's a good start. Zian let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Then she turned back to Xueqing and took her daughter's hands again. I'll be around for the next few days. Zihan's birthday is almost here after all. Mu Yulan took a seat by the tea table, motioning gracefully for Bai Xueqing and Chu Zian to join her banter throughout. Xueqian hesitated again, formed thinner eyes still lingering from their embrace, but Zian hesitated again. She carefully lowered herself onto the cushion across from Mu Yulan, back straight as a blade, hands clenched politely on her lap. Mu Yulan poured tea for all of them, her every movement elegant and fluid. You don't need to be so tense, Miss Chu, she said gently, offering Zian a cup with a faint smile. After all, you're my daughter-in-law. Please, be comfortable. Zian bowed her head quickly. Thank you, Madame Yu. Mu Yan took a sip of tea before continuing. I've heard a bit about you from my daughter, Mu Yulan said, her gaze resting thoughtfully on Chu Ziyan. But I never imagined you'd end up engaged to Ziyan. She let out a soft chuckle, then continued, Zihan can be a bit of a handful, yes, but he's a good child, deep down. Chu Ziyan didn't know whether Mu Yulan was serious or not when she said those words, but for mothers, their child will always be good no matter what they do. She spoke warmly, her tone laced with both affection and exasperation, as if recalling a dozen memories at once. As she continued praising and teasing her son in equal measure, Bai Zihan's expression gradually shifted to one of visible boredom. All right, I'm leaving, he interrupted, stretching lazily. No need to sit here and listen to my life story. Without waiting for a response, he turned and sauntered out of the room. Try not to embarrass me too much while I'm gone. Mu Yulan shook her head with an amused smile, then turned back to Zian. Now, where were we? After a few hours of cultivation in his training room, Bai Zihan stood up with a low grunt, brushing the dust off his sleeves. His sword was stabbed into the ground beside him, vibrating slightly its edge, still shimmering faintly with rejection. Still no good. He frowned, eyes narrowing as he glanced at the lingering mark in the air where he'd once again failed to perform the fate-severing slash. He could sense it just at the edge of his comprehension, but it slipped away every time he reached for it, like mist vanishing under sunlight. He would have liked to keep practicing, but his chi was nearly depleted due to the high consumption, even though the attempt had failed. Chi. He grabbed the sword and sheathed it in one clean motion. His mood was sour, his thoughts jumbled. With a casual step, he leapt onto the nearby walkway, heading toward his sister's quarters once more. As he approached, the soft echo of laughter drifted out from behind the elegant doors. His steps slowed. That was his mother laughing. What are they talking about? Curious now. Bai Zihan pushed open the door with a small creak. Inside, the scene made him pause. Mu Yulan sat comfortably at the tea table, her posture elegant but relaxed, a gentle smile on her face. Beside her, Chu Zian was smiling and chatting with his mother. They looked too comfortable, too familiar, as if they'd known each other for years. He blinked. What happened here? Both women turned to look at him. Juhaner, you're back. Mu Yulan greeted warmly, casually waving her fan. Come join us. My daughter-in-law and I were just having a lovely chat. Daughter-in-law and I were just having a lovely chat. Daughter-in-law? Bunim. Bai Zihan found it strange just earlier. His mother had been furious about his engagement to Chu Zian, and now she was casually calling her that. He stepped inside slowly, a little suspicious. His gaze flicked between the two women. You two seem close. Chu Zian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone light. Your mother just told me some stories from when you were younger. His face immediately darkened. Do you want to hear it too, crybaby? Chu Zian said, almost laughing. What? His expression soured further. He snapped his head toward Mu Yuan. Mother? Mu Yuan simply sipped her tea, utterly composed. What? She asked, raising a delicate brow. Isn't it true? Chu Zian covered her mouth with both hands, her shoulders trembling from silent laughter. Don't act like you didn't cry every time you got into a fight back then. Mu Yuan continued smoothly. Chu. How I miss my old baby. Bai Zihan clenched his fists, ears tinged red. It was a time he didn't want to remember when he was naive and bullied by others. Many had been jealous of him. Jealous of his position as the clan leader's son, but at the same time, they looked down on him for his so-called measly talent. So they ostracized him and said cruel things. His nickname was Crybaby since he cried for every little thing. Well, that lasted for only a couple more years, until they were the ones shedding tears instead. The very people who mocked him no longer dared look him in the eye. But it was true. There had been a time when he cried after every beating. A dark history he'd like to erase. Mu Yuelin gave a soft sigh, though her eyes held a trace of warmth. I was happy and sad when he grew up so fast. Her voice was low, almost wistful. Still, Osquaf. Still, I had no choice, Bai Zihan muttered. If I didn't, people would think I was easy to bully. Xu Zian glanced at him, her gaze softer now. She'd always known him to be a petty person and who wouldn't let even a small grievance slide. But now, she could see why. She'd assumed he was a troublemaker, just like Bai Xinyue had described him, someone lazy and arrogant. But the more she got to know him, the more she understood. Without talent, and with hard work unrewarded, who wouldn't grow bitter? Why work hard with nothing to get? Before their engagement, that was all she saw of him. Afterward, everything changed. In less than a year, he'd flipped his reputation, going from waste to the top genius of the younger generation. If not for Mu Yuelin explaining how he couldn't properly absorb qi like others back then, she too would have believed he was hiding his strength all along like many others believe. But no, he had really been weak, and now he was powerful enough to make even top clans and sects wary. She could barely believe she once felt superior to him. Now, despite their engagement being a mere arrangement to silence her parents, her family was the one clinging tightly. The same relatives who once called her foolish and crazy now urged her to hold on to Bai Zihan at all costs to keep him away from other girls. A moment of quiet settled between them. Then, Mu Yuelin clapped her hands once with a smile. All right, enough reminiscing. Zihan, go wash up. Tomorrow is your big day. Right, he muttered, standing. The celebration. Bai Zihan's birthday. The Bai clan's estate was alight with celebration. Brilliant lanterns floated in the air, casting golden hues over the main courtyard. Refined zither melodies echoed gently while fragrant incense curled into the sky. Dozens of servants moved with practiced grace, guiding arriving guests to their seats. This wasn't just a birthday, it was a declaration of Bai Zihan's status, strength, and future. High-status figures from across the desolate Heaven Empire had been invited. Clan leaders, sect elders, nobles, even envoys from the imperial court. At the forefront of the reception stood Bai Tianheng, dressed in formal ceremonial robes. Beside him stood Mu Yuelin, glowing in elegant silks, her beauty timeless. Her presence surprised many. Everyone knew her relationship with Bai Tianheng had long been strained. Some had even tried to use that rift to break the alliance between the Mu and Bai clans. Obviously, they failed. They didn't think that she would also show up, though it was as expected since it was her son's birthday. Then make way for the young master. All heads turned. Bai Zihan appeared at the top of the steps, clad in pitch-black ceremonial robes embroidered with gold dragons, a sword strapped to his back. His gaze was calm, posture proud. Walking slightly behind him, dressed in a flowing violet gown, was Xu Zian. She drew more than a few whispers. Is that the fiancé, the Chu clan's daughter? One of the top beauties of the desolate Heaven Empire. A perfect couple. Only someone like her is worthy of Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan ignored the murmurs. His eyes swept the crowd. Xu Zian's parents had arrived, as expected. So had Master Qinglan. And among the gathered crowd, two unexpected faces stood out. Princess Yu Qingya and Prince Yu Wenzhao. Bai Zihan didn't think his birthday warranted the presence of royals, but he wasn't naive. They were here to build a relationship, to curry favor. Maybe even earn his support and the Bai clans. Given what they'd witnessed in the ancient ruins, it wasn't hard to guess their motives, but he didn't care. Their titles were the only impressive things about them. At least, that's all he'd seen so far. Bai Zihan stepped forward. The next move was his, and in a world like this, a birthday was never just a celebration. The zither's soft chords faded slightly as Bai Zihan descended the steps, each footfall steady, echoing against the polished white jade flooring of the Bai clan's grand courtyard. Hundreds of eyes followed him. To some, he was the rising dragon of the Bai clan, glorious, promising, and untouchable. To others, he was a threat, and to a few, he was both. Welcome, young master. A Bai clan elder bowed with a wide smile, signaling the start of the official ceremony. The gathered crowd stood respectfully as Bai Zihan walked forward under the gaze of hundreds. His stride was confident yet composed, unhurried, but commanding attention with each step. Unlike when it was his engagement ceremony, no one here was disrespectful or looked down on him. His reputation was completely different from that time. Before greeting the guests, Bai Zihan stepped up to the central dais, where his parents stood waiting. Bai Tianheng, upright and imposing as ever, nodded faintly. "Dihunner," he said, voice deep and steady. "Happy birthday." Mu Yuelin smiled gently, her eyes glimmering with pride. "Happy birthday, my son," she said warmly. "May this year bring you clarity and strength." Bai Zihan lowered his head respectfully. "Thank you, father." Mother, after receiving their blessings, he turned, stepping up to face the sea of guests gathered beneath the lantern-lit skies. The young master of the Bai clan looked over the sea of esteemed guests, his expression poised and unreadable. The glowing lantern light reflected faintly off the gold embroidery of his robe, giving him a faintly divine aura. After a pause, he bowed slightly, hands clasped before him in greeting. "I thank you all for coming today." His voice, clear and calm, carried across the courtyard with surprising weight. "Your presence honors not just me, but the Bai clan as a whole." He smiled lightly, his gaze sweeping over familiar and unfamiliar faces. Clan elders, allied sect representatives, nobles from neighboring regions, and talented juniors from across the empire. "It brings me joy to celebrate this day surrounded by friends, family, and respected guests." A few polite nods and murmurs of approval passed through the crowd. "I hope today's celebration brings you joy, laughter, and a chance to relax, even if only for a while." He raised a hand lightly, motioning toward the prepared banquet and performances beginning to stir in the background. "Please enjoy yourselves." As the applause began, respectful, appreciative, and dignified, Bai Zihan stepped back from the front. The celebration had officially begun. Immediately after, his parents approached him. "Zihaner," Bai Tianheng said, reaching into his spatial ring. "This robe is made from skyweave silk, resistant to both fire and blades." Yanhering said, reaching into his spatial ring. "This robe is made from skyweave silk? It has been personally refined to suit you." He handed over the white robe, lined with golden clouds and embroidered with protective runes. Bai Tianheng had initially planned to gift an earth-grade artifact to his son, but after Bai Zihan gave a saint-grade sword to him, he thought that would be just a waste. Moreover, he had also seen him wielding a heaven-grade sword, so he knew that even if he were to find their most precious artifact, perhaps even that might not be good enough for Bai Zihan. So rather than giving something that he couldn't use or a subpar artifact, he decided to go with clothes. Of course, it wasn't a cheap gift by any means, made with the most precious and expensive material. Perhaps this one robe was equivalent to the revenue from a small city. One could even argue that this was the most expensive robe in Desolate Heaven Empire. Bai Zihan accepted it with both hands, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, father." Then Mu Han stepped forward. She held a crystal box sealed with radiant inscriptions. "I had it refined specifically for you," she said softly. "This is a top-grade 6th-tier bloodline foundation pill. It will strengthen your roots and help stabilize your bloodline." As the box was handed to Bai Zihan, the crowd stirred audibly. "A top-grade 6th-tier pill, bloodline foundation pill, blood foundation pill, bloodline foundation pill. Isn't it made with super rare and precious ingredients? It is said that its value is that of a city." Can't believe Bai Zihan is receiving this as a gift. Well, it's his mother after all, but damn, I'm jealous. He is already so talented, why does he need such a pill? The atmosphere shifted as envy and admiration rippled through the watching cultivators. Bai Zihan bowed again. "Thank you, mother," but Mu Yulan wasn't done. A soft smile curved her lips as she looked at him with a quiet gentleness that rarely appeared on her usually composed face. "No," she said, her voice low but clear enough for those nearby to hear. "That was for last year." She raised her hand again, and from within her sleeve emerged a slim, lacquered case made of crimson sandalwood. Intricate silver inlays adorned its surface, forming the shape of a soaring phoenix and coiling dragon, symbols of nobility and destiny. "This," she continued, "is your gift for this year." She opened the case slowly, revealing a refined, dark jade hairpin, shaped with clean elegance and unmistakable craftsmanship. Thin bands of gold traced around its length in the shape of flowing clouds, and a small blood-red gem was embedded near the top like a drop of molten fire, brilliant and steady. "A man walks the path of cultivation," Mu Yulen said, lifting the hairpin with her own hands, "but it is presence and dignity that make the world acknowledge him before he even draws his sword." She stepped closer, her slender fingers brushing aside a loose strand of her son's hair before gently placing the hairpin in his palm. "It is not a treasure meant for battle," she said softly, "but it carries the will of your mother and your clan. Wear it not in war, but when you must stand before the world as yourself." Her voice softened to barely a whisper, meant only for him, to remind you that no matter how far you rise, you are still my son. Bai Zihan remained silent for a long moment, gazing at the heirloom resting in his palm. It was elegant, beautiful, and far from the violent grandeur of artifacts and weapons. He lowered his head again more deeply this time. "Thank you, mother." Mu Yuelan's eyes glimmered briefly before she turned back with composed grace, stepping beside Bai Tianheng once more. Bai Shuang stepped forward next, her usual aloof expression softened ever so slightly under the lantern light. Without much ceremony, she held out a small velvet box toward Bai Zihan. "Here," she said curtly, her voice cool but not unkind. Bai Zihan blinked, then carefully opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisitely crafted earrings, silver filigree woven into the shape of phoenix feathers, each adorned with a tiny sapphire that caught the light with subtle fire. "Earrings?" Bai Zihan asked, raising a brow. "Was Zinneron?" He smirked, teasing, but with a trace of genuine suspicion. Bai Xueqing's lips twitched. Would that even work on you now? You'd know instantly if I did." Bai Zihan laughed softly, shaking his head. "Right, I'll take your word for it." She rolled her eyes in annoyance. Then the next person was Chu Zian. She held it out respectfully. "This is my gift to you." Chu Zian said softly. "This is my gift to you." Chu Zian said softly. Bai Zihan opened the pouch to reveal a bracelet of polished jade, strung with several beads that glowed faintly with a high, profound rank aura. "It's a high, profound rank artifact," she explained. "It can enhance your spiritual senses and help you detect danger more quickly." He turned the bracelet over in his hand, impressed by its craftsmanship and the rare power it radiated. "Thank you, Zianer," he said, trying to sound affectionate. Like Chu Zian, he knew he also needed to keep the image of her living fiancé, even if he didn't want to. She gave a gentle nod, the faintest blush coloring her cheeks. With the parents and his family having fulfilled their part, the guests began approaching one by one to offer their own gifts. First came the Bai clan's own elders. The gifts weren't as extravagant as what Mu Yolan and Bai Tianheng gave, but, of course, compared to what other juniors received, it was a mile better. Many juniors that were present couldn't help but get jealous. If they could even get 10%, no, 1% of the value that Bai Zihan is receiving as gifts, they would feel like flying in the sky. Yet, to Bai Zihan, those gifts were almost worthless. What he had gotten from the immortal emperor's ancient ruin far surpassed any of the things gifted to him. But of course, the gifts given by his close ones were still valuable to him. Just as the last elder of Bai clan stepped back, a tall figure in regal purple robes approached, his posture upright and his eyes carrying a noble sharpness. The third prince of the desolate Heaven Empire, Yu Wenchao, exuded a calm and composed aura one befitting imperial blood. His lips curled into a polite smile as he stopped before Bai Zihan. "Happy birthday, young Master Bai," he said, offering a long narrow case made of dark ironwood, etched with cloud patterns and the royal crest. "This is but a token of appreciation from me." Bai Zihan accepted it calmly and opened the case. Inside rested a finely forged low earth-grade sword, its blade sheathed in a deep blue scabbard, subtle runes flickering along the surface like flowing water under moonlight. Yu Wenjiao gestured toward it lightly. The sword is named Clear Flow, forged in the inner halls of the Imperial Arsenal and tempered with glacial steel from the northern abyss. The crowd murmured once again. This item was very rare and very precious. It could even be an heirloom of some medium clan. But to Bai Zihan, it was one of the least exciting gifts. Having heaven-grade sword, what's the use of low earth-grade sword? But of course, the people at the party would be shocked because earth-grade artifacts are still valuable to them. If not for what they had already seen, this gift could have caused a big commotion. After all, it wasn't normal for a prince to give such a thing to someone else. It was usually the other way around. Yu Wenshao was a bit disappointed as he had thought his gift would be the best among all, but he had greatly underestimated the Bai clan, especially Mu Yolan. In any case, it was still among the most valuable gifts, and he thought Bai Zihan would appreciate it. But of course, there wasn't much change in Bai Zihan's expression, almost as if he were looking at some trash. "I thank your highness." Bai Zihan still thanked him politely, but no one could tell whether the gift had made any impression on him at all. Yu Wenjiao's eyes narrowed slightly at Bai Zihan's composed reaction. He leaned in ever so slightly, lowering his voice. "The court watches the rise of dragons. There are many who would rather fear than support you." He smiled faintly like a blade hidden behind silk, "But not me. The empire needs true pillars, those who don't just shine, but hold the heavens up. A veiled proposition, a subtle rope extended in the form of flattery and promise." But before he could say more, Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, as though confused. He looked at the sword again, then at the prince. "The empire truly spares no effort in craftsmanship," he said casually. "To receive something forged from the Imperial Arsenal is an honor." Yu Wenjiao's smile stiffened slightly. He had carefully woven his words to hint at an alliance flattery, veiled loyalty, subtle positioning. Yet Bai Zihan responded like he hadn't heard a thing, still polite, but utterly non-committal. He tried again, voice a shade deeper. "Bai Zihan," voice a shade deeper. "Bai Zihan," he said, "what I mean is, the time will come when men of vision must stand together. Gifts are but gestures. What matters is understanding one another. Bai Zihan blinked once, brows drawing together in apparent puzzlement. Ah, he said slowly. So? Your Highness means that. We share the same appreciation for craftsmanship. There was no malice in his tone, only sincere confusion, or rather, perfectly feigned confusion. Yuan Chao's jaw tightened, but he kept his smile in place. The crowd didn't notice much, but to the prince, it was clear. This brat was mocking him politely, carefully, but unmistakably. Right, Yuan Chao said after a pause. May it serve you well. Without waiting for a further response, he turned sharply and walked off, his sleeves billowing with restrained irritation. He knew that Bai Zihan wasn't an idiot and was deliberately avoiding the topic, which could only mean one thing. He had no interest in forming an alliance. Yuan Zhao might have acted out, if not for being in the Bai clan's territory with so many eyes watching him. A few sharp-eyed elders noticed the third prince's clenched fist as he passed. Just as the tension began to settle, a delicate hush fell over the courtyard, a subtle shift in the wind, as though even the air sensed a new presence. From among the guests, a figure stepped forward, clad in flowing lavender silk that shimmered like moonlight on still water. Yu Qingya, the fourth princess of the empire, entered with quiet grace. Her gaze was calm, her expression unreadable, beautiful, but distant. She did not even glance at her brother. Her steps were light, each one measured with imperial poise. Unlike the third prince's performative confidence, hers was effortless, etched into every gesture, every breath. She stopped before Bai Zihan. Happy birthday, Bai Zihan, she said, her tone soft but cool like porcelain kissed by frost. In her hands, she held a long rectangular box tied with a golden ribbon. This is a rare spirit armor. She sealed, woven with starlight silk, top earth grade. It can endure the strikes of even a great ascension cultivator. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The gift clearly outshone the third prince's sword. Anyone could tell that the prince and princess were serious about trying to win Bai Zihan to their side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to spend so much on a single person. The third prince glanced at Yu Qingya with anger and frustration. Not only had he failed, but now his gift was overshadowed by his sister's, a blow to his pride that made him appear inferior. Bai Zihan accepted the box with both hands and gave a slight bow. Many thanks, Your Highness. His voice was polite and composed, neither cold nor welcoming, just perfectly balanced. Yu Qingya's gaze lingered on him, eyes as calm as deep water. Her fan opened with a faint flick, and she leaned in, not too close, but close enough to signal intent. But even armor blessed by starlight, she murmured, cannot shield one from all dangers. A pause, her eyes gleamed with something subtle. Then, in a voice only a few nearby could catch, she added, but what if you are married to a princess? Gasps spread like ripples across still water. Many of the gathered nobles, elders, and envoys froze in place. An imperial proposal. Yu Qingya had just offered herself. And with that, she had offered the Bai clan an unshakable alliance with the imperial family. A future secured by marriage and imperial blood. Even some of the older Bai clan elders, who had remained passive through the previous exchanges, shifted in their seats. Some straightened, some furrowed their brows, some smiled. They understood what was being placed on the table. Power, security. Of course, that would also mean getting involved in succession war, which they don't want. And there was also a fact that Bai Zihan was already engaged. Yu Qingya's gaze never wavered. Her voice, though cool, was firm with intention. Bai Zihan, she said softly, join me, and the Bai clan will never stand alone again. She glanced once toward Zhu Ziyan. Her meaning was clear. This was a challenge. Zhu Ziyan's face paled. Her fingers curled slightly into the silk of her sleeve. She had always known others desired Bai Zihan. After all, his reputation was completely different than when she was engaged to him. Her title as his fiancée kept many away, but it was clearly not enough to deter someone like a princess. But to be so thoroughly dismissed, to be ignored as though she didn't even exist, the humiliation bit deep. She was obviously angered, but she forced a calm expression. She looked toward Bai Zihan, uncertain, expectant, afraid. But Bai Zihan, he smiled, a warm, gentle smile. Then turned slightly, just enough for the crowd to see, and reached out. With a swift, casual motion, he took Zhu Ziyan's hand in his. Your Highness, he said lightly, this one is flattered beyond words. Truly. He turned to face Yu Qingya fully now, still holding Zhu Ziyan's hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But I'm afraid the position beside me has already been claimed by my beautiful fiancée. A pause, then a deeper silence than before. Zhu Ziyan blinked in shock, her lips parting, her eyes widened. She hadn't expected him to say that, certainly not with that tone, warm, teasing, real. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest and her face flushed deep red. I almost fell for it, she thought. It is clear that Bai Zihan was using her to reject the princess, though she can't deny that she felt a bit happy when he did. Eugenia's eyes narrowed slightly. She turned her gaze to Chu Xian, expression as smooth as ice. An engagement, she said softly, is a matter of the past. It can be broken. She took a graceful step forward, gaze cutting through the space between them like a sword sheathed in silk. I offer more than affection or beauty, something no other girl can. She was clearly suggesting the throne. You should consider it seriously, young Master Bai Zihan, and give me a proper answer. And with that, she turned. No theatrics, no lingering glances. She simply walked away, flowing like moonlight to a field of trembling grass, vanishing back into the noble court. But her presence lingered, pressing, heavy. The elders whispered. The guests took mental notes. The young nobles stared in awe and envy. And Bai Zihan, he stood calmly in the courtyard, holding a flustered Chu Xian's hand as though he hadn't just refused the fourth princess of the empire. The birthday celebration continued well into the evening. As music drifted from jade zithers and wine flowed in golden cups, the Bai clan's main courtyard sparkled under lantern light. Nobles exchanged pleasantries, clan leaders offered formal gifts, but none of the offerings that followed could match the earlier storm brought by the gifts of the third prince or the fourth princess. The grandeur of their presence and the weight of their intentions cast a long shadow over everything else. Soon, the excitement dulled into background elegance. And then, as often happens when powerful figures gather, the talk shifted. A few guests, mostly young cultivators, gathered near a pavilion, cups in hand, their tones hushed yet spirited. Did you know? The Dragon and Phoenix ranking will be held next year. The Empire's already begun preparations. Of course, it's the grandest stage for anyone under 25. Sect prodigies, royal descendants, rogue cultivators. Everyone fights for glory there. It's not just about glory. The top 10 from both rankings receive generous rewards from the Emperor. I heard this year the prizes will be even greater. Not to mention the winner will be the talk of the Empire for years. Their fame would be set in stone. But isn't a winner already decided? They looked toward Bai Zihan, the youngest to reach the soul formation realm, and the one many believed to be the true winner of the inheritance trial, had he chosen to claim it for himself. He had already defeated top-tier geniuses from the older generation, including Li Xuan and Zhao Yue. Though there were still other geniuses across the empire in recent years who could truly compare to Bai Zihan, well, who knows? There's still a year left. A lot can change in between. Personally, I still believe his older sister is stronger, and besides, you never know what kind of dark horse might show up. I can't wait for it. In the distance, Bai Zihan stood calm and composed, fully aware of the murmurs swirling around him. Dragon and Phoenix competition. His interest piqued not because he wished to compete, but because he knew exactly the kind of heaven's chosen who would appear on such a stage to show off. His gaze drifted to Bai Shuiqing. Bai Shuiqing's former fiancée Ni Fengjue once looked down upon as trash. This was likely his moment, his chance to rise and prove everyone wrong. And what better stage than the Dragon and Phoenix competition, which decided the strongest young cultivator of the desolate Heaven Empire. Chu Xian, Bai Zihan asked casually, I heard the Dragon and Phoenix competition is next year. Are you planning to compete? She took a sip of her tea. I might, she said after a pause. That's if I'm selected. Bai Zihan raised a brow in mild interest. She continued, her tone calm, but edged with faint cynicism. Most of the participants are hand-picked. The major sects and clans each nominate a few of their own, either through internal competitions or simply those they wish to send. Then isn't it certain that you'll be chosen? I don't think there are many under 25 in the Chu clan stronger than you, Bai Zihan said. Chu Xian's talent was among the top, and Bai Zihan was well aware she was the most gifted cultivator of her generation in the Chu clan, so he didn't understand why she would think she might not be selected. Well, that might be true, Chu Xian replied, but you know, I'm still eligible to compete in the next Dragon and Phoenix competition. Some elders are saying I should sit this one out and wait. Indeed, Bai Zihan hadn't thought about that. And it was true, if she competed in the next round, her chances of reaching an even higher ranking would be greater, plus giving opportunity to her older clan members. Still, Bai Zihan didn't agree with that kind of thinking. If this competition was meant to determine the strongest, then shouldn't they send their best? Besides, if others lost to Chu Xian, then they had no business competing at all. Well, even if the Chu clan didn't send her, there was a high chance she'd be selected by Heavensword sect. So only the top sects and clans can participate in the competition. Bai Zihan asked. That's the direct qualification path, she said. But others are given a shot too. Taking another sip of the tea, she continued. Before the main event, there's a nationwide selection tournament. Any eligible cultivator under 25 can join. The top winners from there are allowed into the main Dragon and Phoenix competition. She glanced over the crowd of young cultivators, her voice drifting, but let's be honest, even that's a formality. The final winners almost always come from the top sects and clans. Those preliminaries just give everyone else the illusion of a chance. It was true in common knowledge. How far could talent go without cultivation resources, without high-grade pills, powerful weapons, and advanced techniques? Those things are only something that a top sect or clan could provide. Geniuses without backing rotted in obscurity. Talent alone was never enough. Well, that might be true for most cultivators. Bai Zihan's thoughts wandered to Ni Fengzhua, but there were always exceptions. If he truly intended to rise again, then the preliminary tournament was his only path, unless he had joined a sect. This year might be different, though. Bai Zihan murmured. Zhen gave him a puzzled look. You think the winner won't be from one of the top sects or clans? Who knows? Bai Zihan replied casually. Who are you kidding? And here I thought you'd proudly declare no one but I deserve to be the winner. Shuzian mimicked his voice with exaggerated flair. Bai Zihan frowned slightly, irritated. I don't sound like that. Sure, Shuzian laughed. He rated? Pai don't sound like that. Sure, Shuzian laughed. The celebration gradually wound down as the moon climbed higher in the velvet sky. Guests bid their farewells. The air, once filled with music and lively chatter, now carried only the soft rustle of lanterns swaying in the night breeze. Attendants moved about, collecting empty cups and refolding silk cushions. Servants doused the lanterns one by one, letting darkness slowly reclaim the grandeur of the Bai clan courtyard. Bai Zihan, having fulfilled every obligation, slipped away quietly from the main hall. His steps were unhurried as he made his way down a cobblestone path that curved through the Bai clan's inner garden. The moonlight reflected off the koi pond to his left, and the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine lingered in the summer air. He stopped beneath an old magnolia tree. The leaves cast dappled shadows over his face as he tilted his head back, gazing at the star-speckled sky. Another year. He stood still for a long while, the wind brushing lightly against his robes. It had only been less than a year since he got his memories from Earth, and manything has changed. System. Host info. Host, Bai Zihan, age 17, cultivation realm, spirit formation, early constitution, supreme Dao bone martial arts, 9 shadows flowing, light sword, greater mastery, eternal flowing water sword, minor mastery. Going from the core formation stage all the way to the soul formation realm in a single year? Something many couldn't achieve in their entire lifetime, yet he had done it within months. Then there was his intermediate sword intent, a supreme Dao bone, and mastery over 2 heaven-grade techniques. With his current strength, he could kill his year-ago self 1,000,000 times over in just a minute. However, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe it was all due to his own talent. Over in just a minute. However, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe it was all due to his... If not for the system, he doubted he could have achieved even 10% of what he had today. He had almost forgotten all the torment and setbacks the system interface had caused him over the years. Now, it all felt worth it. His previous fear of being killed by the protagonist had also almost disappeared. For one, he realized that Heaven's Chosen were extremely rare. He had only encountered 3 in the span of a year, which, in hindsight, made sense. After all, it wasn't like Heaven's Chosen grew like cabbages. If they did, he truly would have been too afraid to even step outside. Another reason was his own strength. With how far he had come, he didn't believe Heaven's Chosen with low fate stars could threaten him anymore. Of course, he wasn't underestimating them either. Even a 1-star fate Heaven's Chosen had nearly killed him before, using a hidden trump card. He needed to always remember, one mistake could still lead to his end, just like every other so-called villain. Just as he was pondering those things, he sensed another presence nearby, a familiar one. He didn't turn, only spoke softly. Ludo Qing. From behind the magnolia tree, a figure hesitated, then slowly stepped forward into the moonlight. Her robes were pale lavender, embroidered with silver cranes, and her dark hair was tied simply with a single orchid pin. She looked startled to have been noticed, her eyes widening slightly. Young Master Bai Zihan. Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but in the quiet of the night it reached him clearly. Bai Zihan finally turned to look at her, his expression calm but inquisitive. What brings you here, Luchin? She fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve, her cheeks already dusted pink under the moonlight. For a moment, she looked like she might turn and flee. But then she took a deep breath, looked at him directly if only for a second, and said, "Happy birthday." Her voice trembled faintly. Then, as if afraid she might lose her nerve, she stepped forward and held out a small, finely wrapped box tied with a silver ribbon. "This is for you." Bai Zihan blinked. The gift wasn't particularly ornate, just a simple wooden box, polished and delicately carved, but somehow its plainness made it more sincere. He accepted it with a light smile. "Thank you," he said, his tone warmer than usual. That alone made Luo Qing's face blush. But before he could say anything more, she bowed slightly and, clearly overwhelmed, turned on her heel and hurried away, nearly tripping over the edge of her robe in her rush. Her quiet footsteps faded down the path. Bai Zihan remained under the magnolia tree, looking down at the box in his hand. He let out a soft chuckle. Silly girl. He untied the simple knot, opening the box with care. Inside was a neatly folded cloth belt, hand-woven from soft gray-blue threads. The stitching was slightly uneven in places, but that only added to its quiet charm. It was humble, without embroidery or ornament, yet carefully made and clearly meant for him. He ran his fingers over the fabric. It was light, but strong, very practical. He held it up to the starlight, and a faint smile touched his lips. To him, this gift was perhaps far more meaningful than what the two princes and a princess had given him, gifts he had no real use for and might never even touch. Let's hope this year is just as interesting as the last one. 3 days after the birthday celebration, Bai Zihan was set to return to the Heaven Sword sect alongside Bai Shuiqing and Chu Ziyan. As the massive flying ship descended onto the Heaven Sword sect's floating docks, Bai Zihan stepped out calmly, but the atmosphere was entirely different from the day he first arrived at the sect. Back then, whispers of his so-called mediocrity trailed him like shadows. Many had scoffed at his entry, calling him a Bai clan failure riding on family prestige. Now, people looked at him like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Eyes followed him with awe and admiration. Cultivators, disciples, and elders alike paused in their movements, many nudging each other in recognition. Bai Zihan, he's finally back. I heard he reached the soul formation realm already. It is also rumored that he achieved sword intent. Unbelievable. Whoever said he was a waste should be fed to spirit beasts. Damn, I missed my chance to befriend him early. A wave of murmurs and praises spread through the crowd like wildfire. The female disciples were no exception. Some openly sighed, hands on their cheeks, eyes sparkling with longing. Did you see how he got off the ship? So graceful, like a celestial noble. So talented and handsome. He's literally the dream Tao companion. I wouldn't even mind being his concubine. Their giggles and whispers grew louder until Chu Ziyan, walking beside Bai Zihan, turned her head slightly. Her gaze, sharp and frosty, swept over the group. Instant silence. The more sensible ones quickly lowered their heads or scattered in other directions, pretending they hadn't said anything. Chu Ziyan didn't say a word. She didn't have to. Chu Ziyan let out a long breath, rubbing her temple in irritation. First, people kept saying I was too good for him. Now they're all lining up like love-struck fools. And don't even get me started on that fourth princess. Because of the fourth princess's declaration, Chu Ziyan's family elders had been constantly pestering her to treat Bai Zihan well and not let him slip away. Some even suggested it would be best to set a marriage date as soon as possible, and perhaps even have a child. Just thinking about it made her angry. It was as if the moment Bai Zihan's value skyrocketed, hers no longer mattered. Bai Zihan, of course, paid it all no mind. Fame, praise, adoration, none of it ever held meaning for him. Whether people insulted him or worshipped him, he simply walked his path. Chasing after vanity was never something he was interested in. He turned slightly toward Bai Shuiqing and Chu Ziyan, his expression calm. I'll head to my courtyard first. Bai Shuiqing nodded. Go rest. You've had enough noise for a while. Chu Ziyan waved him off. Bai Zihan stepped into his courtyard. The gentle breeze stirred the surrounding bamboo leaves, but the courtyard itself remained still, immaculate, quiet, and peaceful. The moment his foot touched the polished stone path, a familiar voice called out, Young master. Startled, Lim Shen quickly stood up from where he had been sweeping near the inner gate. Dressed in simple robes, his sleeves rolled up, the young man looked momentarily flustered, then bowed respectfully. Welcome back. Bai Zihan paused. Lin Xuan. Despite being a core disciple now, Lin Xuan still addressed him the same way as if nothing had changed. Not with forced humility, but with genuine warmth and gratitude. Bai Zihan hadn't expected to see him here. The Heaven Sword sect had clearly taken Lin Xuan under its wing, focusing on nurturing him properly. He was in seclusion most of the time, but it seemed that his seclusion had finally come to an end. Bai Zihan swept his gaze across the courtyard. Not a single leaf out of place. The water basin sparkled, the stone paths had been scrubbed, the herb pots were aligned by type and size, and grass was cut properly. It was too meticulous to be done just once. Lin Xian had been doing this regularly. You've been taking care of this place the whole time. Lin Xian scratched his cheek a little shyly. Well, it's my responsibility as a young master servant. I had to keep it properly clean for when the young master returns. Bai Zihan gave a faint nod, his expression unreadable, but a faint warmth flickered in his eyes. With his status, it would be easy to give this job to a handyman, but it seems like he was still adamant on doing it himself like when he was a handyman and doing it himself like when he was a handyman. His gaze then settled on Lin Xian again this time, more sharply. Golden core realm, a steady, solid foundation. No fluctuations, no instability. He had broken through not long ago, but it was already refined. And this wasn't even his true strength. It was his comprehension. Give him a technique and he could understand it in hours, master it in days, perfect in weeks. That was his real cheat ability. His cultivation speed was actually quite subpar compared to his comprehension ability, and yet he had still managed to reach the golden core stage. Bai Zihan knew that while he himself had reached the soul formation realm and even greater feat, it was only possible because of the support from his system. Indeed, Lin Xian was a protagonist. Golden core stage already. Bai Zihan said calmly. Lin Xian looked a little embarrassed. Compared to young master's accomplishments, this is nothing, Lin Xian said, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish smile. Congratulations, young master. He straightened slightly, no longer the bashful handyman of before, but now carrying the poised bearing of a confident cultivator. To reach the soul formation realm at your age, to grasp sword intent? The entire sect's been talking about you. He chuckled softly. Young master has already become a model for many, Lin Xuan said earnestly. Elders have been using young master as an example to motivate the junior disciples. They said you're exactly the kind of cultivator everyone should strive to become. Bai Zihan gave a soft, short laugh, not quite mocking, but not overly impressed either. He knew that those same elders might have been the ones who declined and rejected his admission as a disciple before. Well, he didn't dislike them and even hoped their persuasion had worked. Then he might have avoided coming to Heaven's Sword Sect. But thinking about it now, it was probably for the best. Many things had happened since, good and bad, but perhaps meeting Lin Xian was the greatest outcome. He liked to believe their relationship was good and that Lin Xian wouldn't become his enemy. But that was something only the future could decide. Who knew what would happen? Lin Xian continued. Even the sect leader mentioned you and complimented you on many occasions. Bai Zihan nodded thoughtfully, the weight of Lin Xian's words settling quietly in his chest. Seems like I've stirred quite the ripple, he said with a faint smile, but titles and praise won't make me stronger. Only hard work will. Lin Xian smiled in return, admiration clear in his eyes. Indeed, his young master was someone who would never let others dictate his life or choices. That, Lin Xian believed, was exactly why he had been chosen by young master. Welcome back, young master. Fang Jinyan and Kong Zanhong stepped forward, their expressions respectful yet eager. They had been summoned by Bai Zihan through the transmission jade. Bai Zihan gave a nod, then got straight to the point. Did anything happen here while I was gone? Fang Jinyan stepped forward and gave a slight bow before replying. Nothing particularly eventful occurred during your absence, young master. He paused for a beat, then his expression turned serious. However, tensions within the sect are reaching a breaking point. The two main factions are on the verge of open conflict. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing, waiting for him to continue. The anti-sect leader faction, led by Elder Han, has been especially active. He's recruiting not just elders, but also top disciples offering benefits, resources, even access to forbidden techniques. Fang Jingyan continued, voice low. His ambition is no longer hidden. It's obvious to anyone now he intends to seize the sect leader's position for himself. Bai Zihan's expression remained composed. While he didn't particularly care who became sect leader, the Bai clan did have a good relationship with the current one. And even though he disliked that sect leader agreed to father's proposal, the current sect leader had helped him get into the sect through the back door. So, if possible, he wouldn't mind helping the current leader. But if things truly spiraled out of control, then sorry, he couldn't do much. You've been watching them closely, he said. Fang Jinyan nodded. I've planted eyes inside their fraction. Not deeply yet, but enough to gain key information. The most alarming part is, they're now involving outsiders. Outsiders, Bai Zihan echoed, tone flat. They've been contacting various clans, seeking external support, especially Han, Fang Jinyan said, lowering his voice. The Shen clan, Fang Jinyan said, lowering his voice. Bai Zihan widened his eyes at the mention of the name that he almost forgot. Fang Jinyan nodded again. As for how they'll convince them to help, there's not much to guess. He looked directly at Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan returned the look and gave a knowing nod. The Shen clan had always been tied to Elder Han through Elder Shen and Shen Liang, while the anti-sect leader faction hadn't supported Elder Shen and Shen Liang. While the anti-sect leader faction hadn't supported Elder Shen and Shen Liang. While the anti-sect leader faction had fessed, they clearly hadn't forgotten the Shen clan's vows. And now, to win their favor, they'd probably made a promise. A promise to deal with him. There was a short silence. There's no need to worry about them. If they want to come at me, they're welcome to try. Bai Zihan's voice was calm, even lazy, but they should first ask themselves if they're stronger than the Li or Zhao clans. Feng Jinyan and Kong Zhanhong exchanged glances, admiration flashing in their eyes. Indeed, compared to the Li and Zhao clans, what was the Shen clan? Though powerful, they couldn't even compare to one of the two, let alone both combined. And Bai Zihan had survived a war against both. If anything, it was the Shen clan who should be worried, especially if they want to go against Bai Zihan. Fang Jinyan, you've done well. Here's your reward. Bai Zihan handed over a jade bottle filled with high-quality cultivation pills. Thank you, young master. Fang Jinyan bowed deeply in gratitude. Once again, he thought to himself serving Bai Zihan was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. What he had earned in the past few years of hard work for others like Shen Liang paled in comparison to what he'd gotten simply by gathering information for Bai Zihan. Compared to the risks he once took, this was easy and far more rewarding. Then, Bai Zihan turned to Kong Zhanhong. Did you prepare what I asked for? Kong Zhanhong stepped forward and presented a scroll containing all the information he had gathered, with the key points already summarized. With practiced precision, Kong Zhanhong unfurled the scroll and began his report in a calm, steady voice. The person you asked me to investigate, Ni Fengzhua, has a rather dramatic history. You could say his story reads like something out of a novel. Bai Zihan raised a brow slightly. Go on! Kong Zhan nodded. Ni Fengzhua was once hailed as the #1 prodigy of Cloud Crane City, the heartland of the Ni clan's territory. By the age of 10, he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment and was expected to reach core formation before the age of 12. The elders called him a once-in-a-century talent, and the city praised him as its future. But something happened. Out of nowhere, his cultivation plummeted. Not just decreased, simply vanished. No one knows the exact cause. Pafleeply, managed to banished, not just decreased, completely vanished. The Ni clan tried to keep it under wraps, but word eventually spread. Well, standard stuff, Bai Zihan thought. And the engagement with Bai Xueqing was annulled soon after, but everyone already knew that was coming. Miss Bai Xueqing is considered the #1 talent in the entire Desolate Heaven Empire. How could she be expected to marry someone branded as trash? Even the Ni clan wouldn't dare hold on to such a dream. Bai Zihan nodded at Kong Zhanwang's reasoning. However, what could have been a quiet and amicable annulment turned into a disaster for both parties. Kong Zhanhong glanced at Bai Zihan to gauge any reaction, but seeing none, he continued. Miss Bai Xueqing chose the worst possible time to announce the annulment. It was during the Ni clan leader's birthday celebration, with many prestigious guests present. She canceled the engagement right in front of everyone. Kong Zhanhong continued, still mindful of Bai Zihan's emotions. He was determined to provide accurate information. But if any part of the truth was likely to anger Bai Zihan, especially saying it was his sister's fault, he would have left it out. But Bai Zihan didn't seem angry. He simply listened, focused. So, Kong Zhanhong continued, his voice steady and his report thorough. Ni Fengzhua continued, his voice steady and his report thorough. Ni Fengzhua King's annulment of their engagement. He reportedly argued with Miss Bai Xueqing and then declared that he would surpass her and make her regret her words. Bai Zihan nodded slightly. It was more or less how he'd imagined things had gone. It was the kind of thing protagonists went through: first humiliation, then payback. Of course, he also agreed that the fault lay with his sister for annulling the engagement like that, when she could have handled it discreetly. He knew full well that his sister for annulling the engagement like that, when she could have handled it discreetly. He knew full well that his sister wasn't ignorant of that fact. But naturally, there were other factors at play, like Shen Liang, for example, who clearly couldn't wait for the engagement to be cancelled. Bai Zihan suspected that Shen Liang might have deliberately arranged for that particular date, even persuading the elders who accompanied Bai Xueqing for the annulment. If so, the humiliation of the Nie clan would have gone just as Shen Liang intended. Well, that was his speculation, but it wasn't far-fetched. Still, that didn't mean he was shifting the blame away from Bai Xueqing. She had been foolish enough to fall for someone else's scheme. Not that he expected anything different from her. And even if she had realized later that it was her fault, her pride likely wouldn't have allowed her to apologize or take back her words. In the end, she blew out of proportion what could have been resolved calmly and discreetly. The Ni clan's reputation took a major blow as a result. From a promising future to fall in disgrace, the Ni clan nearly collapsed under ridicule and lost multiple alliances. Thinking that Ni Fengzhuo had made enemies with the Bai clan with his last declaration, it was understandable considering Ni Fengzhuo was picking a fight with the strongest clan of the empire. Moreover, there must have been many in alliance with the Ni clan due to their connection with the Bai clan. With that connection gone, they thought there was no need to maintain friendship with the Ni clan. Ni Fengzhuo also shouldn't have picked a fight just because of the annulment of the engagement. Because even if the engagement was gone, the relationship was still there. But that too was destroyed by his declaration, though Bai Xueqiang played an equal part, but that is what the protagonist does. So, could it be that the Ni clan is still struggling? Bai Zihan asked. If so, perhaps he could use that to try to salvage the situation. Well, not like the enmity would be gone, but at least soften the blow. Although he was confident that he could take care of Ni Fengzhuo if he was indeed a protagonist, there was no saying what kind of opportunity he might have gotten. In many novels, the protagonist might be weak and could easily be killed, but then he would have something like a one-time use trump card to kill even a supreme being. He didn't want to become that sacrificial lamb. Unfortunately, Kong Jianhong shook his head. Today, it's a different story. After the engagement was cancelled, Ni Fengzhuo seemed to have undergone a significant change. Bai Zihan's gaze sharpened. He reached the core formation stage just a month from his chi gathering stage. Not only that, he defeated the rival clan's greatest genius, who was in the core condensation realm. Oh ho! Zihan raised an eyebrow, a touch of amusement flashing in his eyes. He genuinely pitied the poor soul who'd been used as a stepping stone by Ni Fengzhuo. But that was only the beginning, young master. Go on. After that duel, the Ni clan, once on the verge of being replaced in Cloud Crane City, unexpectedly gained a powerful ally. Kong Jianhong paused for a moment, then continued. The ally in question was the Verdant Moon Auction Hall, an organization known throughout the empire for its strict neutrality, yet for reasons still unclear, they openly sided with the Ni clan. They provided resources and commercial leverage, tipping the balance just as the rival clans were making their move to take over the city's power structure. Not wanting to see the Ni clan rise again, the rival clans made hasty moves to take over the city's power structure. Not wanting to see the Ni clan rise again. Street skirmishes, clan properties attacked in the night. Ranging from juniors to elders, the conflict kept rising between Ni and other clans. In the end, there was an all-out conflict. It didn't escalate to a full war, but it was bad enough to be called one. And the surprising part, Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow in question. The Ni clan came out on top. Not only did they repel the rival clans, they took over several key businesses and properties. Kong Jianhong handed over a marked map, showing queer areas now under the Ni clan's control. From near collapse to dominance, they've made a full comeback, all within a year. In the city now refers to Ni Fengzhuo as the one who turned the tide. Bai Zihan slowly leaned back, fingers tapping his chair. Ni Fengzhuo must have a powerful ally. Bai Zihan instantly recognized this from how Kong Jianhong lacked information about how certain things came to be. Verdant Moon Auction Hall must have aligned with the Ni clan because they knew the Ni clan would come out victorious. How did they know? They must have known, or perhaps Ni Fengzhuo went himself and showed that he had that powerful friend. In that all-out battle, that powerful ally must have helped the Ni clan, and that is how they came out victorious. What cultivation level is he now? Bai Zihan asked. Kong Jianhong hesitated briefly, then said, from what I gathered, he should currently be, at the very least, late golden core, and likely close to nascent soul realm. Not soul formation, Bai Zihan asked calmly. Kong shook his head. Unlikely. At least, not yet. But with his rapid cultivation, there's no telling how fast he's advancing. Bai Zihan leaned back slightly, thoughtful. And where is he now? That's the strange part. After conquering Cloud Crane City, he left again. Leaned back slightly, thoughtful. And where is he now? That's the strange part. After conquering Clyd, he left again. He traveled for a while, appearing in multiple cities, defeating rising talents one after another. His reputation has also grown from that of trash to a genius again. Kong Jianhong's voice dropped slightly, but recently, he's vanished again. No sightings, no reports, nothing. It's as if he's gone into hiding. Bai Zihan tapped the armrest of his chair, either preparing for something or waiting for something. Kong nodded. If I were to guess, then he is likely preparing for the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Oh ho! Bai Zihan didn't expect that Kong Jianhong would come to such a conclusion. Elaborate. Ahem. Young master, this is just my guess, but I believe that it is true. Kong Jianhong began. Although many didn't believe it or thought it was impossible, I think his target is Miss Bai Xueqiang, as he declared. He wants to challenge her and erase the humiliation that he and his clan received. Bai Zihan nodded. Then there is only one way for him to challenge Miss Bai Suiqing and have this news spread far and wide. That opportunity is in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. If he manages to defeat Miss Bai Suiqing in Dragon and Phoenix competition, his past humiliation would be erased, and his clan's reputation would rise. So, I believe he must have gone into seclusion to cultivate hard for that day to come. Kong Jianhong finished his speculation. Bai Zihan nodded, and his admiration for Kong Jianhong grew again. To be able to reach such a conclusion, Bai Zihan knew that Kong Jianhong was an intelligent and open-minded person. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, even if they had thought of such a possibility, they wouldn't have believed it. Ni Fengzhou challenging Bai Suiqing. Such things they wouldn't believe at all. Rather, they might say something like, Ni clan was prospering, so Ni Fengzhou must have returned to the Ni clan or something. That just shows how Kong Jianhong didn't let even the smallest possibility slip through his fingers, and indeed, trying to predict the actions of a protagonist using common sense alone would be foolish. It requires someone like Kong Jianhong, someone who considers even the tiniest chances and possibilities. Indeed, he is a very useful person. Good work, Kong Jianhong. You have done a great job. Thank you, young master. Kong Jianhong bowed. I had promised a profound grade artifact to you, but it seems to be lacking for what you did. Instead, take this. Saying this, Bai Zihan took out a sword and threw it over to Kong Jianhong. Kong Jianhong received the sword with both hands, his expression respectful yet confused. He glanced at Bai Zihan, unsure of the deeper meaning behind this sudden gesture. Young master, this is... He began, but Bai Zihan gestured for him to open it. With a slight pause, Kong Jianhong carefully unsheathed the blade. A soft sh-sh echoed in the air, followed by a radiant gleam of cold light. The temperature in the room dropped slightly, a faint sword intent emanating from the exposed blade. Kong Jianhong's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This is nice. He didn't even finish his sentence before running a finger along the inscription on the blade's spine. An earth-grade sword. An earth-grade sword. His voice shook, barely able to keep calm. Young master, I cannot accept such a precious treasure. This sword, it's worth far more than me. How can I? Bai Zihan waved a hand, cutting him off with a small smile. It is useless to me. How can something so powerful be useless? Kong Jianhong thought. But of course he knew that while to him, this artifact might be worth more than anything, to someone like Bai Zihan, it might indeed be nothing. But still, was there even someone else out there who would call an earth-grade artifact useless? Perhaps only Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan looked directly at Kong Jianhong. I have high expectations for you, Kong Jianhong. I have high expectations for you, Kong Jianhong. Bai Zihan truly had high expectations for Kong Jianhong. Kong Jianhong immediately dropped to one knee, lowering his head in deep gratitude. I am unworthy of such trust, young master, but since you have given it, I swear I will not fail you. His hands trembled slightly as he sheathed the blade again, holding it close like a priceless heirloom. I will work even harder, young master. I swear to repay your faith in me with loyalty and results. Bai Zihan gave a small nod of approval. Beside him, Fang Jinyan couldn't help but watch everything in jealousy. The high-quality pills he was happy about now seemed like a drop in the ocean compared to what Kong Jianhong had gotten. An earth-grade artifact. Even a profound-grade artifact would have made him extremely jealous, but earth-grade, that was a whole other level. You know, even those high-ranking elders of the sect don't possess one. Even for top clans and sects, such treasures are highly secured and given only to the most talented, or someone who made a great contribution. But Bai Zihan gave it to Kong Jianhong. Just like that, suppressing his jealousy, he looked at it from another point of view. Judging by how Bai Zihan considered such a treasure as trash, he knew that Bai Zihan must have many, and he gives it away easily if one fulfills his mission. So then, next time, he too could get one. Next time, he too could get one. Next time, it will be my turn. Fang Jinyan vowed, and take this as well. Bai Zihan tossed a storage ring toward Kong Jianhong. Kong Jianhong caught swiftly and sent his spiritual sense into the ring. A moment later, his eyes widened again. 100,000 gold coins. Though not as shocking as an earth-grade sword, it was still an immense fortune enough to fund a small sect or bribe high officials in the empire. He looked up, stunned. Young master, that's for you to continue doing your job, Bai Zihan said calmly. He thought about how Kong Jianhong had managed to gather so much information without any help from him. With the help of such funds, he believed the information he gathered would be even more valuable. Distribute it among those who work under you and use it to expand your network. Kong Jianhong nodded solemnly, already calculating how to allocate the funds. I want you to gather more people, more informants. Of course, don't let them know that you are working for me, and focus especially on the targets I'll name. Kong Zhanhong listened carefully. First, keep a constant eye on Ni Fengzhu. Learn everything about him, his habits, the people he associates with, and any strange opportunities he may encounter. Pay attention to even the most trivial things. Yes, young master. Kong Zhanhong replied firmly. Second, assign people to observe the Verdant Moon auction hall. If they do something out of norm, make sure you take note of them. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Ni clan monitored them closely. If possible, try to find out if there are any notable girls in their clan, whether due to talent or appearance. Perhaps one who is close with Ni Fengzhu. There is a possibility of a lover of Ni Fengzhu. As a hero, there would definitely be a heroine, even if not a lover, someone he cares deeply about. If things come down to it, he can make use of them to threaten Ni Fengzhu. Lastly, try to find assassination organizations, particularly those capable of mobilizing multiple soul formation experts or even spirit-severing realm assassins. Bai Zihan obviously wants to find the person who was sent to kill him. The one assassin he kept alive wasn't of any use, and he didn't get any useful information from him, so he can only find the culprit one by one. As a petty person, how could he possibly let go of someone who tried to kill him? I understand. Dan Zhenhong replied. Satisfied, Bai Zihan turned to Fang Jinyan. You too, Fang Jinyan. Fang Jinyan immediately straightened. Do as you did before, keep your ears and eyes open for anything related to the Heaven Sword sect, especially Elder Han's movement. He paused, then added, if possible, gather intelligence on other major sects and clans as well. Use the funds from Kong Jinyang. You can ask for more from the Bai clan if you need. And if it isn't urgent or important, don't disturb me. Fang Jinyan blinked, then hesitantly asked, Young master, are you going away again? Bai Zihan shook his head. No, I'll be in seclusion. It's time that I get serious about my cultivation. Shh. The soft hum of spiritual chi faded into silence. Bai Zihan slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flickered in his pupils, the result of countless hours of tireless cultivation. His aura was calm, but the space around him seemed subtly distorted, carrying traces of sword intent and profound Tao resonance. The air was dense with the scent of spiritual herbs and the lingering heat of tempering qi. He took a breath deep and slow, then looked inward. System. A translucent screen appeared before him, displaying his current status. Tahast! Host info? Host, Bai Zihan age, 18 cultivation realm, spirit severing, early constitution, supreme Tao bone martial arts, 9 shadows flowing light sword, greater mastery, eternal flowing water sword, minor mastery. He smiled faintly. As expected, worth it. His cultivation had taken a massive leap. Although the jump wasn't as drastic as going from core formation stage to soul formation realm within a year, it was still impressive. One should know that starting from the soul formation realm, making any progress in cultivation is very difficult. One could take even centuries to break through if they did at all, to the spirit severing realm. So for him to take only a year to do so was a very good result. Of course, he couldn't have achieved that if he didn't get help from the system. He used a system cultivation card to make sure that he could break through to the spirit severing stage. With that, now he was only left with 5,000 system points. Well, at least it was worth it. 5,000 system points. Well, at least it was worth it. Moreover, his mastery over the technique had significantly increased as well. It's just that he still couldn't achieve any mastery over the fate severing stage. It wasn't a lack of talent or comprehension, but he seemed to be missing something else to be able to use the technique. He could still use it to a certain extent, and he was very powerful, but still not at the level that he saw being used. Top, top. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway outside Bai Zihan's seclusion chamber. Kong Zhanhong stepped in and immediately bowed deeply. Congratulations, young master. Though his expression was respectful, his eyes trembled slightly as he glanced at Bai Zihan. He looked so ordinary, but that was precisely what made it terrifying. Despite standing barely a few feet away, Kong Zhanhong couldn't feel a trace of spiritual pressure from Bai Zihan. No energy fluctuations, no aura, nothing. Yet Kong Zhanhong knew that Bai Zihan was far from being ordinary, and it was only because Bai Zihan was restraining himself. Could he already be stronger than even the elders from the Heaven Sword sect? He didn't just think, but now genuinely believed it. Although the elders were powerful terrifyingly, so he could still sense that they were powerful. Although one might think that it was because they were that powerful, that wasn't the case. It was because they lacked as much control of qi as Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan nodded. The first thing that he did after coming out was to Kong Hung Wang and Fang Jinyan. Fang Jinyan didn't come. Bai Zihan asked, Young master, he has been infiltrating the anti-sect leader faction lately. Perhaps he has gone to collect information from them. Bai Zihan nodded. Anyways, more than Fang Jinian, he required Kong Jianhong. Let's get to the point then. What's the status of the thing I asked you to look into? Kong Jianhong straightened and launched into his report. Yes, master. Regarding Ni Fengzhua? He took out a scroll and passed it respectfully to Bai Zihan. Our men have kept eyes on him. For the past 10 months, he's been in hiding and no one saw him, but finally, he emerged around 2 months ago, and I had my people keep their eyes open for him. Oh. Bai Zihan raised a brow. It seems like he has completed his preparation, and it was time for him to make a move. The only time when protagonists are not doing anything is when they are cultivating. But at other times, they wouldn't be happy if a single day passes without making some noise. Now that Ni Fengzhu has emerged, Bai Zihan knew that tracking him down would be easy for Kong Jianhong unless he goes into seclusion once again. Where is he at now? Bai Zihan asked. He's currently residing at the Verdant Pavilion Guest Hall in Capital City, preparing for the public selection for the Dragon and Phoenix competition. My conclusion a year ago turns out to be correct. He wants to compete in the Dragon and Phoenix competition and avenge his humiliation. Is that so? He definitely must be eager to do so as well. Otherwise, he could have waited for the next Dragon and Phoenix competition, but he made a hasty decision, or perhaps he is that confident about defeating Bai Xueqing. When is the public selection for the Dragon and Phoenix competition? 5 days from now. Okay then, make preparations to go to the capital. Okay then, make preparations to go to the capital. We will go to this public Dragon and Phoenix selection. Let's see whether this person really is a protagonist or just an unfortunate soul that happens to be dumped by my sister. Young Master, you want to participate in the public Dragon and Phoenix selection. Young Master can probably be selected by a sect or clan, though most of the selection has already been done, but they would definitely have kept a seat for you, Kong Zanlong said. After all, going through public selection isn't liked by those geniuses from top clans and sects. They not only think that it's beneath their level, but also a waste of time to compete with people with no talent and background. Bai Zihan shook his head. I have no interest in the Dragon and Phoenix competition, nor do I wish to participate. Bai Zihan thought about whether he would need to participate to perhaps change the fate of his sister being defeated by his ex-fiancée, which is most likely possible if Ni Fengzhua was heaven's chosen, but he didn't think that he would need to. Even if his sister was defeated, he didn't think that would necessarily cause anything other than a small loss in reputation for the Bai clan, and people talking about Bai Xueqing making the wrong decision. Of course, there is a high chance that he would be a threat to him, but that is precisely why he is going to see this guy. If he is indeed a threat, Bai Zihan didn't want to waste time going through a useless tournament and would directly deal with him. Then it's for Ni Fengzhua. Kong Jianhong asked cautiously. Bai Zihan nodded. Kong Jianhong asked cautiously. Bai Zihan nodded. Kong Jianhong didn't truly understand why Bai Zihan cared so much about Ni Fengzhua. True, he was a talented guy who dared challenge Bai Xueqing, but Kong Jianhong didn't think that even then he warranted such attention from Bai Zihan. Moreover, there was no need to observe Ni Fengzhua. If Bai Zihan wanted to, he could have easily taken care of Ni Fengzhua any time he wanted. So he didn't understand Bai Zihan's intention. But who was he to understand Bai Zihan's intention? But who was he to question Bai Zihan? He just needed to do what he was told. Don't worry, young master. I will make sure to prepare everything. Whoosh! Midas, the skies parted as a massive flying ship cruised above the clouds. The Bai clan insignia shone proudly on its sails, drawing eyes from every direction. Below, the sprawling capital city of the desolate Heaven Empire stretched out endlessly, from majestic pagodas to bustling marketplaces, sect outposts, to clan-owned manors. It was a melting pot of power, wealth, and ambition. But today, all eyes were drawn to the sky. The Bai clan's airship, such grandeur. Could it be an elder? Aren't they early? The public selection of participants isn't even finished yet. Gasps echoed from civilians and cultivators alike. Even Soul Formation cultivators stepped aside in midair, giving respectful space as the ship passed overhead. Normally, people wouldn't care much even if a major clan or sect arrived. After all, this was the capital where the strongest and most powerful cultivators gathered year-round, especially during events like this. But the Bai clan was different. Hailed as the strongest clan, their reputation was not to be taken lightly. Who didn't know of their feat defending against the other two top clans and even inflicting critical damage in return? Bai Tianheng didn't miss the opportunity while Bai Zihan was in seclusion. Taking advantage of the growing distrust toward the Li Jiao alliance, he successfully pulled many neutral forces to the Bai clan side. The Bai clan also expanded aggressively toward numerous markets and territories. And with the upgrade to their cultivation techniques, the clan's overall strength was rising rapidly, so much so that it could be seen with the naked eye. Most now believed that the Bai clan was truly the #1 clan in the desolate Heaven Empire. Even the most arrogant cultivators gave way when they saw the Bai clan's insignia. Inside the ship, Bai Zihan stood near the prow, hands clasped behind his back as the capital came into view. For the past few days, he had been reading intelligence gathered by Kong Zhangkong and Fang Jinyang, conveniently summarized by Kong Zhangkong himself. Of course, whenever Bai Zihan showed interest in a particular matter, Kong would provide the full details. First of all, the selection of participants for the Dragon and Phoenix competition by major sect and clan was mostly completed, including the Heaven Sword sect and the Bai clan. As expected, his sister was obviously participating, but as a disciple of the Heaven Sword sect, not under the Bai clan's banner. Not that it really mattered. Secondly, Shu Ziyan had also been selected by the Heaven Sword sect. Bai Zihan thought that was for the best, since the Chu clan hadn't really planned to select her this year, wanting to send their older clan member. As for the Bai clan, they too had already completed their selection process. Naturally, Bai Zihan was called upon and encouraged by the elders, given that he was one of the strongest if not the strongest cultivators under 25 in not only the Bai clan, but also the desolate Heaven Empire. But of course, Bai Zihan declined, stating plainly that he had no interest. This decision disappointed many in the Bai clan, including his father, as they had hoped for one of their own to win. Still, they weren't too disheartened. After all, they had Bai Xueqing, who remained one of the most talented cultivators in the empire. Then came information of who might win a spot in the main Dragon and Phoenix competition through the public selection, although most believed it was meaningless since the real contenders of the main event would be from major clans or sects. The event remained hyped. After all, it only occurred once every 3 years. Many names were thrown around, most of which Bai Zhen hadn't even heard before. But of course, there was one he recognized, Ni Fengzhu. With all the noise he'd made after emerging from seclusion, it wouldn't feel right if his name wasn't on the list of top contenders for public qualification. Kong Zhanghong stood quietly beside him, speaking only when needed or addressed. "Young master, we'll be arriving shortly. I've already arranged a top-tier suite at the Imperial Moon Pavilion." Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow slightly. "The Imperial Jade Pavilion." Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's the finest guest residence in the capital," Kong said, chest puffed slightly. "Even sect elders have to book months in advance. During the Dragon and Phoenix competition, it's nearly impossible to reserve a single room." He smirked faintly, but the moment they heard it was for young master, the manager personally came out and offered the top floor. Bai Zihan merely nodded. To him, such luxury meant little. He wrong grown used to it. As the ship slowly descended, brilliant light formations deactivated in sequence, and a soft spiritual ripple spread out as it docked atop the pavilion's private landing platform. Below, a group of graceful attendants and managerial staff stood in neat rows, already waiting. "Welcome, young Master Bai." Their voices rang out in unison as they bowed deeply. A red carpet of spiritual silk unrolled toward the main entrance as Bai Zihan stepped off the ship. The manager of the Imperial Jade Pavilion, a nascent soul cultivator, hurried forward with cupped fists and a bowed head. "This one is honored to welcome the Bai clan's esteemed young master. Please forgive our humble preparations. Had we known earlier, we would have hosted a banquet worthy of your presence." "Ah!" Bai Zihan nodded slightly, his expression calm, neither arrogant nor overly kind. "Take us to the suite," Kong Jianwang ordered. Kong carried a hint of arrogance in his tone. On any other day, people like this manager would have treated him like dirt. But now, with Bai Zihan by his side, the same man behaved like a meek dog. "Yes, yes, right this way." Soon they were ushered into the grandest floor of the pavilion, a private level with panoramic spirit glass windows overlooking the capital, filled with qi-gathering formations, secluded cultivation alcoves, and jade floors that resonated with spiritual qi. Everything was perfect. Kong Zhanhong walked a step behind Bai Zihan as they entered the suite. The moment the doors shut, the servant girls quietly and efficiently dispersed, leaving behind nothing but silence and the faint hum of spirit-gathering formations at work. "Young master," Kong Zhanhong finally spoke, cupping his fists slightly, "would you like to rest first, or shall we head directly to the Dragon and Phoenix selection grounds?" Bai Zihan casually glanced out the wide spirit glass window. The bustling capital stretched beneath them, clouds parting to reveal the majestic central martial arena in the distance, already surrounded by crowds and formation barriers. "Is Ni Fengzhou participating today?" Kong Shanhong nodded firmly. "Yes?" Yisquam Yanhong nodded firmly. "Yes. Just before we landed, I received word that he had drawn a match number for today's selection round. His group is expected to enter the arena by midday." Bai Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained composed. "Then we're going." "Right now?" Kong Zhangkong asked, already turning to prepare. "If he's stepping onto the stage, I want to see it with my own eyes." Bai Zihang turned from the window, his voice low and calm. "Let's see if he's truly heaven's chosen, or just another candle waiting to be snuffed out." The central martial arena was full of people who had come to watch exciting matches. Of course, no nobles or anyone of high status were present, as these fights were considered boring to them. This was usually for weaker cultivators who couldn't truly enjoy battles between high-level experts, especially when they couldn't even see them move. So, the matches between rising geniuses, especially at Golden Core stage, was perfect for them. There were also the families of participants, cheering from the stands. Ni Fengzhuo stood in the shadowed archway of the waiting area, his arms folded behind his back. His black and silver robe fluttered slightly in the wind, embroidered with the emblem of the Ni clan, a silver crane soaring amidst storm clouds. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and the lingering scent of blood from the morning's earlier rounds. But Ni Fengzhuo was calm. Eyes closed, breath steady, he let the ambient noise fade into the background. Around him, other young cultivators fidgeted, adjusted their weapons, or nervously recited incantations under their breath. Some stole glances at him, but quickly looked away. Although Ni Fengzhou's fame was nowhere near that of Bai Zihan or Bai Zihan, he was still well known among the participants, regarded as one of the strongest in the public selection and most likely to win a spot in the main event. Ni Fengzhuo didn't care about the attention he received. After everything he had gone through, he'd learned that how others perceived him wasn't important. It was better to focus on himself than waste time on others' opinions. Moreover, he felt he was very close, so close to getting his revenge and avenging his past humiliation. Bai Xueqing, I will definitely make you regret it, Ni Fengzhuo thought. The excited chatter in the arena abruptly quiet as a voice boomed from the center platform. The third selection round has concluded. The announcer, dressed in flowing robes marked with the imperial emblem, floated several feet above the ground, his voice echoing through sound-amplifying formations. Next group, fourth group, participants, step forward. Ni Fengzhu opened his eyes, sharp, cold, focused. Finally, my turn. He stepped out of the shadows, his long strides calm and confident. From the opposite side of the arena, 4 other participants stepped forward, their expressions wary yet resolved. Whispers ran through the crowd. There, it's Ni Fengzhuo's turn. Who? You know, the guy who was once engaged to Bai Shui. To Bai Shui. What trash? Since the annulment of the engagement, he's advanced by Xueqing. That trash. Quote, since the annulment of the engagement, he's advanced by leaps and bounds. They say he's already in the nascent soul realm. He's clearly one of the strongest participants. Still, it doesn't look easy for him to win. The other 4 seemed to have teamed up to deal with Ni Fengzhuo first. Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle against 4 golden core stage opponents at once. Many attention was instantly attracted as soon as they found that it was Ni Fengzhuo's turn. Ni Fengzhuo arrived at the stage, standing still as the referee called out the rules again. Group 4, 5 participants. Single elimination, all-out battle, only one may remain. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The other 4 exchanged glances, and as expected, they planned to eliminate Ni Fengzhuo first. After all, taking out the strongest together before turning on each other gave them the highest chance of winning. Otherwise, they knew that in a one-on-one fight, they stood no chance against Ni Fengzhuo, who was one realm higher than them. Ni Fengzhuo merely scoffed. This will only make it faster, Ni Fengzhuo murmured confidently. Just then, the crowd who was cheering wild suddenly went silent. Is that? It can't be. Why would he be here? But that is clearly. Heads turned, conversations halted, there were many shocked faces. Even the announcer momentarily forgot about the fight, visibly stunned. Ni Fengzhuo paid no mind to the change in atmosphere, focused entirely on the enemies before him, until he heard it. The Bai clan. It's him, it's Bai Zihan. What's he did? In an instant, Ni Fengzhuo's entire body tensed. His eyes snapped toward the direction everyone was looking, and there he was. Bai Zihan. Even if he wasn't entirely sure it was him, the symbol of the Bai clan on his robes told Ni Fengzhuo everything he needed to know. What's someone from the Bai clan doing here? Ni Fengzhuo muttered under his breath. He was also well aware of Bai Zihan. There was no way he couldn't be. With Bai Zihan's fame spreading everywhere, even if one were to hide in the most remote village, they would hear 1 or 2 things about him. Bai Zihan was also hailed as the strongest and most talented genius of his generation. Ni Fengzhuo had definitely kept an ear out for him. Moreover, he was the younger brother of Ni Fengzhuo's greatest enemy. Should I do it? Ni Fengzhuo's fingers twitched as he stared at Bai Zihan, heart pounding with a mix of hatred and impulse. There was no other reason than the fact that he was from the Bai clan, the clan he loathed the most. The same clan that had trampled on his pride and nearly ruined his own family. His chi stirred, spiritual energy beginning to pulse as killing intent unconsciously leaked from his body. But just then, calm down, Fengzhuo! A voice echoed in his mind, old, calm, yet stern. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes widened slightly. It was his master. Mi Fengzhu's eyes widened slightly. It was his master. A shadowy figure slowly emerged within the depths of his spiritual ring, flickering like a candle in the wind. Draped in tattered robes, his face obscured, he hovered with arms crossed behind his back, gazing at Ni Fengzhou with timeless, weary eyes. You trained so long, endured so much, and now you're willing to throw it all away for a single moment of emotion. Ni Fengzhou gritted his teeth. But he's from the Bai clan. He must have been sent here for me. I must have been so. Gritted his drum. The Bai clan. He must have been sent here for me. The soul voice interrupted sharply. Do you want revenge against Bai Xueqing, or do you want to bring down the entire Bai clan? Ni Fengzhou fell silent. If you attack him here, you'll give them the justification to hunt you down like a dog. You'll be labeled a criminal and dragged into a war you're not ready for. You may defeat these weaklings here, but do you really believe you can face the Bai clan? Do you think you can withstand a clan known to flatten mountains over a single insult? Not to mention, he knew Ni Fengzhou was no match for Bai Zihan. Even he didn't expect to feel something strange, an inexplicable feeling from such a young man. He looked at Bai Zihan, just another youth he normally wouldn't bat an eye at, but something deep inside told him this one was dangerous. It was almost funny. He, an ancient monster who didn't even feel threatened by most immortal realm cultivators, was now feeling this instinct from a mere youth. Ni Fengzhou clenched his fists, trembling with frustration. The soul sighed softly. You must understand what you truly want. Your goal is Bai Xueqing, not the Bai clan. The soul's warning was for his disciples' sake. The haze in Ni Fengzhou's eyes slowly cleared. He took a deep breath and exhaled. The chaos in his spiritual energy receded as his killing intent vanished. His grip on his sword loosened, and his expression returned to one of icy calm. He was right. He wasn't strong enough icy calm. He was right. He wasn't strong enough yet. And his goal wasn't Bai Zihan. It was his older sister. Ni Fengzhou nodded to himself and muttered under his breath, I know what I want. He looked away from Bai Zihan, focusing instead on the four participants who now seemed uncertain, hesitant after feeling the wave of bloodlust that had briefly surrounded him. Ni Fengzhou raised his head, his voice cold and clear. You four, don't disappoint me. Kong Jianghong expertly led the way toward the central martial arena. There were guards stationed at the entrance. Who goes there? One of them asked. A few guards instinctively stepped forward, prepared to block the path until they caught a glimpse of the sigil on Bai Zihan's robe and the faint yet unmistakable aura surrounding him. Their eyes widened. One of the older guards stumbled back a step before quickly dropping into a deep bow. Young Master Bai. We didn't realize. Please forgive our offense. The other guards followed in unison, bowing respectfully, their foreheads nearly touching the stone floor. Bai Zihan said nothing. He simply gave a faint nod, his hands still folded behind his back. May I ask what brings you here today? Young Master, Bai Zihan wants to watch the competition. Kong Jianhong answered. The guard's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't just a member of the Bai clan, it was the heir himself who had come. The captain straightened up nervously and gestured with both hands, his voice respectful. Esteemed young Master Bai, most of the VIP rooms are currently occupied, but if you'll give us just a moment, I can arrange for one right away. He was already about to signal a junior guard to discreetly clear out a room regardless of who was inside. That won't be necessary, Bai Zihan said calmly, cutting in before the order was given. The guard froze mid-motion. No need for a VIP room? Just take me to the regular audience section. For a moment, the guard blinked in surprise, then relief flashed across his face. If Bai Zihan had insisted, he would have gladly offended even the most powerful guest to make room. After all, who in the capital, the entire desolate Heaven Empire could afford to offend the Bai clan's young master? But if Bai Zihan didn't want the VIP room, then that was even better. Understood. Right this way, young Master Bai? The guard straightened and gave a crisp salute. This humble one will personally escort you and ensure you have the best vantage point available. As they made their way through the inner corridor, whispers trailed behind them. Is that Bai Zihan, the young master of the Bai clan? No wonder the guards suddenly started bowing, clan. No wonder the guards suddenly started bowing. Inside the arena, all the attention shifted toward Bai Zihan the moment he entered his vestry, due to the reverent behavior of the usually arrogant guard captain. People naturally grew curious and tried to identify who it was. And when they saw the Bai clan sigil on his robe, it wasn't hard to guess he was someone important. Then, one by one, people began recognizing him. Bai Zihan. Even the battle about to begin paused, but Bai Zihan ignored the noise and quietly took a seat overlooking the arena. He sat down and stared at the battlefield doing nothing, as though he were waiting for something. Heaven detected, as expected, as expected. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed. He was almost certain it was Nifengzhuo. With everything he'd observed so far, he was 99% sure, and now it had become certain. Just as he expected to receive the full profile on Nifengzhuo, Heaven chosen detected. Heaven detected. Again, another notification appeared. 2 notifications. Bai Zihan frowned in confusion. Was the system malfunctioning? He quickly dismissed the thought his system wasn't so fragile, or was it? Scanning. Heaven Trove unlocked. Reheaven. Taizi. Heman Trovile unlocked. Name Mi Fengzhuo. Age 19 Fate Grade. Tumthuvian. 4 stars. Cultivation base. Soul formation. Early destiny. Once hailed as a peerless genius destined to reach the heavens, Ni Fengzhuo's brilliance dimmed early after a mysterious incident caused his cultivation to stagnate for years. Mocked by peers, abandoned by allies, and cast aside by his fiancée at the height of his fiancé, at the side of his former self, until he emerged again with terrifying strength and unshakable will. Ni Fengzhuo's destiny lies in defiance. Every breakthrough he makes is forged through relentless effort, countless near-death battles, and the burning desire to prove the world wrong. His cultivation path is not gilded by fortune, but carved through pain, humiliation, and an unyielding refusal to kneel. What few know is that within his veins flows the blood of a once mythic ancestor and ancient sovereign who once shook the heavens with a single command. Over generations, the bloodline thinned and fell into obscurity, its might nearly forgotten. But in Ni Fengzhuo, that power has awakened once more. Though dormant for centuries, it now stirs within him waiting for the right time to awaken. Guiding him through this arduous path is Du Changsheng, a legendary sovereign whose soul is bound within a spiritual ring. This ancient soul lends him wisdom, strength, and timeless experience as he rises toward greatness. His rise may be slow, lends him wisdom, strength, and timeless experience as he rises toward great. But it is inevitable. Ho-oh, he wasn't bad at all. His fate grade was even higher than Lin Xuan with 4 stars, and he understood that Ni Fengzhuo shouldn't be underestimated. And his cultivation base. While the public believed him to be in the nascent soul realm, he had already broken through to the soul formation realm. He was clearly saving that trump card, probably to shock everyone during his fight with Bai Shuqing. Textbook protagonist behavior? That should have been the end of it. But then, scanning. Heaven chosen profile unlocked. Name, Du Jiangsheng, unknown fate grade. 5 stars. Cultivation base, supreme immortal destiny, once a legendary sovereign whose name echoed through the heavens and earth, Du Changsheng's soul embodies wisdom and power that transcend mortal limits. Now bound within a spiritual ring, he serves as mentor and guide to his disciple, Ni Fengzhuo. Though his physical body was lost long ago, his soul endured sealed within the ring, his knowledge and might now fueling his disciples' rise. But legend speaks of a forbidden art, the ancient revival technique, a method capable of restoring even a soul like his to full life. Should that technique succeed, Du Changsheng will regain a new physical body not merged, not fused, reborn into the world, and with that rebirth, his strength will return in full, allowing him to immediately ascend as one of the strongest cultivators alive. Until then, he remains in spirit form, silently guiding the one who carries his legacy. Bai Zihan's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 heaven chosen in 1. He muttered, what kind of freak combination is this? Moreover, the soul was actually a higher graded heaven chosen than Ni Fengzhuo. What kind of setup was this? How could the master still surpass the disciple? Wasn't it always the case that the protagonist would eventually outshine their teacher? But judging by the fate grade, it was clear that Du Changsheng, the ancient soul, was destined to be even greater than Mi Fengzhuo. Still, the most shocking part was that there were 2 heaven chosen bound together. Things became more complicated than he expected. Bai Zihan's expression remained calm on the surface, but inside, thoughts were surging like a raging tide. Du Jiangsheng. Bai Zihan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't sense it, but that was expected. That was expected, as he was the soul of a supreme immortal. Such a level would already make him the strongest in the desolate heaven empire. While he was looking at Ni Fengzhuo, the latter too seemed to notice him. Not to mention Bai Zihan sensed bloodlust, though it lasted only for a few seconds. Not to mention Bai Zihan sensed bloodlust, though it lasted only for a few seconds. Other people might think that it was directed at the other 4 participants, but he knew that it was definitely directed at him. Look at him. Bai Zihan smirked. His hatred for his sister was definitely very high, considering that he was showing killing intent just because he was Bai Shuqing's brother. Well, if Ni Fengzhuo was stupid enough to attack him now, then he would be more than happy to welcome it. Of course, such a convenient thing didn't happen, and Ni Fengzhuo once again focused on the opponent before him. Just then, Bai Zihan, there is a powerful soul attached to that boy's ring. Immortal Emperor Felion said, "You're awake." Only because I sensed a very powerful soul nearby. His power might have been very close to mine before death. Immortal Emperor Felion said as she also began to observe Ni Fengzhuo Pastuchang, who Bai Zihan couldn't see. Can he sense you? Can he sing? Bai Zihan asked. The immortal emperor's voice was amused. Of course not. That soul has been damaged to a state similar to when I met you. However, I had soul-confining artifacts which gradually helped me regain my strength. So, you don't need to worry about my existence being revealed. Bai Zihan nodded, though he wasn't worried about revealing her existence. A new thought bloomed in Bai Zihan's mind as he remembered the system information of Ni Fengzhuo, and then he looked at Immortal Emperor Felion. What if I can also bring her back? By looking at Du Chengsheng's destiny, it seemed like, with the help of Ni Fengzhuo, he would emerge alive again. If so, couldn't the same method be used to bring back Immortal Emperor Felion? If he could accomplish that, wouldn't he have an Immortal Emperor as his ally? Then he wouldn't need to worry about anything in this world, even the revived Du Chengsheng, as his cultivation realm was still lower than Felion's. But, well, he wasn't sure whether things would go that way. The first problem was whether Immortal Emperor Felion would even help him. There was a chance she might not keep her word and become his enemy. So even if he could revive her, he first needed to make sure she would definitely be loyal to him and him only. Then came the second problem. Should he let Ni Fengzhuo live? As one knows, giving time for the protagonist to grow is akin to inviting death to yourself. Should he even let him live, since he seemed to hate the Bai clan so much just from his earlier behavior? Becoming his enemy might be inevitable. So, should he even let him reach that point where he could revive Ni Fengzhuo? He needed to weigh his options and find the best choice. But for now, he was going to do what he came here for, observe Ni Fengzhuo, though he didn't think that was necessary. With Ni Fengzhuo's actual cultivation being in the soul formation realm and his opponent just golden core realm, it wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Ni Fengzhuo and the other four a warm-up. Ni Fengzhuo and the other four participants seemed to have regained their senses and were now ready to face each other after the commotion caused by Bai Zihan. One of the cultivators suddenly roared, his voice filled with defiance and confidence. "Don't underestimate me." With a burst of chi, he surged forward, his saber gleaming as it arced through the air, wind howling in its wake. He was the boldest among the four, muscular, fierce-eyed, and clearly unwilling to wait and be seen as a coward. "Everyone shall know my power." The saber swung down toward Ni Fengzhuo's head with a blazing trail of spiritual fire, but Ni Fengzhuo didn't move. Not even a blink. Shik Lang. A screech of metal rang out. To everyone's shock, Ni Fengzhuo raised just 2 fingers and caught the saber cleanly between them. The entire arena gasped. What? He blocked it with his fingers. The attacker's face twisted in disbelief, veins bulging in his arms as he tried to force the blade downward. But it didn't budge. Ni Fengzhuo's gaze was cold, dispassionate, like he wasn't even seeing the man in front of him. "Too weak," he said. Then, "Shek." With a slight twist of his fingers, the saber shattered like brittle glass. Before the cultivator could react, Ni Fengzhuo raised his other hand and struck. A single palm. Nothing flashy, but the force was enough to send the attacker flying like a broken kite, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the barrier surrounding the arena with a loud boom. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Silence. Even the referee's eyes twitched. So fast, he didn't even use a technique. As expected from one of the favorites to win this preliminary selection, the remaining 3 cultivators instantly broke into a cold sweat. They hadn't even started attacking yet, and one of them was already down. One of the smarter ones gritted his teeth. "Don't scatter, attack together." With that shout, although the other 2 didn't want to take orders from another, they knew he was right, and the 3 attacked together. They charged Ni Fengzhuo from 3 sides. Qi gathered as they each prepared their strongest techniques. Triple seal formation. One slammed his palms together, summoning a massive golden rune above Ni Fengzhuo. Another drew a bow and launched a blazing arrow wrapped in wind and flame. The third slammed his fists into the ground, creating jagged earthen spikes that shot up like spears. It was a coordinated, desperate attempt. The crowd held its breath. Although the teamwork could be described as acceptable at best, it was still admirable since they all were strangers and competitors at that. So, such teamwork could still be praised. An average nascent soul realm cultivator would have struggled against attacks from all sides, and that too, so powerful. Ni Fengzhu raised his hand slowly and then struck the ground with his foot. Boom. A shockwave erupted from beneath him, pure force, rippling outward like a tidal wave. The formation above shattered before it could activate. The spikes crumbled to dust mid-rise. The arrow froze mid-air, caught in the trembling void, then exploded. The three attackers were flung backward, coughing blood, landing in a heap. None of them got up. Just like that, it was over. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Not a single cheer. The announcer swallowed audibly, floating forward with a stiff expression. Victor of Group 4, Ni Fengzhuo. As the announcement echoed, murmurs returned to the crowd, low, reverent, awed. He's a monster. So this is what he's become after the annulment. And he's still so young? Ni Fengzhu ignored the crowd's reaction. To him, this outcome was expected and brought no particular satisfaction. His gaze slowly returned to Bai Zihan, but it wasn't a look of curiosity. It was the look of a challenger. Fengzhu, why did you show off so much? You need to be discreet and hide your strength. Du Changsheng scolded. It was not a good idea to show off such strength, just in case he became a target, and it was especially true when Bai Zihan was here observing him. Although he knew that it wasn't even half the actual power that Ni Fengzhu could muster, still from other people's perception, Ni Fengzhu appeared to be just a slightly stronger genius. So he could only show a bit of his strength, and others would believe that it was his limit. Only when facing a powerful person should he disclose some of his actual strength. But no, he had to show off just now, and Yu Changsheng knew the reason. It was because Bai Zihan was watching, so he was showing off a bit to send a signal to the Bai clan. Ni Fengzhu had finished his fight, but he still stood in his place, glaring at Bai Zihan too, stared back with a smirk. Fengsuo, what are you doing? Stop glaring at him and go, Du Changsheng advised. Master, didn't you see that I can become stronger by overcoming my adversaries? Then isn't this a chance? Ni Fengzhuo said. Du Changsheng had a bad feeling. Fengzhuo said. Du Changsheng had a bad feeling. Fengzhuo, stop thinking about doing something stupid. There's no need for you to take the risk. Think about your goal. Don't you want your revenge against Bai Shuiqing? Fengzhuo didn't respond, still glaring at Bai Shuiheng. Even the other people began to notice the abnormality. What is participant Ni Fengzhuo doing? Even the announcer was confused. Just then, Ni Fengzhuo pointed his finger at Bai Zihan. What is Ni Fengzhuo doing? Pointing his finger at Bai Zihan. Does he have a death wish? Although we know what he went through, don't you think he's overestimating himself too much? Young Master Bai can crush him in seconds. Stick! Ni Fengzhuo is making a big mistake. He must have become overconfident after defeating some weak people. This is going to be interesting. The tension was rising, and everyone was anticipating an interesting event. Young Master Bai, how about a spar? Ni Fengzhuo issued the challenge. Du Changsheng couldn't help but facepalm even though he didn't have a physical body. Just when he thought the situation was starting to improve, his stupid disciple had to go and make things worse. As he'd said before, he was getting a very bad feeling from Bai Zihan so strong that even he was surprised by it. In any case, he knew that Ni Fengzhuo challenging Bai Zihan wouldn't yield any good outcome, no matter whether he won or not. Stupid disciple, what are you doing? Listen to me and just take a step back, Ju Cheng said, slipping into a rare moment of panic. Master, I understand what you are saying. I really do, Ni Fengzhuo replied firmly. But if I back down just because I'm afraid to offend the Bai clan, then what's the point of my revenge? Do I need to cower just because they're a bigger clan? He continued, that kind of mindset would only make my cultivation path waver. Only by doing things without regret will I truly walk the path I must. Indeed, no matter how foolish he sounded, Du Changsheng couldn't say anything. If Ni Fengzhuo took a step back here, there would be countless times in the future when he'd do the same. One could argue it is a wise decision. But on the path of cultivation, which is filled with hardship and danger, constantly dodging difficulties would only turn one into a coward. On the other side, Bai Zihan stared calmly at Ni Fengzhuo. He was pondering this unexpected challenge. Should he accept? Bai Zihan knew his chances of winning were quite high. But of course, he couldn't completely rule out the possibility that Ni Fengzhuo might have some trump cards that could overturn the fight. Still, he was confident that his arsenal was far superior, but if he accepts the challenge, he must ensure that Ni Fengzhuo dies. Otherwise, the classic story of a protagonist growing stronger and returning to seek vengeance might play out, something Bai Zihan absolutely wanted to avoid. Of course, killing him wouldn't be easy, not with another Heaven's Chosen watching from the sidelines. And more importantly, Bai Zihan still hadn't decided whether it was better to kill Ni Fengzhuo or keep him alive as a potential immortal emperor-level ally in the future. This guy, just because he's gained some fame, he thinks he's untouchable. Young master, allow me to handle him. Ha ha, said Kong Junhong, stepping forward furiously. He was at the Nasan Soul realm, same as Ni Fengzhuo, he believed. Armed with the superior techniques of the Heaven Sword sect and the Earth-grade sword gifted by Bai Zihan, he felt fairly confident in his chances. But Bai Zihan knew better. Kong Zhanghong would only end up becoming a stepping stone to make Ni Fengzhuo shine. No need, Bai Zihan replied. Whoosh! With that, he leapt forward and instantly appeared before Ni Fengzhuo. The sudden movement startled Ni Fengzhuo, who had underestimated Bai Zihan a little, but he still managed to maintain his composure. Is young Master Bai accepting the challenge? Yes. Teach this guy a lesson. Who would have thought Ni Fengzhuo would be so arrogant as to think he can beat Bai Zihan? Can we finally witness the power of the Empire's most talented cultivator? The audience buzzed with excitement, thrilled by the prospect of the duel to come. Bai Zihan stood tall before Ni Fengzhuo, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then slowly, a slight smirk curled on his lips. Amusement flickered in his eyes. Interesting, he said, voice calm yet edged with something deeper. Are you being brave or is it just arrogance? He took a step closer, hands clasped behind his back, posture completely relaxed, despite the tension in the air. Still, I wonder. Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp and gleaming. Why would you challenge me, Ni Fengzhuo? Ni Fengzhuo's expression didn't change. You don't need to pretend anymore, Bai Zihan, he said coldly. You're not here by coincidence. You're here because of Bai Shuqing, aren't you? Either to observe me on her behalf, or for something worse. Bai Zihan froze for a beat and then burst into laughter. Not the kind of soft chuckle one gives to dismiss a fool, but a full-bodied, hysterical laugh that rang out through the air, startling some of the spectators. Ha ha ha! Wait, you think I'm here because of my sister? He repeated mockingly, as if Ni Fengzhuo had just told the joke of the century. He shook his head, wiping an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. You really are delusional. You think I care about her affairs. Bai Zihan's voice suddenly turned cold. Whatever Bai Shuqing does with her life is none of my concern. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes narrowed slightly. For a moment, confusion flickered in his heart. He had heard the rumors that Bai Zihan and Bai Shuqing didn't get along, that their relationship had been strained for years, even before she left the Bai clan. And now, seeing his expression, the rumors seemed to have some truth for years, even before she left the Bai clan. And now, seeing his expression, the rumors seemed to have some truth to them. Then why are you here? Don't try to lie and say it's just a coincidence, Ni Fengzhuo said coldly. Well, you're right, it's not a coincidence, Bai Zihan replied, his expression calm and unreadable. I came to see you, my sister's ex-fiancé. So what? Can I watch if I want to? Ni Fengzhuo was taken aback again. Sure, there was no rule saying the Bai clan's young master couldn't come to watch a competition, but it still felt off. Would someone as high as Bai Zihan really come just to watch him, a gold insignificant figure in the eyes of the Gride clans? Ni Fengzhuo couldn't think of anything to say. In most situations like this, shouldn't the powerful young master just accept the challenge and shut his opponent up? Why wasn't Bai Zihan following the usual script? Now he looked like a fool, someone who'd let a little fame get to his head. Foolish enough to challenge someone far beyond his reach without any reason. Bai Zihan's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. You're indeed interesting. His tone was light, but underneath it was something sharper. Amusement, intrigue. Then came the bombshell. How about this, Ni Fengzhuo? Why don't you join the Bai clan? He said it so casually like it wasn't earth-shattering. There's no harm in trying. Bai Zihan thought to himself, an immortal emperor-level ally? That's not something I should let slip away. A moment of absolute silence followed, and then chaos. What? Did he just say join the Bai clan? Is he talking about marriage? What is Bai Zihan thinking? Wait, wasn't Ni Fengzhuo engaged to his sister before? Ni Fengzhuo stood stunned. For a moment he couldn't react. Bai Zihan Chukuo stood stunned. For a moment he couldn't react. Bai Zihan chuckled softly. Yeah, I know things didn't work out previously. That engagement was cancelled, but there is no rule saying we can't try again. Ni Fengzhuo was dumbfounded by what was happening. He had even shown off a bit of his strength so that Bai Zihan would accept his challenge. He was fairly certain that Bai Zihan had come either to observe him on behalf of Bai Shuqing or perhaps of deal with him directly. In fact, he was sure that if he had challenged Bai Zihan, the latter would have accepted it without hesitation, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to eliminate him or Guaji's strength. But what did he get in return? A marriage invitation. It was both insulting and absurd, especially considering the pain and humiliation he had endured after the engagement was broken. Bai Zihan, are you serious? Ni Fengzhuo asked, frowning. Of course I am, Bai Zihan replied calmly. He knew full well how absurd his suggestion sounded. But what choice did he have? An immortal emperor-level ally was not something he could afford to miss out on. But what choice did he have? An immortal emperor-level ally was not something he could afford to miss out on. And although it was bizarre to think that Ni Fengzhuo would ever agree to such a deal given that Bai Shuiqing had broken off the engagement and left the Ni clan humiliated, it wasn't impossible. No matter how much hatred Ni Fengzhuo might harbor toward the Bai clan, as long as the benefits outweighed the past grievances, there was still a chance. After all, the past is the past, and for the sake of a better future, some things had to be let go. Ha ha. Bai Zihan, you really are as shameless as the rumors say. Ni Fengzhuo laughed coldly, dropping all pretense of civility and directly insulting him. There's no way I'll accept such nonsense, and you know why. Ni Fengzhuo asked, glaring at Bai Zihan. Ni Fengzhuo asked, glaring at Bai Zihan. Ni Fengzhuo, I didn't expect you to be such a hypocrite. Bai Zihan replied, his expression still composed. Yes, my sister broke off the engagement, and yes, your clan was humiliated, but don't you think you're avoiding your own responsibility? What do you mean by that? Ni Fengzhuo's frown deepened. Indeed, he had never truly reflected on his part in everything. He had always blamed Bai Shuiqing for the downfall of his clan, believing that had she not annulled the engagement, his clan wouldn't have been targeted. But of course, that wasn't the entire truth. First of all, breaking off an engagement arranged by ancestors isn't rare nowadays. What, did you really expect my sister to marry someone she didn't love? Would you be able to accept that? Maybe, but only because it would benefit your clan. Bai Zihan continued, voice calm yet cutting. And don't forget, our Bai clan never mistreated the Ni clan. We helped your family many times due to our old relationship. Ni Fengzhuo fell silent. There wasn't a single lie in what Bai Zihan had said. Though their clans were no longer as close due to the difference in status, the Bai clan had helped them multiple times, starting from when the Ni clan moved to Cloudron City. That relationship had boosted the Ni clan's standing. Other clans had favored and even protected them simply because of their connection to the Bai clan. Rival clans had been hesitant to act, fearing the Bai clan's involvement. They had honored the ancestral promise too. But then Bai Shuiqing annulled the engagement, enraging Bai Tianhing so much that he had to publicly scold her. Then there was Ni Fengzhuo's bold declaration that severed all ties between the two clans. So in reality, the subsequent attacks on the Ni clan weren't entirely the Bai clan's fault. One could argue that Ni Fengzhuo was one of the reasons why it happened. And just because the annulment led to hardship didn't mean the Ni clan could forget everything the Bai clan had done for them. Of course, to Ni Fengzhuo, none of that mattered, or perhaps he didn't know, or simply chose not to know. His resentment toward Bai Shuiqing had blinded him. Of course, my sister chose the wrong time and method to break off the engagement. She should have handled it better. Well, she's not the brightest mind, Bai Zihan added, and the crowd didn't miss the jab he threw at his own sister. But let's be honest, did you really think she would marry you at that time? That question hit hard. Ni Fengzhuo hadn't expected it. There had been no love, and deep down, he had known that he wasn't suitable for Bai Shuiqing. Even he were constantly rejecting that when learned about his prior engagement with a girl he has never even seen. You may not have been worthy 2 years ago, but you definitely are now, Bai Zihan said. Ni Fengzhuo took a deep breath. At first, he had thought Bai Zihan was mocking him, but after hearing everything, he realized that Bai Zihan was mocking him. But after hearing everything, he realized that Bai Zihan was being serious. Not that it changed his answer, so how about it? Our Bai clan has some of the most beautiful women in the desolate Heaven Empire. You can even choose more than one. Bai Zihan offered, half joking, half serious. No need. Ni Fengzhuo refused without hesitation. Think again. Yi Fengzhuo refused without hesitation. Think again. I promised that I would spare no effort in supporting your Ni clan and even give high-quality pills. Bai Zihan said, trying to tell the benefit that he can offer. No matter what, my answer wouldn't change. Ni Fengzhuo answered, pity. But my offer still stands, Bai Zihan said. It didn't work out. Well, not like there was a high chance of success anyway. Still, there was no need to rush. He had plenty of time to try again. And if all else failed, then Ni Fengzhuo couldn't blame him. After all, Bai Zihan had given him a chance. Just as Bai Zihan was about to walk away, Ni Fengzhuo stopped him. Wait, I agree I'd made some rash conclusions. Still, I want to challenge you. Do you accept it? Ni Fengzhuo asked. Bai Zihan looked at him with disinterest. As someone who only did things when there was something to gain, why would he bother? Forget it. I don't have the mood for anything after your rejection of my offer. Bai Zihan said, implying that he might have changed his mind if Ni Fengzhuo had accepted the proposal. Or maybe, like many times in the novel, they could have made a wager with protagonist declaring, if you win, I'll do as you ask. But that was just full thinking. Ni Fengzhuo simply took it as a refusal. In that case, I won't force you. We can fight during the Dragon and Phoenix competition. I'll show you my power then. Mi Fengzhuo assumed Bai Zihan would be participating just like everyone else. After all, Bai Zihan was the favorite to win, so it was natural to believe he'd compete. But Bai Zihan was the favorite to win, so it was natural to believe he'd compete. But Bai Zihan's next words stunned everyone. Sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be participating in the Dragon and Phoenix competition, he announced casually. Ni Fengzhuo blinked twice before fully registering what had just been said. What? Young Master Bai won't be competing in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Why not? He has the highest chance of winning. Even if he's the Bai clan heir, the rewards this time are incredibly generous, not to mention the prestige and fame. The crowd couldn't understand it. If they were in Bai Zihan's place, they would have jumped at the opportunity. Fame, fortune, top-tier rewards. Who wouldn't want that? Are you kidding me? No. Why? Ni Fengzhuo asked sincerely. He truly didn't get it. This was a golden opportunity to show the entire empire that the Bai clan was second to none, both now and in the future. He himself was participating not just for personal revenge, but also to bring honor and recognition to his clan. It was even rumored that the winner would receive a 7th-grade pill. Who wouldn't desire such a prize? Why? There's no reason. I just don't find it interesting, Bai Zihan said flatly. Anyway, I'm done here. He turned and walked off, Kang Jiangkong silently following behind, then followed by the guards. Ni Fengzhuo stood frozen, dumbfounded. In his entire life, he had never met anyone as unpredictable as Bai Zihan, someone who acted entirely at his own pace. The onlookers were left disappointed as Bai Zihan walked away. They had been hoping, no, expecting a once-in-a-lifetime clash, only to be met with bitter disappointment. Phew, Fengshuo, you really dodged a bullet there. Good thing Bai Zihan didn't seem interested in you otherwise. Zhu Changsheng muttered. He was genuinely relieved. The more he observed Bai Zihan, the more certain he became this youth was simply too dangerous. Fortunately, Bai Zihan had dismissed his disciple's reckless challenge without much thought. Had he accepted, Du Changsheng feared that Bai Zihan might have left an irreparable scar on Ni Fengzhu's Dao heart. Such damage could easily hamper his cultivation and might even give birth to a heart demon. Afterward, Du Changsheng gave Ni Fengzhuo a stern lecture for ignoring his repeated warnings. Ni Fengzhuo apologized sincerely, and in the end, Du Changsheng chose to let it go. There was no point in dwelling on something that had already passed. Be wary of Bai Zihan. He could only sternly warn Ni Fengzhuo so that he doesn't make the same mistake again in the future. The public selection for the Dragon and Phoenix competition continued, and Ni Fengzhuo emerged as one of the 10 participants allowed into the main event. Talks about the winners began to spread, but even more than that, it was the unexpected exchange between Bai Zihan and Ni Fengzhuo that became the center of attention. This led to a significant rise in Ni Fengzhuo's reputation. Many even speculated that the relationship between the two clans might return to what it once was before the annulment of the engagement. Then came even bigger news. Bai Zihan, the one who had gained unparalleled fame and was said to be the strongest of his generation, would not be participating in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Bai Zihan offered marriage to Ni Fengzhuo. He even tried to bribe him with pills. He's not joining the competition. Check must be scared. His fake reputation would be exposed if he competed. Many who had never seen Bai Zihan in person felt that his reputation was overblown. Now that he had declined to participate in Dragon and Phoenix competition, they believed he was doing so to avoid being exposed. They couldn't think of any other reason. Of course, there were also others who reasoned that perhaps Bai Zihan had no reason to participate, as he already had all the resources he could want from the Bai clan, not to mention his fame and reputation. Even if he were to win the competition, his reputation might not increase by much, since it was already so high. The news eventually reached the Heaven Sword sect. Naturally, it reached Bai Shuijing as well. She was far from amused when she heard that Bai Zihan had tried to rope Mi Fengzhuo into the Bai clan. Just what is he thinking? Bai Shuijing's brows furrowed in frustration. She usually didn't care what Bai Zihan did, but this involved her. Just when she found out that Bai Zihan did, but this involved her. Just when she found out that Bai Zihan was out of seclusion, what's the first thing he does? He goes to her ex-fiancé and tries to recruit him into the Bai clan. Ni Fengzhuo, her ex-fiancé, was also someone who had once dared to challenge her despite being utterly unqualified. She had always thought of him as someone who talked big but couldn't back it up. Of course, she knew he was no longer the same trash he used to be, and now he was even qualified to enter the Dragon and Phoenix competition. But that didn't matter. She wasn't going to lose, not to Ni Fengzhuo or anyone else. Looks like he's just doing whatever he pleases as usual. Tu Ziyan added with a light chuckle. offering marriage to Ni Fengzhuo of all people. What the hell is he thinking? Maybe he has his reasons, Juzian said. Reason. Smeezin, said reasons. Reasons. Bai Xuan's son turned sharp. Even if he does have reasons, he should have known better than to do something like this, especially considering my history with Ni Fengzhuo. Haha. You know Bai Zihan wouldn't care about that, Juzian said. It's foolish to expect Bai Zihan to consider others when he does things. Bai Suiqing shot her a cold glare. Don't laugh. You're his fiancé, now start acting like it. Chu Zihan's smile froze. Truthfully, she didn't even know what her relationship with Bai Zihan really was. A friend. An acquaintance. Her best friend's younger brother. A fake fiancé. Or a real one. Initially, she had agreed to the engagement because it would benefit her clan and because it would stop others from pressuring her into marriage. But now, unlike before, when most girls avoided proposing to Bai Zihan due to his dark reputation, the situation had completely changed. She had heard rumors that even the top clans were now trying to marry off their daughters to him. Yes, everyone knew she was engaged to Bai Zihan, but in their eyes, someone like him was too valuable to lose just because he was engaged. Besides, hadn't she herself once claimed that their relationship was fake and that even if they got married, she didn't mind him taking concubines? At the time, she really felt that she wouldn't care if he did find someone else. Rather, she thought that meant that she didn't need to look after Bai Zihan and could focus on things that she wanted. But now, she wasn't sure. She remembered getting genuinely angry when the fourth princess blatantly proposed to Bai Zihan, ignoring her existence entirely. It had caught her off guard. Back then, she thought her anger stemmed from being disrespected. But now, before Chu Zihan could reflect further, a crisp bell echoed through the Heaven Sword Sect's inner Mountain 3 solemn chimes that resonated across the skies. Bai Suijing turned toward the direction of the sound. It's time, she said. Chu Zihan quickly stood up, brushing a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. You can continue your complaints to Bai Zihan later. Looks like we'll be meeting him soon. And also, your ex-fiancé. Indeed, she would be meeting her ex-fiancé after 2 whole years of time, during which he had changed drastically. But she believed she had changed too. On the other side, a handsome young man also emerged, heading toward the direction of the chiming bell. He was Lin Shen. Young master should have called for me the moment he came out of seclusion, he muttered, sounding a little resentful. He couldn't help but feel a bit left out. He had been the last of the 3 to hear that Bai Zihan had ended his seclusion. But then his expression changed. A smile tugged at his lips, and his steps grew lighter. I wonder if young master will be surprised by how much I've changed. He spoke aloud, exuding a confidence the old Lin Xuan never had. From nearby, a group of female disciples caught sight of him and squealed. Lin Xuan, marry me. Ah, she's so handsome. Why didn't I see that before? Let me bear your child. With his exceptional talent and striking looks, he had quickly risen to become one of the most well-known disciples of the Heaven Sword Sect, admired by many and pursued by even more. Of course, he paid no attention to the admirers. His focus remained solely on cultivation and serving Bai Zihan. As he walked through the main gate of the Heaven Sword Sect, where countless disciples were gathered, the shouts and excited voices only grew louder. But Lin Shen didn't react. He simply walked past them, heading steadily toward the flying ship. There, all the participants had already gathered, including Bai Suiqing, Chu Zihan, and even Han Zhenwu, who looked visibly displeased. Looks like everyone's here. Then let's depart. Elder Qinglan announced, her voice echoing across the landing platform. The Heaven Sword Sect's participants stood tall, ready to depart for the Dragon and Phoenix competition. The skies above desolate Heaven Capital were awash with divine light, streaks of color trailing behind flying ships that split the clouds with terrifying force. One after another, the greatest powers of the Empire descended, sect and clan alike gathering for the most anticipated event in a generation, the Dragon and Phoenix competition. The arrival plaza below buzzed with energy. Onlookers, disciples, rogue cultivators, merchants, and nobles had long gathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legends of their time. Just then, a massive flying ship shaped like a burning sun pierced through the heavens. The Azure Sun, Holy Sect, has arrived. The ship was cast in radiant gold, surrounded by halos of solarescence. The air around it worked from the intensity. A young man stood at its prow, his long red robes flapping wildly. His presence alone made the weaker cultivators around feel like they were being baked alive. That's Jin Yuanzhan, the Azure Sun prodigy, rumored to have fused his core with a piece of the Sundao Stone. He was already at peak nascent soul realm before 20. His golden eyes swept over the crowd coldly before he disappeared into the ship's cabin. No sooner had the echoes of heat died than the sky rippled once more. The celestial jade hall is next. Their vessel was elegant, adorned with glittering jade runes. It gave off a calm, spiritual aura, as if untouched by mortal dust. Descending from the ship were several women in flowing, pale green robes, led by an otherworldly beauty with a serene smile. That's Shuiliner, the celestial ice jade fairy. She hasn't spoken a word in 3 years. They say she's on the verge of breaking into the soul formation realm. She has already mastered Celestial Jade Hall's heavenly jade butterfly storm. There is a big chance that she will be winning this competition. Suddenly, thunder cracked. A surge of scarlet lightning split the skies, followed by the thunderous roar of a crimson beast. The Crimson Thunder Palace. Their ship resembled a war chariot carved from lightning. Every time it moved, a boom followed. Their participants came out of the flying ship, who was led by not their elder, but by a young man. He wore a black-red, arms crossed, lightning coiling beneath his feet. Li Zhenjing. He defeated an elder of a midsect with a single punch. He's the heir to the Crimson Thunder Palace and a madman in battle. His Thunder Dao is violent and destructive, and he's never lost a duel. He is the strongest of his generation. I wonder who is stronger between him and Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan, he's the strongest of his generation. I wonder who is stronger between him and Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan, he is just a coward. Otherwise, would he not participate? A ship shaped like a divine long sword glided down next. Elegant yet overwhelming, sword intent flooded the sky as if to challenge the heavens themselves. At the forefront stood Bai Shuiqing, cold as frost and sharp as steel. To her left stood Juzian, smiling casually. And beside them, with a newfound air of confidence, was Lin Xuan, exuding calm, deadly intent. That's Bai Shuiqing, one of the favorites to win the competition. There is also Han Zhenwu. But where's Bai Yan? They say he's not coming. Must be scared of someone. Ha, he's all name no bite. The genius who refuses to compete, how convenient. Then, a pressure far heavier than any before descended. Look, it's the Lai clan. Their ship appeared like a molten mountain wrapped in black flame. From within walked Li Meiying, her crimson eyes glowing. Every step she took left behind a moldering lotus that burned in place. Li Jianhong's daughter, it seems like she has become even stronger. She once incinerated a demon beast with just her gaze. She is said to be in seclusion for 3 years. Perhaps she was preparing for dragon and phoenix competition these past years. Li clan must be taking this competition very seriously. Of course they are. They can regain their prestige if they win. Soon after, another similar-sized flying ship entered the audience's view. The Zhao clan follows. Descending first was Zhao Chen, his black robes inlaid with gold thread. His steps were slow, but his gaze pierced the horizon. That's the Zhao clan's prodigy, Zhao Wuqian's son. He is said to have one of the brightest minds. Sadly, even he was played by Bai Zihan. Yeah, Li and Zhao clan suffered greatly at the Bai Zihan. Yeah, Li and Zhao clan suffered greatly at the Bai clan, who told them to be arrogant and think that they could defeat the Bai clan. Still, it seems like he has made significant progress. Many people from Li and Zhao couldn't help but get angry as they began hearing such words. It wasn't new. It has been happening ever since they lost that war, a year ago. Many things have happened since then. Their credibility and reputation has reached a new bottom. Even some of their allied clans have started to exit the alliance and are apparently looking to join the Bai clan's alliance. So, now their hope of overturning was for them to win the Dragon and Phoenix competition and to show the world that they were still the top 3 strongest clan of Desolate Heaven Empire. Just when the crowd thought it couldn't get more overwhelming, a divine crane's cry echoed, and clouds parted like curtains. The Bai clan is here. A snow-white ship descended like a heavenly pavilion. It didn't roar like the others, it simply arrived, yet silenced the crowd with its presence. The participants from the Bai clan descended. And of course, there was no Bai Zihan. Wait, Bai Zihan isn't here. He truly isn't showing up. This is the strongest youth of our time, and he refuses to compete. Despite the rumors, despite the questions. The flying ship docked. The top 3 clans of the Desolate Heaven Empire had now arrived, Li, Zhao, and Bai, with monstrous geniuses representing them. Li Zhao clan couldn't help but glare angrily at the Bai clan like they couldn't wait to kill them. Of course, it was similar for the Bai clan or perhaps even more. After all, it was the Li Zhao clan that invaded their territory. The plaza had reached its peak. The air boiled with tension. Envy, ambition, killing intent. Every emotion surged. The divine clang of the ceremonial bell echoed 9 times across the desolate heaven capital. It signaled the official opening of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Imperial Arena, Outer Circle. The massive Imperial Arena spans several li in every direction. Forged from profound-grade materials and reinforced with powerful arrays, it could withstand even soul formation realm battles. Participants were ushered into the inner preparation grounds, a wide courtyard just beyond the Colosseum gates. Each major sect and clan had their designated waiting area separated by spiritual barriers, public selection participant waiting area. There were about 10 participants who had won and had been selected as the participants of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Many were already satisfied and didn't think they would advance even one more round, as their strongest was in the mid-nascent soul realm excluding Nifengju. Their goal had already been achieved, which was to win and get selected as participants for the Dragon and Phoenix competition. While on the other hand, it couldn't be more different for Nifengju. He was finally going to see Bai Xueqing, the one who humiliated him when he was at his lowest, and was going to face her. Despite what Bai Zihan said, his objective hadn't changed. He was still going to challenge and win against Bai Xueqing. Heaven Sword Sect Waiting Area. Ling Xuan calmly tied his long hair behind his head, his fingers methodical, his movements sharp and clean. Though he stood among some of the most renowned young elites of the desolate Heaven Empire, his expression remained indifferent. His eyes swept across the various groups, the glacial calm of the celestial Jade Hall, the thunderous aura from the Crimson Thunder Palace, the proud eyes of the Li and Zhao disciples. But he paid them no mind. He didn't care for anyone here except for two people. Bai Xueqing stood a short distance away, arms folded, her aura cold and immovable, and beside her, Zhu Ziyan, adjusting the silver hairpin in her bun, whispering something to a Heaven Sword disciple. Lin Xuan walked over, the surrounding disciples instinctively stepping aside. "Young mistress," he said calmly, bowing slightly. "It seems like young master will be arriving late, and since we are already in the participant arena, meeting with him at the moment would be difficult." Zhu Dian froze mid-sentence. Her eyes twitched. "How many times do I need to repeat myself? Don't call me that," she said under her breath. Lin Xuan straightened. "You are young master's fiancé, so I must address you properly. We're here as disciples of the Heaven Sword Sect. Just call me senior sister or something." Lin Xuan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. "That would be inappropriate." Zhu Zian pinned the bridge of her nose. "It's not inappropriate. It's normal." Lin Xuan didn't waver. "As you say, young mistress, you minus." Bai Xueqing, standing nearby, let out a cold snort. "Just let him call you what he wants, Ziyanyer. It's not like people don't already know. Ziyanyer. It's not like people don't already know. Sigh. And just why is he not participating? Who knows? He does what he wants anyway." Bai Xueqing replied. "Anyways, it must be something like the competition is beneath him or something," Zhu Ziyan said, with Bai Xueqing replied. "Anyways, it must be something like the competition is beneath him or something," Zhu Ziyan said, with Bai Zihan. As for the rumors about him being scared, there was no way she would believe it even if Bai Zihan himself said so. With his strength, it was more a question of whether he would bully others rather than being afraid of them. Even those so-called geniuses under 30 were afraid of him, let alone those under 25. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, stood silently behind them like an unmoving shadow gaze, calm, back straight, utterly undisturbed by the commotion around him. He would have objected to even a small blemish on Bai Zihan's name, but since it was Bai Xueqing and Zhu Ziyan saying it, he said nothing. Crimson Thunder Palace, waiting area. Lei Zhensheng leaned against a wall with his arms crossed. Lightning flickered across his shoulders like twitching serpents. "Tup, Heech," he muttered. The Bai clan sent their second-rate disciples. A youth behind him laughed. Maybe Bai Zhenrain laughed, maybe Bai Zhan Rabi Raihan really is scared. Can't say I blame him. After all, you are participating. Lei Zheng cracked his knuckles. "I was in seclusion for a few months, and everyone started to think that he was some kind of invincible person. I was looking forward to decimating him." Lei Zhensheng looked a bit disappointed. "A pity. But whatever, my target is still here. Indeed, crushing Bai Xueqing would be good enough to have your fame spread far and wide." Although Bai Zihan's fame had risen rapidly, it was only recent. Before him, it was Bai Xueqing whose talent was said to be one of the strongest. So, for one looking to be crowned the strongest of their generation, she was someone that must be defeated. This would also silence those who claimed that younger generations had surpassed the older ones. "I will show them what it means to fight against me," Lei Zhensheng said excitedly as his thunder chi flared. Celestial Jade Hall waiting area. Shui Lianer sat in silence, a jade lotus blooming beneath her. Her eyes were closed, and a soft frost clung to the air around her. One of her junior sisters whispered, "Senior sister Lianer, it seems like Bai Zhan is not really going to participate." "Is that so?" she said softly. "I thought I would get to challenge him, the one said to have defeated Mo Dianji. Pity. Ha, that must be a lie. You know how fearsome that devil is. How could it be possible for a junior like Bai Zihan to defeat him?" Shui Lianer's junior sister continued. "Even the senior sister and brother who went to the ancient ruins said that they don't know about that. Those Bai clan members must be the ones spreading those lies." Well, of course they wouldn't admit it. because admitting it would also mean admitting how they were humiliated and threatened by Bai Zihan in the ancient ruins. Nobody wanted to remember just humiliation, and so they collectively decided to forget about it. Those people, after reporting back to the clan, went straight into seclusion, and of course, before they went, they didn't admit they were defeated by someone younger, or that their lives had been hanging by a thread under Bai Zihan's threat. They simply feigned ignorance. Li Clan Waiting Hall. Every disciple looked at a single person, their expressions full of confidence, and it was none other than Li Mei Ying, the Li Clan leader's daughter. Li Mei Ying stood at the edge of the terrace, her long black and red robes fluttering slightly in the wind. Behind her, several younger Li disciples were seated, talking in hushed tones, their anger humiliation from the last war still simmering. I still remember that battle. One of the younger Li disciples muttered, his voice tight with suppressed rage. We lost dozens of our best that day. They didn't just defeat us, they humiliated us. Our banners were trampled, our elders forced to retreat. Some of our kin never came back. Silence hung for a moment, thick with shame and fury. This time, we'll take it back. The others straightened. This time, we'll take it back. The others straightened. This time, we'll take it back. The others straightened. This time, we'll take it back. The Demon's bones to us. Although it's a pity that Bai Zihan isn't participating, at least we can defeat other Bai clan members. We'll show them that it was a fluke, that the Li clan still deserves to be number one. Let them remember that we were always stronger. Their words burned with conviction now, their auras flaring subtly in response. Confidence surged in their hearts, but all of it pointed toward one figure, Li Mei. As she stood at the front, her expression calm but sharp, all eyes turned to her, filled with expectation, trust, and something more, hope. She was their spearhead, their redemption, the one who would carve the Li clan's name back into glory. Li Mei didn't say anything but stood tall with confidence. How do you think I will win? On the outside, she was full of calm and confidence, but inside, it couldn't be more different. Panic, fear. She was feeling almost every negative emotion. Panic, fear. She was feeling almost every negative emotion. What revenge? Do you think I'm stronger than Li Mei? Li Mei was someone stronger than her, and look at what happened to him. There was no way she could defeat someone that even Li Mei couldn't. She felt very lucky that during the war with the Bai clan, she had been in seclusion. Otherwise, she thought, she might have been the one in a wheelchair instead of Li Mei. Fortunately, that devil isn't participating, obviously referring to Bai Zihan. Although others claimed it was a pity he wasn't participating, she considered it their good fortune. Otherwise, who knows? She might end up just like Li Mei. Of course, she couldn't show her true self to others as the beacon of hope and confidence for her fellow clan members. Don't worry, victory is already mine, she said with confidence as other disciples cheered. Zhao Clan Waiting Hall. Unlike the neighboring waiting halls where conversation stirred and anticipation buzzed, this room was eerily quiet. There was no laughter, no light banter, only the weight of resentment and long-nurtured grudges. Every Zhao disciple seated behind Zhao Chen carried the same look in their eyes, cold focus and quiet fury. They weren't here to enjoy the dragon and phoenix competition. They weren't even here to win. They were here to redeem themselves. The memory of their defeat of the Bai clan trampling their alliance, of elders wounded and disciples slain, still lingered like a fresh wound. It had been one of the darkest years in Zhao clan history. The pressure was suffocating. No one needed to speak it aloud. Everyone already understood. There was no room for error, no space for mercy, no tolerance for failure. Vengeance burned in their blood. The Bai clan had humiliated them. Now, it was their turn to prove they still deserved to stand among the Empire's greats. Zhao Qin's gaze remained fixed on the arena below, as if trying to carve their victory into reality through sheer will alone. This wasn't a tournament for them. It was war. Above the arena, the spectator stands were divided into tiers. At the highest level sat the Imperial Pavilion, adorned with golden drapes and phoenix motifs. There, high officials and powerful guards gathered along with a particular figure dressed in dark red imperial robes. A hush spread across the stadium. That's the first prince. He's the imperial family's representative. Prince Yu Zidi. Pity that in the desolate Heaven Empire, just being the first prince isn't enough to become crown prince. Indeed, unlike many of the neighboring empires, just being born first meant nothing in the desolate Heaven Empire. To become crown prince or princess, one must prove they are capable of bearing that title. If one of the princes or princesses had seized the immortal emperor's inheritance, they would have been crowned the next heir and eventually the emperor. But of course, that didn't happen, and the seat of the crown prince was still empty despite the rumors about the emperor's failing health. The first prince's eye scanned the arena with excitement and calculation. This was a gathering not just of the future of the desolate Heaven Empire, but of individuals with vast connections, those who could become tomorrow's powerhouses. If he couldn't find the right opportunity to win them over, becoming emperor would become an increasingly distant possibility. To his right sat representatives from various noble houses. To his left, several ministers accompanied him. Although he hadn't become crown prince despite being the eldest, it wasn't as though he lacked advantages. In areas like education, cultivation, and networking, he had a significant head start over his siblings. Just being sent as a representative of the emperor also proved that he was much closer to the title of emperor than his other siblings. Then there was the other VIP section, reserved for the major sects and clans like the Bai, Li, and Zhao clans, alongside the Heaven Sword sect, Crimson Thunder Palace, Azure Sun Holy sect, and Celestial Jade Hall. Many eyes drifted upward. It was rare to see such figures in person at other times. Some of the elders were once legends in their own right, and the air buzzed with murmurs and nostalgia. Many of these elders had themselves participated in the Dragon and Phoenix competition in their youth, adding to the atmosphere's weight. I still remember when I made my debut on the stage. You mean when you got taken out in one strike? When you got taken out in one strike. That is because my opponent happens to be Bai Tiancheng. Laughter echoed lightly between sips of spirit wine and murmured commentary. Just then, a faint breeze stirred, but like the stillness before a blade is drawn, the entire arena seemed to shift. A single figure clad in deep black and white robes trimmed with faint silver stepped casually into the Bai clan's reserved pavilion. No grand entrance, no fanfare, just a quiet arrival. Yet one by one heads turned. From the nobles in the lower stands to the elders above, even the minister seated beside the first prince suddenly leaned forward. Bai Zihan had arrived. His steps were relaxed, almost lazy, as if the entire spectacle bored him, yet the air around him carried a kind of subdued sharpness, like a divine blade still sheathed. He didn't speak as he passed the Bai disciples. He didn't bow to the elders. He simply walked up to the center seat of the Bai clan's viewing area, the one meant for the clan leader, and sat down. No one stopped him. No one questioned it. Even elders known for their strict adherence to protocol gave only a silent nod of acknowledgement. There was no announcement, no declaration. But in that moment, it became clear to everyone. In the absence of Bai Tianheng, Bai Zihan was the one in command. It wasn't forced. It wasn't arranged. It was natural, as if the Bai clan, consciously or not, had already accepted him as their next patriarch. Zihan He, you've come. One of the elders chuckled, his tone warm yet laced with respect. Bai Zihan offered a slight nod, his expression calm. Father asked me to represent the Bai clan, he said lazily. Since I was already here, I figured I might as well. Their gazes then shifted to the unfamiliar youth standing quietly behind Bai Zihan. And this one? An elder asked, eyes narrowing slightly in curiosity. The young man straightened, his nerves barely hidden despite his effort to appear composed. He stepped forward and cupped his fists respectfully. Elders, I am Kong Zhangguang. I serve young Master Zihan. His voice was steady, though his back was damp with sweat. The elders gave him a cursory glance, then quickly lost interest. A few nodded absently, while others didn't bother acknowledging him at all. To them, he was merely a servant who didn't matter. As long as Bai Zihan brought him, that was enough. The elders also didn't bring up the matter of Bai Zihan inviting Ni Fengzhuo to the Bai clan, as they trusted he had his reasons. After all, that much was already evident from his decision to bring Lin Chuan into the clan, an act considered one of the greatest investments Bai Zihan had ever made. Across the pavilion, expressions darkened. From the side of the Li and Zhao clans, the atmosphere turned visibly colder the moment Bai Zihan took his seat. Several elders narrowed their eyes, their faces tightening with disdain. One scoffed beneath his breath, voice laced with venom. He doesn't even bother to greet his elders. Arrogant to the bone. Another leaned closer, lips curled in contempt. Hiding behind his reputation, is he? Must be afraid. Otherwise, why isn't he participating? A few sharp laughs followed, quiet, bitter. He acts like he's already won. Typical B-clan arrogance. But for all their bravado, there was an unspoken truth none of them dared admit aloud. None truly believed he was afraid or weak. If anything, the fact that Bai Zihan had come just to watch but nor participate made it clear. He saw this competition as beneath him. They could mock, they could insult, but they couldn't ignore him. On the sect side, the elders of the Crimson Thunder Palace visibly frowned. Their disciple, once hailed as one of the top geniuses, had perished at Bai Zihan's hands in the ancient ruins. And to make things worse, they couldn't do anything, as Bai Zihan continued to threaten the lives of their remaining disciples. With one already dead, they dared not risk another. This was the same for nearly every sect and clan whose members had been present in the ruins. In the Azor Suan Holy Sect's pavilion, several younger disciples shifted uneasily. Bai Zihan's name still echoed in the nightmares of many who had survived that expedition. One was the image of him humiliating and toying with Motianji. The other was him casually killing a genius from the Crimson Thunder Palace in an instant. Everyone understood, even if they didn't say it out loud, that despite his youth, Bai Zihan was more cunning, more dangerous than any genius of his generation. He stood above them. Even First Prince Uzidi raised a brow. "So that's him," he murmured, his voice a mix of interest and caution. "Doesn't look like much, but he knew better." His younger sibling had gone to attend Bai Zihan's birthday just last year, hoping to draw him to their side. He also knew that even his notoriously man-hating sister had offered marriage to win him over. That alone said everything. So, of course, Uzidi wanted him to. If his siblings valued Bai Zihan so highly, how could he not? Though he looked unassuming beyond his striking appearance, it only took one glance at the faces around him to realize otherwise. He inspired either fear, hatred, or admiration, and sometimes all three at once. Uzidi found it a pity that he couldn't properly assess the young man's strength, since Bai Zihan wasn't participating. He had investigated everything to try and bring him over, but there wasn't much he could do. He tried to find people Bai Zihan cared about or loved, hoping to use them as leverage, but the results were disappointing. His parents, perhaps since it's quite normal, but don't know for certain about Bai Zihan. But even so, what can be do with that info? Threatening or manipulating the desolate Heaven Empire's strongest clan's leader? If he had that kind of power, why would he even need Bai Zihan? His mother, no slouch either. A rank 6 alchemist, one of the best in the Empire. His sister, not much attachment there. Especially not after Bai Zihan recruited her ex-fiancé right under her nose. If anything, that just proved how little he cared. His fiancé, merely a title, no romance. Just a political, arranged engagement. His enemies, countless. But unlike with others, he couldn't offer Bai Zihan protection from them in exchange for allegiance. Doing so would mean potentially opposing the Li and Zhao clan's forces he might one day need on his side. Treasure. Would someone like Bai Zihan even lack any? Rumors say he wields the heaven-grade sword and has even rewarded his servant with an earth-grade artifact. That sounded outrageous, but even if only half were true, it said a lot. After all his investigations, he had come to only one conclusion: never make Bai Zihan your enemy. No matter how powerful you were, none ended up in a good state after opposing him. A booming voice suddenly echoed across the arena, magnified by spiritual transmission techniques. It rolled through the air like thunder, silencing the last murmurs of conversation and laughter. "Welcome, cultivators, nobles, and honored guests to the 137 Three Bison and Phoenix competition." The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. The voice belonged to a tall, imposing man clad in silver-blue robes embroidered with the emblem of the Imperial Tournament Office, a roaring dragon, curled around a blazing phoenix. He floated mid-air atop a flying jade platform that hovered over the center of the arena, his presence commanding and authoritative. "I am Yan Minglan, referee and overseer for this year's competition." His cultivation was at the spirit-severing realm, which was appropriate for overseeing a competition between geniuses in the soul formation realm. If someone weaker presided over the matches, they might not be able to intervene when necessary. There were also several guards stationed to prevent interference from outsiders. Additionally, a protective formation barrier had been erected to ensure the audience wouldn't be harmed by stray attacks from the participants. The referee raised a hand, and golden light spread from his sleeve, forming a shimmering screen in the sky, an array projection displaying all the names of the registered participants, hundreds of them, each one glowing faintly with chi. As you all know, this event is held once every 3 years, a tradition older than many sects, where the youth of our empire and beyond compete for glory, opportunity, and legacy. He let the words sink in. "Now, allow me to explain the rules." The array in the sky changed. Dozens of circular brackets emerged, each one representing a battle pairing. This year's competition will follow a knockout format. Participants will be randomly assigned an opponent at the start of each round. A ripple of excitement passed through the crowd. Victory means advancement, defeat means elimination. Only those who stand at the top of their generation will reach the final rounds. He extended a hand and streaks of light burst from the array, spinning rapidly. The first round matchups will now be determined. The projections swirled with speed before slowing. Names began to lock into place. Gasps and excited murmurs rippled through the crowd as each pairing formed. Among them, "What? My opponent is Bai Xueqing? Why is my luck so bad? My opponent is Du Rei Xuangying? Damn, I got Lei Zhang as my opponent. Is Bai Shui? Damn, I got Lei Zhang as my opponent." Jin Yuanzhan versus Lin Xian. Lin Xian really got unlucky. For most of the first-round matches, it was easy to guess who the victor would be, including the Linshan match, which most believed would be won by Jin Yuanzhan, which most believed would be won by Jin Yuanzhan of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. Mi Fengzhuo looked at the draw and was disappointed to find that his opponent was Wei Qian. Moreover, it seemed that to fight Wei Qian, he would need to win all 7 matches and reach the final, as she was on the other side of the bracket. Bai Xueqing also noticed this and her ex-fiancé's name, but felt certain that he would never make it to the final. Rather, she looked at other competitors who she thought were more worthy of her attention, especially Shui Lianer of the Celestial Jade Hall. Shui Lianer was said to possess mysterious abilities to through one's nature and exploit it to win with ease. Most of her past opponents had nothing to say and didn't even know how they were defeated. So she was definitely one of the opponents to look out for. The referee's voice rang out once more, loud and clear. Match 1, Bai Xueqing of the Bai clan versus Yi Mingyu of the Crimson Thunder Palace. Step forward. All eyes turned. One of the top contenders was about to fight. While few expected the match to be exciting, her opponent was clearly outmatched. There was still a sense of anticipation. After all, they were about to witness one of the most talented cultivators in the entire Desolate Heaven Empire in action, and beyond her strength, there was no denying. Her beauty was in a league of its own. From the Heaven Sword Sect side, Bai Xueqing rose calmly, her white and silver robes fluttering in the breeze. On the opposite side, a youth from the Crimson Thunder Palace stepped up, his red-gold uniform stiff with tension. Yi Mingyu in Soul Realm. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his aura not weak, but even now, sweat had begun to bead along his temples. His grip on his spear was tight, too tight. Bai Xueqing, he muttered under his breath nervously. Based on strength alone, he was certain he ranked among the top 20 participants. But with Bai Xueqing as his opponent, he might not even make it past the first round. No, I can do it. I just need to find the right opportunity. Having come this far, he wasn't going to give up without a fight. Regaining his determination, he took his stance with a spear in hand. The referee gave the signal. Begin. What followed wasn't a battle. Yi Mingyu surged forward with full strength, lightning Q crackling around his spear as he aimed straight at Bai Xueqing. The spear thrust out fast, powerful, well-practiced, and yet, clink. With a flick of her wrist, Bai Xueqing's sword met the spear, not clashed, brushed its side. The spear twisted from its trajectory like it had been slapped by a divine hand, and in that same instant, before Yi Mingyu could react, her sword was already at his throat. The cold edge kissed the thin skin beneath his jaw. His legs buckled, his eyes went wide. He dropped his spear. I surrender. His voice cracked. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest, barely able to breathe. Tears rimmed his eyes, not from pain but humiliation. He felt delusional for even thinking he had a chance. The moment his name was drawn against Bai Xueqing, he should have given up. The crowd gasped. Some applauded. Others fell silent. So quick, so clean. Not even a second had passed. She hadn't even moved her feet. Bai Xueqing retracted her sword. She didn't look proud, or amused, or victorious. She simply turned around and walked off the platform, sword sliding back into its sheath with a soft click. Just another moment. On the Bai clan side, even her elders said nothing. One of the Bai clan's side, even her elders said nothing. They'd expected this. It was the same for Bai Zihan, who lazily closed his eyes again. The result was exactly as expected. The referee's voice echoed again. Winner, Bai Xueqing. What followed after Bai Xueqing's effortless victory was a string of matches that, despite the prestige of the tournament, offered little to no suspense. Most concluded in under a dozen moves. Some didn't even last 3 moves. One youth from the Ironwood Valley was knocked unconscious before he even drew his weapon. Another girl from the Ironwood Valley was knocked unconscious before he even drew his weapon. Another girl from the Golden Feather Pavilion was sent flying by a single palm strike. Even the referee's voice began to sound mechanical as he announced the outcomes. Winner, Lei Zhensheng of the Crimson Thunder Palace. Winner, Li Meiying of Li Clan. Winner, Shui Lianer of the Celestial Jade Hall. Her match, in particular, was strange. The opponent had frozen mid-strike, eyes glazed, as if staring into a void only he could see. Then he had simply dropped to one knee, defeated before even understanding what had happened. A few murmurs circled the crowd, especially from the sects who had done their research. Another win without lifting a hand. Celestial Jade Hall's spiritual arts are terrifying. She's looking at the crowd now. Don't make eye contact. And then, after another batch of one-sided victories, the shimmering projection in the sky shifted again. The next match. Match 40, Lin Xuan of the Heaven Sword Sect versus Jin Yuanzhan of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. A wave of interest rolled through the arena, not because they expected an intense battle, but because of who his opponent was. Jin Yuanzhan was a star of the Azure Sun Holy Sect, having broken through to the early Soul Formation realm. He had also fused his core with a piece of the Sundao stone, making all the Azure Sun holy sex techniques one level stronger than what they already were. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, I heard that Heaven Sword Sect has been preparing the next sect leader, and he seems to be the candidate. He went from handyman to core disciple. It's said that his talent is on par with Bai Zihan, you know, the one who was taken away by Flowing Moon Sect. Although he is talented, he has only been seriously cultivated for less than 2 years, and he is only in the nascent soul realm. He is no match for Jin Yuanzhan. Sigh. Another disappointing fight, I guess. Some sect elders and even a few on leaned forward with narrowed eyes. There was curiosity, yes, but mostly only because Lin Xuan was cultivated quite well by the Heaven Sword Sect leader. As for the result, they too believed that it would be Jin Yuanzhan's victory. See. What do these people know about Lin Xuan? They are in for a big surprise. Kong Zanhong couldn't help but get angry. As fellow servants of Bai Zihan, they got along well. Not to mention, despite being a core disciple, Lin Xuan always treated him with respect. So it wasn't unusual that he would get angry when he heard about others looking down on him. Bai Zihan also had to agree with Kong Kong, although he also didn't know for certain whether Lin Xuan would win, especially seeing that his opponent wasn't just anyone. But to underestimate him would be a big mistake, especially considering he is one of the heaven chosen ones. Lin Xuan stepped onto the platform quietly. His robes were plain white, his sword unremarkable. He looked composed, but nothing about him stood out except his handsome face. He looked in Bai Zihan's direction, silently telling him to look at him and see how much progress he had made. Across from him, Jin Yuanzhan landed with a burst of flame, red gold robes billowing dramatically as spiritual chi flooded the stage. Jin Yuanzhan's boots struck the platform with a low boom, ripples of fire bursting beneath his feet. The crowd leaned in as he tilted his head, gaze settling on Lin Xuan with open amusement. He let out a laugh light, mocking, echoing across the silent arena. This is who I'm fighting. His voice carried naturally, full of disdain, his every word riding the wind of his flaming aura. You should give up. No shame in admitting when you're outmatched. Let's not waste my time. Lin Xuan didn't respond. He merely stood, quiet and still, sword sheathed at his side. His posture relaxed, his eyes calm. He merely stood, quiet and still, sword sheathed. To him, this kind of taunt was nothing new. Ever since stepping into the path of cultivation, ever since climbing from the servant quarters into the core ranks, people had been doubting him. Jin Yuanzhan's smile thinned. You just going to ignore me? His eyes narrowed. I've heard about you. Heaven, sword sex miracle handyman, suddenly displaying the talents of a top genius and being blessed by the heavens. He scoffed, but no matter how you dress it, a servant is a servant. Still, there was no reaction from Lin Xuan. Jin stepped closer, flames licking the edge of his sleeves. And wasn't it Bai Zihan you used to serve under, or I heard that you still do? His grin widened. I suppose that makes sense. He is a coward after all. Lin Xuan's brows twitched for the first time. He didn't mind that Jin was insulting him, but insulting Bai Zihan that was crossing the line. But Jin wasn't finished. Bai Zihan recently he has been making waves, and even being called the most talented in our generation. As expected of him, spreading lies is his specialty. Jin continued, but in the end, anyone could tell that he is but a coward. Even now he is trying to hide it by not daring to participate. One of these days, I will unmask him myself. That did it. Lin Xuan's hand twitched toward his sword. Then he looked up, eyes sharper now, no longer calm, anger clearly visible on his face. That did it. Lin Xuan's hand twitched toward his sword. Then he looked up, eyes sharper now, no longer clearly visible. You can insult me, Lin Xuan said evenly, but don't speak of young master. You don't deserve it. His voice wasn't loud. And then Lin Xuan added, cold and clear, say another word and I'll kill you. Yun Yuanzhan blinked, and then laughed again louder this time. Kill me, he echoed. You, a nascent soul brat. His aura flared and the platform trembled under the heat of his power. You can try. The referee raised a hand, then sliced it down like a blade. Begin. As soon as the signal was given, a golden sun blossomed behind Jin Yuanzhan's back as flames surged forth, bathing the stage in intense heat. Die. Flames erupted instantly as Jin Yuanzhan surged forward, palm extended. A tidal wave of fire roared toward Lin Yuanzhan, threatening to swallow the platform whole. Looks like Jin Yuanzhan isn't going to hold back. He is trying to end everything in one go. Even his senior disciple in Soul Formation realm couldn't defend against this move of his. Looks like Lin Xuan is done for. With how serious and full power Jin Yuanzhan was going from the start, many felt that the match was already decided. It was a terrifying attackment, two meant things in one move. but just before it landed, seeing a flash of silver light cut upward, the flames split in half, and Lin Xian stepped forward, sword in hand, his robe fluttering in the scorched wind. The crowd fell silent. Jin's smile vanished. What? Their first exchange. And Jin hadn't even left a mark. Lin Xian's sword wasn't just fast, it was precise, clean, controlled, his footwork subtle and unshakable. Jin Yuanzhan didn't wait despite still being in a state of shock. His aura flared again, and 3 blazing spears of flame materialized in the air above him, spiraling down like falling stars. This time, Lin Xian moved. He weaved through the spears with barely an inch to spare, his sword flashing as he closed the distance in a blink. Clang! Jin blocked with a suddenly conjured shield of flame, but the force of Lin Xian's blade sent him skidding back several paces. Jin stared at his trembling arm. He's keeping up with me. It didn't make sense. He was a full realm higher. He had trained in the Ozur Sunsext elite techniques. He had absorbed the Sundao Stone. Will! But somehow, Lin Xuan wasn't just surviving, he was matching him move for move. Kong Zhang clenched his fists in excitement. That's it, Lin Xuan. Show them. The battle was only just beginning. Slang! Slash! Slang! The arena rang with the sound of clashing forces, fire and sword overwhelming spiritual pressure and refined footwork. The longer the match dragged on, the more confused the crowd became. It wasn't that Lin Xuan was overpowering Jin Yuanzhan, what? It was that he wasn't losing. Despite being one full round lower, he dodged with hair-breadth precision, blocked with fluid ease, and countered only when necessary. Each movement he made was honed razor-sharp and minimal, like a sword refined 1,000 times in a furnace. Jin Yuanzhan's flames surged once more, scorching the air as he launched a new barrage of attacks. Fire serpents danced around the battlefield, scorching the platform. Flame spikes erupted from the ground like volcanic bursts. And yet Lin Yuan flowed through it like water. 1 step forward, 2 sideways, a twist of the wrist, a narrow parry. He never wasted movement, never flinched. Lin Yuan's not winning, but he's not losing either. Is he going to defend the entire time? Look closely. His footwork, his sword angle. It's near perfect. A few old elders' eyes narrowed. They could tell that while Jin Yuanzhan had a huge advantage with his higher cultivation realm, Lin Xuan also seemed to have his own talent to deal with that disadvantage. It was his mastery over the techniques which far surpassed that of Jin Yuanzhan. Jin's mastery of his technique was also quite good, but that paled in the face of Lin Xuan, who had nearly perfected them and could use them whenever the situation called for it. By using footwork when dodging, using defensive techniques when he couldn't dodge, and also counterattacking when Jin Yuanzhan let down his guard, he was doing everything perfectly. Lin Xuan could have easily won, however. His opponent had superior strength, and although crude, his technique made sure that Lin Xuan couldn't land any hit on him. And although Jin Yuanzhan was seemingly winning, he, the person himself, couldn't help but get angrier and frustrated. The one he thought was just an ant that he could squash at any time was giving him a tough time. Moreover, he couldn't accept the fact that he was only stronger than Lin Xuan due to his superior cultivation realm. He who thought that he would win the Dragon and Phoenix competition easily was now struggling against a former handyman. His ego couldn't accept it. This can't be. He wasn't holding back, but still it wasn't enough to end the fight. Enough hiding. He threw his arms wide, forming a burning wheel behind him, like a miniature sun. You think you can win by turtling up and dodging forever? His sneer deepened. No matter how refined your sword looks, you're just a bug resisting fate. Lin Xian didn't answer. He neither bristled nor reacted to the taunt. He simply waited. Another flurry of fire. More pressure. Jin Yuanzhan had shifted tactics, each attack, now faster, trying to crack Lin Xian's den. Fight back. He roared, slamming his foot into the stage and sending out a wave of sunfire. You want to be a hero, want to prove you're not just Bai Zihan's dog. He gathered flame into his palm, condensing it into a burning spear, hotter than molten metal. Then take this, Mom, condensing it into a burning spear, hotter than molten metal. Then this. Once again, a powerful attack which seemed to be even stronger than his first one. But Lin Xian didn't flinch. He stood still, breathing slow and deep. Now. And then, at the exact moment the spear reached him, he shung. The air split. Not the flame, not just a spear, but space itself. A blinding flash of swordlight erupted, tearing through everything in its path. The attack that came was not ordinary. A single, unassuming horizontal slash, but it left a shining arc in the sky. And Jin Yuanzhan's eyes widened in horror. That technique. Jin Yuanzhan's eyes widened in horror. That technique. Jin Yuanzhan barely had time to react. The shining arc cleaved through everything, spade or the orta mayoth. His flaming spear shattered mid-flight, incinerated by the sword light. His protective chi barrier cracked like brittle glass. A thin red line appeared across his chest. Hurr! Jin staggered, coughing blood. The entire arena fell silent. Even the most hardened cultivators watching from the VIP stands narrowed their eyes. That was the 10,000 sword Nirvana slash. Impossible. That's a forbidden level technique from the Heaven Sword sect. Impossible. That's a forbidden level technique from the Heaven Sword sect. Only sect leaders and sword grandmasters can comprehend even a trace of it. He's just a nascent soul junior. How can he wield something like that? Amid the murmurs and stunned awe, Lin Chen slowly exhaled. Ha! Ha! His sword lowered. His breathing was heavier, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. That technique, though powerful, had taxed his chi reserves immensely. He wasn't at his limit, but he was close. If Yunyan had taken that hit cleanly, the battle would have ended. Ling Xian would have won, but he didn't. He was wounded, but not defeated, and he was furious. You insect. Jin's eyes burned, no longer just with fire but with madness. I gave you a chance to die cleanly. He extended a trembling hand to his chest, right over his dantian, and shoved it in. Gasps erupted. No, he wouldn't. He's burning his core of sundao stone. That's insane. If he fails, his foundation will collapse? No, he wouldn't. He's burning his core of sundao stone. That's insane. If he fails, his foundation will collapse. Inside his core, the legendary Sundao Stone pulsed like a heartbeat. Burning through his Sundao Stone would mean that after this fight, he would be severely injured and perhaps couldn't advance to the next round. But Jin Yuanzhan didn't care. He couldn't afford to lose. Not to him, not to a former handyman, RRIAA. His body convulsed, flames bursting from every pore, his golden aura ignited with unprecedented brilliance, becoming a blazing inferno that towered into the sky. The arena's barrier groaned, shimmering violently under the pressure. His chi is increasing. He's pushing his soul formation power to the peak, possibly beyond. But at what cost? This is madness. Perhaps it isn't. Lin Xuan is that strong of an opponent. To be able to push Jin Yuanzhan to such a state, who would have thought? And he is only at nascent soul realm. Jin Yuanzhan's feet hit the ground with explosive force, and then he vanished. Lin Xuan's eyes snapped open. Jin Yuanzhan seeded the ground with explosive force, and then he vanished. Lin's Yogmut hot. His body moved on instinct, sword rising. Boom! A fist wreathed in sunfire slammed into his blade, sending him flying. No, you don't. Before he could recover, Jin appeared above him and delivered a brutal kick that cratered the stage beneath him. Lin Chen coughed blood. He tried to parry, but Jin's strikes were now heavier, wild, but unstoppable. This wasn't swordplay. This was brute force brawling backed by raw strength. Flames tore across the platform. This wasn't swordplay. This was brute force brawling backed by raw strength. Each strike set shockwaves rippling through the barrier. Lin Xian was fast but not fast enough. His chi was nearly depleted. His muscles ached. His body burned. Still he fought. Parry, dodge, counter. But each defense grew sloppier, each step he heavier, and Jin wasn't stopping. Bam, bam, bam! You don't get to humiliate me. A burning punch to the ribs. You don't get to stand above me. A brutal elbow to the back. You don't get to look down on me. A brutal elbow to the back. You don't get to look down on me. One final strike, a full-powered flame-enchanted palm slammed into Lin Xian's chest, blasting him across the arena. He hit the ground hard. This time, he didn't rise. The entire stage was silent. Even the flames had stopped roaring, flickering low now that Jin Yuanzhan's rage was spent. Smoke curled from Lin Xian's robes, blood dripped from his lips. She tried to move, but the referee stepped forward, hand raised. Winner Jin Yuanzhan. Raid. Winner Jin Yuanzhan. Shock, silence. Even those who favored Jin couldn't cheer, because everyone had seen it. The truth behind the victory. Jin Yuanzhan had barely won. He had to burn his core, cripple himself, and expend a legendary artifact's power, just to defeat a man one entire realm lower than him. A man once considered a nobody. Lin Zhuan, lying there, bloodied and broken, had still struck the deepest blow of the match to Jin Yuanzhan's pride. Moreover, everyone knew that after this match, Jin Yuan's chance of winning the Dragon and Phoenix competition was almost zero. Gasps still lingered in the air like the fading embers on the stage. He lost. No, he won, an elder muttered, eyes narrowed as he gazed at the scorched platform. Even in defeat, he stole the spotlight. Lin Chuan's body was carefully lifted off the stage by the medical team. As they began preparing grade 2 healing pills to stabilize him, a sharp voice cut through the air. Wait, Kong Zhang Kong stepped forward. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle flew through the air and landed gently in one of the medic's hands. Use this instead, he said. Young Master Bai has given them. Feed it to Lin Xuan. The medics paused, startled. One of them opened the bottle and gasped. Grade 5 healing pills. There was no room for hesitation. Bai Zihan's name carried the weight of a mountain, and to refuse an order from him was unthinkable. Not to mention, indeed, grade 5 healing pills was far better than what they want to give to Lin Xuan as emergency treatment. Without another word, they followed Kong Zanhuang's instruction. One of the grade 5 pills was crushed and its powder dissolved into Lin Xuan's system through a specialized technique since Lin Xuan can't take it himself. Almost instantly, a warm golden glow spread across his battered form. Cracks in his meridians began to mend, the pallor of his skin lessened, and his chaotic breath gradually evened out. The medics exchanged quiet glances. The effect was remarkable, far beyond what their prepared pills could have achieved. Stabilization complete. One of them reported softly, reverently, and just like that, Lin Xuan, though unconscious, was no longer in critical danger. The flames were gone. Jin Yuanzhan stood in the center of the arena, shoulders heaving, sweat pouring from every pore, his face pale beneath the lingering glow of his sunfire. And yet all eyes were still on the one who lost. Did he win, or did he lose? He questioned this for a long time, until he too collapsed from the exhaustion of his qi and the overexertion of his strength. Another medical team immediately rushed to help him as well. Elder Qinglin's eyes burned with quiet intensity as she watched Lin Xuan's unconscious form being taken away from the arena. That slash, she finally said, her voice soft but razor-sharp, laced with sword intent. The 10,000 sword Nirvana slash. She didn't think that Tan Yuhing would have already taught this technique to Lin Xuan. That practically meant that Tan Yuhing considered him as heir and was willing to pass down the position to Lin Xuan. That might be a problem. It wasn't that she personally had a problem with Lin Xuan, neither with his character nor his talent. Rather, it was his continued loyalty to Bai Zihan, still regarding him as his master, that troubled her. If that remained unchanged in the future, the Heaven Sword sect might well end up as nothing more than a lackey of the Bai clan. Still, recalling Yu Wuxuang's words and thinking deeper on the matter, she understood something else. The desolate Heaven Empire might be far too small to contain someone like Bai Zihan forever. In any case, there was still time before such worries became urgent. For now, she could focus on guiding Lin Xian, nurturing him carefully, and ensuring that, when the time came, he would prioritize the Heaven Sword sect above all else, especially if he were to inherit the mantle of sect leader. The disciples around her stiffened. Some had doubted their eyes, others simply didn't recognize the technique for what it truly was. Around her, shock and awe stirred the sect's young disciples. Many had sneered at Lin Xuan not long ago, a mere handyman, someone barely qualified to serve tea, let alone stand in the same arena as the rising stars of the empire. And now, he had become so strong that they might not be even in the same league. Among the disciples frozen in disbelief, a few wore pale faces and trembled, not from excitement, but fear. Those were the ones who had once mocked Lin Xuan, openly shoving him aside, stealing his resources, and ordering him around as they pleased, all out of jealousy over his appearance and how the girls fawned over him despite him being just a handyman. They had spat on his robes, laughed at his humble origins, and made his days in this sect to quiet misery. Now, they could barely tim. That technique, one muttered, his voice hoarse. How did he use it? Another disciple swallowed hard, his hand clutching at the front of his robe to hide the way it trembled. That's a heaven-grade technique. Even the Grand Elders never showed it in public. They all remembered how Lin Xuan used to bow his head and silently endure. And they all remembered how they thought he would amount to nothing. Now, he had stood toe-to-toe with the best prodigy of the Azur Sun sect and almost won. A bead of cold sweat rolled down a senior outer disciple's brow. He had once kicked Lin Xuan for walking too slowly in the sect grounds. He had even broken the boy's arm, calling it discipline. Please don't remember me. That thought echoed in more than one mind. Please forget everything. I'll never lay hands on anyone again. Please, please, let him never come for me. One even quietly clasped his hands in prayer toward the sky. I swear I'll never bully another soul again. Not even if they're a spirit-root cripple. I'll even clean the sword pavilion voluntarily. Just don't let him come back looking for revenge. They didn't know whether Lin Xuan would remember them or whether he even cared. But one thing was clear. The boy they once looked down on had become someone terrifying, someone they could no longer reach and never dared provoke again. Elsewhere, cultivators from all walks of life debated fiercely. Do you see how he moved? Like he was the sword. His footwork was insane. No wasted effort, no panic. I thought he was soul formation at first. To think a Nascent Soul Jr. forced Jinyuanzhan to burn his core and nearly cripple himself. Forget the fight that slash. It was like the sky tore open. Lin Shan, that's his name, right? That's not a name I'll forget anytime soon. Pity that he lost so soon. Master, that person. I have a sense for familiarity with him. The Changsheng didn't reply immediately, but indeed he also could sense an overwhelming talent from Lin Shan. He is a very talented person. Perhaps he could also rise to become one of the top cultivator. De Changsheng complimented. He didn't expect that. Apart from Ni Fengzhuo and Bai Zihan, there was still so many people in such a remote place that they could be considered a top genius of his time as well. Is this truly the golden generation of cultivation? He thought to himself. Seeing such heavenly given talents, he couldn't help but suspect this. On the stage, the overseer had already moved on with the next match. But as expected, compared to the fierce and breathtaking duel between Lin Xuan and Jin Yuanzhan, it barely stirred a ripple in the crowd's attention. The matches continued in routine fashion. Most of the winners were exactly who people predicted, disciples from powerful sects or great clans, easily overwhelming their lesser-known opponents. And when it was two unfamiliar names facing off, the crowd simply chatted, dozed off, or left for refreshments. The excitement had died down, and it showed. Then finally came the turn of Ni Fengzhuo, his opponent. A young cultivator from the Zhao clan, the Zhao cultivator from the Zhao clan. The Zhao cultivator stepped forward with a sneer, arms folded across his chest. Save yourself the humiliation. Surrender now and don't waste everyone's time. He, like everyone else, assumed this match would go just like the previous 52, predictable, one-sided, with victory going exactly as expected. Even the earlier match between Lin Shan and Jin Yuanzhan, though thrilling and tense, had ended in the expected outcome. And now, once again, no one expected anything different. Mi Fengzhu, however, said nothing. He simply drew his sword. That silent confidence clearly irked the Zhao clan cultivator, implied that Ni Fengzhu actually believed he could win. You're just inviting humiliation. He snapped. The crowd watched, but without much interest. No one was holding out hope for a miracle. However, this time was different and upset. Ni Fengzhu won. The Zhao clan cultivator, confident, arrogant, and already envisioning his victory, charged in with a blaze of techniques. After all, he was a top Nascent Soul cultivator, and Ni Fengzhu, at best, early Nascent Soul. Worse, he had no major clan or sect backing him. How strong could he possibly be? Even at the same cultivation level, with his superior techniques, he believed it would be an easy victory for him. That was the assumption, and that assumption cost him everything. Ni Fengzhu effortlessly dodged the Zhao cultivator's techniques as if they were child's play, his movements calm and unhurried. Hey, Chao. All his attacks had only hit air and nothing else. Then when he has finished attacking, Ni Fengzhu's sword moved only once, a single slash. Clean short sword moved only once, a single slash, clean, sharp, deceptively simple. The Zhao cultivator's defenses shattered as though they were paper, and blood sprayed across the stage. In an instant, the proud scion of the Zhao clan was lying on the ground, groaning and unconscious. Gasps rippled through the arena. He didn't just win, he won instantly. Everyone expected that the match would be instant, though it was the other way around than they thought. It was Ni Fengzhu who ended things in one move. A fight that was supposed to be a routine victory for the Zhao clan ended in total humiliation. Ni Fengzhu who ended things in one move. A fight that was supposed to be a routine victory for the Zhao clan ended in total humiliation. Ni Fengzhu is this powerful. Who would have thought that the rumors were false? Is this the best of the Zhao clan, truly disappointing from one considered among the top 3 strongest clans of the empire? While many complimented Ni Fengzhu's strength, others questioned the Zhao clan's strength. After all, throughout this whole competition, none of the major clans had lost in such a disappointing manner, and that was especially true for the Li and Bai clans. Of course, the truth was that Ni Fengzhu was strong, but one couldn't help but put down others who lost as well. This made Zhao Chen angry. This was the tournament where they were going to regain their lost face and trust, but actually, it got worse. That trash. Zhao Chen also couldn't help but blame his fellow clan members. He wasn't the only one. Others, including the elders of Zhao clan, looked at him like an abandoned clan member, and anyone could tell that his life, once back in the Zhao clan, wouldn't be anything less than miserable. On the other hand, Bai clan members didn't know what to say. On one hand, they were happy that their enemy was getting humiliated like this. But the fact that the one doing so happened to be their young Mrs. ex-fiancé, whose relationship with them wasn't great. They also couldn't insult Ni Fengzhu, because Bai Zihan had shown the intention to recruit him into the clan. Insulting him might be seen as insulting Bai Zihan's judgment, so they could only watch without saying anything. Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes, surprised by Ni Fengzhuo's strength. When she went to break their engagement, his cultivation was barely at the qi refining stage. 2 years later, it reached the nascent soul realm, a feat that she couldn't say that she could do. Moreover, she had thought that Ni Fengzhuo, despite his cultivation, would lose to others, because unlike the others from major clans and sects, he probably didn't have powerful techniques. Well, it was still not sure whether he did, because all it took was one move from him to instantly. Still, outside she remained calm and expressionless, like it didn't matter to her at all. After that stunning upset, the matches resumed. The remaining battles in the first round proceeded without surprises. No other match stirred the arena the way Lin Xuan's clash with Jin Yuanzhan had, or Ni Fengzhu's instant victory over the Zhao clan's elite. That was the only real upset of the entire first round. Eventually, as the last scheduled match concluded and the dust settled over the arena, the overseer stepped forward once more, his voice echoing through the formation-amplified platform. That concludes the first round of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. The crowd responded with polite applause. Many were still murmuring about the earlier events. The second round will begin in 3 days' time, the overseer continued, arms clasped behind his back. During this period, all participants are advised to rest well, tend to their injuries, and recover their strength. Your true battles have only just begun. His voice rang out with subtle weight, and the crowd slowly began to disperse. As the crowd filtered out and the disciples returned to their quarters, a quiet yet unmistakable tension hovered over the Bai clan pavilion. Bai Xueqing, accompanied by Chu Zihan, made her way across the sect compound and into the Bai clan's reserved area. They passed several guards in attendance who bowed respectfully, though the atmosphere was thick with tension. Inside the pavilion, Bai Zihan stood in quiet conversation with a few elders when he noticed their approach. Bai Xueqing didn't waste time. "You," she began. "What were you thinking?" Bai Zihan stood calmly in the corridor, behind her, his hands clasped behind his back, face serene as ever. "You'll need to be more specific, dear sister. You'll need to be more specific, dear sister," he said lightly, though his gaze sharpened a touch. "Ni Fengzhuo," she replied, whirling around. "You offered him a marriage to the Bai clan." Her voice wasn't raised, but there was heat in it. Bai Zihan didn't flinch. "He's strong and someone who would be useful to me. You call that an explanation?" Her brows arched. "Yes." Bai Zihan replied without hesitation. Bai Xueqing's clenched at her sides, her voice cold. "Do you care about anything besides your damn schemes?" Bai Xuen's, her voice cold. "Do you even think about how this affects my face?" Bai Zihan met her glare calmly. "No," he said flatly. "I don't care about face. Face doesn't protect the clan. Face doesn't build strength. It's vanity, and for the bigger picture, vanity must be sacrificed." His words struck like a slap. Bai Xueqing stiffened. "You say that as if you have some grand vision. But you don't," she bit out. "If you had a plan, something real, explain it. I'd listen." Her voice cracked slightly at the end, but her gaze was still sharp, still demanding. Bai Zihan's lips curved, though it wasn't quite a smile. "I do have a plan, my dear sister," he said quietly. "But even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Like how would she even begin to understand? Like how would she even begin to understand that Ni Fengzhu was the key to gaining an immortal emperor? Not to mention, it was likely similar to bringing back the dead, which sounds even more impopular. Not to mention, it was likely similar to bringing back the dead, which sounds even more impossible. No matter which, one was more absurd than the other, and he can't explain how he's going to bring back the dead and only knows that Ni Fengzhuo can. So, there are many things going on which Bai Zihan honestly can't explain and expect others to believe." Her eyes widened in disbelief, fury rising behind them. "And it has to be him?" she asked, almost scoffing. "Out of everyone you could use for your so-called plan, it must be him." "It must be him?" she asked, almost scoffing. "Out of everyone you could use for your so-called plan, it must be him. Otherwise, he doesn't even know what the first thing he would need to create a body for the soul." "I see now," she whispered. "This isn't because of some grand scheme that you have. You're doing this because you want to humiliate me." Bai Zihan stared at Bai Xueqing for a second and sighed. Perhaps he had been less considerate of Bai Xueqing for a second and sighed. Perhaps he had been less considerate of Bai Xueqing's feelings, but when looking at what benefit he could get, he knew that Bai Xueqing's face wasn't worth it. "What makes you think that, Bai Zihan?" Bai Xueqing didn't answer. He took a step forward, gaze never leaving hers. "Very well," he said at last. "Let's settle it another way." Her brow furrowed. "A bet," Bai Zihan said. She blinked. "If you win the Dragon and Phoenix competition, I'll yield." Yield what? Everything, he said plainly. You want me to stop. I'll listen to whatever you have to say and obey it 3 times, no matter what it is. His tone didn't waver, neither what it is. His tone didn't waver, neither his gaze. That gave her pause. 3 times. It nobody does. She echoed. I swear it, Bai Zihan replied. On my name. Xu Zian, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes but stayed silent. 3 times it seemed to be nothing, but not when the person was Bai Zihan. He didn't say when, and no limits. With his position, he was going to be clan leader, and perhaps even more than that. By that time, if one could keep hold of this promise, then there were many things that one could ask of Bai Zihan. Of course, seeing that it was Bai Xueqing, Bai Zihan's sister, everyone knew that it wouldn't be too harmful to Bai Zihan or the Bai Zihan or the Bai clan itself. So, they just watched, believing this to be just a little thing between siblings, and motivating Bai Xueqing to win the competition was great for the Bai clan as well. Bai Xueqing's fingers curled slightly, her nails pressing into her palm. And if you lose, Bai Zihan said slowly, then you shouldn't interfere with what I am doing. And perhaps, help me bring Mi Feng's to the Bai clan. Bai Xueqing's eyes flashed. You want me to apologize to him, if that's what it takes? Sure, be ready to serve me like a servant after I win, because that is what I am using those promises for. Sure, be ready to serve me like a servant after I win, because that's what I'm using those promises for, Bai Xueqing declared. No problem. Bai Zihan wasn't worried. If Nifengju couldn't even win and fulfill what was meant to be his destiny, then he might as well be called a scam of a heaven's chosen one. Considering Bai Xueqing is his obstacle, if he can't overcome it, then perhaps a heart demon and stagnant cultivation are all he'll end up with. Just think if that can happen to a heaven's chosen one, then he's no chosen one at all. Though if she did win, that would be interesting in itself. So, Bai Zihan had no problem making the bet, even if it was just to shut Bai Xueqing up. His gaze lingered on his sister for a moment longer, but when she said nothing else, he gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Bai Zihan had just left with Kong Zhanhong, but before he could get far, someone blocked his path. It was a young man in gold and silver robes, flanked by 2 silent guards. The emblem on his chest bore the insignia of the imperial family. The youth bowed deeply, cupping his fists. Greetings, young master Bai Zihan. I come on behalf of His Highness the First Prince. He wishes to meet with you. Bai Zihan didn't stop walking. The emissary blinked and quickly stepped in front of him again. It's a personal invitation. The prince said, if he has something to ask of me, Bai Zihan interrupted without slowing, then he should come to me himself. The emissary stiffened, caught between fear and confusion. You young master Bai, surely you understand that His Highness, well, everyone should know by now that those who are begging should be the ones going to the giver, rather than the other way around. Bai Zihan said, first, prince, merely a title of firstborn with nothing backing it. Bai Zihan wasn't afraid of the first prince or the possibility of revenge if he ever became emperor. The emperor was still alive, and it might take quite some time before a new one was chosen. Not to mention, after becoming emperor, the first prince's first priority would be to eliminate potential rivals and stabilize his position. By the time he finishes all that, Bai Zihan was certain that he would be powerful enough that the imperial family would be just another clan he could deal with. So, he wasn't afraid of offending the first prince. The emissary opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. He wanted to curse and let Bai Zihan know the consequences of looking down on His Highness. But he'd received strict orders not to do anything rash or offend Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan was already walking away without even looking back. Before the first prince, the emissary knelt, head lowered. So, he refused. The emissary nodded quickly. Yes, your highness. He said that, if you have something to ask of him, then you should come to him. You should come to him. Silence. One of the prince's advisors shifted nervously but said nothing. After a long pause, the first prince let out a soft chuckle. Interesting. He leaned back, swirling a cup of tea in his hand. He really is, as the rumors say. Even this position of mine seemed insufficient to order him to come and see me. The others in the room looked at one another, unsure whether that was a compliment or something else. I assume he won't come even if we send a more formal summons. One of the advisors asked cautiously. He won't, the prince said simply. He already knew Bai Zihan's habit that he never came when called, unless it was by his parents or sister, and that if one wanted to meet him they had to visit him personally. Even so, he'd sent the emissary to test whether Bai Zihan would reject even his invitation. It seemed he had. Indeed, Bai Zihan didn't give face to anyone. Would he also reject the emperor's order? He wondered, but he would have to wait a few more years to find out. When he became emperor, your highness, what should we do then? Another advisor asked. He was indirectly asking whether the first prince would comply with Bai Zihan's demand and go meet him personally. I won't go. Let's focus on the other clans instead. Uzd knew it would be difficult to win over Bai Zihan, especially since he had no good bargaining chips to offer. Rather than wasting time with Bai Zihan, he would focus on other powers he might be able to sway. More than that, his pride wouldn't allow him to go meet a junior. 1 day has passed since the first round was over. Bai Zihan didn't think much about the first prince, his invitation, or the fact that he hadn't come personally to meet him. He was more interested in spending the next 3 days doing absolutely nothing. Hard work was good, and everything but nothing beats being lazy. His sword was sheathed, his robe was loose, his body lay stretched on a jade recliner as a warm breeze drifted through the window. He had just closed his eyes, content in the rare peace his dock. Knock, knock. Bai Zihan's brow twitched. He didn't move. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the knock was firmer. A moment passed and then a voice followed. Young master, it's urgent. Kong Jianhong said. Bai Zihan opened one eye and let out a long sigh, as if the heavens themselves had betrayed him. Well, heaven might have betrayed him a long time ago, though. Enter. The door opened, and Kong Jianhong stepped inside, his expression more serious than usual. He held a sealed jade slip in one hand. I found it, he said without preamble. A lead on the assassin's organization the young master told me to find. That made Bai Zihan sit up. He didn't expect that Kong Jianhong could even track down the assassin group, which the Bai clan couldn't. He took the jade slip with narrowed eyes. Where? Bai Zihan walked slowly, hands tucked into his sleeves, his long robe brushing lightly against the dirt. Beside him, Kong Jianhong kept pace, his expression grim, eyes occasionally scanning the rooftops and alleyways. At the moment, they were on their way to the place Kong Jianhong had found, which might be connected to the assassins sent to kill Bai Zihan 1 year ago. Young master, it might not be the organization that sent the assassins to kill you and Miss Bai Xinyue, Kong Jianhong said quietly. Black Lantern Society operates mostly in the outer prefectures of the capital espionage, smuggling, contract killings. But they're not strong. They don't have the resources or cultivation to deploy several soul formation experts, much less spirit-severing realm cultivators. Bai Zihan's gaze didn't waver. But they're definitely connected. I found out that Black Lantern Society has previously offended someone far higher than their level, and that clan wanted to eradicate the Black Lantern Society. But what happened next shocked everyone. The clan was destroyed the day after declaring war on Black Lantern Society. The group sent to wipe out that clan seemed to have strength similar to the one sent to kill you. Kong Jianhong continued, but this isn't the only evidence. Although the Black Lantern Society has the strength of a low-level sect, it is always helped by someone when in danger. Someone is definitely protecting them and funding them. They passed beneath a narrow archway. The distant clang of metal could be heard a blacksmith working somewhere in the back alleys. Nobody knows who is backing the Black Lantern Society, but everyone knows who is backing the Black Lantern Society. But everyone knows that if one wants to deal with them, they have to prepare for what's to come. There aren't many organizations with such secrecy, and the assassins sent to kill you are also unknown. So I suspect that the Black Lantern Society is a branch of that organization or has some sort of relationship. Bai Zihan listened carefully. Although much of what Kong Jianhong said was speculation, it wasn't baseless. Moreover, to find such a hidden organization, he didn't expect to get concrete evidence or anything solid. Anyway, even if it wasn't the same organization, such a powerful assassination group would definitely know another similar organization that might be the one he was looking for. Kong Jianhong's steps slowed as they neared the old tea house, the shadows growing longer and thicker. I would have taken care of this myself, Kong Jianhong said quietly, eyes narrowing. If it were just a matter of finding the organization, I could have tracked them to their roots, but my strength isn't enough. He glanced at Bai Zihan, expression serious. Acting too openly might alert them. This organization moves in shadows, and if they sense a hunter breathing down their necks, they disappear like smoke. I didn't want to risk blowing our cover. Bai Zihan gave a faint smile, though his gaze remained steady. That sounded like an excuse, but Kong Jianhong wasn't entirely wrong. Being cautious helps, especially when dealing with power one might not be familiar with. Moreover, Kong Jianhong had already done more than he expected. They stood before the tea house now. The faded wooden doors loomed ahead, silent as a tomb. Kong Jianhong hesitated before asking, "Young master, will you call the elders for help?" The Ba clan's combined strength could overwhelm them. Bai Zihan's eyes flicked toward the weathered building, then back to Kong Jianhong. I can handle this myself. The words hung in the air. King Jianggong's brow furrowed sharply, startled by the confidence and risk in Bai Zihan's tone. Young master, that is dangerous. They seem to have many soul formation realm experts. And although I don't doubt your full strength, it's better to be cautious. Kong Jianggong warned. This was one of the reasons he sought Bai Zihan's help, because the Black Lantern Society had several soul formation realm cultivators, but he hadn't expected Bai Zihan to deal with them alone. He thought Bai Zihan would call the elders for help. Bai Zihan's voice was calm but cold. Don't worry, if something happens, we can always run away. However, you can go back if you want. Kong Zhanhong's eyes flickered with unease. Young master is going. How can I just leave? He said confidently, but it was obvious he was scared. He was only in the nascent soul realm. Facing several soul formation experts, it wasn't something he could handle. But of course, he can't show himself to be a coward and leave Bai Zihan by himself. Kong Zhanhong took a deep breath and stepped forward, leading the way through the narrow alleys that twisted like veins through the old quarter of the capital's outer prefectures. The buildings here were worn down, cracked tiles and faded paint telling stories of neglect and silence. The people who once lived nearby had long since moved out, or been moved out. The stench of old blood, rusted iron, and stale incense clung to the air. They finally reached a secluded courtyard enclosed by high stone walls mottled with moss. At the far end stood a dilapidated structure 2 stories high, with shuttered windows and a carved plaque above the door whose characters had long faded from view. Kong Zhong came to a halt a few steps away, his body tense. "This is it," he said quietly. "The old Medicine Guild's branch building, abandoned for over 10 years. No one goes near it, but according to the information I gathered, this is where Black Lantern Society is currently headquartered." He swallowed hard, his knuckles were white as he clenched his fists. Then, with a nervous glance toward Bai Zihan, he added, "Young master, are you really sure we shouldn't wait for the elders? Even just 1 or 2 spirit-severing cultivators would make all the difference. If we strike too early and they escape, he didn't get to finish." Because Bai Zihan had already moved, without a word, he stepped forward, long robes flowing behind him, and headed straight for the heavy double doors of the building. Kong Zhanghong's mouth opened in alarm. "Young master." Bai Zihan didn't slow. Kong Zhanghong cursed softly under his breath. He jogged forward, heart pounding, and followed Bai Zihan in. "Wait for me, young master." Inside, the air was thick with dust and darkness. Bai Zihan stepped casually into the building said to be the Black Lantern Society's headquarters, his hands still tucked in his sleeves, his eyes calm. The space was dimly lit by flickering oil lamps mounted on the cracked walls, casting dancing shadows that made the old wooden beams creak like something alive. The floor was scuffed, blood-stained in places, and the scent of dried herbs barely masked the iron tang that clung to the room. There were people inside. A dozen men and women in black clothes and veils lounged around low tables, some sharpening blades, others drinking tea. But the moment the door creaked open behind Bai Zihan, every head turned. Weapons slid from sleeves. Killing intent flickered like lightning in their eyes. "Who are you?" One of them barked, stepping forward, hand already on the hilt of a curved dagger. His voice was hoarse, and a long scar ran down his cheek. Another, a tall man leaning against a wooden pillar, narrowed his eyes. "You picked the wrong place to wander into, boy. Turn around and you might leave with your legs." None of them recognized him yet, not in this dim light. Kong Zhanghong entered right behind him, his face pale, sweat on his brow. His eyes darted around the room, locking briefly onto a pair of soul formation auras lurking in the back. There were also several nascent soul realms, each reeking of blood. But Bai Zihan didn't even glance at them. He took a step forward, then another. His tone was soft, barely more than a murmur, but every person in the room heard him clearly. "I'm here for a conversation." The tension in the room twisted tighter, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. The scar-faced man laughed. A conversation? With whom exactly? He still considered Bai Zihan just a young boy who didn't know where he was. Bai Zihan stopped in the center of the room. "Whoever's in charge." The laughter died down because their leader, even the most prominent member of the Black Lantern Society, couldn't be met casually. A man seated near the corner froze, squinting hard through the flickering light. He leaned forward, his breath catching. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. That's Bai Zihan. I must quickly inform the leader." He immediately stood up and nearly stumbled over his chair in his haste. Without a word, he turned and rushed toward the back corridor, vanishing through a door behind a beaded curtain. He was going to report to the leader. Kong Zhanhong's heart pounded. This was it. They were inside the den, and the wolves were stirring. But Bai Zihan's expression hadn't changed. "Do you even know where you are?" the scar-faced man asked. Bai Zihan turned his head slightly, meeting the man's gaze with a calm, steady look. "Yes," he said softly. "Isn't this the Black Lantern Society's headquarters?" The silence that followed was not the silence of confusion, but one of dawning realization and alarm. Eyes widened, the tension doubled. This wasn't some lost noble's son who had wandered into the wrong tea house. He knew exactly where he was. He had come here on purpose. The scar-faced man from earlier sucked in a sharp breath, his posture tightening. The tall man by the pillar now stood fully upright, both hands at the ready, his gaze flicking toward the beaded curtain the informant had disappeared behind. One of the veiled women subtly shifted her position to block the nearest exit. "How do you know about this place?" A cold, harsh voice demanded from the corner. Another man stepped forward, this one older, broader, with a jagged sword strapped to his back. His spiritual aura flickered faintly, not yet released, but unmistakably soul formation realm. "No one knows this place unless we allow them to know," the man said slowly. "So either you're lying, or someone told you, and either way." He took another step forward, eyes narrowing. "You're not leaving this place today." Kong Jianhong swallowed hard. He could feel the pressure rising in the room, like a dam seconds before bursting. But Bai Zihan remained completely still. His hands were still tucked in his sleeves, his posture relaxed, almost lazy. "Whether I leave or not," Bai Zihan replied, "depends on whether your leader is willing to come out and talk." The veiled woman laughed sharply. "You still think you're in a position to ask questions?" she asked. "Yes," Bai Zihan replied. Fanxian replied, "Fast, King Vairgrunner limbs. And then I'll ask you again who told you," the scar-faced said. "That was the signal." Half a dozen shadows surged forward in a coordinated motion, blades flashing, talismans igniting mid-air, dark smoke twisting like snakes. Killing intent crashed toward Bai Zihan from all sides. Bai Zihan didn't flinch, not when blades gleamed in the shadows, not when talismans ignited with ghostly green light, not even when killing intent surged like a crashing wave. Instead, he let out a soft breath and moved. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Bai Zihan was already among them. A flick of his sleeve, and the veiled woman slammed into the wall with a choking gas, blood spraying from her mouth as her dantian cracked. Arc. What? What happened? Where is he? The Nascent Soul Realm cultivators couldn't even see Bai Zihan's figure and were confused by his Zihan's figure and were confused by his sun appearance and disappearance. There. The scar-faced man pointed his finger toward Bai Zihan as he made his own move toward him. But a step forward, and the scar-faced man's curved dagger shattered in his hand before he screamed, his wrist twisted backward at an unnatural angle. "Ah! How is this possible?" The scar-faced man was confused as his beloved profound gray dagger was completely destroyed by Bai Zihan's sword. Not to mention, he, a soul formation realm expert, was easily defeated like this by someone whose hair isn't even fully grown. Another flick, this time of two fingers, and a tall man by the pillar flew backward, crashing through two tables and groaning as he lay sprawled in the wreckage. It was effortless, clinical, precise. The room devolved into chaos. Two more assassins, both nascent soul cultivators, lunged in from opposite angles, one wielding a chain whip and the other a crescent-shaped glaive. Bai Zihan didn't even turn his head. Glaive! Bai Zihan didn't even turn his head. Crack, the chain shattered into links. The glaive snapped in half mid-swing. Before either attacker could comprehend what had happened, they were hurled backward by a formless wave of force, crashing hard, ribs shattering. "Stop!" Minus one of the soul formation cultivators at the back shouted, his face pale. "He's mid-soul formation? At least no. Perhaps high soul formation realm. We need to work together." The other soul formation expert cursed. "He doesn't even look 20. What kind of monster cultivator is this?" The broad man with the jagged sword finally drew his weapon, face grim. "Don't hold back. Move as if to kill him." His sword flared with dark red spiritual chi as he stepped forward, aura rising like a tide. The second soul formation cultivator followed, lightning wreathing his palms. They moved together, synchronized and deadly, but just before they could strike, a voice rang out. "Stop!" It wasn't loud, but it cut through the chaos like a blade. Instantly, everyone froze. Even the two soul formation experts halted mid-step, their expressions twisting in hesitation. From behind the beaded curtain, a figure emerged. She was dressed in plain, midnight robes embroidered with silver threads, her long hair tied back with a bone clasp. Her presence was quiet, but oppressive, a still mountain at midnight. Her eyes were narrow, pitch black, like twin abysses that saw through everything. She looked at Bai Zihan, then at the injured assassins littering the floor. Then back to Bai Zihan again. She hadn't expected that in the little time it took to get here, so many of her assassins would be lying on the ground, including Soul Formation Realm Cultivator. This was a disgrace to the Black Lantern Society, but also a sign of just how powerful Bai Zihan actually was. There was no longer any need to debate. The person before her was the famous Bai Zihan. "You're Bai Zihan," she said, her voice low and smooth. "Here of the Bai clan. What are you doing here?" Bai Zihan inclined his head, hands still calmly folded in his sleeves. You must be the leader of the Black Lantern Society. I am. She walked forward slowly, without fear, but not with arrogance either, just the deliberate pace of someone used to being in control. My name is Xie Wanchu. She stopped a few paces away from Bai Zihan, meeting his gaze directly. My name is Xie Wanchu. She stopped a few paces away from Bai Zihan, meeting his gaze directly. I take it this visit of yours is not random. Bai Zihan's lips curved faintly. No, I have questions. About the assassin who tried to kill me in Bai Xinyu a year ago. Xie Wanchu's eyes narrowed slightly. And you think we were responsible? Perhaps. Even if not, Bai Zihan said softly, I think your organization knows who it was. The room was still. Blood painted the floor, broken tables groaned under the weight of fallen assassins, and the air reeked of burnt talismans and shattered pride. Among the debris, the scar-faced man slowly rose to his knees, one hand clutching his mangled wrist, his face pale with pain. His eyes were fixed on Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan, the name echoed in his mind like thunder. He had heard the stories, of course. Everyone had. He had scoffed at those stories like many others. Exaggeration, he'd thought. Typical noble propaganda. Just another overhyped brat from a powerful clan with resources and elders cleaning up after him. But now he could still feel the pain in his broken bones, the fear that gripped his lungs, and the cold sweat soaking his back. He clenched his teeth, humiliated. He had ganged up on him. With others, nascent soul formation, veterans, killers. And still they had been played with like insects. His eyes trembled as he looked up again. Bai Zihan stood there as if nothing had happened, as if this place, this den of assassins, was no more threatening to him than a tea house. His sleeves remained immaculate. His expression was calm, detached, and eerily cold. This is the monster the rumors spoke of. No worse, the rumors hadn't done him justice. The scar-faced man felt a bitter laugh arise in his throat, only to choke it down. He had thought himself strong, elite, a reaper in the dark. But before Bai Zihan, he was no more than a pebble in the path. He lowered his head, blood trickling from his lip as he spat to the side. So this is true fear. And a part of him, despite the pain, despite the fury, understood why even the soul formation cultivators had been stalked by their leader. It wasn't for Bai Zihan's sake, it was for theirs. Xie Wanchu's eyes flickered just for an instant, a subtle shift in her pupils, a slight stillness in her breathing, but to someone like Bai Zihan, that brief falter was enough. She knew something. Still, she composed herself quickly, her voice smooth as ever. You give us too much credit, she said evenly. The Black Lantern Society takes many contracts, but we do not act without cause or coin. And we certainly don't go after the heirs of the great clans, not to mention someone as great as the Bai clan. She paused. I do not recall any such contract, neither against you nor against Bai Xinyu. She tried to explain. Certainly. But like I said, you definitely know the one behind it. You'd better cough it up, otherwise even those two dogs hiding behind you won't be able to save you. Xie Wanchu's composure cracked. Bai Zihan's words had struck home. Not just because of their confidence, but because they were correct. The temperature in the room shifted. Two dogs hiding behind you, Bai Zihan repeated, almost lazily. His tone held no mockery, only cold truth. Spirit-severing realm, yes. Probably your source of confidence. He tilted his head slightly, eyes flicking toward the dark corridor behind the curtains Xie had emerged from. His spiritual sense had already pierced through the layers of illusion and chi-concealing formations. Two shadows lurked there, one leaning against a pillar with arms crossed, the other seated in silence like a statue carved from stone. They had likely been watching and waiting, either for a signal from Xie Wanchu or a sign that she was in danger. Xie's pupils shrank ever so slightly. He noticed. Before she could respond, the shadow stirred. A voice echoed from the darkness. Ha! Back off, Wanchu. This little cub isn't as harmless as looks. The first figure stepped forward, revealing a tall man with unkempt silver-streaked hair and an amused glint in his eyes. His clothes were simple but reinforced with formation, and a long saber was strapped to his back. He cracked his neck as he stepped beside Xie Wanchu. The second shadow emerged more slowly. This one was quieter, taller, and wore a half-mask made of jade, hiding the lower part of his face. His robes were pitch black, adorned only with a red thread around the collar. An icy pressure rolled through the air. Spirit-severing realm, both of them. You got sharp eyes, boy, the jade-masked man said, his voice deep and steady. But I suggest you go back. Otherwise, even if you are from the Bai clan, I won't show mercy. Make your choice comply or not. Spare me the useless chatter. Bai Zihan replied. The silver-haired one laughed, clearly enjoying himself. Ha ha ha. Seems like the Bai clan has raised a Varric heir, typical of them. He took a step forward. The wooden floor groaned beneath his feet, not from weight, but from the pressure that radiated outward. The very structure of the building seemed to tense in response. I've been in the spirit-severing realm for 60 years, killed void refinement enemies before you even had your first breakthrough. Do you really think you can walk in here, threaten the Black Lantern Society's mistress, and walk away untouched? Beside him, the jade-masked cultivator finally raised a hand and the walls of the building groaned. A formation had been activated, sealing the exit to make sure Bai Zihan couldn't escape. Kom Zanhong, by now, was already regretting coming. 2 spirit-severing realms. Young master, we need to get out of here. He was surprised by Bai Zihan's earlier dominance, but that and this were different, because unlike before, now they were facing spirit-severing realm cultivators. But unlike his concern and rising panic, Bai Zihan remained calm, unmoving. He showed no sign of retreat. Bai Zihan exhaled softly. His voice, though still quiet now, held the resonance of a blade being drawn. I see. So you want to defy me? Big words. The silver-haired one snapped. Don't think we're the same as these trash. You'll regret ever stepping in here. Well, I don't know about that, because when this is over, you two will also be lying on the floor just like them. Don't think we're the same as these trash. You'll regret ever stepping in here. Well, I don't know about that. Everyone was baffled by Bai Zihan's confidence, or rather, his overconfidence. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had met someone this arrogant while standing at death's door. The silver-haired man sneered, still bluffing. He took a step forward, vanishing with a burst of wind. Whoosh! His movement was sharp, honed through decades of combat. His saber left its scabbard with a shriek, trailing light. In that instant, the room seemed to bend under the force of his advance. One strike, he said coldly. That's all it'll take. Bai Zihan didn't move. He simply watched. The air cracked, the saber split the room in half as it came for him. Kong Jonghong cried out, flinching, "Young master!" But just before the strike landed, clong! The ringing of metal echoed like a tolling bell. Sparks exploded. The silver-haired cultivator's expression shifted from smug certainty to stunned disbelief. His blade had stopped. No been caught. Bai Zihan's right hand had snapped upward and caught the saber with his hand, bare-handed. The floor beneath him cracked from the rebound of force. Wind howled around his robes, and yet he stood unshaken, eyes cold, fingers tight, blade trembling. What? The silver-haired man muttered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Before he could pull back, boom! A pulse of power erupted from Bai Zihan's body. Spiritual chi surged in every direction, the floor beneath him breaking in a perfect circle. The entire room lurched as if struck by a tidal wave of chi. The air froze. Kong Zhonghong stumbled back, mouth agape. Xia Wangshuo's pupils shrank. The jade-masked cultivator's brow finally furrowed. The silver-haired man, he was sent flying. Like a meteor, he crashed through the far wall with a thunderous boom, his body carving a trench into the floor as he skidded and rolled, only stopping when he hit a pillar with a bone-crunching sound. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Silence followed. Only the creaking of wood and the soft hiss of displaced air remained. Bai Zihan slowly withdrew his hand while looking disgusted at the blood he got on his hand. He exhaled, and with that exhale, his true cultivation leaked out. A tide of pressure descended. The illusion was gone. There was no longer any doubt. Spirit-severing realm. He wasn't just a soul formation cultivator, as many had thought. The jade-masked man didn't speak. His gaze locked onto Bai Zihan like a hawk, cautious now, no longer dismissive. Xia Wanshu's face finally changed. Even she hadn't expected this. He is in the spirit-severing realm. How is this possible? She knew many secrets and info throughout the desolate Heaven Empire, including the top geniuses. Even those favored to win in the Dragon and Phoenix competition were only in the soul formation realm. But Bai Zihan, he was on another level entirely. Those rumors that Bai Zihan was scared to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix competition? Complete bullshit. With this level of cultivation, he had no need to fear anyone. No wonder they paid so much to kill him. The walls around them groaned under the pressure, and still Bai Zihan hadn't taken a single step. He looked toward the jade-masked cultivator now, expression cold, voice calm. Next. Damn it. The jade-masked man's voice was low. His hand curled into a fist as his chi subtly rose. He wasn't going to act like the earlier person. He wasn't underestimate Bai Zihan, not after his display of strength. He had no intention of charging in blindly. Instead, he turned slightly, calling out toward the collapsed, silver-haired cultivator still twitching among the rubble. Sean, get up. His tone was cold and clipped. We're doing this together. From within the debris, a grunt of pain emerged. The silver-haired cultivator Sean staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth, one arm trembling. His robes were in tatters, hair disheveled, pride in ruins. But he didn't hesitate. He forced himself upright, wiping the blood from his chin. His eyes burned, not just with pain, but with the need to salvage his dignity. He got lucky. His voice was hoarse, then louder, to the room. Don't think I'll fall for that twice? He roared as if to shatter the memory of his earlier defeat. His spiritual chi surged again, wilder now, edged with fury. The floor cracked beneath his feet as he jumped, returning to stand beside the jade-masked man. The room shifted again. Tension thickened. Two spirit-severing realm cultivators now stood side by, hardened, experienced, cautious. Their arrogance had burned away. Now, only killing intent remained. Shan rolled his shoulder, flexing his spiritual chi, gaze locked on Bai Zihan. You really tricked me there, but your luck has run out now. He pointed his saber at him. Bai Zihan couldn't help but laugh. This guy Shan charged in by himself, got humiliated, and now thought he could get his revenge. The jade mask cultivator raised his single hand, drawing forth a strange silver formation disc from his robe. It floated in the air between his palms, rotating slowly, humming with layered inscriptions. The pressure spiked. Spiritual chi from three spirit-severing realm cultivators surged through the ruined chamber, cracking walls and rattling lanterns. Dust rained from the ceiling. The air felt heavy like the sky before a thunderstorm. Boom! Bai Zihan vanished. In a blink, he was there, right between them, blade in motion, feet light, body graceful, like a dance, except each step could kill. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as Sean's saber met the eternal spirit sword. The impact forced him back again and again, each clash biting deeper into his defense. Bai Zihan's strength was overwhelming, unlike anything they had faced. Then an arc of light. The jade-masked man barely blocked it, only to find three more strikes already following, like a flowing current. What is this technique? The silver-haired man roared and swung wide, aiming to catch Bai Zihan off guard. Foosh, but his strike hit nothing but the afterimage. One Bai Zihan became three. Three became five. The five became nine. Each one shimmering, flickering, flowing like moonlight reflected in running water. The nine shadows, flowing light sword. What the hell? Sean slashed at a shadow, it vanished. The jade-masked man unleashed a barrage of talismans and spirit chains. Bai Zihan didn't even dodge. He shifted his stance, and then his sword swept in a circular arc, gentle as a breeze. The chains and attacks were deflected, scattered like raindrops against a still lake. Eternal flowing water sword technique. Smooth, soft, untouchable. Every technique they threw at him was rendered useless, no matter the power, no matter the speed. The silver-haired man snarled. Fight like a man. Bai Zihan chuckled, casually spinning his blade as the aftermath reformed around him. He sidestepped another thrust from the jade-masked cultivator and flicked his sword 1, 2, 3 times. Then he turned his back, in the middle of a fight. Hands behind his back, in the middle of a fight. I've seen enough. His voice was quiet, spirit-severing realm, not as overwhelming as I thought. The jade-masked man's eyes widened. I needed to see how much I've improved. Bai Zihan interrupted, still not looking at them. You two served your purpose well. He finally looked over his shoulder, golden eyes gleaming beneath his tousled hair. Now let's end this before you drag someone else into the fight, and make it boring. The 9 afterimages suddenly aligned. A flash of gold and silver light gathered at Bai Zihan's blade as he raised it overhead still. One-handed, still composed, the jade-masked man's instinct screamed at him to run, but it was too late. 9 shadows flowing light. Third form, his voice echoed. The light flared, then wash, flowing light. Third form, his voice echoed. The single stroke, too fast to see, too silent to hear. But the aftermath was impossible to ignore. A perfect arc cut through the battlefield. Wind screamed as the energy passed, tearing through formation defenses, warping the walls, and slamming both Sean and the jade-masked man backward as if heaven itself had pushed them. Boom! They crashed into the far wall, bloodied and unconscious. The arc continued, slicing clean through the far barrier and out into the night sky, leaving behind a glowing scar in the earth that shimmered for several seconds before vanishing. Silence. Bai Zihan exhaled once more, and she held his sword. The pressure disappeared. The shattered remains of the room trembled around him. He looked at the mess, then at the unconscious enemies. Too fragile. Impossible. Xiao Wancho's heart pounded in her chest. She stood frozen, her thoughts scattered. Every breath she took felt heavy under the lingering pressure Bai Zihan had just released. Her gaze flicked toward the two crumpled bodies embedded in the far wall, two spirit-severing cultivators crushed as easily as dry leaves. Veers. He defeated both of them. Cold sweat ran down her back. Her instincts screamed at her run. Now. She began to step back, subtly channeling chi to her legs, ready to vanish in a blink. But then Bai Zihan turned his gaze on her. His eyes were calm, like someone who had already calculated every possible outcome and dismissed all but one. I wouldn't try that if I were you. A clear warning. Xia Wanshou's entire body went rigid. A ripple of killing intent brushed past her skin like a blade, invisible and cold. She knew. With Bai Zihan's speed, his strength, she wouldn't make it past her skin like a blade, invisible and cold. She shouted out. No, she wouldn't make it halfway through the room. The moment she moved, she'd be down, or dead. Trying to run away was tantamount to inviting more trouble to herself. Her fingers, already halfway through a hand seal, twitched then stopped. She clenched her jaw, her eyes burning with frustration, but she didn't move again. A slow smirk tugged at the corner of Bai Zihan's lips. Wise choice! He stepped forward, his shoe crunching lightly on the cracked floor, and looked around the room, what was left of it. Splintered beams, collapsed pillars, shattered lanterns. His gaze finally returned to her. Now then, I would like to ask you the same thing, and this time I hope there won't be any lies. There was a glint of killing intent, suggesting death the moment she tried to make an excuse or lie. Xia Wanshu flipped and nodded vigorously. The luxurious elegance of Xia Wanshou's personal office now felt more like a prison than a place of power. At her own desk, Bai Zihan sat with one leg crossed casually over the other, a porcelain teacup untouched in his hand. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His gaze alone demanded answers. Xia Wanshou stood before him, not even daring to lift her eyes fully. Behind her, in the far corner, the two spirit-severing realm cultivators remained unconscious, bodies slumped awkwardly against the wall like discarded puppets. Kung Zhonghong Song stood a short distance away, half in awe, half in reverence. His eyes hadn't left Bai Zihan since the moment he beat down the spirit-severing realm. To him, it was as if a deity had descended and chosen to wear the skin of a mortal. He felt stupid, forever doubting Bai Zihan. Earlier, what I said is true. We, the Black Lantern Society, weren't the ones who sent the assassination, and as you can see, we don't have the power to do so either. Xia Wanshou began, first trying to defuse the situation to portray that she wasn't his enemy. And if you ask me whether I know who sent the assassins to kill you, then I must also disappoint you as well. I don't know very well, Xia Wanshou declared. Bai Zihan saw no lies in her words, but that of course wasn't enough to convince him. He already saw signs of Xie Wanchu knowing something regarding the ones who sent the assassins, but still, he didn't say anything and waited for Xie Wanchu to speak, and if the answer doesn't satisfy him, then he can only apologize for what is about to happen next. Xie Wanchu's lips trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the unbearable weight of the silence pressing down on her. She knew that this answer didn't satisfy Bai Zihan at all. Bai Zihan's gaze was calm, but within that calm lay the same kind of stillness that preceded a thunderstorm. She swallowed. However, there is something that I do know, she continued, slower now, measuring every word. A year ago, I was invited to the headquarters of a certain organization, not part of the Black Lantern Society, but one, far more dangerous. They might not even be based in the desolate Heaven Empire. She took a breath. I don't know what they truly called themselves. But while I was there, I saw something. Xia Wanshou didn't look at him, as if speaking the memory aloud was already difficult enough. There was a wall, covered in bounty scrolls and mission edicts, names of cultivators, sect leaders, rogue geniuses, all with prices on their heads, and one of the targets was yours. A long pause. You were listed as an S-class target, with a bounty offering heaven-grade artifacts, and hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. Even Kong Jiangong gasped. One could say that for someone like Bai Zihan, the price was too high. But of course, that is if one is just considering his current strength. Otherwise, looking at his background and potential, then it was very well a good price for Bai Zihan's head. But one might even need to consider just who would be able to give away even a heaven-grade artifact for the head of a junior. It definitely wasn't someone from the desolate Heaven Empire, as even the Li Jiao clan wouldn't be able to casually take out a heaven-grade artifact just to kill a junior. Perhaps if the target was Bai Tianheng, but definitely not Bai Zihan. They still don't think that he was at that level of threat. Bai Zihan remained still. Heaven-grade artifact for my head. Who would be willing to pay this much? And who can pay this much? Demonic sect. Demonic sect. They would have done it themselves instead of hiring assassins. Then who? Currently, he can't say for sure who would have offered such a generous reward for his head, but he didn't need to. He can always go and ask the one who took the commission who their commissioners were just like now. Xie Wanshu forced herself to continue. Apart from that, I truly don't know anything. Xie Wanshu forced herself to continue. Apart from that, I truly don't know anything. Xie Wanshu emphasized. Bai Zihan finally spoke, and yet you still say you don't know who they are. Xia Wanshu shook her head quickly. That's the truth. They're extremely secretive. I only know what I've seen. I only know that they are very powerful and even have void refinement realm cultivators working for them. She exhaled, voice strained. After hearing about the recent assassins sent for you, I connected the dots. It might be them. But I can't say for certain. It could also be another organization capitalizing on the bounty. Silence returned, cold and oppressive. Bai Zihan sat back slightly in the chair. He tilted the porcelain cup once, watching the tea ripple, then finally set it down. Indeed. Even if there was a bounty for him, it wasn't certain that it would be them who sent the assassins. There are many assassin organizations who would more than welcome such a bounty with hefty rewards. Do you know where that organization is located? Xia Wanshu shook her head. I was taken away with all senses blocked until I reached their organization. That is also done for others who want to go to their organization as well. It seems only their members know the exact location. It would be easy if she knew the location, but it looks like this mysterious organization is really good at hiding. Bai Zihan's voice was calm, but beneath it was the subtle bite of interrogation. Then let me ask you this. He leaned forward, his gaze locking with hers. Is that the same organization that's been helping the Black Lantern Society from the shadows? Like when a mid-tier clan that was about to declare war on you was suddenly wiped out. Xia Wanshu's eyes flickered. There was no point denying it. Yes, she admitted, it was them. Her voice was bitter, quiet. The two spirit-severing realm cultivators you saw earlier, they weren't part of the Black Lantern Society either. They were sent by that organization either to protect me or to watch me. Vile. A bitter laugh escaped her lips, low and mocking at herself for this situation. Even she wasn't sure. Bai Zihan frowned. That doesn't make sense. Why would such a powerful force bother helping a minor organization like yours, especially when you claim there's no affiliation between you? Xia Wanshu's lips pressed into a thin line. She hesitated just a breath before answering. Because the young master of that organization has taken a fancy to me. Her expression was complicated, half disdain, half exhaustion. I don't know exactly who he is, only that he's the son of someone important, maybe even one of their high elders. He's young, arrogant, dangerous, and unfortunately, infatuated. She looked away, voice colder now. Ever since that first meeting, he sent help whenever I was in danger, eliminated threats, cleared obstacles, but never asked for anything directly in return. Not yet. Her jaw tightened. I never agreed to anything. Not yet. Her jaw tightened. I never agreed to anything. I never made any deal. But it's clear he expects something eventually. Bai Zihan didn't respond immediately. He studied her, the curl of disdain at her mouth, the tension in her shoulders. She clearly didn't welcome the attention. But that didn't matter to him. He wasn't here to sympathize. What did matter was that the organization behind his assassination is interested in the woman before him, and that information he might be able to make full use of. Bai Zihan sat back slowly. Interesting. His tone was neutral, but the air around him had grown sharper, colder. Looks like you have your use after all. Since Xia Wanshu seemed to have captured the heart of one of the prominent figures of the mysterious organization, she could be used as bait to lure them out. He didn't believe that the man who had spent so much to win her heart would do nothing once he found out that Xia Wanshu had fallen into his hands. Moreover, there was another way for him to learn where this mysterious organization was located. The two spirit-fevering realm cultivators who had been unconscious until now. Bai Zihan's gaze shifted to Kong Zhenghong. Wake them. Kong Zhenghong didn't dare delay. He crouched beside the two unconscious spirit-severing cultivators and barked. Wake up. You hear me. Wake up. Young master wants you to now. Well, it didn't matter that Bai Zihan had business with them if they were still unconscious. SLAP. When there was no response, he slapped one sharply across the face. Then, if they were still unconscious, SLAP. Even after several slaps, they were still unconscious. SLAP. Etho half. SLA. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he rushed to the corner, grabbed a wooden bucket of water, and hurried back. Without ceremony, he poured it over their faces in heavy, splashing bursts. Still no reaction. Xia Wanshu watched with pity as Kong Zhenghong treated the two spirit-severing cultivators as if they were ordinary criminals, while Bai Zihan observed with amusement. He didn't mind what Kong Jung Kong did to wake them and found it interesting to see whether he would truly succeed with his method. After all, a spirit-severing realm body was quite tough, and normal methods might not be effective on them. But he was willing to wait, as he didn't necessarily have anything else to do. After several more slaps and harsh shouts, their eyelids finally fluttered open. At last, after much hard work, Kong Jung Hong managed to wake the two of them up. What happened? They groaned in pain, feeling the sting on their faces as if slapped, and then became aware of their drenched, dripping state. Moments later, the other one also stirred, eyes blinking open, faces clouded in confusion before memory returned. Their gazes darted to the far wall, to the splintered wood and broken stone where they'd been embedded. Then to the figure seated at the desk. Recognition struck. They stiffened. "You!" One began, but his voice caught, as if the rest of the words refused to come. "Finally, come to your senses," Bai Zihan asked. "How could you defeat two of us? This must be a nightmare." Sean couldn't believe it despite everything happening before him. How could they accept that a youth more than a century younger than them had defeated them effortlessly despite being outnumbered? There was no way they could. "I don't care whether you believe this is reality or a nightmare. Just answer me this honestly," Bai Zihan continued. "Where is your organization located?" The room fell silent. The two exchanged a glance, and slowly, a sneer crept across their lips. "I don't know what kind of trick you used, but there is no way we would tell." They didn't finish. A sound like a muffled crack echoed through the office. The first cultivator's face went white, veins bulging on his forehead. His breath turned ragged as Bai Zihan's chi slammed into his meridians, forcing its way through every channel, every vein, like molten metal poured into fragile glass. He gasped a sharp, guttural sound as the pain exploded outward, radiating from his core to every limb. The second cultivator surged forward instinctively, but a single glance from Bai Zihan froze him mid-motion. The calm voice came again. "I'll ask again." "Where?" The second one laughed a strained, breathless sound. "You." "Think pain will." Bai Zihan's right hand twitched. The cultivator's dantians shattered with a crisp, almost delicate snap. "Hey!" A scream tore through the office. Bai Zihan didn't even blink. He simply watched. He turned his gaze to the first one again. "You next." The first cultivator's lips trembled not from fear alone, but from the unbearable force of chi still flooding his system, overloading it until it felt like his meridians would explode. Every second stretched into eternity. His body arched involuntarily, sweat soaking his robes, but still he glared at Bai Zihan. "You won't get anything from us." Bai Zihan's smirk was almost imperceptible. "Good." His chi surged again, this time compressing violently inside the man's core, each pulse like a hammer shattering stone from the inside out. The cultivator's scream went hoarse, breaking into ragged gasps. Still, despite the agony, neither man spoke. Suddenly, both cultivators' jaws twitched, subtle but enough to catch Bai Zihan's notice. A faint grinding sound followed. Poison. Of course, almost every trained assassin or loyalist from a shadow organization carried a capsule hidden between their molars, ready to end their life the moment capture became inevitable. But Bai Zihan had been expecting exactly this. Before either could bite down, his figure blurred. Two sharp, bone-crunching cracks echoed in the room as his fists smashed into their jaws with surgical precision. "Oh!" Teeth shattered, fragments and blood spraying from their mouths. The poison capsules clinked harmlessly against the floorboards. Both men gasped in agony, one clutching at his jaw, the other spitting out blood and broken enamel. Their eyes were wide, not just from the pain, but from the realization that their final escape had been ripped away. Bai Zihan straightened slowly, shaking the crimson droplets from his knuckles as if the effort had been nothing. "Did you think I wouldn't know?" His voice was calm, almost casual, but beneath it, a cold certainty lingered, the promise of what came next. "You won't be dying so easily until I get my answers." Their fate was already decided. What awaited them now was not death. It was something far worse. The room filled with the ragged, guttural wails of the two spirit-severing cultivators. Their bodies jerked and spazzed under the crushing weight of Bai Zihan's chi, sweat pouring from their brows, their eyes bloodshot and wild. Yet, still, they said nothing, truly loyal. Or so it seemed. Bai Zihan's gaze hardened. He didn't believe it. How could mere assassins be so loyal to their organization? He wanted to torture them more, but if he pressed further, their bodies would collapse long before their will did, and then they'd be useless to him. With a slow exhale, he withdrew his chi just enough for them to slump forward, coughing and wheezing, their pain momentarily dulled. He shut his eyes briefly. Time to use another card. "Senior," he called inwardly. "Wake up!" A faint ripple echoed in the depths of his consciousness like an ancient beast stirring from slumber. "What is it?" Immortal Emperor Ophelian's voice asked. I need the location of their organization. These two refuse to speak, no matter what I do. Emperor Ophelian's voice asked. I need the location of their organization. These two refuse to speak, no matter what I do. Do you have a method to open their mouths? A pause. Then came a low hum of thought. If they won't speak, their memories will. Soul Search will give you what you want. Bai Zihan's eyes opened slightly. Indeed, that would be great. However, there are side effects. If done cleanly, none. But if something goes wrong, their minds will be torn apart. They'll die instantly or become drooling husk for the rest of their miserable lives. Bai Zihan's lips curled faintly. I don't care about their lives. Then it's simple. Can you perform it? Just two spirit-severing realm cultivators, not a problem even in this state. Bai Zihan's gaze turned back to the two cultivators. Then, let's begin. Bai Zihan's eyes grew cold, a stillness settling over him that made even the air in the room seem to hesitate. The two cultivators, already pale and shaking, stiffened further as he raised his hand fingers curling into a claw-like shape. Kong Zhonghong, standing a few steps away, felt his back dampen with cold sweat. He didn't know what this was, but every instinct screamed at him to stay silent and not move a muscle. Xia Wanchu's gaze sharpened. That gesture, her heart skipped. Soul-searching? She had heard of it before, a brutal art that invaded a cultivator's mind to seize memories by force. No lies, no resistance. Everything laid bare, but there was something wrong. How can he do soul-search on them? The requirement for soul-searching wasn't just knowledge, it was dominance. The one performing it had to be significantly stronger than the target, not merely equal. The greater the difference in cultivation, the higher the success rate. At the same realm, it was simply impossible. Unless, her breath caught, unless Bai Zihan wasn't truly at the spirit-severing realm, a dreadful possibility began to take root. Could it be? He was hiding his true cultivation. Is he in the void refinement realm? After all, that is the minimum cultivation needed to even attempt soul search on spirit-severing realm cultivators. That might also explain why Bai Zihan was able to win so easily against the two of them. But that doesn't make sense. Person who hasn't even hit 20, being in the void refinement realm, which can be considered one of the highest in the desolate heaven empire. Most sect and clan leaders are only in that realm. Only the top, strongest clan and sect leaders have a higher cultivation realm. You want me to believe that he is on the same level as them? Even geniuses have their limits. It would already be considered monstrous if, at his age, he had reached soul formation. Above that, it was no longer just talent. It was heaven itself blessing you directly. In front of them, Bai Zihan's hand tightened, and the air between him and the first cultivator seemed to twist, like heat haze over stone. The man let out a strangled scream, his head snapping back, veins bulging at his temples as his eyes rolled white. Invisible ripples spread outward, immortal Emperor Ophelian's doing, hidden within Bai Zihan's body, but to Kong Zhanhong and Xie Wanshou, it looked as if Bai Zihan's chi was drilling directly into the man's soul. Kong Zhanhong swallowed hard. He'd already thought the torture before was too much even for his enemy, but this was something else entirely. Arrgh! The man's scream rose to a piercing pitch, then cut off abruptly like a string snapping. But this was something else entirely. The man's scream rose to a piercing pitch. Bai Zihan's fingers slowly uncurled, and the body slumped forward, lifeless. His skin had gone ashen gray, lips cracked, and his eyes were wide but empty. Inwardly, Bai Zihan's voice was calm. Did you find anything? From within, the first immortal emperor's presence stirred, cool, ancient, and steady. She shook her head, her tone even but with a faint thread of irritation. I saw his memories, but the location of the organization is unclear. Too hazy. She shook her head, her tone even but with a faint thread of irritation. It feels like the organization tampered with his soul beforehand, so that even a soul search cannot uncover it. Another possibility, she paused briefly, is that he never truly knew the location to begin with, only fragments. That would explain why the images are so incomplete. Bai Zihan's gaze lowered to the corpse. The man's skin had shriveled unnaturally, as if the very essence had been drawn from him. His breath had stopped long before his heart realized it. He stepped over the body without a word, closing in on the second cultivator. The man was already trembling violently, his teeth chattering as Bai Zihan's shadow fell over him. Wait, wait! The words were cut off as Bai Zihan's hand rose again, fingers forming that same claw. He had already given them a chance, and looking at the man, he could tell he was just about to start begging to be spared. It still didn't seem like he was going to tell him the location. Perhaps he didn't even know it. Heat shimmer twisted between them. The second cultivator's pupils dilated in terror before his head snapped back in the same agonized arc. Invisible power dug into his mind, peeling away layers of thought, ripping past his will like paper. The immortal emperor's voice returned after a moment, the same verdict as before. Same result, hazy, either tampered, or doesn't know. A faint sigh echoed in his mind. If they have someone capable of soul-sealing to this degree, then their foundation might be deeper than you think. Be careful if you were thinking about going after them. Then she vanished into the soul-confining artifact again. Bai Zihan released him. The body sagged to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Skin cracked, vitality gone, another dried husk. Silence weighed heavy in the room. Kong Jiangkong felt his knees weaken, while Xie Wanshou's expression had shifted into something far more guarded. They had thought they were dealing with a ruthless young master. Now, they weren't sure if the thing standing before them was even human. Gulp. Xie Wanshou couldn't help but feel a shiver in her bones. Such ruthlessness. Just what does the Bai clan even teach their young? Bai Zihan walked towards her, frustration clear in his eyes. She kept her gaze low so as not to provoke his anger. Useless. Still, there was one thing that could lead him to the location of the mysterious organization that might have tried to kill him. Xie Wanshou, I will spare your life, but from now on, you must listen to me, Bai Zihan demanded. Xie Wanshou quickly nodded her head. Kong Jianghong, yes, young master. He will be my representative from now on. Do what he says and help him when he asks for it. Bai Zihan ordered Xie Wanshou. From now on, he was going to control Black Lantern Society until he got to that organization. Then, turning to Kong Jianghong, he continued, make use of the Black Lantern Society to gather more information, but try to keep our involvement a secret. Understood. Kong Jianghong realized what Bai Zihan wanted, and plans were already forming in his head. With the Black Lantern Society, collecting information would be much easier since they already had a network in place, and you immediately inform me if that organization approaches you. Try something and your fate will be the same as theirs. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for many people. With the start of the Dragon and Phoenix competition, the atmosphere in the desolate Heaven Empire had been anything but quiet. Excitement rippled through every city and town, and conversations about the competition had become part of daily life. Discussing the participants' battles and placing bets on who would emerge victorious was no longer just entertainment, it was a frenzy. Everywhere, whether in tea houses fragrant with fresh brews, bustling inns filled with traveling merchants, or even on the busy streets where hawkers shouted over the noise, people still spoke of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. And among all the names on people's lips, one was mentioned more than most, Ni Fengzhuo, a dark horse who had stunned the Empire by eliminating one of the Zhao clan's elite participants. In those 3 days, the Zhao clan remained silent, but silence did not mean peace. Their pride was deeply wounded, and their members could not hide the resentment burning in their eyes whenever Ni Fengzhuo's name was spoken. Bai Zihan's name, curiously enough, began circulating alongside Ni Fengzhuo's because word had spread that the Bai clan's young master intended to recruit him. Bai Shiqing, in her usual composed way, had spent the 3 days training harder than before. The bet between her and Bai Zihan gave her an extra reason to win the tournament, beyond the glory or rewards on offer. There was one question she wanted answered, and she intended to wring it out of Bai Zihan no matter what. Had he always been hiding his true strength? Was the man she thought she knew just faking his power all this time? Well, she told herself, once she won this tournament, she would have her answers. To her, that truth would be a reward far greater than any prize the competition could offer. The tournament grounds had been meticulously restored in the interim. The shattered tiles of the arena were replaced with gleaming new slabs of reinforced white jade. Formation masters had repaired and strengthened the barrier which had been damaged. On the morning of the second round, the sun rose like molten gold, its light spilling over the arena and bathing the stands in a warm glow. The stands were already packed long before the first match was scheduled to begin. Excitement crackled in the air. Everyone knew that the second round would be far more intense than the first, especially since most of the weaker participants had already been eliminated. The overseer once again stepped onto the central platform, his white robes fluttering in the light breeze. Intricate formation lines beneath his feet lit up, amplifying his voice across the arena with perfect clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his tone both formal and charged with anticipation. Welcome to the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. I know you were excited after the first round, but that was nothing more than a prelude for what is to come. Cheers erupted from the crowd like a wave crashing against stone. For this round, unlike the first, each participant has known their opponent in advance. They have had 3 days to prepare, no surprises, only strength and strategy. Although there wasn't much prominent fight between those considered favorites to win, still there were many good enough fights. When the battles began, the difference from the first round was immediately obvious. Gone were the easy victories born from mismatched cultivation levels. And now, most duels were razor close, the combatants trading blows until the outcome teetered on a knife's edge. The platform shook under the force of their strikes, and the air itself seemed to tremble with the clash of spiritual power. Every fierce exchange drew gasps and shouts from the audience. Yet amid these grueling contests, there were also matches that ended almost instantly, fights so decisive that they silenced the crowd before the cheering even began. 8 names dominated these moments of ruthless efficiency: Bai Zihan, Zhu Ziyan, Li Meiying, Ni Fengzhuo, Jin Yuanzhan, Jiao Chen, Lei Zhenjian, and Shui Lian and Shui Lian, in Shui Lianer. Each of them dispatched their opponents in seconds with such overwhelming force that even seasoned elders shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Whether it was through a single sword stroke, a crushing palm strike, or a blinding flurry of techniques, they left no doubt in anyone's mind. They were not merely participants. They were predators among prey. Even Jin Yuanzhan, despite sustaining heavy injuries during his battle with Lin Xuan in the first round, now looked completely recovered. His effortless victory removed any lingering doubts about his ability to continue. Many even began to suspect whether his struggle in the first match with Lin Xian was even real. Perhaps it was all a ploy to make others underestimate him. Whether it is true or not, it will all be revealed in the coming days. Ni Fengzhuo once again displayed overwhelming dominance, defeating an opponent from the Azure Sun Holy Sect in such a fashion that it became yet another major upset to his name. His performance now cemented him as one of the most prominent figures of the competition. Still, the favorite to win in the public eye was Bai Zihan, who had yet to reveal any weaknesses in her matches. And as the dust from the last of these instant victories settled, the arena was still brimming with excitement. Not only because of the battles they had just witnessed, but also because of what was coming next. There were many interesting matchups on the roster for the third round, but one stood above all others in the public's expectations: Zhu Ziyan versus Lei Shang versus Lei Zhang. Another 3 days passed. The capital was electric with anticipation. The third round of the Dragon and Phoenix competition was not just another stage, it was the beginning of the true clashes between the strongest contenders, and for the first time, 2 of the most feared names would face each other. Zhu Ziyan versus Lei Zhang. Everyone had been waiting for this match. It was one of the most anticipated battles of the entire tournament. Both fighters were widely regarded as championship material. Both had swept through their earlier rounds without a hint of trouble. But now, one of them would be eliminated here and now. Many believed Lei Zhenjiang held the advantage. He was older, more experienced, and before Bai Xueqing and Bai Zhen rose to prominence, he had been considered the strongest of his generation. While most agreed that in terms of raw talent, Bai Xueqing or Bai Zihan might eventually surpass him, there was still fierce debate about whether either of them could actually defeat him. After all, Lei Zhenjiang was said to have defeated Soul Formation realm elders in battle. With his mastery of the Thunder Dao, his techniques were as destructive as they were. Swift one-hit was often all it took for him to claim victory. Yet no one dismissed Zhu Ziyan. The prodigy of the Heaven Sword Sect, she had risen through the ranks at a speed that once made some believe she might rival Bai Xueqing herself. While she lacked the vast resources of the Bai clan, her talent was undeniable. There were not many official achievements to her name compared to the older elites, but her cultivation had already reached the Soul Formation realm, making her one of the top contenders of the entire competition. Her battle with Li Xuan in the war between Bai clan and Li Jiao clan was still spoken of, and everyone knew she was not to be underestimated. Their match was the 7th of the day, and anticipation built with every passing fight. By the time the 6th match ended, the stands were buzzing with barely contained excitement. The overseer stepped forward, voice echoing across the arena through the amplification array. 7th match: Zhu Ziyan of the Heaven Sword Sect vs Lei Shang of the Crimson Thunder Hall. A deafening cheer exploded from the stands. Finally! I was waiting for this. I've bet all my savings, Zing Ying. The Crimson Thunder Hall. A deafening, yeffening. No way the strongest of our generation is going to lose to a girl. Zhu Ziyan is strong, but not strong enough. The Chu clan's techniques won't be enough to defeat someone being groomed as Crimson Thunder Hall's next sect leader. Zhu Qiu? Even his wife is participating. Why is Bai Zihan still hiding like a coward? Both contestants stepped forward. Yan Minglan announced. Ziyaner, Bianzhenya. Yinner, Bedqian said with a warm but steady smile. Let them witness your strength. Zhu Ziyan only gave a nod before stepping into the arena. Lei Zhenjiang also entered with a powerful aura radiating from his body, thunder crackling with excitement. The roar from the crowd was deafening. Go, go, Lei Zhenjiang. Chu Zihan, you can do it. Lei Zhenjiang stood tall, long hair tied behind his back, his presence calm yet oppressive like a mountain looming over the battlefield. Chu Zihan, in contrast, was silent and still, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her sword, eyes half-lidded as if nothing in the world could disturb her composure. The overseer raised his hand. Begin. Before either could make a move, Lei Zhensheng's lips curved into a faint smile. He lowered his sword, clearly not feeling any urgency to begin. You know, he said, it's a shame someone as beautiful as you is engaged to that Bai Zihan. He shook his head with a mocking chuckle. I was looking forward to crushing him myself. But the moment he saw my name on the roster, he disappeared like the coward he is. Lei Zheng's eyes roamed over Chu Zihan, his expression dripping condescension. I don't know why someone as pretty as you is still with a coward like him. Chu Zihan's eyes snapped open. Ha! If Bai Zihan were here, she said, the moment you muttered such nonsense your head would already be touching the ground. Her gaze sharpened. And you Lian Zheng, you aren't even worthy to clean my fiancé's shoes. Consider yourself fortunate he's not here. Lian Zheng's smirk faltered for the briefest moment before he laughed, the sound edged with anger. Hawker. We'll see if you can still talk like that after I break you, and I wonder how Bai Zihan would react. Chu Zihan's only response was to shift her stance, her fingers tightening on her sword hilt. Whoosh! Lei Zhenjiang's figure blurred the instant the overseer signaled the start. Lightning crackled faintly along his frame, and then he vanished. The next instant, a blinding streak of sword light tore across the arena. Chu Zihan twisted to the side just in time, her robes whipping from the wind pressure alone. A sharp boom erupted behind her as Lei Zhenjiang's blade cleaved into the arena floor, sending stone and dust spraying outward like shrapnel. The impact left a jagged scar several meters long, the fractured ground still sizzling with lingering arcs of violet lightning. The crowd gasped, not just at the destruction, but at the sheer speed. Until now, Lei Zhensheng hadn't even shown 50% of the speed he used against Chu Zihan. Lei Zhensheng straightened, his sword humming with thunder. It wasn't merely physical speed. His thunder Dao infused every motion, turning him into a storm-given form. Fast, strong, deadly. There wasn't a single visible weakness. Too slow. Lei Zhenchengtin flickering forward again. His after-images swirled around her, each step punctuated by a faint thunderclap, each sword stroke carrying the weight of annihilation. But Chu Zihan's eyes did not waver. The storm of sword light and thunder crashed down from every angle, yet not a single strike found its mark. Chu Zihan moved like flowing water, each step a ripple, each turn a gliding arc. Her sword swept through the air with such effortless grace that the deadly onslaught seemed almost choreographed. Robes fluttering, hair streaming behind her, she danced between Lei Zhenjiang's killing blows as though she had all the time in the world. The edge of his blade grazed only wind and shadow, never her flesh. Gasps rippled through the spectators. This was not desperate evasion, it was artistry. Every dodge, every pivot, every parry carried a rhythm, a precision that spoke of countless hours honing her craft. You think you can win just by dodging. Lei Zhensheng was getting irritated by how easily his attacks were being dodged. He was fairly confident that with his speed, there weren't many capable of avoiding his attacks, yet despite several strikes, he had managed to land none, and that too against someone who was fairly unknown. Compared to others, perhaps Chu Zihan's fame wasn't widely spread, especially since Bai Zihan's fame overshadowed hers, but many forgets just how strong she truly is. Still, Lei Zhensheng thought he would only need to land a single hit to win. He assumed that if Chu Zihan's specialty was speed, then her strength wouldn't be that great, so he aimed for a hit she would have no choice but to defend against. Slash, slash, Lei Zhensheng's blade carved arcs of searing light through the air, the thunder within crackling louder, sharper. Then, with a sharp exhale, he planted his foot and unleashed twin thunders renders the sky. From his sword burst two jagged bolts of violet lightning, lancing out to either side of Chu Zihan. The arcs crashed into the arena floor, searing black lines that twisted and forked outward until they formed a deadly corridor. The air vibrated with raw power. One wrong step and the lightning would tear straight through flesh and bone. The crowd understood instantly her freedom of movement was gone. She could no longer weave and circle as before. The thunder's range forced her to move only forward or backward, straight into Lei Zhensheng's killing zone. Lei Zhensheng's lips curled into a triumphant grin. Got you. Whoosh! In a single flicker, he appeared before her. Sword raised high, the hum of his thunder Dao reaching a deafening crescendo. This ends now. His blade descended like a lightning-split mountain, a blow meant to crush her utterly. Clang, the shockwave rang across the arena. But the one who staggered back wasn't Xu Ziyan, it was Lei Zhensheng. Xu Ziyan stood firm, her own sword braced against his, not an inch of ground ceded. Her grip was steady, her stance unshaken, her eyes cold and unyielding. The moment of impact had shattered not just his attack, but his certainty. She hadn't just blocked him, she had matched him in raw strength. Lei Zhen's pupils contracted. Impossible. In his mind, speed and strength were always trade-offs. If she was fast enough to evade him all this time, then she shouldn't have the power to meet him head-on. And yet, here she was, deflecting his full-force blow like it was nothing more than an annoyance. Could she have practiced Thunder Dao like him? He didn't think so. She hadn't used a single thunder technique since the beginning. He believed that only those with Thunder Dao were perfect and strongest, capable of insane speed and destructive power. But someone without Thunder Dao was able to obtain both. He didn't know what to think. Still, he didn't lose his confidence in winning. That would just mean he would need to reveal his true strength, which he thought was quite a waste since it was only the third round of the competition. On the other hand, Xu Ziyan was now getting ready for her counterattack. With a sudden shift, her sword trembled once, twice before unleashing a brilliant arc of light. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse as she called upon the Chu family's treasured Earth-grade technique. Crimson Petal Tempest. The strike bloomed like a field of scarlet blossoms, petals of sword sheaths spinning outward in a blinding flurry, each one sharp enough to pierce steel. The arena trembled beneath the force, the petals converging toward Lei Zhen from every direction. For the first time, the audience leaned forward, holding their breath, but Lei Zhen only smiled. With a single, almost lazy sweep of his sword, lightning burst from the blade like an exploding star. Track. The petals shattered mid-flight, dissolving into fragments of dissipating qi. The tempest was gone in an instant, erased as though it had never been. Lei Zhensheng stepped forward through the fading glow, his aura swelling with thunderous dominance. Pretty trick, he said coldly, but far too fragile. His next step cracked the arena floor like brittle ice, and finally his cultivation was revealed. He wasn't just in the soul formation realm, but in the mid-soul formation realm. What? Lei Zhensheng has reached the mid-soul formation realm. Just how much of a monster is he? Even reaching the soul formation realm is as difficult as going up against heaven, but he goes beyond and reaches the mid-soul formation realm. I thought Xu Ziyan had a chance, but it looks like it will be Lei Zhensheng's victory. While only a difference of a single minor realm, it was bigger than a realm difference when one is in the core formation stage or lower realms. To advance in the soul formation realm was extremely difficult, often taking years. Therefore, under 25 years of age, there were almost none who went beyond the early soul formation realm. But Lei Zhensheng had done it. The moment his cultivation flared in full, a wave of oppressive pressure rolled through the arena. Stone tiles groaned and cracked beneath the weight of his aura. The very air seemed to tighten, until each breath felt like swallowing thunder. Lei Zhensheng's long hair whipped behind him, crackling arcs of violet lightning dancing across his frame. His eyes glinted like storm-forged steel as his voice cut through the heavy silence. Now, let's see how you dance. Boom. His figure blurred not merely fast, but so fast the space he vacated rippled like water, disturbed by a stone. One heartbeat, he was yards away. The next, his sword was already descending toward Xu Ziyan's shoulder with enough force to split a boulder in two. Clang. The blow struck and was deflected. Xu Ziyan hadn't just dodged, she had turned his killing stroke aside with a flick of her wrist, the sound sharp and clean, her stance as steady as a mountain. Lei Zhensheng's brows knit. She reacted. Even at this speed, he vanished again, this time his blade becoming a streak of lightning that curved like a serpent, aimed straight for her flank. Clang! Again the strike was met and deflected. The spectators gasped. It was as though his leap into full strength had done nothing. Lei Zhensheng landed lightly a few paces away, his breathing calm but his mind in turmoil. No, this wasn't possible. He had just revealed the power that crushed his peers, the speed that none could follow. Yet the woman before him moved with the same composure, the same unshaken poise, as though nothing had changed. What? He muttered under his breath, arrowing. What is going on here? Slowly, he looked at her, really looked. Xu Ziyan stood there, her sword lowered slightly, calm as still water. But now he could sense it, a faint ripple beneath the surface, like a great beast resting in the depths. His eyes widened in disbelief. You, his voice was low, almost incredulous. You're also in the mid-soul formation. Xu Ziyan didn't answer. However, there was no need for her answer. Xu Ziyan didn't answer. However, there was no need for her answer. Her Ziyan didn't answer. The crowd murmured in growing disbelief. Just when they had convinced themselves that Lei Zhenheng had been hiding his true strength, Chu Ziyan revealed she had been doing the same. She's also in the mid-soul formation realm. No way. How is this possible? In the mid-soul formation realm? No way. How is this possible? In the previous Dragon and Phoenix competition, there was only early soul formation realm. Now there is two. Perhaps the winner of this match would eventually become the winner of the competition. In the arena, Zhu Ziyan's eyes gleamed like tempered steel. Her sword rose once more, and in the next breath, shing, she moved. The Chu family's earth-grade technique unfolded again, but now, infused with the full depth of her cultivation, each arc of her blade cut the air like a tidal wave crashing down. The air itself rippled, the ground splintering under the shockwaves of her strikes. Lei Zhang met them head-on, boom, boom. Lightning roared from his sword with every clash, scattering her energy like fragile glass. His strikes didn't just block, they tore her techniques apart mid-flight, shattering them into harmless motes after chai. Even so, he said, stepping through the storm of shattered sword light, your technique lacks power. That will be your downfall. His words landed like a hammer. The audience exchanged grim looks. He's right. Without a heaven-grade technique, she'll never overpower him. She's fast, she's strong, but Lei Zhensheng's foundation is terrifying. He has the Crimson Thunder Palace, one of the sect's heaven-grade techniques. If he uses that, it's over. After all, even if two people have the same talent, background makes a difference. With Lei Zhensheng being the heir of the Crimson Thunder Palace, the techniques he has taught would be far superior to anything Chu Ziyan could learn in her Chu clan or Heaven Sword sect. On the stage, Lei Zhensheng's sword dipped slightly, his free hand curling into a complex seal. Violet lightning shifted, deepening, darkening, until streaks of blood-red thunder began to coil around him like a living dragon. The oppressive pressure doubled, then tripled, pressing on the lungs of every spectator. This, one of the elders in the stands whispered. This is it, the Crimson Thunder Palace's strongest technique. Lei Zhensheng's gaze locked on Chu Ziyan. Be honored, he said, his voice a low growl beneath the rumble of thunder. You'll be the first to fall under this technique in 3 years. The arena held its breath. Lei Zhensheng's voice rang out like a peal of thunder. Crimson thunder descent. The air above the arena darkened, clouds boiling into existence out of nowhere. Scarlet lightning coiled through them like serpents of the apocalypse, each arc carrying the scent of burning metal. The ground beneath his feet blackened and cracked, hairline fractures racing outward in all directions. A single step forward, and the storm moved with him. From the stands, cultivators shielded their eyes against the searing glare. But Chu Ziyan was not idle. Her stance shifted, drawn her blade close to her chest, chi surging through her meridians in an unbroken tide. The arena's shattered tiles trembled beneath her feet, fine cracks forming in a perfect ring around her. Lei Zhensheng's gaze sharpened, then curved into a smirk. You're still preparing. Foolish. My Crimson Thunder Descent is the most destructive art under heaven. There is nothing you can use to defend against it. You're wasting your time. He raised his sword, lightning roaring louder, pressing down like the wrath of the heavens. In the corner, the referee's brow furrowed. He was preparing to rescue Jiyan and needed to be quick. Who knows what would be the result if he delayed even for a second? If she failed to defend herself, the strike would cripple her or worse. However, even with his spirit-severing realm, Crimson Thunder Descent isn't going to be easy for him to handle. But then, boom! A surge of chi erupted from Chu Ziyan, not wild but refined, each strand sharp as a drawn blade. The wind screamed around her, condensing into the shape of countless swords that shimmered in midair, their edges humming in unison. Her lips parted, heaven-severing tide. Sword light poured forth like an endless ocean, each wave cresting higher and sharper than the last, converging into a single blinding arc aimed straight at Lei Zhensheng's storm. The elders in the high seats jolted forward. That's a heaven-grade technique. I thought the Chu clan possessed none. Where did she learn this? That doesn't seem to be a technique from Heaven Sword Sect either. Many powerful elders could quickly identify the technique grade just from the power, and most of them were already familiar with almost all the heaven-grade techniques in Desolate Heaven Empire, but had never seen the one Chu Ziyan used. On the other hand, Bai Zihan just sat calmly, knowing where she got the technique from. The ancient ruins. She, along with 9 others like himself, had mastered the heaven-grade technique. This technique, he was sure, she got from the ancient ruins. She, growing with 9 others like himself, had mastered the heaven-grade technique. This technique, he was sure, she got from the ancient ruins. Below, Lei Zhensheng's confident grin froze for the briefest instant. Scarlet thunder and oceanic swordlight met in the center of the arena, and the world shook. The moment swordlight met thunder, the heavens seemed to tear apart. A roar like 1,000 storms erupted, drowning the arena in blinding light. The ground split open, jagged cracks racing outward, while the air itself seemed to combust under the clash of two heaven-grade techniques. The protective barrier around the arena shuddered violently, its translucent surface rippling as though it might burst at any moment. Formation, masters, now! Several robed figures leapt forward, their hands weaving rapid seals. Streams of golden light surged from their palms, reinforcing the barrier just as a second wave of the explosion slammed against it. The audience was forced to shield their eyes. Boom! Another shockwave tore through, rattling teeth and making hearts skip a beat. The arena floor was barely recognizable, wasteland of shattered stone and smoking craters. Then, silence. The blinding light dimmed, the thunder faded, and the dust began to settle. All eyes strained toward the center, breaths held tight. Two figures stood amid the devastation. Chuzian's robes were torn and stained with blood, her sword trembling slightly in her hand. Her breathing was ragged, her knees threatening to buckle. Gasps rippled through the stands. She's badly hurt. She can't continue. It's over. Lei Zhenjiang's victory is certain. Haha, I'm rich. I told you Lei Zhenjiang would definitely win. But then, someone pointed. No. Look. The dust thin enough to reveal the other side. Lei Zhenjiang's figure sprawled motionless on the fractured tiles, his sword lying several feet away. His chest heaved faintly, but his eyes were closed and the burns across his arms and neck told the story. He was unconscious, his chi utterly spent. Shock silenced the arena for 3 heartbeats, and then the stands erupted. Chuzia, he won. Impossible. How can Lei Zhenjiang lose? Damn it, I lost all my fortune. My wife is going to beat me up. The referee appeared beside Lei Zhenjiang in a flash, checking his pulse before turning to raise a hand high. Winner Xu Ziyan. The roar from the crowd shook the reinforced barrier itself, even in her exhaustion. Tu Ziyan. The roar from the crowd shook the reinforced barrier itself, even in her exhaustion. Zhu Ziyan straightened her back, meeting the gazes of thousands with the calm dignity of a cultivator who had nothing left to prove. Then her gaze turned towards a certain man, Bai Zihan, who was also looking at her. Still indifferent, and she didn't know what he thought of this. Perhaps for him, this victory was nothing more than a child's play. After all, he had already beaten the spirit-severing realm. So, what was the mid-soul formation realm? Sigh. The medical team moved quickly to tend to Lei Zhen, who had fallen. The Crimson Thunder Palace was still in disbelief. Their best participant eliminated in the 3rd round. They hadn't expected this. While on the other hand, Heaven's Sword sect all wore smug expressions, some even directly taunting Crimson Thunder Palace, who earlier had been doing the same to them. Xu Ziyan was also escorted out by the medical team. Although she could still stand, it was undeniable that she had also suffered heavy injuries. She needed immediate medical attention. The 8th match. The remaining match continued, but still, the fight between Xu Ziyan and Lei Zhenjiang remained in everyone's head. The 3rd round soon came to a close, but its most shocking moment, one that would be talked about, was undoubtedly Xu Ziyan's victory over Lei Zhenjiang. With that, the top 16 were decided, cultivators hailed as the cream of the crop among all geniuses under 25 in the desolate Heaven Empire. As the competition entered its 3-day break, the city's excitement didn't fade. Instead, it shifted to an event that was almost as anticipated as the Dragon and Phoenix competition itself, the Grand Radiance Auction. Renowned as the largest and most prestigious auction in the entire desolate Heaven Empire, it drew not only the great sects and clans, but even hidden experts and wandering cultivators. Treasures beyond imagination would go under the hammer. Sometimes even the heaven-grade artifacts. The streets were already buzzing. Invitations were guarded like gold, and those without one could only dream of stepping into the legendary auction hall. And of course, Bai Zihan, being the heir of the Bai clan, obviously had one of the invitation cards. However, more than buying treasures that could be auctioned, he was more interested in another thing, and that was selling treasures. With the treasure hoard that he had accumulated, or rather, been given by immortal Emperor Felion for not getting the inheritance, he could be considered perhaps the richest in the desolate Heaven Empire, and perhaps beyond that as well. The auction house loomed ahead like a palace of wealth, its towering jade pillars carved with phoenixes and dragons, its golden roof glimmering under the midday sun. Even from the street, one could feel the aura of countless treasures within. Bai Zihan walked at a leisurely pace, hands clasped behind his back, while Kong Zhongkong followed half a step behind, glancing around with curiosity. The bustling street was lined with cultivators from all walks of life, some dressed in the silks of noble clans, others in rugged traveling robes, each carrying the air of expectation. The moment they approached the grand entrance, 2 guards in golden armor straightened sharply. Their eyes flickered in recognition, and the cold indifference that had been on their faces a moment ago vanished instantly. Young Master Bai. One of the guards immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice tinged with respect. Please, this way. He and his partner straightened and moved to escort Bai Zihan to the towering golden doors. Once inside the cool, jade-lined hall, the first guard halted and offered another bow. Kindly wait here for just a moment, young master. We will inform the manager of your arrival. Without further delay, he turned and hurried deeper into the building. Within moments, the heavy doors parted again, and a middle-aged man in a richly embroidered robe hurried out. His forehead was already beaded with sweat, though not from the summer heat, but from nervousness. Esteemed young master Bai Zihan. The man bent at the waist in a respectful bow. What an unexpected honor. What brings you to the Grand Radiance Auction Hall today? Bai Zihan didn't bother with pleasantries. His tone was calm, almost casual. I have some things to sell. The manager's brows twitched, but he forced a polite smile. Naturally, the Grand Radiance Auction is always open to our honored guest. However, his tone became slightly cautious. We do have standards for items we consign for tomorrow's auction. Generally, nothing below the value of a profound grade artifact is accepted. Bai Zihan's lips curved in the faintest of chuckles. You don't have to worry about that. He flicked his sleeve and the air between them shimmered. In an instant, 5 gleaming artifacts appeared on the low table nearby, each radiating the steady, overwhelming aura of an Earth-grade artifact. The manager froze, his practiced composure cracking. 5, all Earth-grade. His voice dropped to a whisper, as though afraid the mere sound might draw covetous eyes from outside. Young master, you want to sell all 5 of them? The manager asked in disbelief. Bai Zihan calmly nodded. That's not all. Another wave of his hand and 5 ancient scrolls materialized, their bindings sealed with faint spiritual light. The air grew heavier, saturated with profound intent. Earth-grade techniques. Bai Zihan said lightly. This time the manager's knees almost buckled. Young Master Bai, are you certain? I'm certain. Bai Zihan's expression didn't waver. In his eyes, those Earth-grade techniques were almost useless because he had Heaven-grade techniques and even Saint-grade techniques. He had also already given the best techniques to the Bai clan. Compared to them, these techniques could be considered subpar. But he also knew that what wasn't very valuable in his eyes was extremely valuable in his eyes was extremely valuable in the eyes of others. Of course, he only took out a very small percentage of the treasures he possessed. If he revealed them all, there would be no one in the desolate Heaven Empire who could afford them. Oh, there's another thing I wish to sell. With an almost casual flick of his wrist, Bai Zihan drew from his storage ring a folding fan wreathed in a faint golden glow. The moment it appeared, the air seemed to ripple, and a sharp, majestic aura spread through the room like the sweep of a storm. The fan's ribs were forged of gleaming azure metal, etched with flowing cloud patterns, while its silk surface shimmered with scenes of roaring dragons and coiling winds. Each movement of the artifact released a subtle pulse of spiritual pressure, enough to make the seasoned manager's heart skip a beat. His eyes widened in shock. He knew this fan. This is the celestial feather fan. He breathed, instantly recognizing the famous Heaven-grade artifact of the Zhao clan. He also knew that the artifact had fallen into Bai Zihan's hand after a bet on his engagement ceremony. He wants to auction this. Really, he could already imagine the expressions on the faces of the Zhao clan members, but not only that, he could also see the bidding war that would ensue for this. The manager swallowed hard, mind racing. One Heaven-grade artifact alone could alter the balance of power in the desolate Heaven Empire. And Bai Zihan was discarding one as though he didn't even care, plus 10 other treasures, each one able to attract millions of gold coins from the powerhouses. For a long moment, the man could only stare before finally finding his voice. Esteemed young master, I will personally see to your consignments. The auction will make special arrangements. The auction will make special arrangements. The moment Bai Zihan's figure vanished beyond the auction hall's golden doors, the respectful smile on the manager's face melted away, replaced by a serious and urgent expression. Without wasting a breath, he turned sharply on his heel and strode toward the inner chambers. His polished shoes clicked briskly against the jade floor as he bypassed startled attendants and guards. He ascended the spiral staircase leading to the highest floor, where only the most restricted members of the Grand Radiance Auction were permitted to tread. Pushing open a set of carved sandalwood doors, he entered a lavishly furnished room. Behind a wide, phoenix-carved desk sat a woman draped in crimson silk, her beauty sharpened by the faint aura of someone who had long stood at the peak of power. This was the Madam of the Grand Radiance Auction, its true owner. The manager bowed deeply. Madam, the Bai clan's young master, has just consigned 11 treasures. She arched a perfectly shaped brow. 11. She was surprised that someone could auction 11 treasures of their standard, but thinking it was the Bai clan, she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, they had many profound great artifacts. Perhaps they were auctioning off items they no longer had use for. Yes, 5 earth-grade artifacts, 5 earth-grade techniques, and 1 heaven-grade artifact, the celestial feather fan of the Zhao clan. I mean, Bai Zihan's. The brush in her hand paused mid-stroke, a faint gleam flashing in her eyes. Earth-grade treasures and a heaven-grade artifact. Previously, she had thought the quantity was due to profound grade artifact. Nothing remarkable. But earth-grade and heaven-grade, that was on another level. Combined, these treasures might already surpass everything else scheduled for auction tomorrow. Especially since, for most treasures they auction, the value is uncertain. Some could be better or worse than earth-grade depending on the bidding war. But the celestial feather fan was definitely valuable and would ensure the Zhao clan bid for it. Other clans wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to obtain a heaven-grade weapon either. But why would they want to sell it? A heaven-grade artifact was the lifeline of a clan or sect, and could even be considered their ultimate trump card. Although there were rumors that Bai Zihan had his own heaven-grade sword, even so, auctioning off such an artifact wasn't a good move. It could be bought by the Zhao or Li clan, strengthening their power. The same applied to the earth-grade treasures. Would the Bai clan really sell them all? Moreover, would they truly entrust all this to a youth even if he was their heir? And that fan? It was said to be Bai Zihan's personal possession. So, was it the Bai clan's property? Or Bai Zihan's? The former was more understandable, but the latter was almost impossible. Who would have such an arsenal of treasures, especially someone not yet 20? Her fingers tapped the desk lightly, the soft talk filling the silence. Perhaps there is more to this than it seems, but no matter. Her gaze sharpened. Since we have such treasures in our possession, it is only right that we make this auction the most magnificent in the Grand Radiance's history. I had been worried that this year's auction might be a little lackluster. But fortunately, the Ba clan's young master has brought us such remarkable treasures. Sit down the brush and rose to her feet. Send word to every major sect, clan, and wandering powerhouse. Announce that treasures of unimaginable worth including a heaven-grade artifact will be up for bidding. The manager bowed again, a hint of excitement slipping into his voice. Yes, madam, I will make the announcement. Bigger than ever. They did not waste a single second. Within moments, the Grand Radiance Auction's promotion machinery roared into motion. Messengers were dispatched to every corner of the capital and beyond, carrying the explosive announcement. For the first time in decades, a heaven-grade artifact will be auctioned. Those who miss this opportunity may never see such a chance again in their lifetime. The news spread like wildfire. Banners and proclamation scrolls appeared overnight, fluttering in the wind along the bustling avenues of the imperial capital. From tea houses to merchant halls, from quiet scholar courtyards to raucous training grounds, the same conversation dominated every breath, the auction. The major clans and sects reacted first. Some dispatched their fastest disciples to deliver the news to their elders, urging them to prepare funds without delay. Others began liquidating rare materials and hoarded resources to gather as much wealth as possible. For them, missing the heaven-grade artifact was unthinkable, especially if it fell into a rival's hands. The common folk, though they could never hope to bid, were no less stirred. They speculated about who could possibly be selling such an artifact and who might win the coming bidding war. Did you hear? The Grand Radiance Auction just announced a heaven-grade artifact. It could be anything. Armor, a weapon, maybe even a flying treasure. I heard the Cloud Dragon sect is selling off spirit herbs and beast cores just to bid for it. The Iron Sword Pavilion said they'd empty their vault before letting their rivals get it. Better bankrupt and let the enemy rise, eh? But it would be snatched by major sect or clan. Others don't stand a chance. Should I also go and take a look? Don't bother. You can't afford it. Indeed, the auction tickets. Should I also go and take a look? Don't bother. You can't afford it. Indeed, the auction tickets. If the Grand Radiance Hall seats had been expensive before, they now reached insane heights. A normal seat already costly enough to feed an average family for a full year was now selling for 4 times its original price, with desperate buyers still fighting for them. The VIP seats were even more outrageous. Each one was worth the price of a yellow-grade artifact, yet they vanished within hours. As for the VIP rooms, they were reserved solely for major sects and clans, something money could not buy. The capital's air grew feverish, every street humming with anticipation. The Grand Radiance Auction had not even begun, yet it had already shaken the desolate Heaven Empire. The next day dawned under a sky as clear as polished jade. By noon, the imperial capital's main thoroughfares were choked with people. The Grand Radiance Auction Hall, its towering white jade facade draped in scarlet banners, looked more like the imperial palace than a marketplace. Every street leading to it had been cordoned off by the empire's golden armored guard, their halberds gleaming in the sunlight. By the time the sun's first ray struck the golden spire of the Grand Radiance Auction Hall, the wide avenue before it was already packed. Merchants abandoned their stalls, scholars set aside their scrolls, and even wandering martial artists paused their training to secure a vantage point. They were not here to bid. Most of them could not even dream of entering. They were here to look, to catch a glimpse of the people who would walk through those golden doors. Already the air had buzzed with murmurs, as some of the Empire's most distinguished factions had arrived, each appearance drawing gasps and hurried whispers. The first to cause a stir had been the Crimson Thunder Palace, their disciples clad in crimson-black armor that seemed to spark faint arcs of lightning as they moved. Leading them was their vice palace master, a stern man whose very presence made the weaker onlookers feel as though thunder rumbled in their chests. Next came the Heaven Sword sect, but many of their participants weren't with them, including Bai Zihan and Zihan. Even so, Elder Qinglan was enough to cause a small commotion, especially with her beauty. Many thought it was already worth it just to catch a glimpse of such heavenly grace. Each new arrival was met with a fresh wave of awe. And then, look, it's the Lai clan's crest. Gasps rippled through the crowd as a black and gold war carriage rolled into view, pulled by 8 windhoof stallions. The Li clan leader himself stepped down Li Jianhong along with the elders and participants of the Dragon and Phoenix competition, including Li Meiying. Several of the Li clan's top elders followed close behind, each one a walking pillar of power. No sooner had the crowd's murmurs settled than another wave of awe swept through them. The Zhao clan leader has come too. Zhao Yutian, clad in white robes embroidered with silver clouds, moved with the calm dignity of a scholar, but his presence pressed down like an invisible mountain. Their entry made it clear this was no ordinary auction. The Li and Zhao clan leaders rarely appeared together in public unless it was a matter that could shake the empire. Last time, it was for the war with the Bai clan. Now it's for the bidding war that was certain to unfold. The street suddenly parted again. A glittering escort of imperial guards rode forward, surrounding 2 luxurious carriages, each marked with a different imperial crest. One bore the emblem of the first prince's faction, the other the crest of the 4th princess's court. The first prince, Uzidi, emerged first, his golden crown catching the light, a smile on his face. His presence alone seemed to straighten the backs of the imperial guards. The 4th princess followed soon after, stepping gracefully from her carriage. Yuqinya's attire was a masterwork of silks the color of moonlight, her every movement like ripples over still water. Though her smile was warm, her eyes held the calm distance of someone used to watching the empire from a higher vantage. Yujidi inclined his head with a perfectly measured bow. Qinya, it has been far too long. The capital's streets feel brighter with you here. Yuqinya's lips curved faintly, and yet they were already bright with the first prince's presence. I hear you have been industrious these past months. A prince must remain diligent, Uzidi replied smoothly, the barest flicker of pride in his gaze. Today I hope to secure a treasure worthy of the Empire's future. A treasure worthy of the Empire's, she repeated softly, her eyes half-lidded as though weighing his words. Let us hope the auction contains something that truly meets such lofty ambitions. The first prince smiled, but said nothing further, only gesturing toward the golden doors. It was then that the crowd erupted again. 2 more carriages had entered the street, each escorted by its own detachment of imperial guards. The first bore the emblem of the 3rd prince's household. The second displayed the crest of the 7th prince's faction. The 3rd prince, Yu Wenchao, descended first. From the 7th prince's carriage came Yu Longshuan, broad-shouldered, his armor gleaming under the noonday sun. Unlike the others, he did not bother with subtlety. His steps rang against the white jade pavement, every movement brimming with barely contained confidence. Uzidi stepped forward with a practiced smile. 3rd brother, 7th brother, you honor us with your presence. Today, let us drop the act, Zidi, Yu Longshuan cut in, his voice carrying clearly over the crowd. You're not the crown prince yet. His grin widened, a challenge in his tone. Let's see who leaves here with the greatest treasure today. I've come for more than just the view. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and strode into the Grand Radiance Auction Hall, his entourage following like a tide of steel and silk. That idiot, Uzidi thought, though outwardly he maintained his polite smile. Yu Longshun had no hint of humility and no idea how to act like a royal. Uzidi, while angry, knew that showing his temper would yield nothing but a loss of face. The 3rd prince gave the faintest of nods to his elder brother, then moved to follow calm where Longxuan had been, fire but no less formidable. The air outside seemed to grow heavier. If the auction hall's walls could speak, they would already be whispering of the storm gathering within. But all these grand arrivals, while enough to make commoners dizzy, were merely the prelude. A hush fell without warning, as though the air itself sensed what was coming. From the far end of the boulevard, a lone white carriage appeared. It was not ostentatious, its design was clean, elegant, almost understated, but it was drawn by 10 spirit cloud horses, their hooves never touching the ground, drifting forward on coils of pale mist. At the head of the procession rode several Bai clan elites, their formation tight and unyielding, parting the crowd like a blade through silk. Then, from the white carriage at the center, a figure stepped down, first Bai Zihan. Behind him came Chuzian, her bright presence like a spark of flame in the winter air, and Bai Xueqing, cold-eyed and composed, each step matching his without hesitation. More Bai clan elites followed, their ranks immaculate, their eyes fixed forward. It was a silent declaration to the empire. The Bai clan had not come with its patriarch, nor did it need to. Bai Zihan was the man who would speak for them today. That's him, Bai Zihan. Li and Zhao clan came with their clan leaders, but Bai clan sent him. Can he handle the pressure? He's not even 20, but they let him lead the entire clan's appearance. Is this the arrogance of the strongest clan of the empire? The murmurs swirled like storm clouds, but none dared speak too loudly. Bai Zihan did not so much as glance at the murmuring crowd, the faint smile on his lips unchanged, as if neither praise nor doubt could reach him. Well, nothing matters today except for making money. Inside the Grand Radiance auction hall, the air was thick with the fragrance of rare incense, mingling with the faint hum of spiritual qi. Dozens of golden chandeliers blazed above, their light reflecting off the white jade floor in dazzling ripples. The hall was vast, tiered like an imperial court at the very front. The highest row of seats was reserved for the most exalted guests, and already most of them were filled. On the left, the Li clan occupied their section with a quiet, oppressive presence. Li Jianhong sat at the head, his eyes half closed, but every so often, a faint glimmer of sharp intent escaped his gaze. Beside him, Li Meiying shifted slightly in her seat, her fingers tightening on the armrest. The moment her eyes fell on the figure who had just walked in, a flicker of unease crossed her face, betraying a tension she quickly tried to mask. Opposite them, the Zhao clan sat in dignified stillness. Zhao Wutian, upright and regal, his hands folded over the head of a dragon-carved cane. Though he smiled faintly, his eyes followed Bai Zihan's every step, weighing, measuring. There was no saying how much he hated Bai Zihan, for he was the reason they had lost so much face a year ago. Not to mention, he had taken away their heaven-grade artifact. Between them sat the representatives of the imperial family, the first prince, Yu Zidi, with his cultivated boys, the fourth princess, serene as the moon, and further down, the third and seventh princes, each radiating their own brand of authority. The fourth princess felt a flicker of irritation when she saw Bai Zihan. A year ago, she had proposed to him, and to this day, he has given no response, almost as if he didn't even care enough to reject her. To him, his rejection back then had apparently been a final answer, one that needed no further explanation. Humph. She believes that one day Bai Zihan will really regret this decision. The moment Bai Zihan stepped through the golden doors, conversations dipped into silence for a second. Then whispers and murmurs of discussion spread. Everyone was now sure that Bai Zihan was the next clan leader, undisputed just by how the elders acted around him. The one who had been hailed as a waste and even thought to be replaced was now revered and respected throughout, though there were still those who disagreed, primarily because of his refusal to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. He walked straight forward, neither bowing nor offering the expected greetings to the imperial family or the clan leaders. He passed the imperial family without so much as a nod, walked past the Li and Zhao clans as though their presence was no more than background decoration, and made his way toward his VIP room. The guards bowed deeply as he approached, stepping aside to open the heavy golden-laid door that led to one of the hall's most coveted spaces, a private VIP room with a commanding view of the auction stage. Xuzian and Bai Xueqing followed him inside, their expressions unbothered by the waves of whispers below. Not long after they settled in, the lights in the grand hall dimmed slightly. A delicate chime rang out, drawing all eyes to the stage. From behind a silk screen, a graceful figure emerged, a woman in flowing crimson robes, her hair pinned high with jade ornaments, her smile warm enough to charm a stone statue. When she stepped into the full glow of the chandeliers, the hall stirred with murmurs and appreciative whistles. Several young cultivators leaned forward in their seats, while older merchants chuckled knowingly. Indeed, the Grand Radiance auction was famous for selecting one of the most beautiful women in its employ to preside over the event, a subtle yet effective way to set hearts racing and loosen purse strings. She gave a graceful bow, her movements as fluid as a mountain stream. Honored guests, she began, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying a practiced cadence that hooked attention. This humble one is Lang Yurong, and I will have the honor of presiding over tonight's auction. That alone drew a fresh wave of cheers and applause from the audience. A few bolder voices even called out compliments, earning scattered laughter. Lang Yurong's eyes curved in a light, knowing smile. It is our privilege to begin this year's event with an item most extraordinary. A ripple of curiosity moved through the hall. She let the anticipation hang in the air before continuing. Our first treasure, one that will surely ignite the passion of every cultivator present, is a mid-earth grade cultivation technique. The effect was instantaneous. Gasps, sharp intakes of breath, and even a few curses echoed from the audience. A mid-earth grade technique was not something one simply bought. In the entire empire, such manuals were closely guarded treasures, spoken of in the same breath as the legacies of the three major clans and the imperial family. Even the imperial princes leaned forward in their seats. Li Jianhong's eyes opened fully for the first time, a flicker of surprise breaking his usual composure. Zhao Wuqian's hand tightened on his cane. Who could have expected that the auction would start off with such a precious treasure? Impossible. How did the Grand Radiance auction get their hands on this? A sect elder whispered to his neighbor. The auctioneer's smile widened at the growing tension. Should we begin at 500,000 gold? The first bid was immediate. 600,000, 700, 1 million. It was as though a battle had erupted in the hall. Sect leaders, clan elders, even imperial prince and princess threw their voices into the fray, each raising the price like they were fighting on a battlefield. Only the Bai clan section remained still. The reason was simple. The cultivation manual on the stage belonged to Bai Zihan. From his vantage point, a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. However, the elders didn't know this, and they were anxious that it might fall into other hands. Young master, shouldn't we also bid for it? One of the elders asked. After all, even if it wasn't of much use to the Bai clan, since nearly everyone cultivated their own earth-grade technique, it would be dangerous if it fell into their enemies' hands. Bai Zihan just shook his hand, showing that he wasn't interested and had no intention of bidding for it. Some elders wanted to persuade Bai Zihan, however, they changed their minds when the bid reached 2 million gold. For that much money, it made little sense for them to buy a cultivation technique they might never even use. The price had already soared past 2.5 million gold. Laughter and tense murmurs echoed across the hall as another clan leader shouted his bid. The auctioneer's smile never faltered, fanning the flames higher with every measured word. By now, the price for the earth-grade cultivation technique had already climbed to 3 million gold. The bidder, none other than the first prince himself, sat with a composed smile, casually raising his paddle as though spending 3 million was no more than buying a cup of tea. Seeing that it was first prince, several other clans immediately withdrew. To compete with the imperial family over such a treasure was courting disaster, and the technique, while rare, wasn't worth challenging the empire's first prince. Not to mention, the price had already reached 3 million gold. 3 million gold. Once, 3 million. Twice, 3 million. Thrice, sold. A crisp strike of the gavel echoed, sealing the deal. The auctioneer's voice then carried across the hall, "Congratulations to His Highness, the First Prince, for obtaining the mid-earth grade cultivation technique." Polite applause and congratulation rose from the crowd. "My thanks to everyone for allowing me this honor. May this treasure serve the empire well." His tone was mild, almost suggesting he sought the treasure for the good of the empire. Of course, those who knew better understood it would be used to strengthen his personal faction rather than the empire. His eloquence was on a completely different level from his siblings, especially the seventh prince, whose mouth had no filter. With the gavel's sharp strike, the first item was officially sold, and at such an astronomical price, the hall seemed to vibrate with excitement. The mid-earth grade cultivation technique had set the bar impossibly high, and the murmurs quickly turned into eager speculation. Everyone leaned forward, wondering what treasures would appear next, especially since the legendary heaven-grade artifact was still to come. Anticipation hung thick in the air, mingling with the lingering aroma of incense and the faint hum of spiritual qi. Lan Yurong's voice carried once more, calm and melodious, yet electrifying the hall. "Honored guests, our auction has only just begun. Many more treasures await." An attendant stepped forward, carrying the first of the next items, an elegant earth-grade saber displayed on a jade stand. The blade shimmered under the lantern light, silver veins running along its edge like flowing mercury. An exquisite weapon, sharp enough to part steel as if it were silk. The auctioneer announced. Bids were called, modest but steady, until the saber was sold. At 2 million, while not as good as the earlier one, it was a pretty good price. The second artifact was brought out, a pair of bracers forged with intricate talisman patterns, faint spiritual light pulsing across their surface. The audience examined them with interest, yet the bidding remained lukewarm, ending quickly. Next came a small, ancient cauldron, its body etched with alchemical runes. Though well-crafted, the atmosphere in the hall had already cooled, and it, too, was sold without much contest. From his seat, Bai Zihan recognized each artifact immediately. They were his own consignments. Watching them pass from hand to hand without drawing much attention, he remained expressionless. He didn't bid for a single item since the start of the auction, while Li and Zhao clan already snagged 2 of the 4 Earth-grade technews. This was also seen by others. Even the Bai clan's elders noticed the absence of action and exchanged uneasy glances. This isn't just about buying useful treasures anymore, one elder whispered to another. An auction like this also demonstrates the strength and wealth of one's clan. Sitting idle for 4 items. It's almost as if we are invisible. Another elder nodded, concern creasing his brow. Young master, perhaps you should bid on one of these. Even if it is not for personal use, showing our presence would remind everyone that the Bai clan has the resources to dominate. Bai Zihan's gaze remained calm, unfazed by the suggestions. His voice when he spoke was like smooth steel. I will bid when I find something that truly interests me. Until then, there's no need to waste anything. The elders sighed, some reluctantly nodding. They knew better than to push further. Bai Zihan's judgment had always been precise, and he was patient in a way that unnerved even the most seasoned clan leaders. But there was also the thing that he didn't care much about, the reputation, which might bring some trouble later down the road. From the Li clan section, Li Jianhong leaned back in his seat, his voice deliberately pitched loud enough to carry across the hall. So the great Bai clan doesn't even dare to bid. His lips curved into a thin smile. Perhaps their coffers have run dry. Or is it that their young master can only afford to look at treasures now? A few minor clan heads chuckled under their breath, quick to enjoy any jab aimed at the Bai clan. From his VIP room, Bai Zihan's gaze shifted lazily toward Li Jianhong, his expression unreadable. But when he spoke, his voice cut through the bidding calls with a clarity that left no room for mishearing, running low. His lips curved faintly, almost bored. If the Bai clan's coffers were truly empty, I'd simply buy the Li clan and sell it for spare change. Though I doubt your Li clan is even worth being my spare change. The laughter from the Li clan's allies died in their throats. Gasps rippled through the hall. A few braver souls tried to smother their grins, while others stared at Bai Zihan with a mix of awe and disbelief. Indeed, rumors of Bai Zihan with a mix of awe and disbelief. Indeed, rumors of Bai Zihan with a mix of awe and disbelief. Li Jianhong's smile froze, the corner of his jaw tightening as if to grind the words back into dust. Li Jianhong's voice rose with scorn. Arrogant, a junior dares to be so obnoxious. I don't know what the Bai clan teaches their young nowadays. Bai Zihan's gaze sharpened, his next words sliding out like a blade hidden in silk. Don't worry, at least they're taught well enough not to die like your son, Li Feng. The name struck like thunder. The hall seemed to still for half a breath before murmurs erupted. Li Jianhong shot to his feet, his chi flaring violently, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He hadn't even come to account for his son's death yet, and Bai Zihan was already rubbing salt in the wound. It would have been tolerable had Li Jianhong brought this up first, but Bai Zihan, the killer himself, to mention it. That only proved how little Li Jianhong brought this up first, but for Bai Zihan, the killer himself, to mention it. That only proved how little he cared for Li Jianhong. With Li Jianhong's strength, there wasn't anyone here who could stop him if he made a move. But before his rage could boil over into action, a hand gripped his arm firmly. An elder of the Li clan leaned close, voice low but urgent. Clan leader, control yourself. We have a mission here. That heaven-grade artifact must be secured. We can't waste this opportunity. Li Jianhong's jaw tightened as he swallowed his fury, his glare never leaving Bai Zihan. With a sharp turn, he sank back into his seat, forcing his attention toward the auction. Long Yurong breathed in relief, seeing that the escalating situation had calmed down. Similar sentiments were shared among other cultivators who would have been caught in the crossfire had Li Jianhong made a move. Just then, an item was brought out, which didn't catch many eyes except for 1 or 2 that included Bai Zihan. From the shadows of a private VIP room tucked into the upper tiers, a figure sat motionless, wrapped in a dark, hooded cloak. Ni Fengshuo's presence was like a still pond calm on the surface, yet hiding unseen depths. Only the faint glint in his eyes betrayed the spark of interest ignited within him. Below, an attendant carried out a small, ornate bracelet resting on a silk cushion. Its surface was a weathered, faint etchings barely visible under the dim lantern light, yet the air around it seemed to ripple subtly as though unseen waves were emanating from it. Lin Yurong's voice was clear, though tinged with deliberate reservation. This item, according to our appraisers, appears to be an ancient soul-nurturing artifact. While its exact grade cannot be confirmed, it is estimated to be around Earth grade in classification. Her words drew polite but unimpressed murmurs. To most cultivators present, an artifact that strengthened the soul was niche useful, perhaps for alchemists, formation masters, or those walking dangerous soul cultivation paths, but hardly something worth fighting over when heaven and earth grade treasures awaited, not to mention that it looked almost worn out and possibly not in good shape. Several clan heads glanced over it, their eyes already shifting toward the next potential bid, dismissing this as an item put after a good treasure to earn some money. But in Ni Fengzhuo's hooded shadow, his gaze locked onto the bracelet with unwavering intensity. "Master, is this the artifact that can help you?" "Master Du Changsheng," he murmured silently in his mind. "Yes, this is no ordinary trinket, boy." Its core is fractured? Yes, bud. It was once part of a complete artifact that could temper a soul to withstand heavenly tribulation. Ni Fengzhuo's lips curved faintly beneath the hood. "Then it's mine." The auctioneer, still smiling professionally despite the disinterest in the crowd, made the customary opening call. "The starting bid will be set at 50,000 gold. Do I hear? 1,000,000 gold." The words were calm, but they rolled across the hall like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through the crowd. Heads turned sharply toward the VIP balconies. 1,000,000 gold. For something that might not even work. Even Lan Yurong's brows arched slightly before she quickly masked it with a polite smile. "Ah, 1,000,000 gold from the esteemed guest in VIP room 9. Do we have another bid?" A murmur of speculation spread through the audience. Some scoffed, thinking the bidder was a fool. Others frowned, realizing that if someone of that wealth wanted it so badly, perhaps there was more to the bracelet than met the eye. But it could also be a trick from the auction hall to raise the price, so not many wanted to take the risk, especially when it involved 1,000,000 gold. From his VIP room, Bai Zihan's gaze flicked upward toward the source of the voice. He couldn't see through the shadows of the hooded figure, but he knew who would want this kind of artifact. Apart from him, there was only one person he knew that would want something that could strengthen the soul. Li Jianhong snorted audibly from his seat. "To throw away gold like that, idiot," he muttered, though his eyes lingered on the bracelet with a touch of doubt. Ni Fengzhou, however, leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping once on the armrest, waiting for his victory. No immediate counteroffers came. The auctioneer's voice rang out once more, this time with sharper enthusiasm. "Anyway, this price is already 20 times more than what they thought they would fetch, so they don't have any problem giving it away. 1,000,000 gold, twice. 1,000,000 gold. 2,000,000. The voice was unhurried, deep, and unmistakable. The auction hall froze. Dozens of heads swiveled toward the VIP balcony belonging to the Bai clan. Even those who had been half listening straightened in their seats. Bai Zihan sat there in perfect composure, one hand resting lightly on the armrest, his gaze fixed lazily on the stage as if the doubled price meant nothing to him. Whispers erupted instantly. 2,000,000 for that broken thing. He has been quiet for the other powerful treasures, but bid so high for such a broken item. Has young Master Bai gone mad? From behind the dark hood, Ni Fengzhu's eyes narrowed. His hand, halfway to lowering the bid paddle, paused midair. He had deliberately set his first offer so high 1,000,000 gold to scare away opportunists and prevent needless competition. No one sane would have gone higher for something so worn out. Yet Bai Zihan had not only challenged him, he had doubled the price without hesitation. A faint muscle in his jaw twitched. "Does he?" "No." Master Du Changsheng's voice murmured in his mind, just as curious, could it be this Bai Zihan recognizes the artifact's true core? But then shook his head. There was no way that was possible considering that information about the artifact is unknown, and he also only vaguely heard about it. Ni Fengzhou's gaze darkened. Or perhaps, Bai Zihan had recognized me and was deliberately making things difficult. This made much more sense than the first reason. Still, no matter the reason, now he has to compete with young Master Bai, and he turns out to be quite a difficult opponent. Directly raising the price to 2,000,000, double what he bid for. On stage, Lan Yurong's smile brightened considerably, sensing the tension like a predator catching the scent of blood. 2,000,000 gold from the Bai clan. Do we hear another? Inside the shadowed VIP room, Ni Fengzhuo's fingers stilled on the armrest. 2,000,000. It was already the limit of what he could muster, but for the sake of his master, he knew that he couldn't be stingy. What he has now is all thanks to his master. 2,000,000 and 100 before he could even finish the sentence. 3,000,000. Bai Zihan directly raised the price to 3 million, equivalent to the price of Earth-grade cultivation technique. Silence. Bai Zihan has been quiet all this time, but when he bid, it was like he didn't even check his bank. Even Li Jianhong, who'd previously tried to mock Bai Zihan for being mock, couldn't help but be confused. Just what was that artifact? Is it really that valuable, or is Bai Zihan just bidding on whim? No one could figure out, but everyone knew that none could possibly offer more than him for the worn-out bracelet. Mi Fengzhou's jaw almost fell off when Bai Zihan said 3 million. He thought he could compete, but that seemed to be out of reach for him. Lan Yuan's honeyed voice floated across the auction hall. 3 million gold, going once. 3 million gold, going twice. Ni Fengzhou watched reluctantly as the item which could help his master slip away in front of his eyes. Should I just steal it? For his master, he was willing to do anything, but that was even more impossible. Stealing from Bai Zihan, who was he kidding? Better focus on dragon and phoenix competition, and perhaps exchange this bracelet with some other treasure with Bai Zihan. He believes that Bai Zihan didn't know the artifact and just bid it on a whim. 3 million gold sold, the gavel struck, and the hall erupted in a wave of applause and murmurs. Up in the VIP balcony, Bai Zihan's gaze remained on the stage, unreadable. Only the faintest curve at the corner of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. 'Neath shadows above, Ni Fengzhou sat unmoving, the darkness around him seeming colder than before. The bracelet was soon placed into a lacquered case and carried toward the Bai clan's VIP room. Bai Zihan didn't even look at the servant as they presented it. He simply extended a hand, brushing his fingers across the weathered surface. The faint ripples of energy pulsed like a distant heartbeat, cold yet strangely alive. Senior, what exactly is this thing? Dempeno, we'll call it, or a breeze. It's did. Immortal Emperor's soul stirred. A voice, ancient and resonant, flowed into his mind, tinged with faint amusement. This is indeed an ancient soul-nurturing artifact. Once, it was called the Mirror of 9 Reflections. In its complete form, it could temper a cultivator's soul through 9 cycles, each more perilous than the last. Bai Zihan's eyes lowered slightly, the lamplight glinting off their depths. And now, Boken! A shadow of its former self. The core is fractured, its outer shell weathered. Still, even like this, it can nourish the soul, mend minor injuries, and sharpen spiritual sense over time. Bai Zihan's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. His tone was casual, but the question that followed carried an undercurrent of intent. Would it help you recover? There was a brief silence within his mind, like an immortal pausing to weigh her words. Then, yes. However, your soul-confining artifact is better than this. Bai Zihan's lips curved faintly. He closed the lacquered case and rested it beside him. Then, you can keep it. Anyways, it is better to have 2 soul-nurturing artifacts than 1. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lan Yurong's smile remained dazzling as she gestured for the attendants to bring forth the next item. Congratulations to the Bai clan for obtaining this unique treasure. May you find its true worth. Her voice rang clearly, smooth and magnetic. Distinguished guests, as you have seen, surprises await in every corner of this auction. Some treasures may seem plain, yet even the simplest stone may conceal hidden brilliance. And rest assured what comes next will not disappoint. An attendant stepped forward, carrying a small lacquered box. With a careful flourish, it was opened, revealing a plain-looking silver ring. This is a storage ring, Lan Yurong explained, with a capacity 10 times greater than the common kind. A useful tool for travelers, merchants, or warriors burdened with many artifacts. Its starting price is 30,000 gold. Murmurs of approval. Rose storage space was always useful, but nothing revolutionary. Before anyone could lift a paddle, 200,000. The voice rang from the Bai clan's balcony once again. The crowd froze again. Several bidding guests who had been prepared to raise the price instantly lowered their hands, their faces tightening. None dared to compete, not only because of Bai Zihan, but also because the price itself has become too high. Lan Yurong's smile glimmered brighter. 200,000 gold from the Bai clan's honored guest, she announced, her clear voice carrying to every corner of the hall. Her jade hammer lifted. 200,000 once, 200,000 twice, 200,000 twice. Sold. The hammer struck down thrice. Sold. The hammer struck down with a crisp sound. Congratulations once again to young Master Bai for securing this fine treasure. Polite applause echoed, though more than a few glances carried thinly veiled shock. The opposite applause echoed, though more than a few glances carried thinly veiled shock. One after another, attendants carried out treasures, rare herbs, precious ores, refined tools, and specialty talismans. Though many were of decent quality, none reached the level of the earlier Earth-grade artifact. Yet, each time such treasure appeared, before the crowd could even breathe out their bids, Bai Zihan's calm voice rang out with startlingly high offers. Earlier, a storage ring with unusually vast capacity, normally worth no more than 50,000, was seized for 200,000 under his unblinking gaze. Then came a set of high-grade explosive talismans, their destructive force enough to threaten even a void refinement expert caught off guard. Impressive, yes, but ultimately single use. Still, Bai Zihan's voice cut cleanly across the hall. 100,000. The room froze again. They thought whoever put those items this time was very lucky, seeing that Bai Zihan was willing to pay such high prices for them. And so it went. Each treasure, no matter how practical or situational, was snapped up by the Bai clan's young master without hesitation, the sound of Lan Yirong's hammer falling echoing like a drumbeat of domination. Sold! Congratulations once again to young master Bai. Sold! Congratulations to the Bai clan for their winning vid. Again and again, her voice rang out like a mocking chorus. By now, Li Jianhong's face had darkened beyond recognition. His earlier sneers about the Bai clan's poverty felt like slaps against his own cheeks, each congratulation another sting. Even the Bai clan elders shifted uneasily in their seats. At first, they had been eager, pushing Bai Zihan to bid for worthy items to display their clan's strength. But as the gold piled higher and higher on seemingly useless goods, their hearts clenched painfully. This wasn't strength, it was extravagance, wasteful, madness, yet Bai Zihan never stopped. It has turned from a previously bid war to a one-person show. His every bid was calm, assured, as though no amount of wealth mattered in the slightest. Ah, and the Bai clan claims victory once more. 100,000 gold, congratulations to young Master Bai. Ah, and the Bai clan claims victory once more. 100,000 gold. The words, repeated again and again, fell like mocking slaps. Li Jianhong's face burned hot and cold all at once. Only a short while ago he had called the Bai clan being poor and not able to compete with him. Yet now, each extravagant bid struck him like a thunderclap proof not of poverty, but of terrifying wealth. He sat stiff, jaw clenched so hard it creaked, utterly unable to retort. In the Bai clan's balcony, several elders exchanged increasingly strained looks. At first, they had urged Bai Zihan to compete, to prove their clan's standing. But now, young master, perhaps restraint is needed. One ventured nervously, while Bai Xueqing hardly criticized Bai Zihan for such reckless spending. Why squander so much gold on items of such little worth? The clan treasury is not without limits, but Bai Zihan sat unmoved, his presence as heavy as a mountain. His gaze was fixed only on the stage, his tone indifferent, final, like a decree. Useless or not, they're mine. Don't worry, I will personally pay for them myself, so don't worry, my dear sister. The words silenced even his elders. Bai Xueqing looked at Bai Zihan with doubt. There was no way that he had that much money. Even if their parents loved him so much and gave him very large pocket money, Bai Zihan saving them wouldn't even reach 1 million yet. His spending has already crossed 4 million gold. But looking at how Bai Zihan seemed serious about paying it himself, she wondered just where he could have gotten all this money from. You better not lie. Bai Zihan already ignored his sister and focused on the next item as he once again bid a high price for it. The attendant stepped forward once more, this time carrying a long case carved from black sandalwood. When opened, a faint glow spilled out, revealing a fan of jade slips etched with ancient characters. Lan Yirong's smile brightened as she addressed the crowd. The attendants carefully brought forward a long jade tray, draped in red silk. When the covering was lifted, gasps rippled through the hall. Resting upon the tray was a pitch-black shield, no larger than a man's arm, its surface covered in mysterious runes that faintly shimmered with golden light. Lan Yirong's voice carried smoothly across the room. This is a rare defensive artifact. Though not complete, it was refined with fragments of celestial ore. When activated, it can withstand a single blow from even a great Ascension Realm cultivator. However, it carries only 2 charges. Once spent, its light will fade forever. Starting price, 800,000 gold / will. The crowd stirred. A treasure that could block the strike of such a terrifying realm was almost priceless, but with only 2 uses, it became a gamble. To some, it was a life-saving treasure worth any cost. To others, it was nothing more than an expensive trinket. But well, most thought that before even thinking of needing to think whether to bid, they should see if Bai Zihan tries to buy it. If so, no use of competing at all. Zhao Wuqian's lips curled upward. This was his clan's treasure that was set to sell here. Not only was it bound to draw high bids, but with Bai Zihan recklessly throwing out gold, the profit would be immense. He leaned back in his seat, smug anticipation in his eyes, and shifted his gaze toward the Bai clan's balcony. Sure enough, before long, 1,500,000, a Bai Zihan's voice cut across the hall once more, calm and commanding. Zhao Wutian's heart leapt arms leapt, as expected. Bai Zihan indeed has also bid for this treasure of his as well. He thought about just how high the final bid would be, but the hall fell utterly silent. Not a single paddle was raised. Not a whisper of a competing bid. All eyes swept toward the Bai clan's balcony, waiting, watching, knowing full well that the outcome rested on Bai Zihan alone. 1,500,000. Once, Lan Yurong's clear voice rang out. 1,000,000. Twice, Zhao Qian's fingers clenched on the armrest of his chair. A sheen of sweat gathered at his temple from frustration. If this continued, his clan's treasure would be sold for just 1,500,000. Although a prophet, he obviously wants to make more from it, especially since Bai Zihan is willing to pay for it. The Bai clan brat had been throwing gold recklessly all night, and yet now, when it truly mattered, he had chosen restraint. No, he couldn't allow it. 2,000,000. Zhao Wuchen's voice cracked through the air like thunder. The audience gasped. They thought that similar to Bai Zihan, Zhao Wuchen has also lost his mind. Of course, those who know that it was his own treasure that is up for auction, one would know that it's all a ploy to raise the price. Lan Yurong's expression did not falter, though even she blinked once in surprise. Her gaze flicked toward Bai Zihan. Everyone's gaze did. Surely now, the young master of the Bai clan would raise his voice again, calmly drowning out even such an outrageous bid. But no words came. Bai Zihan leaned lazily against the armrest, his expression cool, unbothered, not even sparing Zhao Wuchen a glance. Was Bai Zihan finally giving up? The hall buzzed with speculation. Is he finally stopping? Impossible. He's been throwing gold like water until now. Maybe even the Bai clan has limits. Perhaps his money has dried out from earlier bidding. All eyes flicked back and forth between the poised auctioneer and the silent Bai Zihan. Lan Yurong lifted her hammer with practiced grace, her smile never faltering. 2,000,000. Once the reverberated like thunder in the tense stillness. 2,000,000. Twice. The words reverberated like thunder in the tense stillness. 2,000,000. Twice. A hush fell over the crowd. Zhao Wuchen's heart clenched. Panic surged in his chest. No, if it sold now, the Zhao clan would not only lose potential profit, but also pay the auction's commission for essentially buying back their own item. Desperate, his voice rang out, sharp and mocking. What's wrong, young Master Bai? Have your pockets finally run dry? Or are you too afraid to spend for a treasure that can save your life? Surely the great Bai clan's heir isn't backing down now. Broffication cut through the silence, and many in the crowd leaned forward, eager to see Bai Zihan's reaction. Finally, the young master stirred. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with faint amusement, his voice calm and dismissive. That artifact is worth no more than 1,000,000 at best. Beyond that, it's a broken shield with only 2 breaths of life left in it. If you wish to waste 2,000,000 on it, Zhao Wutian, then congratulations. You've bought yourself a coffin plank at twice its price. The hall erupted. Some smothered chuckles, others exchanged knowing glances, but all eyes snapped to Zhao Wutian. His face went red, then white, then an ugly shade of green. He had wanted to provoke Bai Zihan into competing, to drive the price higher, but instead, he had been baited into cutting his own throat. This brat had just bid hundreds of thousands above market value for trinkets and bauble smarage rings, talismans, herbs, and now he chose to be wise, refusing to bid on his clan's treasure. You. Minus, he can't help but angry despite being the person who shot himself in the foot. Lan Yurong's smile glimmered, her jade hammer striking with finality. 2,000,000, thrice, sold, to the Zhao clan. Congratulations. The crisp sound of the hammer falling struck Whedon's heart like a blade. He had done it to himself. The Zhao clan's victory was hollow paying an inflated 2,000,000 for their own treasure, only to have the auction's commission cut into them further. What should have been tidy profit had turned into a painful loss, and the worst part, he had already won. Bai Zihan's opening bid of 1,500,000 would have secured the sale handsomely. If only he had stayed quiet, he would be celebrating profit right now. But now, he was the fool. Zhao Wutian's face burned. His jaw tightened until it creaked, yet he forced his expression into a smug smile, raising his chin proudly, as though this had all been his plan. Yes, he said loudly, voice strained but steady, a fitting treasure for my clan alone. Even Bai clans stop us from acquiring what we want. But inside, his heart twisted. He had been played no, toyed with perhaps by himself. But the auction did not pause for his wounded pride. Lan Yurong raised her jade hammer once again, her voice light and melodic as she gestured toward the attendants. This next item, she announced, her clear voice ringing out, is none other than an Earth-grade artifact, a spear forged from thousand-year black steel, engraved with spirit-gathering runes, and tempered in the blood of a grade 7 beast. The chest opened with a low hum, revealing the weapon inside. The black steel spear gleamed with a restrained light, its runes flickering faintly as if breathing. The sharp aura it exuded made several cultivators in the front rows instinctively shift back. Gasps rippled through the audience. Again, just how many Earth-grade artifact did Grand Radiance Auction Hall bring forth for today's auction? Sigh. Young Master Bai might snag this as well. I should have bidded for the previous ones. Finally, the items were once again on par with what was auctioned earlier, but many felt that they might not be able to win it. All eyes flicked upward toward the Bai clan's balcony. If Bai Zihan had casually thrown away hundreds of thousands on trinkets, then surely he would not hesitate here. Lan Yurong's smile deepened knowingly. The starting price is 500,000 gold. A hush fell over the crowd. Dozens of gazes instantly swiveled toward the Bai balcony. They waited. And waited. But the young master did not stir. Instead, Bai Zihan leaned back in his seat, one arm resting lazily along the armrest, the other holding a wine cup. He tipped it lightly, savoring the taste, then set it down. His eyes drifted shut, as though the Earth-grade artifact on display was beneath his notice. A ripple of disbelief tore through the hall. What is he doing? Don't tell me. He's not interested. What's up with young Master Bai? Frantically bidding for ordinary treasure, but such precious treasure he won't even look. The auctioneer's practiced poise nearly faltered for the briefest instant, but Lan Yurong quickly smoothed her smile, her voice carrying bright and clear. 500,000. Do I hear a bid? 5555. 550,000. A hesitant voice called out, then waited for Bai Zihan to strike back, but still nothing. 600,000. Another immediately followed. But the energy was strained, hesitant. Every bidder's eyes kept flicking upward toward Bai Zihan as if waiting for the inevitable crushing bid to sweep them aside. And yet, nothing. The young master sat there like an emperor in repose, eyes closed, utterly detached from the frantic bidding below. Zhao Wutian clenched his fists, veins bulging in his temples. He couldn't make sense of it. Why is he not bidding? This is an Earth-grade artifact. Did the Bai clan lose their mind? Or is he just toying with us again? Rever more but Zihan remained still, the more unsettled the hall became. To recklessly lavish millions on pills, herbs, and talismans, yet ignore a priceless artifact. What game was he playing? Bids surged at once, 750,000, 800,000, 900,000. On stage, the bids rose higher and higher. The Earth-grade spear climbed past 1 million, then 2 million, 2,100,000. On stage, the bids rose higher and higher. The Earth-grade spear climbed past 1 million. The final cry rang out, and Lan Yurong's jade hammer fell. Sold. The black steel spear went to a middle-aged patriarch of a minor clan, his face pale with the weight of the sum. But before the murmurs could die down, attendants stepped forward with yet another velvet chest. This next item, Lan Yurong announced smoothly, is also an Earth-grade artifact, an ancient battle halberd, forged with twin cores of fire and lightning. Gasps filled the hall. The chest opened, revealing the halberd's faint crackle of lightning arcs along its edge. Its presence pressed on the hall like a storm cloud. Everyone turned their heads upward, almost in unison. The Bai VIP room. But once again, Bai Zihan did not move. He sat unmoving, eyes closed, as if the weapon didn't exist at all. 1 million. Someone ventured cautiously. 1.3 million. 2 million. The bid soared, and yet not a flicker of interest came from the Bai heir. 2,500,000 sold. The next treasure came in Earth-grade armor polished to gleaming brilliance. Still no bid from Bai Zihan. Then a sword, its aura sharp enough to cut the air. Still no bid. Again and again, one priceless treasure after another, each drawing fervent competition. But Bai Zihan sat like a mountain, eyes half-lidded, his expression unreadable. The silence from the Bai balcony became heavier than the bidding itself. Whispers spread like wildfire. Could it be? He's already emptied his purse. Didn't he throw away over 5 million already? Huh. For all his arrogance, maybe he was just pretending. Now the Bai clan can't even keep up. A few snickers rippled through the crowd, daring to mock under hushed tones. But just when the speculation was at its peak, the attendants brought forth the next item, an exquisite talisman scroll. not an artifact, not earth-grade, merely a high-quality defensive talisman scroll. Not an artifact, not earth-grade. Lan Yurong's lips curved as she announced the price, starting bid, 100,000 gold. And before anyone else could even open their mouths, Bai Zihan's calm voice drifted down from above, 350,000. The crowd froze, their laughter died in their throats. Lan Yurong's smile brightened, her hammer ringing crisply. Sold, to young Master Bai. Silence stretched through the hall, then the whispers began again, this time subdued. Uncertain, uncertain. So he does still have money. Then why isn't he bidding on the previous powerful artifacts? Impossible to tell. What is he thinking? But in the end, most gave up trying to divine his intentions. At least now they were relieved. If Bai Zihan wished to throw his gold away on baubles and scrolls, then let him. What truly mattered, the earth-grade artifacts remained free of his crushing bids, and that was enough. The auction pressed on, treasures unveiled one after another. To the great relief of many, Bai Zihan really didn't raise his hand for the earth-grade artifacts and techniques. Not once did he bid for the earth-grade artifacts that appeared, allowing the other powers to compete freely without his shadow looming over them. Meanwhile, in his VIP room, Bai Zihan leaned back casually, trying to calculate the money that he had earned. All the earth-grade artifacts and techniques consigned under his name had already been sold, each fetching an average of 2 million gold. Altogether, the sales had netted him nearly 20 million. Even after subtracting his earlier expenditures, his profits towered above imagination. Of course, there was still one more item left, the true pinnacle of the evening, the heaven-grade artifact. With that yet to be sold, Bai Zihan had no need to worry about anything as trivial as expenditure. The auction was also coming to a close, with the next being the second-to-last item of the evening. Lan Yurong, ever radiant, tapped her jade hammer lightly. Her smile deepened as attendants carried forward a jade box of extraordinary craftsmanship, its surface inlaid with intricate lotus motifs. Her voice softened, melodic, carrying a subtle warmth that drew the hall into quiet reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, our second-to-last item of today's grand auction is not merely an artifact, it is a piece of history, a token of love that has survived the centuries. The box opened, and inside lay a necklace of delicate silver threads interwoven with luminous pearls. At its center, a single crimson gem pulsed faintly, as though alive. A soft, soothing aura spread from it, not sharp like weapons, not firm like armor, but gentle like an embrace. Lan Yurong continued, her tone laced with romantic allure. This earth-grade artifact is called the Heart's Bond Necklace. Forged 3,000 years ago, it was a gift from the great General Yun to his beloved Lady Chu, whom he married against the will of their clans. Legend says that as long as the necklace was worn, their hearts would remain linked no matter life or death, distance or time. She continued. When General Yun fell in battle, Lady Chu is said to have felt the shattering of his heart through this very gem. She perished not long after, but her final smile was serene, for she knew he had been hers until the end. A hush fell. Even the most hardened warriors found their chests heavy at the tale. This artifact is not famed for its might on the battlefield, Lan Yurong admitted softly, but for its symbolism. Lovers across the generations have sought it, desiring to prove their devotion through a treasure that once witnessed eternal love. The crimson gem shimmered faintly, casting a rosy glow that seemed to warm the coldest of souls. This necklace, Lan Yurong said, raising her hand gracefully, is a true treasure of love. His starting bid is 500,000 gold. Silence stretched for a moment, then 500,000. Starting bid. Is 500,000. Number to hand is 500,000. A voice rang out from a balcony where a wealthy merchant sat with his wife, his hand clutching hers tightly. 600,000. Another followed from the lower floor, a young heir flushed with emotion, stealing glances at the veiled lady beside him. The hall began to stir. For once, bids were not driven by greed for power, but by yearning hearts and whispered dreams. All the while, as the red glow of the necklace danced across the hall, dozens of eyes once again drifted upward toward Bai Zihan. Would he bid for this as well? But the Bai heir only swirled the wine in his cup, lips curving faintly as if amused by the romance that ensnared the hall. The bids climbed higher. 800,000, 900,000. Seated in the VIP room, Bai Zihan swirled his cup lazily, watching the hall erupt with sentimental fervor. Then poke. A soft nudge at his arm. He turned, brows arching. What is it, my dear sister? Bai Xuexing leaned forward, her eyes gleaming mischievously. She tilted her chin ever so slightly towards Chu Ziyan. She sat there quietly, her figure refined, her bearing calm and dignified as ever. Even in the glow of the necklace's crimson light, she betrayed no outward desire. Yet Bai Xuexing whispered with a grin. Yap Bai Xuexing whispered with a grin. Were, of course, Xuexing whispered with a grin. What kind of man lets such a treasure of love slip by when his fiancée is watching? Bai Zihan frowned, honestly puzzled. Why? You know our marriage is for convenience. At those words, a weary sigh echoed in his mind. The figure of the Emperor Solfelian manifested, shaking his head as though deeply disappointed. Bai Zihan, Biju Nutant understand women's hearts. Power and duty bind them, yes, but even a bond of convenience can be softened, deepened, if you show sincerity. A girl wishes to be cherished, not simply carried along the currents of fate. Try harder to win her heart. Bai Zihan's expression darkened slightly. I've no interest in lectures about romance, but wanting to silence both his sister's insistent eyes and the Emperor Sol's nagging tone, Bai Zihan finally lifted his hand. 3 million, the words rolled out carelessly, but they struck the hall like thunder. Gasps exploded from every corner. The price leapt past all expectations, leaving no room for competition. Silence fell heavy as the hammer in Lan Yurong's hand froze mid-air, her eyes flashing with quiet delight at the scene. In an instant, every gaze shifted upward once more. The hall went still. For a long breath, no one dared raise their paddles. Then the whispers began. Ah, young Master Bai is bidding for it. Of course it must be for his fiancée. Who else could it be? Huh! Young Master Bai is bidding for it. Of course it must be for his fiancée. Who else could it be? To spend so much without batting an eye, just for a necklace of love. If only I were in her place. Envious. I could die of it. Imagine, a single bid worth more than what we'll earn in 10 lifetimes, and all for a woman's smile. Bai Zihan truly is unmatched. Not only powerful and rich, but he even treats his betrothed like this. Up in the VIP, Shuzian lowered her gaze, looking at Bai Zihan. She would have liked it more if Bai Zihan truly intended to give this to her with his heart, but knew better. At least, to the eyes of the crowd, she was now the most blessed woman in the empire. 3 million. Lan Yurong's eyes gleamed as she lifted her jade hammer. Her voice rang, honey smooth but firm. 3 million going once. The crowd held its breath. Some were still waiting for a competitor to show up, but who would? Even for an Earth-grade artifact, most of them only wanted to spend around 2 million, and going above it required serious thought. Not to mention, those who had a lot of money to spend still needed to think about the last item that was going to be auctioned, the heaven-grade artifact. To win that, they needed to save their money. Going twice. Every pair of eyes strained upward toward Bai Zihan's VIP room. Sold. The jade hammer fell with a crisp clack, sealing the bid. Lan Yurong's smile deepened, her voice carrying like silk over the hush. Congratulations, young Master Bai. To claim such a treasure of love, how enviable indeed. Her gaze lingered meaningfully on his VIP room before she inclined her head with grace. Applause thundered through the hall, not only for the conclusion of the bidding, but for the romance that everyone assumed had just unfolded. Moments later, attendants ascended the staircase with utmost care, carrying the jade box cradled in silk. They bowed deeply as they presented it to Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan took the box with casual ease, as though 3 million gold was a trivial matter, no more than a drop of rain on the ocean of his wealth. He turned, the crimson light of the necklace gleaming faintly within the open lid. Shu Zihan sat there quietly. Bai Zihan extended the box toward her. His tone was unhurried, unflustered, almost indifferent. This is yours. For a heartbeat, her composure wavered. The faintest trace of warmth flickered in her eyes as she accepted the necklace with delicate hands. She lowered her gaze, but a smile gentle and radiant curved her lips. Thank you. Don't mention it, Bai Zihan replied as he went back to his seat. Well, for him, the auction had ended, and the last item was only for counting his money. The auction reached its peak, the hall charged with restless energy. Every breath, every glance carried the same question. What would the final treasure be? Everyone knew it was a heaven-grade artifact, but what kind of artifact? Lan Yurong's jade hammer tapped once, sharp and clear, cutting through the murmur. The moment you've all been waiting for has arrived, she announced, her smile radiant, her tone solemn. Attendants stepped forward, carrying a long jade case bound with golden talismans, each shimmering faintly with celestial light. With a graceful flick of her hand, the seals dissolved, and the case opened, revealing a fan whose feathers gleamed with colors of starlight and dawn, its presence alone making the hall fall silent. Lan Yurong's voice rang out, crisp and resounding. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the celestial feather fan. Ladies and gentlemen. The moment Lan Yurong's words fell, the grand radiance auction hall shuddered with shock. The celestial feather fan. That's impossible. It belongs to Bai Zihan, doesn't it? Yes, he got it from the Zhao clan. What Why? Why is it here? Is Bai Zihan auctioning it? The shimmering feathers reflected faint starlight, exuding an auctioning. The shimmering feathers reflected faint starlight, exuding a noble divine presence. It was an artifact spoken of in awe, a heaven-grade treasure whose origin stretched back to the Zhao clan's history. The hall erupted in uproar, all eyes snapping toward the Zhao clan's VIP room. Zhao Wutian's face darkened immediately, his jaw tight, fists trembling with suppressed fury. Beside him, Zhao Qin looked as though he had swallowed poison, his expression pale yet burning with humiliation. The celestial feather fan and artifact their clan had treasured for generations now stood on public display, as someone else's property, ready to be sold off before the entire empire. Zhao Wuqian's killing intent surged, rattling the air. His voice thundered, low and venomous, Bai Zihan. Yet Bai Zihan didn't so much as twitch. He sat lazily in his VIP room, swirling tea in his cup, as if the drama below had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, even the Bai clan's own elders looked unsettled. One of them leaned forward, his voice respectful, carefully restrained. Zihaner, the celestial feather fan, is a priceless treasure, a heaven-grade artifact. Why auction it away? Would it not be better to keep it within the Bai clan? Even if it wasn't of any use to them, at least their enemy couldn't make use of it, and that alone was already a great advantage. While what Bai Zihan did with his treasure was beyond their control, they at least hoped that he could see the bigger picture. If money was what Bai Zihan wanted, they could have prepared it themselves in order to keep the heaven-grade artifact within the clan. Bai Zihan leaned forward, his smile faint but his tone loud enough for every soul in the hall to hear. Oh, waste! The word dropped like a thunderbolt. Gasps rippled across the hall. Bai Zihan's voice was casual, dismissive, looking down on the artifact. This celestial feather fan? Useless, not even worthy to sit in my storage ring. Better to sell it off than let it take up space. Gasps swept the crowd. To belittle a heaven-grade artifact in such a way, was he mad? Some whispered that Bai Zihan was insulting his own auction item, but no one missed the deeper sting. The celestial feather fan was not just any artifact, it was the Zhao clan's symbol more than Bai Zihan's. Even if Bai Zihan had gotten it, most people would associate the artifact with the Zhao clan rather than him. By calling it worthless, Bai Zihan wasn't insulting the fan at all. He was insulting the Zhao clan itself for revering it. The Zhao clan's faces flushed crimson with rage. Bai Zihan sneered faintly. Perhaps. I made a mistake. Optioning it is giving it too much honor. Should have sold it to a street vendor. The insult was clear, sharp as a blade. The hall trembled with tension. Bai Zihan Zhao Wutian roared, rising to his feet, veins bulging across his forehead. Zhao Chen too could barely contain himself, his face twisted with fury. This fan is ours, he shouted, voice cracking. Anyone who dares bid against the Zhao clan will be making an enemy of us. The entire hall fell silent. Many who had been preparing to bid froze, their palms slick with sweat. The lure of a heaven-grade artifact was immense, but to oppose the Zhao clan directly, few dared risk it. Lan Yurong's radiant smile dimmed for the first time. Her delicate brows knit together, and her voice, though still melodic, carried a sharp edge. Zhao Patriarch, this is the Grand Radiance Auction Hall. I must ask you to please refrain from disrupting the proceedings. Her tone was ice beneath silk. Zhao Wutian gave a cold snort, his killing intent still thick in the air. He did not argue further, but the venom in his eyes made clear that his warning to the hall still stood. Lan Yurong exhaled lightly, regaining her flawless poise. She raised her jade hammer. The celestial feather fan, a heaven-grade artifact. The starting bid 3 million gold. The words had barely left her lips before Zhao Wutian's voice thundered again. 3 million. The words had barely left her lips before Zhao Wutian's voice. His bid was instant, his glare sweeping the entire hall like a blade, silently reminding everyone of his earlier words. Bid, and you are the Zhao clan's enemy. The hall shivered beneath the weight of his aura. Many swallowed hard, their earlier ambitions retreating in fear. But not all. Heaven-grade artifact. Only 3 million. Huh! Does the Zhao clan think they can buy back their dignity so cheaply? A deep rumbling voice called out from another VIP room, and the bid instantly jumped higher. 4 million. The hall trembled with excitement. Everyone's eyes snapped toward the source. It was the Crimson Thunder Palace. Their elder reclined easily in his seat, lightning sparking faintly around his body. And then, almost immediately, 5 million! The words came from yet another VIP room. This time, it was the Heaven Sword sect. Elder Chenglan didn't really want the celestial feather fan, but if it was for 5 million, then it would be worth it. Of course, knowing that the artifact belonged to her disciple, she was also helping raise its price, and there was nothing that Zhao Wutian could do to stop her. Clearly there were forces here who had no fear of the Zhao clan or who simply desired to see them humiliated further. Zhao Wujian's entire body trembled, rage boiling so fiercely it was almost tangible. His teeth ground together as he forced out his next bid, 6 million. His voice cracked like thunder, shaking the hall. But Elder Qinglin of the Heaven Sword Sect merely arched a brow, her lips curving faintly. 7 million. The bid landed like a sharp slap across Zhao Wutian's face. 7 million. The bid landed like a sharp slap across Zhao Wutian's face. Zhao Wutian's knuckles whitened, his palm trembling with fury as he raised it again. 8 million. 9 million. Elder Qinglin's voice came smoothly, almost lazily, as though she were merely toying with him. By now, everyone understood. The Heaven Sword Sect had no intention of winning the fan, they were simply driving Zhao Wuqian to madness. The Crimson Thunder Palace has also given up. The price was too high for them to bid. Finally, 10 million. Zhao Wuqian's roar shook the beams of the auction hall. His chest heaved, his veins bulged, and his expression was twisted with fury. Elder Qinglin stopped. 7 million. That was the limit I was told for the heaven-grade artifact. If, by chance, it could be secured under that amount, it would have been a fine addition to their sect, but it was only a fan not suitable for their sect. For her sect, what they truly desired was a sword. For that, they would be willing to push as high as 10 million, although disobeying her instructions, but within reason. Enough to stir the waters, to force the Zhao clan's hand. Her gaze slid toward Zhao Wutian's VVIP room, a faint curve touching her lips. The Zhao clan will never allow this artifact to leave their grasp. They are desperate and humiliated. Even if the price soars, they will bleed themselves dry to reclaim it. With that thought, she had pushed the bid to 10 million. Lan Yurong's hammer struck down. Sold. The celestial feather, fan, to the Zhao clan 10 million gold. The hall erupted in gasps and whispers. 10 million. Enough to purchase dozens of sect-protecting treasures. Enough to fund entire armies. And all of it flowing straight into Bai Zihan's pocket. Zhao Wuqian's face was as dark as ink, his heart dripping blood. Though he had reclaimed the celestial feather fan, the victory felt like swallowing poison. In the eyes of the world, the Zhao clan had been humiliated, forced to pay an astronomical price to buy back what had always been theirs. His sleeve flared as he rose abruptly, his killing intent spilling forth like a flood. Bai Zihan, Bai Zihan, he muttered, his voice low, venomous, each syllable a promise of death. This humiliation, I will remember it. He turned on his heel and strode from the hall, Zhao Chen following close behind, his face still pale with fury and shame. The other guests whispered among themselves, their gazes flickering between the departing Zhao clan and the calm, languid figure in the Bai clan's VIP room. Bai Zihan did not so much as glance after Zhao Wuqian. He swirled his cup of tea, his expression unchanging like, threatening has done anything to him. Lan Yurong, ever poised, lifted her jade hammer once more. With that, ladies and gentlemen, her voice rang out like a heavenly bell. Our grand radiance auction has reached its conclusion. She bowed lightly, her jeweled sleeves fluttering. On behalf of the Grand Radiance Auction Hall, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all esteemed guests who have graced us today with their presence. We sincerely congratulate those who secured treasures this day. May fortune and destiny favor you in your cultivation. And to those who bid but did not win, do not be disheartened. She raised her slender hand with practiced grace, for the Grand Radiance Auction shall return. Greater treasures, rarer opportunities, and perhaps even more surprises await. Once the final hammer fell, the grandeur of the Grand Radiance Auction Hall began to dim. The chatter of nobles and cultivators faded as attendants guided them out, but Bai Zihan did not leave with the crowd. Instead, he rose unhurriedly and made his way deeper into the hall, past velvet curtains and guarded corridors, toward the private chambers where only the highest dealings were conducted. The scent of sandalwood lingered faintly in the air as he stepped into the manager's office. There, waiting with a jade ledger and several sealed chests stacked neatly at his side, was the manager, young Master Bai. The manager greeted with a deep bow, his hands carefully resting atop the ledger. The calculations have been finalized. Bai Zihan nodded slightly, settling into the chair prepared for him. Let's hear it. The manager opened the jade ledger, his fingers moving swiftly across the abacus. The celestial feather fan fetched 10 million gold, as you know. Deducting the auction house's fees, he paused for a slight bow, a hint of reverence in his tone. We've kept your commission at the minimum 0, 1% given the nature of the artifact you brought in. Bai Zihan arched his brow. Normally, it would have been 5% or more depending on the item. After all deductions, including the amount you bid for items, your earnings amount to 20 million gold. The manager continued, his voice almost trembling with excitement. 20 million. The manager continued, his voice almost trembling with excitement. What Bai Zihan had made was more than all the other auction items combined. This was also the first time the manager had seen any single individual earn such a staggering amount. If not for the money deducted from Bai Zihan's own bids on a few high-priced items, his net income would have been closer to 30 million, but he had nothing to complain about. After all, the auction had earned a fortune thanks to Bai Zihan's aggressive bidding. With 10 million gold spent, Bai Zihan also became the single highest spender of the event. Highest earner and highest spender titles that shouldn't have gone together, yet somehow Bai Zihan was that person. A faint, approving smile curved Bai Zihan's lips. Not bad. Not bad at all. Bai Zihan rose smoothly to his feet, brushing an invisible speck of dust from his sleeve. If that's all, then I'll be on my way. He turned, already moving toward the door, when the manager's voice hurried after him. Young Master Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Zihan paused, his gaze sliding back lazily over his shoulder. The manager bowed deeply, both hands presenting a small lacquered box. With utmost care, he opened it, revealing a jade-etched token shimmering faintly with golden light. This is the Grand Radiance Hall VIP card. The manager explained reverently. It is issued only to our most honored patrons. With it, you will be granted a 20% discount at any of our branches throughout the desolate Heaven Empire. Please take it. Bai Zihan glanced at the card, then casually took it, slipping it into his sleeve as though it were nothing more than a trinket. Okay, and if in the future you wish to consign more treasures, please consider our Grand Radiance auction house first. We will ensure you the finest rates auction house first. We will ensure you the finest rates no matter the rarity or grade. Bai Zihan studied him for a brief moment, then waved a hand dismissively. Sure, we'll see. Without giving it another thought, he strode out of the sandalwood-scented chamber, his figure soon swallowed by the guarded corridors beyond. The manager remained bowing long after Bai Zihan had gone. Wealth was a fickle thing. Money in hand was nothing but stagnant water. Left untouched, it would eventually turn foul, but when set into motion, it became a tide that could wash away obstacles and carve out new paths. Bai Zihan understood this well. 5 million gold was placed into Kong Jianhong's hands. It was meant for the Black Lantern Society to expand its influence and plant ears across the empire so that no whisper would escape Bai Zihan's reach. Whether it was establishing tea houses, bribing officials, anything that could be bought with money. And there weren't many things that couldn't be. Kong Jianhong's hands trembled as he accepted the heavy coffer. His chest surged with emotion, not just from the weight of the fortune, but from the trust placed upon him. He dropped to one knee, bowing low, his voice solemn. This subordinate will not disappoint. I will make sure that even a whisper doesn't escape from my grasp. Bai Zihan merely nodded his head. While Kong Jianhong was obviously exaggerating, Bai Zihan knew that he was capable. There was no doubt about that. The second portion of his fortune, another 5 million, he directed toward a more audacious gamble. Bet it on the Dragon and Phoenix competition, Bai Zihan said. Kong Jianhong blinked, startled. Bet, young master? Yes, Manhong blinked, startled. Bet, young master? Yes. Bai Zihan's gaze was as calm as still water, all on the one who will take first place. Kong Zankong's mind whirled. He thought who Bai Zihan might be placing the bet on. May I ask who? Ni Fengzhang? The name hit Kong Zankong like a hammer. He froze, staring at Bai Zihan, unsure if he'd misheard. Ni Fengzhao. If Bai Zihan, unsure if he'd misheard. Ni Fengzhao. If Bai Zihan had said Bai Shuixing, his own sister Kong Zangong would have understood immediately. But Ni Fengzhao. Why does the young master trust this guy? Shengmeng would have understood immediately. But Ni Fengzhao. Why does the young master trust this guy? Young began cautiously, with all respect. Betting on your sister, Lady Shuixing, would be the safer choice, but Ni Fengzhao, he will win. The certainty in Bai Zihan's voice cut off all protest. Kong Jianhong swallowed hard, then bowed. Understood. I will arrange it at once. He turned swiftly to leap, but unease gnawed at him. Why Ni Fengzhao? Why did Bai Zihan trust this outsider more than even his own blood? Still, orders were orders. He immediately went to fulfill Bai Zihan's orders. Still, orders were orders. He immediately went to fulfill Bai Zihan's orders. He summoned his lackeys, instructing them to spread the bets across multiple betting houses. After all, no single establishment could handle a wager worth 5 million. Dozens of couriers were dispatched in secret, each carrying a carefully portioned sum. Like seeds scattered across fertile soil, the bets were sown throughout the empire. If Bai Zihan's prediction proved true, the harvest would be beyond imagination. 50 million in winnings, perhaps even more. Kong Jianhong exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. Whether his young master's judgment was divine foresight or reckless madness, soon he would find out. 3 days had passed since the explosive third round of the Dragon and Phoenix competition, and the arena buzzed with attention sharper than ever. The previous matches, especially Chu Zihan's stunning victory over Lei Zhanhe, set tongues wagging across the empire. Defeating the former strongest genius wasn't a feat that just anyone could achieve. The waiting area of the Heaven Sword sect was quieter than the roaring arena, a sanctuary of calm before the storm. Chu Zihan leaned back in her chair, her posture relaxed, a small, genuine smile playing across her lips. Hee. The necklace gifted by Bai Zihan, a delicate chain of silver with a pendant that seemed to shimmer with faint starlight, rested lightly against her chest. Bai Xueqing, seated across from her, noticed the glimmer at Chu Zihan's throat immediately. A mischievous smirk curved her lips. "Are you really that happy?" Bai Xueqing asked, tilting her head slightly, eyes glinting with amusement. Because of the little gift from Bai Zihan. Well, one couldn't call it a little gift, considering Bai Zihan had won it at a cost of 3 million gold, enough to buy a top-tier Earth-grade artifact. Chu Zihan flushed faintly, brushing a hand over the necklace as if to dismiss it. "That's not it," she said lightly, her tone betraying a hint of defensiveness. But Bai Xueqing was relentless. Her teasing continued, voice low and playful. "Really, you look far too pleased for someone dismissing it. Tell me, Chu Zihan, are you secretly in love with Bai Zihan?" Chu Zihan huffed softly, attempting to shake off the comment, her cheeks warming. "You're imagining things. I'm focused on the match." "Focused, huh?" Bai Xueqing's mark. "Locust, huh?" Bai Xueqing's smirk widened. She leaned back casually, eyes sparkling with amusement. I see. So that little shine at your throat is merely a coincidence. It just happens to brighten your mood at the most inconvenient time." Chu Zihan's lips pressed into a thin line, but the stubborn smile still lingered. "Well, he paid so much for this. I would feel bad if I didn't wear it. There is no other reason." Bai Xueqing, sensing that her teasing had struck a chord, finally let out a soft laugh. All right, I'll leave you to it for now." Chu Zihan could only roll her eyes faintly, hiding the blush that threatened to betray her mood. "Anyway, shouldn't you be worried? Your opponent isn't going to be easy," hiding the blush that threatened to betray her mood. "Well, I don't know, but there shouldn't be a problem," Bai Xueqing replied confidently. After all, she had no intention of losing to anyone and was determined to win the bet against Bai Zihan. In the arena, people cheered for whom they believed would win or whom they supported. Bai Xueqing, Zhao Chen, Shui Lianer. The stakes had risen, and the cultivators who had survived to the top 16 were now regarded as the true titans of their generation. 3 fights in particular had everyone waiting in anticipation, drawing whispers and murmurs throughout the arena. Li Meiying versus Sui Lianer, Jin Yuanzhan against Yifeng Zhou, and Zhao Chen facing Bai Xueqing. Each pairing promised a clash so fierce and skillful that it could easily have been the finale of the competition. The excitement in the arena was electric, higher than ever before. Yet, for the 6 cultivators involved, the stakes were cruel. Only 3 could advance to the next round. Still, that mattered little to the spectators. What awaited them was a legendary series of battles, one that would be talked about for years to come. A true testament to the peak of youthful genius in the desolate Heaven Empire. The announcer's voice rang out clearly across the arena. 3 days have passed, esteemed guests and cultivators alike. The top 16 now face the next challenge, round 4 of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Prepare yourselves. A murmur ran through the crowd, growing into a ripple of cheers and gasps as the first match was called. Zhao Chen vs Bai Xueqing, Bai Xueqing, Bai Xueqing Stuaching, Sa Yongchen vs Bai Xueqing. He Jia Yun stood up as her name was called. Chu Zihan stepped closer to the edge of the waiting area, her eyes following Bai Xueqing as she moved toward the arena entrance. "Good luck," Chu Zihan called softly, a faint smile on her lips. Bai Xueqing shot her a confident glance over her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll be back quickly." Across the arena, Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, his fists clenched instinctively, his heart hammering in anticipation. "Finally, my chance has come," he muttered under his breath, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Facing Bai Xueqing, princess of the Bai clan, this was almost as significant as confronting Bai Zihan himself. If he could win against her, he could humiliate her thoroughly before everyone, a long-awaited revenge. The crowd's chatter rose, a symphony of speculation and excitement. Bai Xueqing's strength is unmatched. No way Zhao Qin stands a chance. Don't be so sure. He's improved drastically since last year. Remember how surprising the last round was. Yu Zian defeating Lei Shen. There could be another upset. Bai Xueqing's technique is flawless, and her reflexes. She's beyond anyone in her generation. Zhao Chen. He's good, yes, but can he really handle her? Good point, but can he really handle her? Good point, but you can never underestimate him. His growth over the past year has been remarkable. If he catches her off guard, who knows what might happen? Well, we will see about that. As the arena settled into a tense hush, all eyes turned to the center stage. The announcer's voice boomed once more, cutting through the murmurs. Prepare yourselves, esteemed spectators. Zhao Chen vs. Bai Xueqing, the first of our top 16's round 4 clashes, witnessed the birth of legends. Bai Xueqing's figure radiated calm confidence as she stepped into the arena, while Zhao Chen's eager energy practically crackled through the air. The battle was about to begin, and whether it ended in a predictable victory or an unexpected upset, one thing was certain: this clash would be remembered long after the dust settled. Let's begin! Zhao Chen cracked a wide grin as he stepped closer to Bai Xueqing, the energy around him crackling with confidence. Finally, I get to face a member of the Bai clan, he called out loudly, his voice carrying across the arena. It's a pity it isn't Bai Zihan himself, otherwise I could have humiliated him properly in front of everyone. The crowd murmured at the boldness of his words. Zhao Chen wasn't just cocky, seemed reckless. After all, no matter how strong he had become, who he was facing was probably the strongest in the competition. Zhao Qin's grin widened as his voice grew sharper, every word designed to make the Ba clan look bad. What's the matter? Why isn't he competing here? Could it be that he's hiding? Is the so-called #1 prodigy too scared to face true competition? Perhaps he knows he'll lose and chooses to cower in the shadows instead. He chuckled coldly, his eyes flashing toward Bai Xueqing with deliberate provocation. The words struck the crowd like a whip. Gasps, mutters, and sharp intakes of breath swept across the arena. Bai Xueqing, you should know what kind of scumbag your brother is. It was Bai Xinyue previously. It could be you next. You know what kind of scumbag your brother is. It was Bai Xinyue previously. It could be you next. You know that he doesn't care about you or anyone else. And this wasn't just trash talk. Zhao Chen was trying to stir up strife within the Bai clan to pit brother against sister under the eyes of the empire. But Bai Xueqing was no fool. She saw through him instantly. A faint smirk curved her lips, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Finished, she asked coolly, her voice carrying the sharpness of a sword's edge. Spare me the useless talk. Let's get started. Zhao Chen's grin sharpened, his act dropping in an instant. This strat. Zhao Chen's grin sharpened, his act dropping in an instant. Indeed, I will spare the useless talk, because it's already served its purpose. As his voice fell, a ripple of spiritual light surged across the stage. The ground beneath Bai Xueqing shimmered faintly, glowing lines of power spreading outward in complex interlocking patterns. In the blink of an eye, a vast array had unfolded, sealing the arena space around her in an intricate web. The spectators shot to their feet, their astonishment erupting in shocked exclamations. A formation. He's a formation master. Impossible. No one ever mentioned Zhao Chen being skilled in formations. Indeed, Zhao Chen was a formation master, and all that useless talk earlier was apparently to buy time to set the formation. Grade 4 formation. Zhao Chen is a grade 4 formation master. Other formation masters and those familiar with formations were able to see that the formation he had set up was a grade 4 formation, which meant Zhao Chen was at least a grade formation, Zhao Chen was at least a grade 4 formation, which meant Zhao Chen was at least a grade 4 formation. The arena roared in disbelief. To be a cultivator of Zhao Chen's level was already rare, but to also be a grade 4 formation master at his age was beyond extraordinary. No wonder he was valued by the Zhao clan to the point of even giving him the celestial feather fan previously. Even Bai Xueqing will have trouble with this. Exactly, grade 4 formations are nearly impossible to break by a soul formation realm cultivator through just force. Excitement and tension coiled in the air. This was exactly the kind of spectacle the crowd craved. Once dismissed as the underdog, Zhao Chen had suddenly revealed a shocking trump card, one that now had many whispering that he might actually have a chance to win. Zhao Chen stood tall at the center of his glowing web, confidence surging like a tidal wave. Now, he sneered, his voice echoing across the arena, let's see if the so-called genius princess of the Bai clan can crawl her way out of this cage. The arena fell silent as the golden runes of the formation pulsed brighter, spreading outward like a radiant net, designed to ensnare Bai Xueqing. Gasps erupted from the audience as they recognized the complexity and danger of what Zhao Chen had set up. The formation wasn't just a simple barrier to trap Bai Xueqing, it slowly chipping away at Bai Xueqing's qi, while strengthening itself with her qi. That meant with time, Bai Xueqing would become weaker as the formation became stronger, leaving no way for her to get out of it. Formation masters watching the match couldn't help but praise Zhao Chen, not only for being able to set up such a complex formation, but for choosing this particular one, which was perfect for dealing with a powerhouse like Bai Xueqing. Bai Xueqing's expression hardened as the golden runes of the array pulsed, leeching her chi with every passing moment. Her sharp gaze swept over the glowing lattice, analyzing its structure. Without hesitation, she raised her sword. With a flick of her wrist, she swung toward the shimmering barrier. Clang! The impact rang out like a bell across the arena, but the barrier only rippled faintly, runes flaring brighter as it absorbed the strike. Not a single scratch appeared. On the stage, Xiao Qian threw his head back and laughed, his celestial feather fan opening with a flourish. His eyes gleamed with smug triumph. Useless, he declared, his voice dripping with mockery. Your strength means nothing inside my array. The harder you struggle, the faster this formation will drain you dry. Accept it, Bai Xueqing, your fate is already sealed. For a moment, it seemed as if his words might hold true. But then, a dangerous glint flashed across Bai Xueqing's eyes. She exhaled slowly, her hands forming intricate seals, as her chi surged violently like a frozen tide threatening to break its dam. Frost bloomed beneath her feet, spreading outward in a circle as the air grew deathly cold. Bai Xueqing's voice rang clear, sharp, and cold. Glacial heaven, seal absolute frost domain. Womb! In an instant, a blizzard exploded outward, crashing against the glowing runes from every direction. Sheets of ice coiled around the barrier, freezing it from within. Golden runes flickered and dimmed, cracks forming across the shimmering walls. The once steadfast array trembled violently. Crack! Srong! Garak? Crack. Before Zhao Qian could even react, every side of the formation was engulfed in frost, the interlocking web of runes freezing solid before shattering like brittle glass. Boom! The entire formation collapsed in a storm of glittering ice shards. The arena erupted. She broke it. Impossible! She shattered a grade 4 formation head-on. No, not just shattered, she completely overwhelmed it with sheer power. Standing amidst the falling frost, Bai Xueqing's figure was like that of a cold goddess descended to the mortal realm, her aura sharp and merciless. Her gaze cut toward Zhao Qian, who stood pale and stiff, disbelief plastered across his face. The audience roared with excitement, the tide of momentum swinging violently back toward the Bai clan princess. His formation should have been invincible, but of course, it had a flaw. It was highly effective against powerful opponents when their strength was concentrated on a single point, allowing the formation to reinforce that spot and endure the assault. However, Bai Xueqing seemed to have seen through this weakness. Instead of focusing her strike on a single point, she shifted her approach, attacking from every direction at once, battering the formation from all sides. What's more, the technique she used was a heaven-grade art, overwhelmingly powerful. Against such might, Zhao Qian's formation stood no chance. Zhao Qian stammered, staring at the empty air where his formation should have trapped her. Bai Xueqing's voice was cold, steady, and utterly lethal. The last shards of the shattered formation scattered like snow. Your tricks won't work on me, Bai Xueqing said simply, her tone cold and unyielding. Her palm shot forward in a single blinding strike, a surge of icy force cutting through the last remnants of Zhao Qian's defenses. Xiao Qian roared and tried to resist, summoning every ounce of strength he had, but without his formation, his power was nothing before Bai Xueqing's overwhelming might. Boom! Before anyone could react, Zhao Qian's body was flung across the arena like a broken kite. He crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, dust and debris scattering into the air. The crowd erupted, some in shock, others in exhilaration. In that instant, the arrogance Zhao Qian had displayed just moments ago was reduced to silence, buried beneath the weight of Bai Xueqing's crushing victory. Dust and debris exploded into the air, and when it settled, he lay sprawled, utterly defeated, his energy spent. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. What had been anticipated as a titanic clash, the first true test of round 4, was over in less than a heartbeat. Bai Xueqing's calm expression remained unchanged as she stood at the center of the arena. The audience erupted in a mixture of cheers and stunned whispers. This can't be. She didn't even break a sweat. Grade 4 formation and he didn't even land a blow. How is that possible? Even with Zhao Qian's cunning and his dangerous formation, the fight had been one-sided. The clash everyone had anticipated as a legendary showdown ended in mere moments, a stark testament to Bai Xueqing's unmatched talent. And so, the first match of round 4 concluded not with the thrill of a hard-fought battle, but with the silent, overwhelming power of a true prodigy. The announcer's voice rang out once more, tinged with awe. Victory goes to Bai Xueqing. The crowd roared, some in celebration, others in disbelief, as the princess of the Bai clan remained unshaken, her victory indisputable. The arena was still buzzing with disbelief, the echoes of Bai Xueqing's overwhelming victory hanging heavy in the air. Xiao Chen's broken pride lay as a stark reminder of just who Bai Xueqing was, especially to the other competitors. This was the wall they had to climb if they wished to win the competition. Zhao Wuchen couldn't help but seethe with anger. First Bai Zihan, who had humiliated their Zhao clan time and again, and now this Bai Xueqing. It felt as though from the very start of the competition, nothing had gone their way, each step only adding to their disgrace. Now, with Zhao Zhen's defeat, none of the Zhao clan remained in the tournament, which meant one of the Empire's top 3 clans couldn't even place a single genius in the top 10 of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking, something that hadn't happened in a very, very long time. But the tournament did not pause. Even as attendants carried Zhao Chen's unconscious body away, the formation masters dispersed the lingering frost, restoring the arena to its pristine state. The announcer's booming voice cut through the clamor, pulling the crowd's attention back to the stage. Next, our second match of round 4. Murmurs surged instantly, although it was disappointing that the last fight ended so quickly. Without the legendary clash they'd hoped for, it was still a sight few would ever forget. And now, anticipation burned hotter. The referee's voice thundered across the arena. Round 4, Match 2, Li Meiying of the Li clan versus Shui Lianer of the Celestial Jade Hall. A wave of excitement swept the stands. 2 new figures stepped onto the stage. Their names alone carried weight, their reputations already well known among the Empire's young generation. But more than that, all Shui Lianer's opponents have been mysteriously knocked unconscious without so much as lifting a hand in resistance. Could the same thing happen again, even against someone as strong as Li Meiying? After Bai Xueqing's crushing display, one truth had burned itself into everyone's hearts. Even among geniuses, there were mountains that towered too high to be scaled. Someone considered invincible within their own circle could still be crushed in an instant. Would this fight end the same way, one overwhelming the other in a single decisive strike? Or would it be a battle of equals, a hard-fought clash where victory was decided only by the narrowest of margins? They will soon find out. Shui Lianer's every step was unhurried, unshaken, as though she were merely strolling through a tranquil garden. Her pale robes swayed with elegance, her expression serene, untouchable. To the crowd, she looked like a flawless figure carved from jade unshaken by worldly dust. Lo Meiying followed, her delicate features calm, her posture straight, her poise unbroken. Outwardly, she seemed equally composed, a warrior's discipline carved into her very bones. But beneath that still surface, her thoughts churned. Damn it, I really have to fight this weirdo. Just staring at her face was enough to knock someone out cold. Her expression didn't falter, but inside her mind was a storm. There was high encouragement from the Li clan section. Li Meiying, you can do it. Show them the strength of our Li clan. No matter what trick she has, it won't work on Li Meiying. But Li Meiying herself wasn't so certain. No, there's no way that was just a trick. Making geniuses collapse instantly without even the elders realizing what happened, that isn't some simple parlor trick, right? Her stomach tightened at the thought of being humiliated in the same way as the others. She had prepared something, a measure she hoped would protect her, but whether it would work, she had no idea. Let's just hope this works. She forced her heartbeat to steady as she stepped into the arena. 2 figures now stood opposite each other in the grand stage. The referee's hand chopped downward. Begin. Li Meiying inhaled sharply, her lashes lowering the instant the word left his mouth. She would not make the same mistake as the others. If Shui Lianer truly possessed some unfathomable power in her gaze, then she would cut it off at the root. She would fight blind if she had to. Her body tensed, chi circulating, her every sense sharpened. For cultivators at their level, sight was only one of many senses they relied upon. Even with her eyes closed, she still had countless ways to perceive her surroundings. The crowd buzzed with speculation. She closed her eyes. Too smart move. If it's really Shui Lianer's eyes that caused her opponent to be knocked out, she might have a chance. Could this be the first time someone forces Shui Lianer into a real fight? Some nodded faintly in approval, while others sneered, dismissing it as naive. But all were intrigued. After all, aside from those within the Celestial Jade Hall, no one had any idea what technique Shui Lianer was using. Did her power truly stem from her eyes, from direct contact, or was it something else entirely? At least one of those questions would surely be answered today. Across from her, Shui Lianer remained perfectly still. Her serene expression was unchanged like a jade lotus, untouched by wind or storm. Li Meiying steadied her breathing, repeating to herself like a mantra, "Stay calm. Don't look. Don't falter. Whatever it is, I won't give her the chance." The thought cut short. Her knees gave way. Her circulating chi shattered like fragile glass. Before anyone could even blink, her body struck the cold arena floor with a dull thud. unconscious, gasped tore through the stands. What? She didn't even look at her. Then it wasn't the eyes. The referee froze for a breath, then rushed forward, checking her condition, which was the same as the opponent before her. Winner, Shui Lianer. Chaos exploded across the arena. If it wasn't her eyes, then what was it? What kind of unfathomable method could Shui Lianer be using, one that even shutting one's eyes could not defend against? Even the elders of the great sects exchanged grim looks, whispering among themselves, or choosing silence. As attendants carried Li Meiying's limp body away, Shui Lianer stood as she always had, unmoving, unshaken, a flawless figure of jade, her calm gaze fixed forward, as if everything had unfolded exactly as it should. Thank you for the match. From the Bai clan's private viewing area, Bai Zihan leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied Shui Lianer. Even now, after 4 matches, he couldn't see through her. Not even a hint of chi fluctuation when her opponents collapsed, no outward sign of a technique being activated. It was almost as though reality itself had simply bent around her will. Overpowered, far too overpowered. Is this really just a technique? His gaze narrowed, his thoughts drifting. The system store. Could it possibly have something like this hidden inside? If there is such a technique, then it might be worth buying it. Well, first, he needed to know whether it was truly a martial art or something else entirely. How unexpected. I never expected to see such a physique here. Bai Zihan's eyes flickered. You know something about that. Bai Zihan asked the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor's tone carried a faint sigh, as though recalling something buried deep in history. That girl bears the fragrant mirage physique, a constitution so rare that even in my era few had ever seen it. Bai Zihan's pupils contracted. The fragrant mirage physique. Yes, even the faintest trace of her natural sense seeps into one's senses. It is not poison, nor charm, nor illusion in the ordinary sense, but a hypnotic essence woven into her very being. Simply standing near her, one begins to lose the boundary between reality and dream. The Immortal Emperor's voice deepened. She may grant blissful dreams or plunge them into nightmares so terrifying their minds collapse instantly. Bai Zihan listened carefully. It's no wonder no one has resisted her yet. It's not about eyes nor contact, it's her very presence that unsettles the heart and shatters the mind. Li Meiying closing her eyes did nothing because it wasn't the gaze that made them collapse, it was her scent. Could blocking the nose work? It seems quite easy if that's all it took to counter her. The Immortal Emperor chuckled faintly, knowing what Bai Zihan was thinking. Blocking your nose might work if she weren't a cultivator, but coupled with her chi, even that wouldn't help. Perhaps closing all the senses of the body might, as there were a couple of people who managed it, but only if the fragrant mirage physique user is an amateur. Moreover, how can you even fight back with all your senses closed? Immortal Emperor Filian said, Indeed, closing one sense might not make much difference to cultivators at their level, but all senses, even walking, might become a problem. Bai Zihan's brows furrowed slightly. Then, isn't that invincible? How can one even counter such a thing? After all, it doesn't even consume chi, it happens simply because of her physique. His voice carried a trace of excitement. If true, then wouldn't it be great if he could obtain such a physique? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? The Immortal Emperor gave a quiet laugh. It is not as invincible as you think. Remember, this physique does not kill. It ensnares. It drags one into a hallucination, yes, but only that. For those with weak hearts, it is enough. But to those of iron will, her illusions are like cobwebs against a raging flame. They break instantly. So you mean to say, the Immortal Emperor's tone turned solemn. Yes, someone with a sufficiently tempered will break out of Haraj. The Immortal Emperor continued, her voice low. Do not misunderstand. The fragrant mirage physique is indeed extraordinary. It grants her overwhelming advantage over her opponent. But it is not absolute. Against those with powerful willpower, her physique is nothing more than a decoration. Bai Zihan allowed a faint smile to tug at the corner of his lips. So, for the weak-willed, it's despair. For the strong, it's nothing. Precisely. Still, it was a great physique. One could say that in the right circumstances, it was the most powerful ability. She might even be able to defeat the most powerful person. After all, it is possible to keep one's body in pristine state always, but can the same be said about one's mind? The mind is most fragile, and even the strongest in the world have times where their will is shaken, even to the point of despair. What if one killed someone dear to such a person? Wouldn't their rage and grief cloud their mind? And in that moment, if her physique's ability was used, wouldn't it be all too easy to kill them? Well, whether it is truly that useful or not, I have to test it first. Thank you for the match. Sri Lianer's voice was soft, airy, like the brush of spring wind over still waters. She bowed lightly, hands folded in flawless etiquette, and then turned to leave the stage with unhurried steps. The gesture, simple as it was, rippled through the arena like a stone cast into a silent lake. Was she mocking her opponent or merely being polite? No one could say for sure. But one thing was certain, this wasn't a match. It was instantaneous. So instantaneous, in fact, that Bai Zihan's earlier overwhelming victory seemed like a drawn-out, hard-fought duel in comparison. A second thunderous disappointment settled over the crowd. The Empire had been waiting eagerly for 3 matches in this round 3 great clashes that would surely decide who stood atop the young generation. And now, 2 of them had ended in anticlimax. Instead of the long fiery duels they had envisioned, what the crowd witnessed was disparity. Crushing, absolute disparity, yet even in their disappointment, no one could look away. Because now they knew. Shui Lianer was no ordinary genius. She was a mountain far steeper than expected, a veil of mystery and dread wrapped in jade-like serenity. Would anyone force her to even raise a hand? Would even Bai Zihan be able to withstand her unfathomable technique? Or would every so-called prodigy of the Empire collapse before her the same way, without even realizing how they had lost? Speculation blazed across the stands, mingling with frustration, awe, and a growing sense of fear. 2 battles had already redrawn the Dragon and Phoenix competition in their minds, and as Shui Lianer's pale silhouette disappeared gracefully into the waiting corridor, one question remained in every heart. Was this truly a competition, or merely a stage prepared for monsters who stood far beyond their reach? The rest of the 4th round continued with exciting fights. Though one could easily notice the disparity between the strength of most competitors and the favorites to win, the matches were still better than those that ended in under a minute, well except for one. That was Chu Xian's match. Her opponent didn't even last 3 moves, but since no one had much expectation to begin with, the audience wasn't too disappointed, unlike when Bai Zihan and Shui Lianer's opponents fell too quickly. But it doesn't matter. The final match of the 4th round was about to commence, one of the most anticipated battles of this stage. Ni Fengjue vs. Din Yuanzhan. Would it live up to their expectations? Or would it turn into another disappointment? They were about to find out. 2 figures leapt onto the stage, their presences crashing together like colliding waves. On one side, Ni Fengjue, his black sword sheathed in calm silence, yet his aura sharp enough to slice the very air. On the other, Jin Yuanjin, tall and broad-shouldered, his long spear blazing faintly with scarlet fire, as though forged from molten steel itself. The audience held their breath. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then, begin. The referee's palm slashed downward, and instantly both cultivators erupted with power. The stone tiles of the arena cracked beneath their feet. Qi surged outward in 2 terrifying waves, swordlight on one side, blazing flames on the other. Ha! At once, a golden blaze roared to life behind Jin Yuanzhan, his flames surging skyward like a miniature sun. Ni Fengjue moved. His sword gleamed with cold brilliance, a single arc slicing upward. The sea of fire split apart, dispersing into harmless sparks that drifted down like dying embers. Jin Yuanzhan's expression darkened, but he did not falter. His flames twisted violently, forming the shape of a colossal snake that coiled above him, its roar shaking the barrier around the stage. The fiery beast dove straight for Ni Fengjue. Ni Fengjue's sword danced. With precise movements, he cut through scale after scale of flame, each slash dismantling the serpent piece by piece until it vanished in a storm of sparks. The audience roared at the exchange. Such control. He's making Jin Yuanzhan's strongest techniques look like nothing. It gave them a sense of déjà vu. His refined technique was reminiscent of someone else. Very familiar. Jin Yuanzhan felt it too. Lin Xian. Although, if one were to look carefully, Ni Fengjue's control was still a little inferior to Lin Xian's. Nonetheless, his swordsmanship was undeniably impressive. Jin Yuanzhan's flames wrapped tighter around his body, turning him into a figure of living fire. His spear ignited, each strike detonating like a volcanic eruption as he hurled himself at Ni Fengjue. The clash rang out. Boom! Sword met flame. Sparks and shockwaves tore across the stage. Ni Fengjue did not budge. His blade flowed like water, neutralizing each explosive strike with frightening ease. His pristine condition made the contrast sharper. He moved with the calm of a swordsman in complete control. Jin's injured core screamed in protest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his flames only burned hotter. He refused to yield. With a roar, he compressed his qi into a single devastating technique. Behind him, a blazing sun flared into existence, radiating blinding heat and destructive force. The arena trembled under its pressure. The sun collapsed inward, then exploded, a storm of world-burning fire rushing straight for Ni Fengjue. For the first time, Ni Fengjue's eyes sharpened with true seriousness. His sword rose. A single stroke fell. The strike was so clean, so absolute that it seemed to cut through heaven and earth itself. The fiery storm split apart, the blazing sun itself shattered into fragments of harmless light. When the light cleared, Ni's sword was poised at Yin Yuanzhan's throat. The arena froze. The referee raised his hand to declare the victor. But before his voice could fall, Yin Yuanzhan's body flared with flame. A violent wave of chi burst forth from him, the flames twisting into a raging inferno. His spear cracked and trembling under the strain of his burning core, pulsed with scorching brilliance. Gasps tore through the crowd. He's doing it again. Impossible. After the first round, he already burned his Sundao Stone core once. How can he still? Indeed, against Lin Xian, he had already gambled his very foundation, igniting his core to achieve victory. To do so again was no different than courting death. And yet Jin Yuanzhan's eyes burned brighter than his flames. He snarled, his voice rough and trembling with pain, yet unyielding. I will not fall here. His flames surged skyward, coalescing into a second sun. Unstable, violent, deadly crack spread across his skin, glowing faintly with fire as if his body itself was being consumed from within. Ni Fengzhu's brows furrowed. His blade remained steady, but his gaze sharpened with rare urgency. Jin Yuanzhan, enough. Stop this foolishness any further and you'll destroy yourself. He had already burned through his core once. By all rights, he shouldn't have even been able to fight another round, and yet, miraculously, he had. But now, to burn it again, that was suicide. Ni Fengzhuo tried to stop him, but Jin did not listen. He roared, thrusting his spear forward. The second sun collapsed into a spear forward. The second sun collapsed into a spear of pure flame, its destructive force enough to melt the arena floor. Whoosh! Once again, Jin Yuanzhan began his assault. Ni Fengzhuo was forced into defense. Clang! The clash resounded sword light against sunfire, sparks of destruction scattering like meteors. Ni Fengzhuo deflected, but even he felt the strain this time. His arm trembled slightly from the impact, his black sword ringing under the desperate force. The audience could scarcely breathe. Ni Fengzhuo is actually being pushed back. He's injured his core. He shouldn't even be standing. And yet, Skull Yu, he Pengzhuan Kuv blood, but his expression only grew fiercer. His spear swept in blazing arcs, every movement filled with the determination of a man who had nothing left to lose. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes narrowed. He could feel it. The instability, the reckless burning of life itself. Why go this far? He muttered under his breath, parrying another strike. Was one's life worth a competition? Well, everyone had their own answer. For Ni Fengzhuo, this was his chance to erase his past humiliation, to prove that his ex-fiancée had made the wrong choice back then. For others, it might be fame and rewards. But why Jin Yuanzhan's willing to throw away his life Ni Fengzhu could perhaps never know. Still, he could not afford to lose either. Then forgive me. His stance shifted. Sword light erupted, calm, sharp, absolute. Each stroke no longer simply defended but pressed forward, clashing head-on against the raging inferno. Steel rang against flame, power against power. Two men, resolute and determined not to fall here. The arena quaked under their battle. The flames around Jin Yuanzhan roared like a sea of molten lava, his entire body glowing as though he were turning into fire itself. Every strike of his spear now carried the weight of destruction. Each thrust shattered the air, each sweep left trails of burning light that lingered like scars in the void. The spectators could barely keep their eyes open. The heat was suffocating, pressing even through the protective barrier. His body won't last. Indeed, Jin's skin cracked further, glowing like fissures of magma. Blood mixed with fire spilled down his arms, hissing into smoke as it touched the air. But his grip on the spear did not loosen. Ni Fengzhu exhaled deeply, his sword trembling faintly, not from fear, but in resonance with his intent. He could not allow this to drag on. If Jin continued, he would collapse into ashes before their eyes. The next exchange would decide everything. Jin Yuanzhan roared, his voice tearing from his throat like a dying beast. Even if I burn away, I will not fall. His flames compressed into a single point at the tip of his spear. A blinding radiance burst forth, collapsing into a flaming spear thrust so sharp it seemed to pierce through heaven and earth alike. Blazing sun extinguishes the heavens that was his everything life. Core, soul, and body poured into one strike. The crowd stood frozen, eyes wide, throats dry. Would Ni Fengzhu be consumed? At least, it didn't seem like anyone under Spirit Severing Realm can defend against. The condensed sun erupted into a burning star of annihilation, ripping through space as it bore down on Ni Fengzhu with the weight of a collapsing world. The audience rose to their feet. Ni Fengzhu exhaled. His calm eyes sharpened into blades. I'll end it here. He raised his sword. Black steel shimmered faintly, then blazed with a boundless radiance. Absolute severance. Black steel shimmered faintly, then blazed with a boundless radiance. The blade fell. One sword to end all things. His black blade gleamed with a brilliance that seemed to deny even the blazing sun itself. The world fell silent. Then, slash, a single stroke, so clean, so absolute, that even the flame spear disintegrated upon contact, breaking apart into harmless motes of light. The stage split open with a deafening crack, a long scar carved straight through its surface. Yun-Yun-Jan-Son stood frozen, his spear shattered in his hands. The flames around his body flickered once, then died. He staggered forward, blood pouring from his lips, his body collapsing under the unbearable strain. Ni Fengzhuo's sword stopped just short of his chest. The battle was decided. The referee's voice rang out hoarse, as though even he had forgotten to breathe until now. Winner, Ni Fengzhuo. The crowd erupted. Cheers, cries, disbelief, it all blended into one deafening storm. This is what they were waiting for, a fight that could have very well been the final of the competition. The fight exceeded expectations and turned out to be one of the fiercest matches yet. Who could have expected that the arrogant Jin Yuanzhan would be so defiant, so unwilling to accept defeat, that he would even risk his life? They had gained fresh insight into the true extent of Ni Fengzhu's power. The medics rushed onto the stage, lifting Jin Yuanzhan's broken body. His flames had gone out at last, leaving only faint trails of smoke in their wake. Before Jin Yuanzhan's body could even be removed from the arena, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from the stands. This is unacceptable. All eyes turned toward the source and elder of the Azure Sun, holy sect, his robes golden like molten sunlight, eyes blazing with righteous anger. You dare allow this? Look at the state of my disciple. Look at him. The elder's voice trembled, a mixture of fury and panic. Ni Fengzhuo used excessive force, life-threatening force. This goes against the very rules of the competition. Such brutality cannot be tolerated. He must be disqualified. Well, while there were such rules to make sure the contestants were protected throughout, it was only for when a powerful competitor deliberately tried to take the life of weaker ones. But when two equally powerful fighters met, they usually used their best techniques, and it was the job of the overseer to protect the one who would lose in the clash. Moreover, Ni Fengzhuo did go easy on him from beginning to the end. The state Jin Yuanzhan was currently in could only be blamed on himself, who harmed himself in order to win the match, but it looked like the elder of the Azure Sun Holy Sect was hell-bent on blaming it on Ni Fengzhuo. Ni Fengzhuo, still standing tall, his breathing deep but calm, met the elder's gaze. I acted within the rules of the competition, Ni Fengzhuo said evenly, his voice carrying across the arena. Yin Yuanzhan chose to ignite his core again. I simply countered his technique. I did not strike to kill, only to defend and end the attack. The elder slammed his hand against the railing, his expression unyielding. Defend, look at my disciple and say that again. The Gilded slammed his hand against the railing, his expression unyielding. Ni Fengzhuo should be disqualified for attempted murder. A murmur ran through the crowd. Everyone could clearly see that Jin Yuanzhan's condition was to be blamed on himself, so they couldn't understand what the elder of the Azure Sun Holy Sect was trying to achieve. Enough. The matter will be judged properly. The referee had to intervene and gestured to the medics. Examine him thoroughly. The medics nodded quickly and set to work, their hands glowing faintly with diagnostic techniques. Threads of spiritual light ran across Jin Yuanzhan's body, revealing the truth for all to see. After a tense silence, the lead medic straightened, bowing respectfully, reporting most of his injuries stem from within. His meridians are scorched, his core is cracked and unstable, all clear signs of self-inflicted backlash. While there are external wounds, they are superficial in comparison. The cause of his condition certainly is burning his own Sundao stone core twice in a short time. The referee's expression did not waver. He turned back toward the furious Azure Sun elder. You have heard it. The participant Ni Fengzhuo acted within the bounds of the rules. He restrained himself in the final exchange. It was Jin Yuanzhan's reckless act that brought him to this state. Elder, I must ask you to cease this interference. The elder's face flushed red, his eyes blazing like molten metal. Restrain himself. You dare say that when my disciple lies half dead. But as you can hear, this is all due to his own doing. I hope the elder will acknowledge that and leave it at that, the referee said, which seemed to be both a request and a warning. After all, while the Azure Sun Holy Sect was a powerful sect, he was also representing the imperial family. The elder looked at Jin Yuanzhan angrily, and then he spat on the ground, his voice dripping venom. Useless trash, not even worth saving face, for the words fell like knives, cutting through the arena. Many in the audience stiffened at the cruel dismissal. With a sharp flick of his sleeve, the Azure Sun Holy Sect elder turned and stormed off, his disciples scrambling after him. Wait, Ni Fengzhuo's voice was calm, but it carried across the arena with weight, halting even the retreating figures of the Azur-san holy sect. The elder turned slightly, his golden robe swaying, his expression thunderous. "Have I met you?" Ni Fengzhu asked, his brows furrowed. In his heart, confusion brewed. Why is this elder so hell-bent on targeting me? I've never once crossed paths with him before. At least, not that I can recall. The elder's eyes narrowed, venom flashing in his gaze. Met me? You will remember soon enough. I will never forgive you, boy. Consider carefully what you have done. His voice dropped lower, each word heavy with hatred. Ni Fengzhu, you will pay the price. With that, he flicked his sleeve and stormed away, his disciples following in a flurry of movement. Ni Fengzhu stood silent, his fists clenched at his side. He didn't respond immediately, only watching the elder's back vanish into the crowd. What I have done. The words gnawed at him. Looking again, the elder's face struck a chord of familiarity, rippling through his mind like a stone disturbing a calm pond. Last year, he had encountered a so-called disciple of the Azur-san holy sect. The man had strutted about arrogantly, proclaiming his father was a great elder of the sect. The man had strutted about arrogantly, proclaiming his father was a great elder of the sect. His behavior, however, was vile, harassing women, bullying weaker cultivators, and demanding goods from merchants without payment, all under the guise of sect authority. Ni Fengzhu had tolerated it until the man tried to force himself on a traveling girl. That was when Ni Fengzhu intervened, breaking the man's arrogance and his bones with a sound beating, and then handing him over to the authority. At the time, he dismissed the claim of noble parentage as nothing more than the bluff of a hooligan trying to wield borrowed prestige. But now, Ni Fengzhuo's eyes narrowed. Could it be? He replayed the elder's face in his mind, comparing it with the brat he had beaten bloody that day. There was indeed a resemblance. The sharp nose, the narrow eyes, the same haughty expression though aged and hardened. The thought clicked into place. That man really was. Ni Fengzhu exhaled slowly, his heart hardening like steel. If that was the case, then the storm he had just invited upon himself was far greater than he expected. But he did not regret it. Not then. Not now. Bai Zihan watched everything with a yawn. He would have intervened if it seemed like Ni Fengzhu was going to be disqualified. Not because his 5 million was tied to him, Ni Fengzhu, but perhaps because his 5 million was tied to him. Ni Fengzhu, but perhaps because his 5 million was tied to him. But since he was heaven-chosen, Bai Zihan knew very well that the chances of that happening were very slim. And looking at the conversation between the elder of the Azur-san holy sect and Ni Fengzhu, Bai Zihan could tell that the elder had a beef with Ni Fengzhu. Probably a small conflict which led to a bigger conflict. Typical beat the young and face the old type of shit. The atmosphere remained heavy, the echoes of his curse lingering long after the elder had vanished from the arena. Ni Fengzhu, standing silently with his sword at his side, looked at Jin Yuanzhan being carried away. For all his calm, a shadow crossed his eyes. To push oneself this far, for what? Was he ordered by that elder to fight him this seriously? Looking at how the elder dismissed him and tried to disqualify him, it seemed to be the case. Though he had no idea how that elder managed to threaten Jin Yuanzhan into making such a choice. The referee finally raised his voice again, restoring order. With this battle concluded, the 4th round of the Dragon and Phoenix competition officially comes to an end. The declaration steadied the atmosphere, pulling focus back from the chaos stirred by the Azur-san holy sect elder's outburst. From this point onward, there will be 3 days of rest and preparation before the competition resumes. Murmurs ran through the crowd, anticipation already rising again as the referee continued. The 5th and 6th rounds shall be conducted back-to-back quarterfinals and semifinals on the same day. After all, the 5th round only had 4 matches, which however long should take less than half a day, while the semifinals only had 2 matches. Of course, the finals should be kept as a separate day for the 2 finalists to fight in their fullest condition. Excitement rippled instantly through the stands. The competition was coming to an end, and instead of dying down, their excitement only grew, as they would soon find out who was the greatest genius of the empire. The referee's eyes swept across the gathered participants, his tone solemn yet charged with anticipation. So rest, prepare, and steel your hearts. When next we gather, the battle shall decide who among you are true dragons and phoenixes of this generation. Let us meet again, in 3 days' time for the quarterfinals and semifinals. Bai Zihan and Kong Kong, having slipped away from the arena to avoid the lingering crowd, wandered through the quiet corridors behind the main stands. They hadn't expected to encounter anyone yet. As they turned a corner, a tense scene froze them in place. At the far end of the hall, the golden-robed Azur-san holy sect elder loomed over Jin Yuanshan, who was still visibly weakened, his breaths ragged, his body trembling from the earlier fight. No, please. Jin Yuanzhang gasped, his voice desperate. Elder, I please uphold your promise. I swore to protect the honor of the Azur Sun Holy Sect and I. The elder cut him off with a cold, disdainful laugh, the sound echoing sharply through the corridor. Promise, he spat, his tone venomous. Do you think you have earned anything? You have neither won the competition nor even defeated Ni Fengzhou. Do you think that entitles you Pank demands? Ridiculous. Yunyanzan's face was drained of color. He sank to his knees, clutching at the elder's robes. But I risked everything. My core, my very life was for the sect. You promised. The elder's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand with a flick as sharp as a blade. Enough. You are unworthy of my promise. You have proven nothing but being a loser, and for that, you are expelled from the sect. Yunyanzhan's voice broke, barely above a whisper. Elder, I beg you, please reconsider. Elder scoffed, dismissing him entirely. Barely above a whisper. Elder, I beg you. Begging changes nothing. You should already know how much the sect has spent on you. Be grateful for that much. From this moment on, you are no longer a disciple of the Azur Sun Holy Sect. Bai Zihan's eyes flicked to Kong Zanhong, who was already pale, while he himself couldn't feel anything. After all, this type of thing wasn't new anywhere. With his core damaged, perhaps it was irreversible, and that would mean that Jin Yuanzhan couldn't cultivate. Once a genius of Azur Sun Holy Sect was no more. From the corner of the hall, they could see Jin Yuanzhan, utterly broken, his pleas fading into silence. Damn, I was angry at him and cursed because he defeated Lin Xian, but I didn't think that he would suffer such consequences. Is my curse too strong? Kung Zanhong muttered. Jin Yuanzhan slumped against the wall as the golden-robed elder swept away, his departure as merciless as his words. For a moment, silence pressed heavily through the corridor until his gaze shifted, and he caught sight of them. Bai Zihan and Kong Zhenhong stood at the far end. The Jing Yuanzhan of before, the arrogant youth who sneered at his peers, who carried himself like the heavens owed him their glory, was gone. In his place was a hollow-eyed boy, broken and abandoned, trembling from wounds deeper than flesh. Kong Zhenhong shifted uncomfortably, guilt flickering in his expression. He forced a smile, though it sat poorly on his lips. Well, Jin Yuanzhan, next time, maybe choose carefully where you place your loyalty. Some places aren't worth bleeding yourself dry for. Jin Yuanzhan said nothing, his head lowered, shoulders trembling ever so slightly, his silence heavier than any response. Bai Zihan, however, did not move on. He stepped closer, his tone calm, but carrying that faint edge of curiosity he could never quite hide. There's one thing I don't understand, he said. His eyes lingered on Jin's pale face, on the faint flicker of ruined spiritual energy coiling weakly around him. Why burn your core? Jin Yuanzhan flinched, but Bai Zihan's voice was steady, neither mocking nor pitying, just direct. Looking at you now, it doesn't seem like victory in the competition was what you truly wanted. You fought as if clinging to the Azur Sun Holy Sect itself, not the title. With your talent, if you had kept your core intact, any of the great sects, the Heaven Sword Sect, the Crimson Thunder Palace, would have opened their doors to you. Why stake everything on them? The corridor fell still again. Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, watching him with calm eyes. Well, if you don't want to answer, then there is no need, Bai Zihan said at last, his tone indifferent. He was just a bit curious since he couldn't come up with an answer. But that was it. It wasn't like he had to know. Jin Yuanzhan let out a ragged breath that might have been a laugh or a sob. No one could quite tell. His lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. Even if I told you, he said hoarsely, voice laced with sarcasm, you wouldn't understand. Bai Zihan regarded him in silence for a moment before giving the faintest of nods. He was probably right. Bai Zihan would never understand throwing away one's life and future for anything. Not a sect, not a promise, not even for family. Kong Zhenghong burst out, bristling with indignation. That's nonsense. Young Master Bai is the most generous and understanding person in the world, the virtue of good itself. You Jin Yuanzhan, you don't deserve to speak like that in front of him. Keep your twisted logic to yourself. Jin Yuanzhan gave a broken laugh, sharp and hollow. What would you know? You've lived your life under the shadow of a great clan, bowing and smiling, while your young master enjoys everything. Don't pretend you understand them. These young masters of great clans don't care about anyone. They only want power, and for that, they're willing to sacrifice everything, even the people closest to them. That's not true. Kong Zhenhong shot back, his voice cracking with emotion. Young Master Bai Zihan isn't like that. He would help others, even someone like me, without hesitation. Jin's lip curled in scorn, though his eyes burned with something deeper than anger. Help, don't make me laugh. You're still too naive. When the time comes, you'll see what your so-called young master is. You'll be abandoned just like me. Kong faltered at that, his mouth opening only to close again. That's not true. Jin Yanzan snorted. Believe what you like. But since you want to know why I fought for them, why I burned my own core for a sect that has now thrown me away. Fine, I'll tell you. He lifted his head, his hollow eyes reflecting a pain that no arrogance could mask. It wasn't for glory, it wasn't even for myself. It was because of money. Both Bai Zihan and Kong Zhonghong stiffened at the word money. Kong Zhonghong repeated, confused. After all, with him being such a genius and a soul formation realm cultivator, that should be the least of his worries. Of course, unless it was in the millions. Then, even geniuses like him would struggle. But there shouldn't be a need because the sect wouldn't hold back to nurture genius like Jin Yuanzan. Jin Yuanzan's lips twisted, part bitter smile, part grimace. Yes, money. As your son holy sect has been providing resources to keep my younger sister alive. She's been sick since birth. Her body frail, her life hanging by a thread. Every pill, every herb, every elixir that sustains her comes at a cost, and the sect has been paying it. That was the price of my loyalty. Without them, his voice trembled for the first time, raw and unguarded. Without them, she won't live much longer. Kong Zhan went speechless, his face frozen mid-retort. He opened his mouth, but no words came, only silence. Kong went speechless, his face frozen. He had never imagined Jin Yuanzhan's arrogance and desperation hid something like this, while Bai Zihan only opened his eyes slightly, surprised by the reason, but didn't find it uncommon. After all, many do risk their life for their family. Family, huh? Thinking about his own sister, he couldn't help but feel awkward about it. Would he have done the same as Jin Yuanzhan if it was his sister? He doubted it. He knew himself too well. Couldn't you have gone to another sect or even a great clan? With your talent, any of them would have been willing to take you in and pay the price, Kong Zhanhong asked. At that, Jin Yuanzhan let out a hollow laugh, the sound scraping from his throat like dry glass. Jin Yuanzhan let out a low, bitter laugh, his head leaning weakly against the wall. You think I could have gone anywhere else? Even the imperial doctors were helpless. They couldn't even recognize what it was, couldn't cure it. All they said was that her body produces a poisonous yin energy, one that eats away at her life every single day. Without Yang's energy to suppress it, she wouldn't last a month. His fists trembled in his lap, veins bulging against skin drained of color. That's why I begged the sect. That's why I chained myself to them. As long as they gave her what she needed, pills, treasures, herbs, I didn't care what I had to give up. Even if it meant burning my core, destroying my path of cultivator. As long as she could keep living, it was worth it. He drew in a ragged breath, his lips twisting into a smile more pained than any wound. But now, with me cast aside like this, they are no longer willing to support her. Silence thickened in the corridor, pressing down like a weight. Kong Zhanhong looked stricken, his lips parting but no words coming out. Treasures that contained yang energy weren't cheap, and his sister needed a constant supply of them. No wonder he could only rely on Azur's Sunholy sect. Others wouldn't really be willing to spend that much even for a genius of his caliber. Now, it was another wonder why Azur's Sunholy sect even did that. Was Jin Yuanzhan worth that much? Yin energy. Poisonous. Bai Zihan tried to think about what it could be, but of course, he wouldn't know more than those imperial doctors. But unlike Jin Yuanzhan, he didn't just think it was some disease. To be able to absorb so much yang energy and still have excessive yin energy, it meant that she had some abnormal constitution, which might be a blessing or a curse depending on one's situation. And right now, it was definitely a curse. Immortal Emperor, do you know anything about this? He asked, knowing that Immortal Emperor Filion must have listened to their conversation. The description is too vague to come to a conclusion. Perhaps if I were to check on her personally, I would know. She answered. Bai Zihan nodded. There were indeed too many possibilities to draw an early conclusion just from Jin Yuanzhan's description. Happy now, I shall leave then, Jin Yuanzhan declared. Wait, Bai Zihan said, Jin Yuanzhan around confused about why Bai Zihan stalked him. He thought he had already satisfied this young master's curiosity. Take me to see your sister, Bai Zihan demanded. Yin Yuanzhan stiffened, his eyes narrowing in alarm. What do you want from my sister? He asked sharply, voice edged with hostility. Bai Zihan arched his brow, amused by the defensive reaction. Huh! What would I even want? I only said I'll check and see what's up with her body, he replied calmly, his tone carrying no ulterior motives. But Yin Yan didn't take it lightly. His fists clenched, and his body trembled though. Whether from lingering weakness or agitation, it was hard to say. If you have some strange hobby of watching others suffer, Jin spat bitterly, then go elsewhere. Don't use my sister for your amusement. Bai Zihan's eyes sharpened. This level of defensiveness was more than what one would expect. Is it my reputation? Although improved, there was no way people would forget a decade of his infamy. You don't need to know my intentions, but remember who I am. Perhaps I might decide to help you if I'm in a good mood. Who knows? The words struck deeper. Jin Yuanzhan froze, caught in conflicted thought. Help. The Azure Sun holy sect had already discarded him, their promises shattered as easily as glass. He had nothing left, no backing, no future, and his sister's life hung by a thread. Without constant yang energy, she would wither away in pain until the poison consumed her completely. Yet here was Bai Zihan. Even Jin Yuanzhan had heard the rumors. Everyone had. The way this young master had thrown wealth around at the recent auction, buying treasures at prices that even entire sects would balk at. A necklace 3 million, just for his fiancée. 3 million. A number Jin Yuanzhan couldn't even begin to fathom. A number that to him seemed beyond mortal reach. If someone like this someone with vast resources chose to help, then perhaps, Stefan. Jin Yuanzhan said at last, his voice low, bitter but resigned. I will take you to her, but you must promise that you won't harm her. Despite having no strength and clearly being injured, he tried to threaten, making it clear it wasn't merely words. I have never met her, nor do I have a grudge against you, so there is no need to worry about me harming her. Bai Zihan answered. Take this. Bai Zihan tossed over a grade 4 pill meant for recovering injuries. At the very least, I need you to be able to walk, he said. Jin Yuanzhan stared at the pill. It was a top-tier grade 4 pill, something that would cost quite a bit, yet Bai Zihan handed it out as though it meant nothing. Perhaps he had made the right choice. The journey was not exactly short. Though the Azure Sun Holy Sect was based near the capital, unlike the other sects whose disciples often traveled weeks to arrive, it still took nearly 5 hours by carriage to reach Jin Yuanzhan's home. When they finally arrived, Bai Zihan stepped out and regarded the place in silence. Home. No, it could hardly be called that. A ramshackle hut stood crooked on its foundation, patched together with worn planks and broken tiles. The wind seeped through the gaps, and the faint smell of damp rot lingered in the air. The spirit beast that pulled his carriage, well fed, groomed, and housed in a reinforced stable, had better living conditions than this, far better. Still, Bai Zihan did not frown nor comment. In his previous life, he had seen far worse places than this. For him, such poverty no longer provoked disdain or pity, merely a quiet acknowledgement of reality. Moreover, both he and Kang Zhengheng knew why Jin Yuanzhan lived in such a way despite being at the soul formation realm. Because his sister's treatment was anything but cheap. Come. Jin Yuanzhan's voice softened as he pushed the worn wooden door open. Inside was dim but clean. He had done what he could to keep the place livable. A faint herbal scent lingered, and by the bedside sat an elderly woman in plain clothes, carefully wringing out a cloth and laying it across the girl's forehead. When she saw Jin Yuanzhan, the old caretaker rose at once, bowing slightly. Young master, you're back. Jin Yuanzhan's hardened eyes softened as he nodded. Thank you, auntie. You've worked hard taking care of her. The woman shook her head. It's nothing. Your sister is a good child. With that, she quietly excused herself, slipping out to give them privacy. At once, Jin Yuanzhan's stern demeanor melted away. His expression, Yuanzhan's stern demeanor, melted away, his expression with genuine warmth. Sister, I'm back, he called gently, almost cheerfully. And I brought friends. From the small bed by the window, a frail figure stirred. A girl, thin and pale, her breathing faintly uneven, raised herself with effort. Despite her condition, her eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Brother, she whispered, her voice weak but affectionate. She struggled to sit straighter, as though to greet their guests properly. But the effort sent a tremor through her arms, her complexion paling further. She forced a smile and bowed her head slightly. I apologize for such a poor display in front of guests. Cough. Don't mind it, Bai Zihan replied. He looked at her curiously. Indeed, there was something about her, especially her cultivation, which was already in the nascent soul realm. Well, that wasn't too unexpected, because she had been absorbing all the yang energy, and it would be strange if her cultivation hadn't soared. But despite such cultivation, it seemed like her body was still giving her so many problems that she, a nascent soul realm cultivator, was bedridden. The girl blinked, her gaze drifting toward him. She had seen many expressions before, pitying looks that treated her as half-dead, disdainful glances that weighed her as a burden. But Bai Zihan's eyes were different. They carried no pity or contempt. This was the first time anyone had given her such looks. Bai Zihan continued his observation. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzhan's sister, after being stared at for a long time, couldn't help but lower her head in shyness. Bai Zihan asked, Immortal Emperor, have you figured it out? He asked, but didn't expect the response she gave. Impossible. Could it be? Her words were almost a whisper, as though she dared not believe her own senses. Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. What is it? Did you recognize something? There was silence before Immortal Emperor Filion finally replied, her tone tight, carrying both excitement and disbelief. Let me confirm. I need to check her directly through you. Lend me your body for a while. Bai Zihan hesitated. You sound unusually stirred. What exactly do you think she has? But Filion didn't answer his probing, her focus entirely on the girl lying weakly before them. Words are meaningless now. I must see for myself. Bai Zihan sighed faintly, masking it with a calm expression as he stepped forward. The girl's eyes fluttered, confusion flickering in her gaze when she saw him approach. Jin Yuanzhan instantly tensed, his body instinctively moving to shield her despite his injuries. What are you? I'll be brief. Bai Zihan's voice cut clean through his defensiveness, cool yet steady. I'm only going to check her pulse. Jin Yuanzhan didn't know whether he could trust Bai Zihan. After all, Bai Zihan was no doctor, at least. He knew that much. The girl, however, looked at Bai Zihan with surprising calm. It's fine, brother, she whispered weakly. Her eyes, though dulled by sickness, held a faint glimmer of curiosity. Let him. She could see that Bai Zihan didn't have any ulterior motive. Moreover, she was curious as to what he wanted to find out. Yin Yanzhan's lips trembled. At last, he stepped aside, though his clenched fists revealed his unease. Bai Zihan pulled a chair close to her bedside and sat down with a controlled grace. The girl's thin wrist trembled as she lifted it toward him. Bai Zihan reached out, his fingers wrapping gently around her pulse point. But when he spoke, his tone carried an unfamiliar softness and elegance that was not his own. What is your name, and how old are you, child? The girl blinked in surprise, her lips parting slightly. Yin Yulen, I turned 16 this spring. Bai Zihan gave a faint nod, though the cadence of his words was oddly gentle, almost maternal. Do not be nervous. I am only checking what affliction troubles your body, nothing more. Jin Yulen tilted her head, confusion flickering in her tired eyes. The way Bai Zihan addressed her carried a weight far beyond his youthful appearance, as though he were someone much older than he looked. She didn't dwell on it for long. Perhaps this was simply how nobles spoke. And it wasn't hard to assume he was one. His attire alone, elegant and refined, marked him unmistakably as a person of status. Immortal Emperor Filion checked Jin Yulen's body with her divine perception. Aura, this balance of yin and yang so twisted, yet so pure at its root. Her voice shook with both awe and disbelief. This is the constitution of the heavenly poison body. Bai Zihan's brows furrowed faintly at her words, though outwardly he remained calm. And that means? Immortal Emperor Filion inhaled sharply as though steadying herself. Do you know about the top 10 heavenly body constitutions? Zihan obviously didn't know anything about that. There were different constitutions, like that of Motianji, which could be considered one of the top physiques of the desolate Heaven Empire, but it wasn't anything like the heavenly bodies that Immortal Emperor Filion spoke of. Immortal Emperor Filion's voice was laced with uncharacteristic reverence, as though she herself couldn't quite believe what she was saying. Among countless physiques across the heavens, there exist only 10 supreme constitutions, collectively called the heavenly bodies. Each one defies the laws of nature, granting a cultivator the potential to reach heights beyond imagination. Heck, her tone grew firmer, steadier, as if forcing herself out of awe. And what this girl possesses is none other than the heavenly poison body, the bane and blessing of all. Filion continued, her voice carrying both excitement and warning. The chance of a heavenly body appearing is 1 in 10 million. Perhaps rarer. To think such a girl was born here, in this small empire, it is beyond absurd. His words trembled with both disbelief and exhilaration. If she survives long enough, cultivates properly and stabilizes this overwhelming constitution, she could stand at the summit of the world itself. And yet, this is not the only heavenly body within this empire. How can this small empire have 2 heavenly bodies? It doesn't make sense. Bai Zihan's mind stilled. His calm composure cracked, if only slightly. What did you just say? What did you just say? He asked. What do you mean? You just said that there are 2 heavenly bodies in the Desolate Heaven Empire. One is her, then who is the other one? He pressed firmly, his inner voice demanding an answer. One is her, then who is the other one? He pressed firmly, his inner voice demanding an answer. There was silence for a heartbeat. Then, Faiyan's voice came, calm but heavy. Your sister. What? Bai Zihan shouted in real time, startling the others present. Did you find something? Jin Yuanzhan asked hopefully. I need more time to be sure. Bai Zihan replied. Of course, it was a lie. He needed to discuss the shocking revelation with immortal Emperor Philion. What do you mean my sister has one of the heavenly bodies? Bai Zihan's inner voice trembled, a mixture of disbelief and urgency. It is exactly as I say. Bai Xueqing bears one of the 10 heavenly bodies, the heavenly ice body, the supreme embodiment of ice. Her every breath resonates with frost, her meridians blessed and cursed by endless cold. When did you discover this? When you all were undergoing my trials, I knew instantly. For a fleeting moment, I even considered choosing her as my successor. Her heavenly ice body is unrivaled. But fate had already been decided. The one to inherit me would be the first woman to finish the trial, not the one with the most brilliant constitution, Hing. Her voice softened, tinged with something that might have been regret. And so, though Bai Xueqing possesses the heavenly body, it was Bai Xinyue who seized my inheritance, a twist of destiny, perhaps, or inevitability. Still, she would not regret it, for Bai Xinyue was no less extraordinary. Even without a heavenly body, she was born with the phoenix physique, a lineage-defying foundation. And now that she carried the Dao bone, her potential rivaled even the heavenly bodies themselves. In some ways, immortal Emperor Philion felt that Bai Xinyue might surpass them. Bai Zihan's jaw tightened. His sister harbored such a monstrous gift. No wonder she looks nothing like those from the Bai clan. Black hair and red eyes were the mark of the Bai clan. Black hair and red eyes were the Bai clan. Her silver hair and icy blue eyes were the very embodiment of frost. Do father and mother know about it? They must. After all, there was one thing Bai Zihan had learned about heavenly bodies. While they were top-tier constitutions, without the resources to control their overflowing power, they could easily become a curse. And unlike Jin Yuanzhan, the Bai clan possessed all the resources in the desolate Heaven Empire. Surely they must have used precious treasures to suppress that dangerous energy. Cough. Cough. A harsh cough suddenly racked Jin Yulin's frail body. Her face paled further, lips trembling as a trace of dark blood stained the corner of her mouth. Yulin! Yunyan Zhannan's eyes widened in panic as he rushed to her side, gripping her hand tightly. Bai Zihan's gaze sharpened, his inner thoughts halting at once. We will discuss my sister later. Right now, let's talk about heavenly poison body. Immortal Emperor Philion spoke, explaining about heavenly poison body. The heavenly poison body endlessly generates yin energy so much that her entire body becomes poisonous. This yin does not simply stay contained, it corrodes her meridians, twists her foundation, and gnaws at her spiritual essence. Without a method to harmonize it, she will not survive past 20. She continued. To avoid suffering backlash from her own constitution, she needs constant yang energy to stabilize her yin energy. That is the only reason she has been able to endure until now. Her brother has been shouldering this burden for her, doing whatever he can to supply the yang she requires. But with his condition, acquiring such resources is painfully difficult. She has received barely enough to stay alive. Sigh. For evil cultivators, this constitution is nothing short of a dream. Do you know why? Bai Zihan, well, Bai Zihan wasn't completely ignorant and had an idea as to why. Her tone darkened, carrying a dangerous edge. Because whenever their bodies lack yang energy, they can simply seize men, drain them of their essence, and in doing so, not only survive, but grow stronger. Nothing less than their ideal physique. Indeed, that was what Bai Zihan had thought about as well. Even without the heavenly poison body, they would do so to become stronger. If they had the heavenly poison body, there was no telling how many men they would sacrifice to grow stronger. If they had the heavenly poison body, there is no telling how many men they would sacrifice to grow. Moreover, if they were to only target normal people, then perhaps just to stabilize their yin energy, they would need thousands a day. After all, even with all the powerful treasures containing yang energy, Jin Yulin's condition hasn't become better. One could only imagine how many normal men it would take to satisfy a person with the heavenly poison body. But understand this clearly. This girl cannot be allowed to walk such a path, if ever she succumbs to it. If she begins to cultivate by devouring others, then you must not hesitate. You must do everything in your power to kill her. Immortal Emperor Philion's voice carried no trace of hesitation, no softness. It was not moral judgment, but sheer necessity. This was not about good or evil. It was about survival. A heavenly poison body that turns to that path could one day endanger humanity itself. That is how serious this was. Still, there is no need to worry just yet. She has not tread down that path. The choice has not been made. For now, she is only a girl frail, struggling against her own fate. As Jin Yuanzhan held his coughing sister close, panic flooding his eyes, Bai Zihan's calm gaze lingered on the girl before him. The heavenly poison body, a constitution feared, coveted, and cursed. As Jin Yuanzhan helplessly wiped the blood from his sister's lips, his hands trembling, silence settled heavily in the dim room. So, Bai Zihan, what do you want to do? She looked at Jen Yulin. To save her life would not be difficult, not for you. With the treasure at your hand, you can save her. More than that, I happen to have a very good technique that she could learn to control her constitution and walk a path that turns her greatest curse into unmatched strength. Should you choose this, she would inevitably owe you her very existence. A debt like that is not easily forgotten. She could become a powerful ally, one that might one day stand at your side as a blade that none could block. Immortal Emperor Philion paused, her tone hardening. But the future is always uncertain. Gratitude can turn to resentment, bonds can fracture, and if she ever strays, if her heavenly poisoned body turns her into a devourer of humanity, then what you saved today may become the greatest enemy you will ever face, one far more dangerous than anything you can imagine. Her voice fell into silence, heavy as the weight of the sky. So I ask again, what is your will? Will you save her, knowing the risks? Or will you turn away, letting fate take its course and death claim her before the threat can ever bloom? Xian Hen's gaze lingered on Jin Yuelin. Her fragile frame trembled as she leaned against her brother's chest, pale lips stained with fresh blood. Her breaths were shallow, uneven. She was just a girl, frail, cursed, yet not malicious. Her wide eyes carried confusion, fear, and something else too. A quiet, desperate hope. No matter how much she suffered, she still had that light in her eyes to live. Let's save her, Bai Zihan muttered. For a moment, immortal Emperor Philion said nothing. Then a soft chuckle rippled through his mind, carrying a teasing lilt. Oh, perhaps I misjudged you. Here I thought you were a cold-blooded brat, but it turns out you might have a good heart after all. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed. If you're done messing around, you should return to the soul-confining artifact and keep quiet. Immortal Emperor Philion laughed again, low and melodic, sharp tongue as ever. But before I go, indulge me one question. Why? Why save her? Is it because you see a potential ally? Or perhaps you believe you can control her? Or is there some other reason? Do you, perhaps, pity her? Bai Zihan shook his slightly. His gaze remained on the trembling girl, Jin Yuelin. Whether she wants to live or not, that's not my decision to make, it's hers. I'm simply giving her the chance to choose. A faint smirk curved his lips as he added almost arrogantly, as for whether she becomes an ally or an enemy, I don't think she can become either. Not to me, even if she has the heavenly poison body. So what? He also has the primordial chaos body, something far beyond what this world can offer. He doesn't believe that his physique would lose to any of the top heavenly bodies, so, to him, it doesn't matter much whether Jin Yuelin can become his ally or enemy. As for why he wants to save her, it is because he can, perhaps also because he is, curious as to whether she can become his ally or perhaps enemy. Anyways, having someone with a heavenly potion body by his side wouldn't be spad, or he thought. Silence followed. Then Philion's laughter returned, this time softer, edged with an almost imperceptible note of intrigue. Haha. I will take your words for it. The voice faded, retreating deep into the recesses of the soul-confining artifact. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzhan was still clutching his sister, his eyes filled with helpless panic, and Bai Zihan was still clutching his sister, his eyes filled with helpless panic, and Bai Zihan. He stepped forward at last, his presence like a calm tide pressing against the chaos of the siblings' despair. Then he opened his mouth. Do you want... Jin Yuelin froze. Her shallow breaths faltered as her wide, trembling eyes lifted to Bai Zihan. Do I want to live? She whispered, voice hoarse, weak, yet carrying a strange clarity beneath the fragility. To be honest, the pain made life hardly worth clinging to, but she knew how much her brother had sacrificed for her sake, how many things he had given up, just so she could keep breathing. If she surrendered now, wouldn't that mean trampling over all his efforts? And perhaps more than that, beyond all the excuses she told herself deep down, she truly did want to live. Otherwise, surviving until now would have been impossible. Her lips parted again, but no sound came out. Her throat constricted, her body shook violently, and another bout of coughing racked her frame. Yulin yin yin yin. Yunin Jianzhan's voice cracked, his grip tightened on her hand, as if he could anchor her life by sheer force of will. Jin Yuanzhan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with desperate hope. You know what's wrong with her. Can you help her? I would be willing to do anything. But Jin Yuelin, against her brother's frantic pleas, raised her trembling fingers ever so slightly. They brushed weakly against his arm, a gesture meant to still him. Her gaze never left Bai Zihan. Yes, it was almost a whisper, but it carried a weight that silenced the room, even if it meant suffering more than you had. Bai Zihan understood that keeping her heavenly poison body under control did not mean she would walk into a life of flowers and sunshine. On the contrary, What awaited her might be an existence far more cruel and gruesome. I want to live. The words were broken, halting, as if dragged from the depths of despair. But in that moment her eyes, though clouded with pain and weakness, flickered with something that even death had not extinguished, an unyielding desire, thin yet unbreakable. Bai Zihan's expression didn't change, but a faint light glimmered in his gaze. Good, he said simply. He raised his hand. From his storage ring, he took out a grade 4 herb brimming with yang energy. This should be enough to stabilize her condition temporarily. Absorb this. It should help. Yin Yulin nodded and began absorbing. She didn't even need to do anything consciously, as her body naturally drew it in like a sponge soaking in water. After some time, Jin Yuelin completed absorbing the yang energy from the herb. Her complexion looked much better, though it was still far from that of a normal person. Thank you, Jin Yuelin said softly. No need. But if you wish to live, you must listen to everything I say, Bai Zihan declared. You really have a method to save her? Jin Yuanzhen asked again. He didn't dare believe, not after all the disappointments he had faced. But still, hope was what kept people moving forward. Well, all I can say is that I might be able to help her, but it all depends on her, Bai Zihan said. He turned to Jin Yelin, waiting for her answer. I will do whatever you want me to do. She answered firmly. Well, that was a good start. Honestly, saving her wasn't that difficult for him. Just as Immortal Emperor Felian had said. Moreover, in the system store he did have the perfect cultivation technique for a person with the heavenly poison body. Of course, he wasn't going to spend his system points on something that didn't benefit him directly. Immortal Emperor Felian, teach her the technique you know. She had previously stated that she knew a method that could help control the poison within her body. Bai Zihan, do not be too hasty. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed slightly, though his outward expression remained unchanged. You said you had a technique for her. Isn't this the time to teach it? He asked silently within. It is not something that can be learned in an instant. The art I know is a specialized cultivation method created to suppress and channel the heavenly poison body. Without the proper foundation, forcing it upon her will only hasten her death. Bai Zihan's brows twitched. Then what do you require? The Immortal Emperor paused before answering. Materials. 3 primary ones are necessary to begin stabilizing her body. A yang essence pearl, a scarlet solar lotus, and the venomous core of a grade 8 beast. The first 2, I think I have them, but the last. Bai Zihan didn't think there were any grade 8 venomous beast cores within the Bai clan. And more than that, right now, the girl is not in any condition to cultivate, let alone endure the method. If she attempts to cultivate the technique as she is, her body will collapse under its own poison. For now, the only thing you can do is keep feeding her steady yang energy to balance her condition, until she can withstand more. Bai Zihan exhaled quietly through his nose, his expression betraying none of the irritation that stirred inside. So troublesome. I thought it would be simple. He shook his head slightly. Well, no use complaining. Turning his gaze back toward Jin Yulin, who looked at him with hope burning in her frail eyes, and Jin Yuanzhan, who clutched his sister's hand as if terrified she would vanish, Bai Zihan finally spoke. She cannot be cured overnight. Her body is too unstable. For now, I will give her the yang energy she needs to recover enough to endure what comes next. Jin Yuanzhan looked up quickly, his eyes shining with desperate relief. What he feared most after getting expelled was whether he can buy enough yang energy-filled resources. Then you truly mean to save her. Bai Zihan glanced at him, his tone calm, even dismissive. Whether she lives or dies will depend on her. I will only provide help. He rose to his feet, his robes flowing lightly, and looked toward the door. Pack your fangs, he instructed Jin Yuanzhan, his tone commanding and leaving no room for argument. We are going to the Bai clan. Jin Yuanzhan blinked, startled. The Bai clan. Yes, Bai Zihan's voice carried an unshakable certainty. If she is to live, she will need more than scraps of yang herbs scattered here and there. Only within my Bai clan's resources can her condition be stabilized properly. And, once her strength is steady, his gaze fell briefly upon Jin Yuelin, sharp as a blade yet holding the faintest trace of something else acknowledgement. Then we will begin to cure her. It took another 1, perhaps 2 hours, for Bai Zihan to further stabilize Jin Yuelin. 3 more grade 4 yang herbs were taken out, each radiating warm vitality. He placed them one after another into her hands. Take them. She did not argue. Her frail body, almost instinctively, drew in the overflowing yang energy, bit by bit knitting together the fragile thread of her existence. By the time she had absorbed the 3rd herb, Jin Yuelin's complexion had transformed. Though she still bore the sickly pallor of long suffering, her cheeks carried a faint hint of color. Her breathing no longer rasped with death's shadow, and though wobbly she could stand. When she took her first hesitant step, Jin Wanzhan nearly cried aloud, rushing to steady her arm. "You're walking." His voice trembled, half disbelieving, half relieved. "Yes," Yuan whispered, her lips curving into a fragile smile. Even that simple act made his heart ache with joy. Before departing, Jin Yuanzhan and Qin Yuelin went to say goodbye to the auntie who had been taking care of Yuelin for so many years. Her eyes were red, hands twisted with years of labor, yet her expression softened when she saw Yuelin standing on her own. "Young miss, you're walking again." The woman's voice cracked as tears filled her eyes. Heavens above, finally, Yin Yuelin lowered her head respectfully. "Auntie, thank you. If not for your care, I would not even be here." The hulled woman waved her hands, shaking her head, but her tears would not stop. It was nothing. The old woman tried to brush off the siblings' gratitude, but Jin Yuanjian shook his head firmly. "Auntie, it wasn't nothing. If not for you, Yuan would never have endured until today. I don't have much," but he reached into his robes and pulled out a small, worn porcelain bottle. Inside were the last few grade 2 pills he possessed. He pressed the bottle into the old woman's hands without hesitation. For someone like Bai Zihan, these pills wouldn't even warrant a glance. But for mortals, they were priceless miracle medicines. Even if she didn't use them for herself, she could sell them for a high price, enough to live comfortably for decades. The woman's hands trembled, her eyes widening as if he had just given her a priceless treasure. "Young master, this is too much, I can't." But he shook his head again, forcing a faint smile. "You must. Yulin and I, we can't repay your kindness. This is all I have left that's worth anything. Please, let it be my thanks and my farewell." Her lips quivered, tears glistening in her aged eyes. She bowed deeply, holding the bottle to her chest as though it were the most precious thing in the world. "Then may heaven protect you both." Yunyanzan didn't dare linger longer. He clasped her hands once, gently, then straightened. "Auntie, we must leave." Not long after, the group departed. The flying carriage unfurled its inscriptions, glowing faintly as it rose into the skies. Wind rushed past, lifting their robes and hair as the ground quickly fell away beneath them. Jin Yulin sat within, supported by her brother's hand, her eyes wide as she gazed out of the carved window. Below her, mountains rolled like endless waves of stone and forest. Rivers gleamed like silver dragons coiling through the land, and clouds drifted past so near she could almost reach out and touch them. Her lips parted slightly, her gaze trembling with wonder. In all her years of pain and confinement, she had never imagined she would see the world like this, not from a sickbed, but from the skies themselves. Jin Yulin's slender fingers pressed against the carved window frame, her breath fogging faintly on the glass. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, yet full of awe. "Brother, what is that?" she asked, her voice carrying the excitement of a child seeing the world for the first time. Her finger pointed to a vast stretch of land where rolling mountains dipped into a wide basin of green. Amid the valley, a shimmering lake spread like liquid jade, and at its heart rose a solitary island crowned with a towering pagoda. Yin Yuhanzhang leaned closer, following her gaze. "That is the Jade Spirit Lake. They say it was once formed from the tears of an immortal who mourned the fall of his beloved." Her eyes widened further. "So beautiful." She pressed her face to the window, drinking in every detail. The soaring peaks, the drifting clouds, the rivers that glittered like dragons weaving through the land. "What's that? And that?" Jin Yulin continued asking everything she found interesting. Jin Yuantan's heart softened, warmed by the fragile smile that played on his sister's lips. Yet beneath that warmth, a chill gnawed at him. He forced his own lips into a smile, but in the depths of his eyes, unease flickered. "Young Master Bai." His voice rang silently in Bai Zihan's mind through a thread of mental transmission. "I do not know why someone like you would extend such help to us." Yin Yuanzhan continued. "My life is worth little, but Yuelin, she has suffered enough. If you want me to serve to follow, then I will. I will do anything you ask of me. Just do not harm her. Please protect her." Across from him, Bai Zihan sat with his arms crossed, eyes closed as though asleep. A faint scoff echoed directly into Yuhanzhan's mind. What can a cripple with a shattered cultivation cord do? The lowest servants in my clan are more capable than you. What value do you have to bargain with?" Yuhanzhan's chest tightened, shame cutting deep. His lips trembled, but he could not form a reply. Yet Bai Zihan's voice came again, quieter this time, cool but steady. "Rest easy, I have no reason to harm your sister. If I wished for it, there would be nothing you could do anyway. So tell me, what use would there be in lying?" The cold truth struck Jin Yuanzhan dumb. For a long moment, he said nothing until Bai Zihan's voice stirred once more, this time with an edge of curiosity. Rather, if you care for her this much, why did you risk everything to fuse your core with the sundial stone? At first he had thought it was ambition, a hunger for power, but watching Yuan Zhen now, it seemed his concern for his sister far outweighed any desire for strength. So why would he gamble his life by fusing with the sundial stone? Even the most talented cultivators often died attempting it. Jin Yuanzhan's breath caught. His eyes dropped to his sister's radiant expression so full of life, brighter than he had seen in years. Young Master Bai, what I am going to tell you is one of the deepest secrets of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. Oh. Bai Zihan hadn't expected such a simple question to touch on one of the sect's darkest truths. It was not that I fused with the sundial stone willingly, but because the elders of the Azure Sun Holy Sect forced me. Bai Zihan's eyes flickered with sudden interest. They experimented on a number of disciples, trying to find one who could successfully fuse with the sundial stone. Yuan Zhen continued his explanation. Basically, the Azure Sun Holy Sect had gathered talented disciples without backgrounds, using them as subjects for their experiments. By sheer fortune, Yuan Zhen had survived the process and managed to fuse with the sundial stone, thus earning the rank of core disciple and the sect's support. But those who failed were discarded like worthless husks, and even with his success, the sect continued their experiments, desperately seeking a higher rate of survival. Though apart from him, none had succeeded. Bai Zihan listened carefully. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a revelation. The Azure Sun Holy Sect, experimenting on its own disciples. That was the kind of atrocity expected of demonic sects, who pursued only raw power. But for a so-called righteous sect to do this, if the truth were ever exposed, even the Azure Sun Holy Sect would face a storm of backlash. The carriage cut across the skies, eventually gliding down over a sprawling estate that seemed to stretch endlessly across the land. The moment the protective formation opened with a ripple of golden light, the Bai clan manor revealed itself. The sheer grandeur of it made Jin Yulin's breath catch in her throat. Her pale face pressed closer to the window as her lips parted in awe. Brother, this place is enormous. When she stepped down from the carriage, her thin frame wobbly but upright, her eyes sparkled like a child's. Before her stretched manicured gardens lined with spirit bamboo, koi ponds where golden-scaled fish swam lazily and bridges arched gracefully over streams that gleamed with soft, luminous yu-shi. She had grown up in pain, confined to a courtyard no larger than a corner of this estate. For her, the Bai clan's main residence was like a world from a fairy tale. La! Her voice trembled, her eyes darting everywhere as though she feared blinking would make it disappear. Brother, young Master Bai's family must be very, very rich. Jin Yuanzhan's lips tightened. He opened his mouth but found no words. Rich. The Bai clan wasn't simply wealthy. Their influence and resources rivaled empires. The young man walking before them, calm and aloof, wasn't just rich. He was perhaps the single most terrifying figure of their generation, one who held power, talent, and background beyond comprehension. But what was the point in explaining any of that to his innocent sister? Yes, he said softly, they are wealthy indeed. Young master. A clear, gentle voice rang out the moment they entered to the courtyard. A young woman in pale green robes approached, her movements graceful, her beauty refined in a quiet, soothing way. Luoqing. She bowed deeply, her smile soft yet respectful. I heard word of your arrival. Forgive me for not preparing sooner. Bai Zihan waved his hand casually. Ah yes, this was somewhat unplanned. His gaze flicked briefly toward Jin Yuanzhan and his sister. Help find rooms for these two. Make sure they're settled. Yes, young master. Luoqing inclined her head. Jin Yuelin blinked in surprise, whispering in a low voice to her brother. Brother, she's so elegant. Jin Yuanzhan only smiled faintly, not daring to comment. As for Kong Jianhong, Bai Zihan vainly not daring to comment. As for Kong Jianhong, Bai Zihan voice carried toward him without even looking. Kong Jianhong, you can also go and rest. Kong Jianhong already had own room in the Bai estate. Kong Jianhong wailed lightly. Yes, young master. With that, Bai Zihan did not linger. His hands clasped behind his back, he turned and strode down the jade tile path that led deeper into the estate. His footsteps calm but unhurried. He did not head to his own courtyard. Instead, he walked directly toward the grand pavilion at the very heart of the manor, his father's study room. Knock, knock. A low, steady voice came from within the study. Who? It's me, father. There was a pause. Then Bai Tianhang's deep voice replied, Come in. Bai Zihan pushed the doors open and stepped inside. The study was vast, its shelves lined with jade slips and scrolls, while incense smoke curled lazily upward, carrying the faint fragrance of sandalwood. Behind a heavy desk of black spirit wood, Bai Tianheng sat in silence, a brush in his hand, though his sharp eyes immediately lifted from the document before him. You, his tone carried a faint surprise. When did you return? Just now. Bai Jian bowed slightly, his expression calm. Bai Tianheng bowed slightly, his expression calm. Bai Tianheng's brows furrowed ever so slightly. I thought you would remain in the capital until the Dragon and Phoenix competition concluded. That was the plan, Bai Jian admitted, but something came up. He clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze steady as he continued. I brought 2 people with me to the clan. One of them is someone you may have heard of, Jin Yuanzhan. The name made Bai Tianheng's eyes flicker with recognition. He leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Jin Yuanzhan. Yes, I have heard of him. The Azure Sun Holy Sect's rising genius, the one who successfully fused with the Sun Dao Stone. His tone was measured, but curiosity laced his words. An impressive achievement, and one that places him among the most watched youths of his generation. His gaze sharpened slightly, focusing on his son. But why bring him here? For Bai Tianheng, who had long grown accustomed to hearing of young geniuses across the realm, Yin Yuanzhen was remarkable, but not someone worth personally involving the Bai clan. Well, he will be staying here for a while. Bai Yen said, oh, did he quit the sect? So, recruited him. Bai Tianheng saw nothing wrong with it, considering that Jin Yuanzhan was a very talented person and the clan would love to gain another genius. Bai Zihan shook his head. He was expelled after losing the competition and having his core shattered. He is more of a mortal than the genius he once was. Bai Zihan revealed. Oh, Bai Tianheng didn't know about this. After all, it had only been about a day since that happened, and this news wasn't known to many. But he didn't think much of it because in the path of cultivation such occurrences happen all the time. Once a genius, another time buried by fate. So then why did you bring him here? I don't suppose it's because you pity him. Bai Tianheng asked. Well, if Bai Zihan did bring him out of pity, that in itself would be a big accomplishment. No, Bai Zihan did bring him out of pity. That in itself would be a big accomplishment. No, it is because of his sister. Sister? Bai Tianheng hadn't expected the reason to be that. What's so special about her? Don't tell me that you've fallen for her, Bai Tianheng asked. Of course not. Then, she has a similar constitution to Bai Xueqing, Bai Xuan answered. Bai Jian answered. Bai Tianheng's eyes widened for a second, taking in what he had just heard. When did you find out? Recently. Bai Tianheng took a deep breath and then looked at Bai Jian and asked. So, what do you want to know? Everything. Bai Tianheng took a deep breath and then looked at Bai Jian and asked. So, what do you want to know? Everything. When Bai Xueqing was only 6 years old, the Bai clan was shaken to its core. On that winter morning, her body suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of ice G. The temperature within her courtyard plunged without warning, frost crawling up walls, freezing ponds solid, and turning even the faintest breeze into biting blades of cold. It was not a child's playful affinity for the ice element. It was an overwhelming, suffocating flood of power that defied reason. Even the Grand Elder, who was active at the time, was forced to intervene. He had stepped forward only for his expression to change instantly, his body trembling as the icy cheered into his meridians. It pierced his defenses like countless needles, forcing him to retreat in shock. The clan rejoiced at first. Such a display was proof that Bai Xueqing's potential eclipsed anything they had ever imagined. Her future was not merely bright, it was destined to be dazzling, even among the proudest geniuses of the empire. But their joy did not last. That same day, Bai Xueqing collapsed. Her small body convulsed as frigid qi surged through her meridians like wild rivers, threatening to tear her apart from within. Her lips turned pale blue, her skin like frosted glass. She could not even breathe without shards of ice forming in her lungs. And her appearance had also changed from that of the Bai clan to that of ice-silver hair and blue eyes. Bai Tianheng quickly understood the cruel truth. Her body was not strong enough to contain her own gift. The constitution that promised greatness was also a death sentence. It was said that without intervention, she might not have survived the night. The Bai clan threw everything they had into preserving her life. Every treasure of flame and warmth was brought forth, their radiance woven into barriers around her frail frame. Formations were altered, not to supply her with more qi, but to drain away the excess before it devoured her. For a time, that balance allowed her to endure, but there was no cure. Every breath, every heartbeat was a struggle between survival and destruction. Bai Xueqing lived not because her body had accepted its destiny, but because the clan willed her to live, binding down the raging cold within her, day after day, year after year. Even then, no one in the Bai clan could deny the truth. The disaster was merely delayed, not resolved. Fortunately, she is very talented and has the Earth-grade artifact, Cinderheart Necklace, which produces warm chi, helping her artifact, Cinderheart Necklace, which produces warm chi, helping her. Bai Tianheng continued. That too isn't enough for her worst day when her ice implodes. I had no idea at all. Well, partly because he liked to stay away from his sister, and also because his sister liked to stay away from him. Moreover, her portrayal of a powerful sister might have been broken and thought would be exploited by him if he ever came to know. After all, Bai Zihan liked to exploit by him if he ever came to know. After all, Bai Zihan liked to exploit the weakness of others. There was a bit of silence, both of them in their own deep thoughts, before Bai Tianheng finally broke the silence. Anyways, what do you mean by the girl you brought that has a similar constitution as Xue Qing? Do you know what's the problem with your sister's body? Bai Tianheng asked. Bai Jianheng asked. Bai Jian understood after listening to his father that neither he nor any of the Bai clan had any idea about the heavenly body which his sister possessed. He thought it was his own lack of knowledge as to why he had no idea, but it seemed like, indeed, there was no such thing or concept or understanding of heavenly body in the desolate Heaven Empire. Perhaps in the current era it doesn't exist. The idea of such things belonged to when immortal Emperor Felion was still alive. When I say that they have similar constitutions, I mean their physiques are the top of this world. And like Bai Xueqing, Jin Yulin, the girl I am talking about, her life was tormented by overflowing yin qi and needs yang qi to sustain her life. Bai Jihan answered. Physique that is top of this world. Bai Tianheng was confused by what Bai Jihan meant. Indeed, there are many physiques that are considered better than others, but there was no single list that ranked them all. So, he had no idea how Bai Jihan even came to the conclusion that their physiques were the top of this world. Anyways, he focused on the important thing he heard. So, you know what problem their bodies have. That is what was important. As long as they figured out what the problem was, finding the solution would be much better. It's not a problem, it's how their body works. Bai Zihan replied, it's how their body works. Bai Zihan replied, it certainly is. Bai Jianheng said. He thought that Bai Zihan had seen for himself what Bai Xueqing went through, thus didn't understand what a problem it was. Especially to him and their mother, who were constantly filled with worries with no solution at hand. Perhaps that's why, he thought, Mu Yuan did what she did when she came to find a solution for Bai Zihan. With Bai Xueqing in that condition, and Bai Zihan heading towards the same place, she must have been desperate, and as soon as she saw a solution, she did what she thought she had to without giving much thought. While Bai Zihan, though he understood a bit about heavenly body, which is that heavenly body is both a curse and gift. But was it really a curse? Only if you couldn't control it. On the other hand, he too went through hell a couple of times just to obtain his physique or half a physique, and there is more hell that he has to go through to obtain the complete physique. But he also understood that it was his choice to do so, while his sister and Jin Welin didn't have a choice, which makes a huge difference. But it is also true that there are many powerhouses who dream of obtaining such physiques in this world and do anything to obtain them. The important thing was having enough resources and knowledge about the physique. Anyways, since you know something about their physiques, do you also know the solution? Tan Hianing asked. Bai Zihan nodded, which instantly brightened his father's expression. Tell me now. We need to start curing Xueqing as quickly as possible. Bai Zihan calmed down his old man. Just calm down, it is not like it can be done because you said so. Bai Tianheng realized his mistake and sat down on his seat. Indeed, there wasn't a need for impatience as long as he could get the solution for his daughter's problem. Well, it is easy in theory. They just need to grow to be able to control their respective body's energy, and that way, there would be no problem. It was easy in theory because it sounded simple, but it was far from it. Firstly, one would need resources that are able to calm down the overflowing energy in their bodies. For many, they wouldn't even survive to that point without being from a powerful family. Secondly, a powerful technique that suited them. For Jin Yulin, it is a poison technique, and for Bai Xueqing, it should be related to ice technique. But their chi is very powerful, so the technique that they learned needs to be powerful. Heavenly grade technique might be the minimum. Otherwise, rather than controlling, it would only make their ice energy more aggressive, or so he was told by the immortal emperor right now. Do you have any technique for heavenly ice body? No, I have not even met one with a heavenly ice body. Yeah. So, I can't guarantee that the techniques I know can help her control heavenly poison body? Well, that was not the answer he was hoping for. Control their power. It wasn't like Bai Tianheng had never thought about it. He thought that her power was just too strong to be controlled. Rather than having her do so, he would rather have her suppress it. But our clan doesn't have any ice technique. Frost Lily Pavilion has Earth-grade ice technique. Saying so, he looked at Bai Zihan. As for why? It isn't easy to just ask them to hand over their precious technique. but the fourth princess proposed to Bai Zihan, and it is known that Frost Lily Pavilion supports the fourth princess. So, don't look at me like that. And no, their technique is too weak to control something that powerful. The rank needs to be at least heaven-grade technique. Bai Tianheng's eyes widened. It was already difficult to get earth-grade ice technique, but heaven-grade technique? I don't think I have even heard about anyone having one. If there was one, no matter how secret it was, their Bai clan would have at least heard a rumor. Not to mention, apart from Frost Lily Pavilion, there isn't another who uses ice technique that much. Do I need to visit other empires? Bai Tianheng pondered. For his daughter, there weren't many things that he wasn't willing to do. If he couldn't get the things to save her in the desolate Heaven Empire, he would go to another place where there might be one. Don't think about doing anything stupid. Bai Zihan warned. He didn't know what his old man was thinking about, but he reckoned it would be stupid, since his parents seemed to drop their IQ whenever it involved their children. Stupid. You brat, how dare you insult your esteemed father? Huh? Iske. Then my esteemed father, what kind of wise idea did you have? Let this son be enlightened by your wisdom, Bai Zihan said. I will go to other empires to search for a suitable technique for Xueqing, Bai Tianheng said unconfidently. Huh, do you even hear yourself? You want to leave the Bai clan, you, the clan leader, in search. You don't even have any idea where you could find it, or even if you could. Not to mention, it could take years, Bai Zihan retorted. He knew that his old man wouldn't have any good ideas, and indeed he was right. Even if he wanted to search for it, it would be a good idea to let his subordinates collect information throughout the other empires and act upon that information. But no, he had to go and search like a headless chicken. Face-palming, he didn't understand how his old man rose to the position of clan leader. Was cultivation talent all you needed? I dread the future of the clan. Yastri Baum. Ba Tianheng was feeling quite embarrassed but knew Bai Zihan was right. So, what do you reckon we must do? Ba Tianheng asked. Perhaps his smart son had a solution. Don't worry, I have what she needs. Earlier, he checked whether his system store had it, and unlike Immortal Emperor Filian, it didn't disappoint. There was even a saint-grade cultivation technique just for the Heavenly Ice body, but of course, the price was out of reach for him. His balance was around 15,000. He wasn't doing anything for the past year, so it was understandable that it had increased. This amount was barely enough for a heaven-grade technique, so, if needed, he must just settle for a heaven-grade technique. Well, it should be enough, or so he hoped, as he didn't have anywhere near enough for a saint-grade technique. Should I go around beating everyone D-teen? Should I go around beating everyone? That was an easy way to earn system points, or perhaps hunt Heaven Chosen. That was more rewarding, but of course that would be similar to what his father planned to do. Moreover, it was quite risky and he would rather play it safe. Why go after Heaven Chosen, when they didn't even do anything to him yet? Even the first plan to go after others was not a good idea. What he didn't like was going around and adding to the problem. If they didn't offend him, there was no need for him to go after others. System points were good incentives, but not enough to do so. Bai Xueqing should be satisfied that I am even willing to spend so much. In the end, the core thing was, he didn't really value Bai Xueqing to the point of going through so much. Well, the fact that he was even willing to do so much meant that at least in his heart, Bai Xueqing meant something to him. Bai Tianheng's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. You really have one. After all, heaven-grade techniques weren't just something that could be bought with money. The entire desolate Heaven Empire only had a handful of them, and to have one suitable for Bai Xueqing's physique was even more difficult. Bai Zihan gave a simple nod. For a moment, Bai Tianheng was struck silent. Relief, disbelief, and joy surged through him all at once, nearly overwhelming his composure. His lips trembled slightly, and for the first time in years, the heavy boulder pressing against his chest lightened. This problem that had haunted him since Bai Xueqing imploded with Ice Chi, the nightmare that no amount of power, authority, or wealth could resolve, was suddenly within reach of a solution. As for where Bai Zihan had obtained such a thing, he did not ask. He doubted his son would answer truthfully anyway. Perhaps just like that saint-grade artifact he had casually brought, this too came from the ancient ruin of the immortal emperor. Or maybe, just maybe, Bai Zihan had secretly searched far and wide upon learning of his sister's plight. That thought, though unlikely, filled him with happiness. Good, good. If such a thing is in your hands, then quickly, we should give it to Xueqing, Bai Tianheng urged, his voice filled with rare eagerness. But Bai Jian shook his head. There's no need to be hasty. I'll give it to her after the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Bai Tianheng froze, caught off guard by the calm refusal. After. Why wait? Yeah? Of course, it isn't good to disturb her when she is focused on such an important competition. Anyways, we just need to wait for a week. all of it was just a lie, as Bai Zihan currently had a 5 million gold bet placed on Nifeng Zhuo, plus the bet with Bai Xueqing to which he didn't want to lose. Mai Tianheng nodded, thinking that there wasn't any problem with what Bai Zihan had said. Although he found it strange that Bai Zihan referred to the Dragon and Phoenix competition as an important competition, considering he had always dismissed it as a waste of time and energy and hadn't even bothered to participate. So, let's talk about the girl you brought. You said she has the same constitution as Bai Xueqing. Bai Tianheng asked. Not really similar, but equally powerful. Instead of cold chi, she has overflowing yin energy. Though, same as Bai Xueqing, as long as she learns to control her power, there will be no problem. And you want to keep her and Jin Yuanzhan in the clan? Yes. Bai Tianheng thought for a while. There was no problem with her staying here since Bai Zihan already has a solution for her problem. Rather, it was good for the Bai clan, as that would mean gaining someone as Xueqing. Well, even if that wasn't the case, as long as there wasn't a big problem, Bai Tianheng had no problem listening to small requests from Bai Zihan. Well, I have no problem with that. Just don't forget that they need to be trustworthy people. 3 days passed in a blink. The capital city's atmosphere grew heated with anticipation. Taverns buzzed with debates over who would take the crown. Despite the competition coming to a close, it was still pretty unknown who could really take the crown. On the morning of the 5th round, the arena was packed to the brim, whirring like a sea of voices, eager for the battles ahead. The quarterfinals were about to begin. Of the countless participants who entered the competition, only 8 remained. Each one was either a famed genius or someone who had shocked the world during the earlier rounds. The referee stepped onto the stage once more, his voice amplified by Qi. Today, the 5th round begins. From this point forward, each victory brings you closer to the title of the Desolate Heaven Empire's greatest talent. 8 enter, only 4 shall remain. The crowd erupted, chants of names echoing through the air. Most of them weren't excited for the 5th round, though. The reason? The 4 favorites, Bai Xueqing, Shui Lianer, Zhu Zian, and Nifeng Zhuo, weren't fighting each other. Rather, the other 4, though powerful indeed, had not yet shown the level to match the favorites. Not to mention, their cultivation, or at least what they had revealed, was at the nascent soul realm, which was great for their age, but against the other 4, it simply wasn't enough. While the matches themselves didn't draw much attention, there was one thing that caught the eyes of many people. Bai Zihan was missing. Well, he wasn't a participant and did not need to come for every round, but many still noticed his presence during the competition. Yet today, he was absent, and from the looks of it, he wasn't just running late either. Whispers ran through the stands. Where's Bai Zihan? Where's Bai Zihan? Could he have left after being criticized by everyone? Wouldn't surprise me. That coward has thick skin when mocking others, but when the tables turn, he hides. Perhaps he got bored. Humph. That coward has thick skin when mocking others, but when the tables turn, perhaps he got bored. Probably too ashamed to show his face, knowing that he has been caught in his lies. But there was one group who was angrier than the rest. Damn it, just what is Bai Zihan planning? It was the elder of Azura's unholy sect, along with others who were also feeling the pressure. The reason? Bai Zihan had taken away Jin Yuanzhan, who knew the secrets of their sect all too well. They had already decided to take Jin Yuanzhan, who knew the secrets of their sect all too well. They had already decided to take Jin Yuanzhan's life after he left the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Although he was useless now and expelled from their sect, he was still a danger because of what he knew. But killing him inside the arena, where countless eyes were watching, was impossible. So they planned to strike once he left. Who would have thought Bai Zihan would stumble upon him and take him away? At first, they didn't panic, believing they still held the key to Jin Yuanzhan's life, his sister. But then came the report that Jin Yulen was no longer in her residence and had seemingly left as well. There was no need to speculate. The elder knew it had to be Bai Zihan who took her away too. I don't know whether that trash has already spilled the beans. The elder seethed with anger. He regretted not finishing the job right then and there, even if it meant some risk. He could have easily explained it away, saying Jin Yuanzhan, enraged after losing his cultivation, provoked him, and in anger, he had struck. A little compensation would have been enough. After all, Jin Yuanzhan was still their disciple, and with no powerful backing, there would have been no one to protest. But his caution had perhaps led to a very big mistake. Damn it! Moreover, he had intended to confront Bai Zihan directly and demand Jin Yuanzhan's handover, whether by words or force. But now that Bai Zihan didn't show up, things had become far more complicated, and the longer time dragged on, the greater the chance that Jin Yuanzhan would reveal everything. Report after sighting his carriage entering the Bai clan, he is yet to leave. He should still be inside. A disciple informed him. Bai clan, even as an elder of the Azur's unholy sect, he couldn't just enter without formal invitation. Unless the Bai clan themselves wanted to hand Jin Yuanzhan over, there was no way to get him out without offending the strongest clan of the empire. We shall wait. Bai Zihan might show up at the finals. Talking with Bai Zihan directly would be far easier than facing Bai Tianheng himself. Meanwhile, Chu Ziyan and Bai Shuijing also noticed Bai Zihan Hengfimplaim. Meanwhile, Chu Ziyan and Bai Shuijing was trying to back down from their insane bet. But I won't let him run away. Whether he came to watch or not, she would make sure he fulfilled her 3 requests, no questions asked. Will Chu Ziyan looked dejected, fiddling with the necklace. Whatever the case, the 5th round began. As everyone expected, there were no upsets. None of the challengers was strong enough to topple the favorites. And the matches ended quickly. Since the semi-final was approaching, the competitors wanted to conserve their chi. Because of that, the battles were over almost as soon as they began. The other 4 didn't even have a chance to display their trump cards. It was over in an instant. Not even an hour passed before the 5th round was concluded. But that was good in its own way, because now the semi-finals were about to begin. Only 2 matches, but each filled the audience with anticipation. Bai Shuiqing versus Shui Lianer. Would Bai Shuiqing's opponents fall unconscious as always before her overwhelming power, or would they finally see Shui Lianer's hidden strength? And then, Chu Jiyan versus Ni Fengzhua. Both were considered dark horses. Few thought they would make it this far. Unlike the other 4 who were eliminated earlier, their opponents weren't weak either. Each had defeated some of the strongest contenders of the competition to reach this stage, and now it was time for them to clash. No matter who won, everyone knew the battle would be far from easy. Chapter 26 TA semifinal. The referee raised his hand, his voice booming through the arena. The first semifinal match, Bai Shuiqing of the Bai clan versus Shui Lianer of the Celestial Jade Hall. The crowd erupted like thunder, the arena trembling under the clash of 2 roars, one side chanting, Bai Shuiqing, Bai Shuiqing, Bai Shuiqing, the prodigy who ours. One side chanting, Bai Shuiqing, the prodigy who had defeated her opponent with precise and powerful technique. On the other hand, Shui Lianer, the mysterious genius, whose calm and elegance veiled the sharpness of her hidden blade. She had defeated every challenger without lifting a finger, never revealing a speck of her strength. To her supporters, she was the one destined to break Bai Shuiqing's streak and claim herself as the strongest. As the 2 young women walked onto the stage, the noise reached its peak. Bai Shuiqing stepped forward with a composed look, staring straight into Shui Lianer's eyes. Opposite her, Shui Lianer appeared like a serene lotus blooming in mist. The referee wasted no time. Begin. The referee's shout had barely faded when silence washed over the arena. Neither Bai Shuiqing nor Shui Lianer moved. The crowd leaned forward, breathless, expecting Bai Shuiqing to be knocked out. And indeed, she simply stood there, her pale blue eyes locked onto Shui Lianer. Many thought that Bai Shuiqing was also caught in Shui Lianer's mysterious technique, just like her other opponents. On Shui Lianer's side, however, the picture was not as serene as it appeared. Her expression remained calm, eyes as tranquil as still water, but a faint bead of sweat trickled down the side of her face, quickly vanishing in the glow of her jade-like aura. No one noticed. Or rather, they were so busy watching Bai Shuiqing that none paid attention to her. Shui Lianer's aura surged wildly beneath her calm exterior. The delicate ripples of her chi were like an ocean tide threatening to overflow its bounds. She wasn't merely restraining Bai Shuiqing with casual effort. She was consuming vast amounts of chi. Earlier, her fragrant mirage physique's natural ability wasn't enough to entrap Bai Shuiqing, whose body is all protected by chi, whose body biggest fear come true. Fat your biggest fear come true. Bai Shuiqing's eyes flickered for just a moment, then her surroundings dissolved. The cold stone arena vanished, the thunderous chants of the crowd fell silent. All she could feel was pain coursing through her body, and she knew what it was. Is my ice chi imploding again? The pain she didn't want to remember, something she never wanted to endure again. She had to face it again. Her chi was going out of control, ice forming in her lungs, her nerves, everywhere. The only thing she felt in the end was pain. But then suddenly, it disappeared. Did it end? She had never known her ice chi to lose control for such a short time, though she couldn't be more thankful. Still, she didn't know where she was or even remember what she had been doing before. She found herself standing in a boundless plain of white frost, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air. She knew this must be due to her chi going out of control. Where is this? But then, she saw something. Frozen statues. Dozens. No, hundreds of them. The faces of her clanmates, elders, and even her father Bai Tianheng, all encased in flawless crystal ice. Their eyes were wide with terror, mouths forever open in silent screams. Her chest tightened. No, I didn't. She staggered forward, reaching for her father's frozen form. The cold bit into her skin, piercing deeper than any blade. His familiar stern gaze stared at her unblinking, forever trapped in that instant of betrayal. The nightmare whispered to her, cruel and relentless, "This is your fate, to freeze everything you love, to destroy everyone who stands too close." Her knees buckled, strength draining. "Stop, please, I never wanted this." The voice pressed deeper, venomous. "You think your family protects you because they love you? No, it's fear. The Bai clan shields you because they cannot control you, only contain you." The frost spread faster, swallowing the horizon. Her every breath crystallized the air, her very heartbeat resonating with ice that shattered all warmth. The statues cracked, splintering under her overwhelming cold, and then collapsed into glittering shards. She was left alone. Alone in a frozen, dead world. Bai Xueqing fell to her knees, clutching her head as a scream tore from her throat, raw and soundless, lost in the blizzard of her nightmare. For a moment, she nearly gave in until she saw a figure, Bai Zihan. Her father and the others risked their lives to protect her. Yes, she could believe they might end up frozen. But Bai Zihan? No way. If anything, he would have killed her first, or walked away without hesitation if the situation called for it. And with her current strength, she doubted she could freeze him like this at all. Arg! A massive headache struck as she tried to remember where she had been before this. It was like trying to realize you were in a dream, while the dream itself insists it is real. Not very practical, especially when your own mind is working against you. But with a bit of proper thinking, she realized this must be Shui Lianer's ability. And she remembered she was about to fight, and this illusion was far too convenient. So, she raised her chi violently, shattering all the statues of her loved ones, including Bai Zihan. Ha ha ha! Bai Xueqing breathed heavily as she slowly opened her eyes. Shui Lianer stood before her. Wow! Bai Xueqing opened her eyes. Does that mean she broke through Shui Lianer's mysterious ability? Finally, we can see Shui Lianer fight. The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. This was the first time anyone had resisted Shui Lianer fight. The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. This was the first time anyone had resisted Shui Lianer's ability. Bai Xueqing, however, wasn't in the best of moods. What she had just been shown had filled her with more anger than she had ever felt. Her eyes glinted with frost as she glared at her opponent. You'll pay for that. Chapter 269 Bai Xueqing v Shi's Wei Hiener. So quickly, her fragrant mirage physique had never failed before. Once her illusions entrapped someone's mind, they would wander in their deepest fears for hours, sometimes days, before the strain broke their mind. They Hui Hien had shattered it within moments. Did Wei Hui Hien had shattered it within moments. Did I make some mistake? Shui Hiener's jade-like fingers tightened slightly at her side. She didn't think that her ability had failed, but it had been broken. Either Bai Xueqing was far stronger than she imagined, or she had made some mistake. But she had no time to dwell. You'll pay for that. Bai Xueqing's roar cracked the silence. She wielded her sword, ready to strike at Shui Lianer. 9 shadows flowing light sword. Her figure blurred one moment, standing firm, the next splitting into 9 dazzling shadows that struck from every angle at once. Her figure blurred one moment, standing firm, the next splitting into 9 dazzling shadows that struck from Sanity. The stage erupted with streaks of light, each slash sharp enough to tear the air itself. Shui Lianer's sleeves fluttered as her body flowed like drifting mist. Every time a sword light descended, she slipped aside by the slimmest margin, her movements precise and anticipatory as if she already knew where the next strike would fall. Clang, swish, crack. Steel met only empty air, grazing strands of Shui Lianer's hair, but never her body. She moved not with speed, but with a strange inevitability, a calm lotus swaying in the current, always just beyond reach of the blade. Slash, slash. As if already anticipating the strikes, she was able to dodge every single one. Bai Xueqing split into 9 shadows, each flowing seamlessly into the next, every strike aimed with lethal precision directly at Shui Lianer. It was as if countless swords were descending at once, inescapable, merciless, and yet Shui Lianer's steps never faltered. To the crowd, her movements looked impossibly graceful, like a lotus drifting through turbulent waves, always avoiding destruction at the last instant. Damn. I thought apart from her mysterious ability, Shui Lianer would be easy to beat, but looks like she still has other strength to back it up. Just dodging. What can she do? Can it be that she can truly see the future? It isn't a surprise that some thought like that years ago. When Shui Lianer fought in private matches between sects, it was said that her opponent wasn't able to land a single attack, Shui Lianer dodging as if she already knew. Rumors began to spread about her and her ability, which is assumed to be that of prediction. Celestial Jade Hall is full of such mysterious techniques, so one couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. But looking at her right now, it seemed to be true. Otherwise, there was no way that Shui Lianer could dodge Bai Xueqing's attacks. A faint glow rippled within Shui Lianer's pupils like the reflection of starlight across a still lake. Fragments of the future shimmered before her mind. A step here, she saw herself slashed in half. A turn there, her shoulder pierced clean through. She shifted instead, flowing like water, and the fatal strike missed by a hair's breadth. Her voice rang softly, almost like a chant. Spirit art moonlit reflection. The air shimmered as a faint mirage of herself split off, stepping to the side. Bai Xueqing's sword cleaved straight through it, dispersing the afterimage into motes of light. Shui Lianer raised her hand, jade fingers flicking gently. She surged, condensing into a rain of crystalline lotus petals that spiraled around her. Each petal was sharp as a blade, yet elusive, phasing in and out of solidity. Clang, 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 clang. The sword shadows clashed with the lotus petals, scattering sparks and chi ripples across the stage. Bai Xueqing's eyes hardened. Petals and illusions won't save you. She swung her sword in a rising arc, the 9 shadows converging into a single blinding thrust aimed directly at Shui Lianer's heart. But Shui Lianer had already seen it. Her body swayed aside an instant before the blade arrived, her sleeve brushing the sword's edge without so much as a cut. At the same time, the lotus petals shifted, not randomly, but precisely into Bai Xueqing's path, forcing her to redirect her strikes or risk tearing herself apart with chi backlash. The audience erupted. She predicted that strike. No, she's reading Bai Xueqing's attacks before they even land. On the stage, the lotus petals converged into a glowing spear of spiritual light, thrusting forward at the exact moment Bai Xueqing's next movement left a gap in her defenses. For the first time in the fight, Bai Xueqing's expression flickered. The arena pulsed with tension, every spectator holding their breath as Shui Lianer raised both arms. The lotus petals swirling around her suddenly dissolved into motes of emerald light, gathering high above her in a storm of dazzling radiance. The very air quivered, suffused with a fragrance so sweet it made weaker cultivators' minds drift, their senses almost stolen away. Her voice, calm yet ringing like jade chimes, echoed across the stage. Heavenly jade butterfly storm. The light condensed, shaping into thousands of luminous butterflies, each one crystalline and razor-sharp, wings shimmering with destructive spiritual force. They swarmed together into a spiraling tempest, blotting out the sky above the platform. Then, like a floodgate breaking, they descended. The butterflies streaked downward in a storm of annihilation, covering every path of escape, cutting off every possible retreat. Even Shui Lianer's foresight told her the outcome. There was no surviving this. The crowd gasped. Bai Xueqing is finished. This is the Celestial Jade Hall's strongest technique. No one could dodge that. It's inescapable. And yet Bai Xueqing's eyes blazed, her pale blue irises burning like cold fire. She did not shrink back, nor did she attempt to counter with some flashy technique. Instead, her body moved. Step, twist, strike. Her sword danced with blinding speed, shattering the butterflies that dared to touch her path. Her figure blurred, weaving through impossible gaps, bending low as deadly wings brushed past her hair, twisting midair as another swarm sought to cut her down. Her reaction speed was beyond belief, her agility monstrous, her instincts sharper than foresight. She dodged. Not with prediction, but with raw speed and terrifying reflexes honed in countless battles. One by one, the heavenly jade butterflies shattered against her sword light until the great storm above the stage collapsed into falling sparks that fizzled out against the arena floor. The audience erupted in disbelief, some even standing to their feet. She dodged it. Impossible. On the stage, Shui Lianer's calm finally cracked. Her eyes widened, breath catching as she stared at Bai Xueqing, who now stood unscathed amidst the fading light. How? Even I couldn't find an escape, and yet she... Her jade-like fingers trembled slightly before lowering at her side. Slowly, her serene expression returned, not from acceptance. Slowly, her serene expression returned, not from arrogance, but from acceptance. I see now, she said softly, her voice carrying even through the roaring crowd. No matter how refined my arts, no matter how precise my foresight, before your sheer power and will, there is no path to victory for me. Shui Lianer closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and gave a graceful bow toward Bai Xueqing. I concede. Chapter 470, Zhu Ziyan vs. Ni Fengzhuo. The crowd was still roaring from Shui Lianer's concession when silence fell abruptly, like a flame smothered. All eyes shifted back to Bai Xueqing. She did not smile. She did not bask in glory. Her sword lowered slowly, but the tension in her shoulders betrayed her mood. Her lips curled not in triumph, but in dissatisfaction. Tch! Bai Xueting's pale blue eyes flickered with a cold, unyielding light as she looked at Shui Lianer, who stood calm and composed even in defeat. It galled her. That illusion had forced her to face something she did not wish to, even if only for a fleeting instant. Shui Lianer had made her falter. And yet before she could repay it in full, before she could exact the price, Shui Lianer had made her falter. And yet, before she could repay it in full, before she could exact the price, Shui Lianer had made her falter. And yet, before she could repay it in full like one. Bai Xueting scoffed, and without sparing Shui Lianer another glance, she sheathed her sword in a sharp motion. Her figure turned, cold and aloof, the faintest trace of disdain in her posture. The crowd's cheers resumed in waves, but Bai Xueting ignored them all, striding toward the edge of the stage with steady, unhurried steps. The echoes of her battle still lingered in the air, her cold figure imprinted in the minds of every spectator. Yet before the excitement could fade, the referee's voice rang out again, sharp and commanding. The second semi-final match, Tu Zihan of the Heaven Sword Sect vs Ni Fengzhua of the Ni clan. The arena shook with another eruption of cheers. If Bai Xueting versus Shui Lianer had been a clash of prodigies and mystique, this next match carried a different weight entirely. Dark horse against dark horse. Two names that, before the Dragon and Phoenix competition, few would have placed in the same sentence as Bai Xueting or Lei Zhenjiang. Yet round after round, they had silenced doubts with overwhelming strength, carving their way into the semi-finals without hesitation. Now, they stood across from one another on the grand stage. The crowd roared with anticipation. Who would rise? Though indirectly connected by tangled threads of fate, the two regarded each other with detached calm. To Zhu Zihan, Ni Fengzhua was nothing more than her best friend's ex-fiancé, someone she neither hated nor loved. To Ni Fengzhua, Zhu Zihan was merely Bai Zihan's fiancé, nothing more. He might have relished humiliating her had she been one of those disciples who followed Bai Xuejing. Nothing more. He might have relished humiliating her had she been one of those disciples who followed Bai Xuejing and mocked him. But Zhu Zihan wasn't one of them. No grudge. No weight of history between them. Only one reality remained. To win must cut down the other. The referee's hand fell. The instant the word fell, neither side hesitated. Steel rang out, sharp and resounding, clang. Two figures blurred into motion, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Their swords met in a dazzling explosion of sparks, the shockwave rippling across the stage. There was no testing of the waters, no slow buildup. From the very first strike, both Zhu Zihan and Ni Fengzhua unleashed killing intent as sharp as their blades. Zhu Zihan's sword light cut upward like a crescent moon, refined and precise, every motion honed to perfection by the Heaven Sword Sect's supreme sword arts. Her sword aura was cold, disciplined, and ruthless like an executioner who had no need for wasted movements. Ni Fengzhua answered with raw, overwhelming power. His black sword swung down like a collapsing mountain, his strikes carrying explosive force that shattered the ground beneath their feet. Each swing was a storm seeking to crush rather than slice, but his control was flawless, an unyielding balance between brute strength and measured intent. Bang! The second clash shook the arena, their auras colliding head-on. Zhu Zihan's refined sword intent bent like water but refused to break, while Ni Fengzhua's domineering momentum pressed forward like a tidal wave. Crimson Petal Tempest, 90 Isolations, Tyrant Sword. The stage quaked as both cultivators roared their powerful techniques. A crimson gale erupted from Zhu Zihan's blade, blossoms of scarlet light scattering like countless petals caught in a storm, each fragment spun with deadly sharpness, weaving together into a spiraling tempest of sword chi that slashed from every angle at once. It was beautiful, yet merciless. Opposing it, Ni Fengzhua surged like a collapsing sky. His black golden sword cleaved downward, and in that instant, the phantom of 9 desolations unfurled behind him. Mountains cracked, seas churned, lightning raged, and storms howled, all illusions of intent, yet heavy enough to make the spectators' hearts tremble. His blade roared with tyrannical might, as if every swing could erase the heavens themselves. Boom! The two techniques collided, brewed with tyrannical might, as if every swing could erase the heavens themselves. Boom! The two techniques collided. Crimson petals shredded against a wall of violent chi, scattering into sparks of light while the ground split open in jagged lines beneath their feet. The storm of force lashed outward, tearing apart protective formations around the stage and forcing weaker cultivators in the stands to stagger back. Zhu Zihan's eyes narrowed. Her petals flowed seamlessly, adjusting, weaving, redirecting the sword art of one who wasted no motion. But Ni Fengzhua's answer was unrelenting. Each sweep of his blade tore through her storm like a beast rampaging through a forest, forcing her backward step by step. His sword did not dance, it conquered. Clang, clang, steel rang again and again, sparks raining as their sword lights carved arcs of red and gold across the arena. Zhu Xian's blade curved, finding small openings, slipping past the flood of power to graze his guard, but Ni Fengzhuo simply took the hits, his body hard as iron, his swings wider and heavier with each exchange. It was a duel of styles, one refined, one domineering, and neither willing to yield. The spectators held their breath. This wasn't a probing exchange, it was war. Neither is holding back. This is what the Dragon and Phoenix competition should look like. From the start, the audience got what they wanted, a fierce clash between two powerful competitors. No tricks, no mystery, just pure swordsmanship and strength. Both had shown why they deserved to stand in the finals, perhaps even to seize the title of champion. Yet what the audience thought was the climax was only the warm-up for the two prodigy. He is also in the mid-soul formation realm. Zhu Xian's eyes narrowed as the realization struck her. It had been only speculation until now, but that exchange confirmed it. She herself stood proudly in the mid-soul formation realm, yet what unsettled her was not his cultivation, but his growth. 2 years ago, Ni Fengzhuo had been nothing more than a qi gathering stage. And yet, here he stood, matching her blow for blow. If not for a certain someone, Zhu Xian might have felt truly shaken. But she remembered. Compared to Bai Zihan the monster who left her with a suffocating sense of powerlessness while facing Bai Xinyue, a spirit-severing realm, Ni Fengzhuo was merely normal like her. Formidable, yes. Exceptional, yes. But not overwhelming as others make it. Her confidence surged, honed by her own growth over the past year. Her voice rang out, cold and resolute, heaven-severing tide. A tide? The same attack that had shaken earth and sky, the very technique that brought Lei Zhenjing's downfall, erupted forth once more. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes hardened. That move carried no less weight than the heavenly technique his own master had taught him. He could not underestimate it. Absolute severance. His black sword howled as his strongest technique flared to life, a sharp, merciless force that promised to tear apart all it touched. Two heavenly techniques rare beyond measure, unattainable for most in their lifetime, were now clashing head-on before tens of thousands of stunned witnesses. The arena seemed to freeze in that instant. Ocean met abyss. Tide met severance. The detonation that followed shook the heavens themselves. Shockwaves ripped outward, battering the barrier with such force that even the formation masters paled. They scrambled into action, pouring their qi to reinforce the trembling light screens before they shattered. The ground shrieked in protest, splintering as cracks tore jagged paths across the stage. Light flared, blinding, swallowing everything in its brilliance. And then, silence. As the radiance faded, the two figures re-emerged. Both stood, blades still in hand. Then, step. The backlash forced them apart. Zhu Xian slid back 5 meters, her boots grinding against the stone, leaving deep furrows. Ni Fengzhuo staggered 3 steps before regaining his balance, his stance firm once more. The difference was small, 2 meters, but at this level, such a margin was decisive. The crowd exploded into chaos. They're equal. Nu looked closer. She was forced back farther. Ni Fengzhuo's sword suppressed hers. Excited gasps and frenzied shouts thundered across the arena, reverberating like rolling waves. Yet on the stage itself, the two combatants ignored it all. Zhu Xian's crimson aura surged once more, her eyes sharp and unwavering. Ni Fengzhuo's grip tightened around his hilt, his qi growing ever powerful. One exchange had already drawn the line between them, but neither had reached their limit. The true battle was only beginning. Jopper Yuri, Sopra Impars, Ni final ends. Ni Fengzhuo steadied his breath, the faint sting in his arm betraying the force of their last clash. His gaze fell on Zhu Xian, still standing, eyes sharp as a drawn blade. She hadn't fallen. He hadn't underestimated her, not once. From the beginning, he had treated her as a worthy opponent. Yet, this wasn't what he expected. By all logic, she should have crumbled already. Her strikes had been sharp, yes. Her control was refined, yes. Her control was refined, yes. Her control was refined, yes. But compared to the sheer weight of his attack, she was supposed to break, and yet she endured. Even his absolute severance, a heavenly technique that had ended stronger opponents, had only managed to force her back 5 steps. 5 steps, while he himself was pushed back 3 steps. Ni Fengzhuo was pushed back 3 steps. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes narrowed, the faintest flicker of respect flashing across them before hardening again into steel. "This is becoming much more difficult than I anticipated," he muttered. He thought he had already grasped the strength of his competitors, but it seemed he was wrong. But that realization did not shake him. The crowd's roars faded into the background, drowned out by the sound of his own heartbeat. Nifengzhuo shifted his stance, black sword raised once more. The air around him grew heavy, oppressive, as if the stage itself recognized his resolve. His lips parted, his voice low and cold. Endure if you can. But know this. A surge of sword intent erupted from him, fierce and domineering, tearing across the arena like a storm. I will not allow anyone to stand in my way. He stepped forward, each stride carrying unstoppable momentum, his aura pressing down like an unyielding tide. Chu Xian's eyes flashed in defiance, her sword lifting to meet him again. The next exchange was inevitable. Slash. The two began their exchange once again. Despite expending much of their qi, they still fought as if nothing had happened. Chu Xian was visibly being pushed back. Slash. Slash. The stage blazed with steel and fury. Neither paused, neither gave quarter each strike answered by another, each wound avenged in the very next breath. Blood sprayed across the stone tiles as Nifengzhu's blade bit into Chu Xian's shoulder, tearing through her barrier. She staggered half a step yet before he could press further. Her sword flashed like lightning, cutting a shallow line across his chest. The crowd gasped as the two separated briefly, blood dripping from fresh wounds only to hurl themselves forward again. No rest, only fighting. The clash of their blades rang like thunder, sparks cascading around them like meteors. Sword intent howled, shredding the air and gouging deep scars into the stage. An hour passed yet. Still, they fought relentlessly. The audience held their breath for as long as they could, hands clenched until knuckles turned white. No one dared blink, afraid they would miss the instant victory was decided. But time left its marks. Both were visibly exhausted, their bodies painted in blood, clothes shredded by countless exchanges. Every breath came ragged, every movement fueled only by will. Still, one glance made the truth clear. Chu Xian was worse off. Her arm trembled with each swing, her once fiery aura dimming, flickering like a candle battered by the wind. Her sword strikes were fierce, but the sharp edge of her technique dulled under fatigue and blood loss. Nifengzhuo was far from unscathed, his chest burned from her cut, his left leg bore a slash that slowed his footing, but his stance remained steadier, his breathing more controlled. The difference was subtle to the untrained eye, but to cultivators, it was glaring. Chu Xian, surrender. Our exchange has already proven it. I am stronger. Continuing is meaningless. Chu Xian spat blood onto the ground, her lips curling into a defiant snarl. Meaningless, huh? Perhaps, but not to me. Her words struck harder than any sword. Nifengzhuo's brows drew together, a mix of admiration and frustration flashing in his eyes. His grip tightened, veins standing out along his forearm. Chu Fengzhou, under his breath, faced such an opponent, and muttered under his breath. He was Jin Yuhan's previously, and now Chu Xian, both refusing to yield despite the difference. Of course, he couldn't say he didn't understand their sentiment, for he too had his reasons. Then, for A2 had his reasons. Then, for A2, his gaze flickered toward Bai Zihan, who by now was visibly worried about Chu Xian. Gee, I wanted to save it for last. He looked visibly frustrated, but it seems I have no choice. Nifengzhu's breath grew heavy, his grip on the black sword tightening until his knuckles whitened. His chest rose and fell like a storm contained in flesh, his qi surging restlessly as if demanding release. The cut across his chest still throbbed, the ache of fatigue pulling at his limbs, but none of that mattered now. He glanced once more at Chu Xian, still standing despite the crimson staining her robes, and at Bai Zihan beyond the stage, whose gaze was locked on her with visible concern. His jaw clenched. He had wanted to save it for last for Bai Zihan, for the moment when it mattered most. But the stubborn woman had dragged him to the edge, and he could no longer afford hesitation. A deep growl rumbled in his throat as his aura suddenly ignited. The ground beneath his feet cracked in an instant, webbing with fissures as an invisible pressure poured out of his body. Heaven-rending breakthrough. At once Nifengzhu's qi flared, expanding wildly until it devoured the stage. His dantian pulsed violently, his cultivation erupting to new heights as his aura surged beyond its usual limit. His realm, normally sitting comfortably in the mid-stage soul formation realm, now blazed, climbing furiously until it reached the peak of soul formation realm. A violent storm of sword intent spun around him, sharp winds howling as if countless invisible blades slashed the very air. His long hair whipped in the pressure, his black robes snapping like banners in a hurricane. The black sword in his hand quivered, trembling with suppressed power, before stabilizing as his overflowing energy merged seamlessly into the blade. The audience staggered back, shielding themselves against the suffocating wave of intent. He He boosted his cultivation. That's not a simple technique. It's something that burns away his chi reserves. Mi Fengzhu, he was hiding something like this. Even the elders in the viewing stands narrowed their eyes, recognizing the risk. The strength he had drawn out was terrifying, but so too was the cost. Once expended, it would leave him weakened, unable to unleash it again. Ni Fengzhuo's expression was grim, shadowed by cold determination. "This is not what I wanted," he muttered, voice low, carried by the storm. "But you left me no choice." His gaze locked onto Chu Zihan, sharp as a blade point. With that, his foot slammed against the stage, shattering the tiles beneath. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into a blur of black lightning, his sword descending with a force that could tear mountains apart. Xu Zian's eyes widened as Ni Fengzhuo's aura crashed down on her like a collapsing mountain. That pressure, it was suffocating. She staggered back instinctively, her sword arm trembling under the weight of his next blow. Clang! So he's been hiding this all along. Damn fuck! Her teeth clenched as sparks erupted between their blades, the shockwaves rattling her bones. Every strike carried the might of a cultivator, a realm higher than he should have been able to reach. Her body screamed at her to falter, to collapse, but she didn't. "No, I can't. Not here. I have to prove it. I have worthy of standing beside him." Although even the title of Dragon and Phoenix Champion might not be enough to stand beside Bai Zihan, it was still a step forward, still something worth grasping. Steel rang again and again, but now it was a desperate rhythm. She no longer had room to counterattack. Each strike was heavier than the last, and every inch she gave was stolen permanently. Her defensive barriers splintered one after another, she scattering like torn silk threads. Her arms grew numb, her fingers raw from the impact vibrating down her sword. Her legs faltered as fissures spread beneath her heels with each retreating step. Ni Fengzhuo's black sword howled, storming down relentlessly, his eyes locked on her with grim determination. Slash, slash. Each cut tore deeper into her defenses, until finally, one blow cleaved through her guard entirely. Her sword nearly slipped from her grasp, her shoulder splitting open as blood misted into the air. She coughed violently, crimson dripping from her lips. Still, she refused to let go. The crowd fell into stunned silence, watching not Ni Fengzhuo's dominance, but her stubborn, desperate resistance. But willpower alone could not turn back an avalanche. Her aura flickered like a guttering flame, every movement slower than the last. She wanted to fight, to claw back the momentum, to prove herself, but under that relentless storm, her body betrayed her resolve. Ni Fengzhuo's final downward strike came like a judgment. Her sword rose shakily, but her strength had already been drained away. The blow hammered down, shattering her guard. Her knees buckled, and finally, she collapsed onto the cracked stage, her sword clattering from her grasp. Gasps erupted across the arena. The referee appeared at once, stepping between them, raising a hand. His voice boomed across the stage. "Winner, Ni Fengzhui." And his voice boomed across the stage. "Winner, Ni Fengzhu." Ni Fengzhu stood tall, chest heaving, his black sword dripping with the aura of victory. Yet his gaze lingered on Chu Zihan's fallen figure, and for just a moment, the steel in his eyes softened, replaced with something closer to respect. Before the echoes faded, a flash of crimson light streaked across the stage. Zihan, Bai Shuijing, was already kneeling beside her, arms steadying Chu Zihan's trembling body. Her eyes brimmed with urgency, but her hands moved swiftly, producing a lustrous jade bottle. From it, she drew out a grade 5 healing pill gleaming with dense spiritual radiance. "Take this." She pressed it gently to Chu Zihan's lips. The pill melted the instant it touched her tongue, dissolving into streams of pure vitality. Wounds that had been gaping only breaths before began to knit together. Bleeding slowed, and the pallor of her face warmed with returning color. A weak cough escaped her, followed by a strained breath. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open. "I lost," Chu Zihan whispered, voice hoarse. The weight of that truth pressed against her chest heavier than any wound. The only thing that made her better was that Bai Zihan was not here to see her pitiful state. Previously, she was a bit sad, but now she felt relieved. Bai Shuijing's jaw tightened, but she didn't answer. She only clasped Chu Zihan's hand firmly, a silent promise that her efforts had not been meaningless. Her eyes lifted and met Ni Fengzhu's. He stood at the opposite end of the stage, his aura still rolling with the aftershocks of his unleashed power. His black sword dripping faint traces of energy like a predator that had just tasted blood. Their gazes locked. The air between them tightened, the crowd sensing it instantly. This was it, the final battle, Wei Qing vs. Ni Fengzhu. The clash that would decide the Dragon and Phoenix champion, also where their grudge would be settled once and for all. Chapter 272 Heavenly Poison Scripture in the Bai clan. Bai Zihan was busy and was unable to attend the Dragon and Phoenix competition, though he already knew how it might go. Instead, these days were all spent on training Jin Yulan, or rather stabilizing her yin. First of all, there was ample treasure containing yang energy in the Bai clan, and Bai Zihan had full access to it. With the contribution of giving a saint-grade artifact to the clan, he could use whatever he wanted, however he wished. Not to mention, while precious and expensive to others, those items weren't necessarily that valuable to the Bai clan. Jin Yelin, who was almost dying due to a deficiency in yang energy, now had so much of it that she reached the point where she couldn't absorb anymore. Piles of treasures rich in yang essence glowed faintly, their radiance washing over Jin Yeling's as she sat cross-legged. Her breathing steady, her complexion no longer pale and sickly as before. Once on the verge of death from her yin poison affliction, she now looked like a reborn lotus, delicate yet thriving, brimming with suppressed vitality. Bai Zihan stood nearby, arms folded, quietly observing. The transformation in only a few short days was drastic, yet he knew this was only the beginning. It was then that the calm, ancient voice of the immortal emperor's soul echoed within his mind. She has reached the threshold. The yang treasures have stabilized her condition, and the rampaging poison no longer erodes her meridians. She should be able to learn the technique now. However, the voice deepened, carrying a note of warning. You must be cautious. Such methods stir the very roots of life and death within her body. Even the slightest deviation could cause a violent backlash. Be ready to intervene at any moment. Bai Zihan's gaze sharpened, and he gave a slight nod. Understood. Stepping forward, he knelt before Jin Yulin. His eyes softened slightly, but his voice carried weight. Jin Yulin, he began, your condition has improved greatly, but the poison within you still lingers. If left unchecked, it will erupt again sooner or later. Her bright eyes lifted calm yet unwavering as they met his. That is why, Bai Zihan continued, I am going to teach you a technique, one that can harmonize with the poison inside your body. With it, you'll be able to live without fear, and perhaps even turn this curse into your strength. Her breath quickened faintly, but her gaze did not waver. However, Bai Zihan's tone grew serious. This will not be easy. The technique will test your endurance and your will. You must be prepared. Jin Yulin's lips pressed into a firm line. She straightened her back, her voice steady though her heart pounded. She nodded, a faint smile tugged at Bai Zihan's lips. He reached out, gently resting a hand atop her head, a rare gesture of reassurance. Bai Zihan withdrew his hand, his gaze steady, his presence calm as still water. Close your eyes, he immortal emperor instructed softly. Empty your thoughts, I will guide you through the technique. Jin Yulin obeyed, her long lashes trembling slightly before falling shut. Her breath steadied, her mind focusing steady. Bai Zihan placed a hand above her back, his chi flowing in delicate threads. This technique, Bai Zihan said, his voice low and resonant, is called the Heavenly Poison Scripture. It will not eradicate your poison, but once mastered, it will allow you to coexist with it, and perhaps command it. This. As he spoke, she sank slowly into Jin Yulin's body, intertwining with her meridians. Her face contorted slightly as the yin poison recute, rising like a venomous beast, suddenly shackled. Her breath hit low groan escaped her lips, but she did not collapse. A low groan escaped her lips, but she did not collapse. She gritted her teeth, enduring. That's it, Bai Zihan Phililian encouraged, his voice steady as a mountain. Do not resist with force, guide it, contain it. Bit by bit, under his direction, Jin Yulin's aura stabilized. The black poison that once leaked uncontrollably through her meridians began to shrink inward, compressed by the coiling yang seals that Bai Zihan had planted. Her body trembled violently, sweat soaking her robes, but she endured. Minutes passed like hours, wet soaking her robes, but she endured. At last, her aura calmed. Her complexion was flushed but healthy, her breathing smooth. A faint glow lingered in her meridians, proof that the heavenly poison scripture was taking root. It worked, she whispered, her eyes fluttering open with tears of relief. Bai Zihan gave a faint nod, lips curving into the bear's smile. Well done. But before he could finish, a sharp pulse erupted from deep within her dantian. Jin Yulin gasped, her body convulsing. The seals he had laid shuddered violently, cracking as an overwhelming surge of yin poison suddenly bared its fangs, lashing out like a flood. Her lips turned blue, veins blackening across her skin as the poison threatened to explode outward. Not good, Philian exclaimed, realizing that the poison inside Jin Yulin was imploding. Who could have thought that such an amount of poison was suppressed in her body? I greatly underestimated the heavenly poison body, she explained further. Bai Zihan, get away or you will be engulfed by it, the immortal emperor warned, Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed, his expression unchanging even as his hand shot forward, pressing against her back. His chi surged like a tide, weaving into her collapsing meridians. The immortal emperor's soul roared within his mind, reckless. The poison of the heavenly poison body is not something one can touch. To absorb even a trace is to court certain death. But Bai Zihan did not hesitate. Not to mention, if it was truly life-threatening, he could always buy the antidote from the system store, though ridiculously expensive. Moreover, he didn't believe any poison could affect his body, which had already been refined multiple times through the primordial chaos body refinement technique. The black venomous mist that leaked from her veins was sucked into him, disappearing instantly without leaving a trace. And, as expected, while slight discomfort, there wasn't any significant change in his body. Like instead of poison engulfing him, it was the other way around. Jin Yulin's trembling slowed, the dark veins receded, her complexion returning to normal as she slumped weakly forward, gasping for breath. Inside Bai Zihan's body, the poison should have rampaged, melting meridians, shattering organs, corroding his soul. But instead, it was as if a stone had been dropped into the boundless sea of his primordial chaos body. No ripple appeared, no harm was done. The immortal emperor's soul fell silent for a long moment. Then his voice echoed, heavy with disbelief. Impossible! That was the venom of the heavenly poison body, one of the deadliest under the heavens. And you? Bai Zihan stood there calmly, his hand withdrawing as if nothing had occurred. You took it as though it were nothing had occurred. You took it as though it were nothing. His gaze lowered to Jin Yulin, who looked up at him with trembling eyes, half terrified, half in awe. Brother Zihan, her voice was barely a whisper. You saved me again. Bai Zihan said nothing. His eyes were calm, deep as an Zen said nothing. His eyes were calm, deep as an abyss, as though devouring all storms without trace. The immortal emperor's soul, however, stirred uneasily. Just what kind of physique do you possess? Even poison from heavenly yin body isn't able to do anything. Staying with Bai Zihan, it was one shock after another. Perhaps the amount of time she was surprised by Bai Zihan exceed all of the shocks she had received when she was still alive. The rest of the days were Jin Yulin, now practicing the technique taught and trying to control her power. And Bai Zihan, he received the news about the result of the semi-final, and as expected, it was Ni Fengzhuo and Bai Shuihing who made it through. No surprise, the days that followed settled into a steady rhythm. Jin Yulin remained within the cultivation chamber, practicing the heavenly poison scripture, guiding her venomous chi under Bai Zihan's earlier instruction. Though progress was slow and demanding, her once fragile body now held a newfound vitality. Her complexion grew clearer, her aura steadier, and with each passing day, the shadow of death that had once clung to her diminished further. Bai Zihan, meanwhile, quietly observed her diligence while also tending to his own cultivation. One morning, after ensuring that her meridians were stable, he rose to his feet. Jin Yulin, his voice was calm, carrying no room for argument. Continue practicing the technique I taught you. Jin Yulin opened her eyes, her breathing still slightly uneven from her session. She hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, her tone carrying a faint trace of worry. Brother Zihan, are you going somewhere? Bai Zihan paused, then gave a small nod. The finals of the Dragon and Phoenix competition are about to begin. It will be held in the imperial capital. I will be going to watch. The news instantly lit up Jin Yulin's eyes. Her pale face seemed to glow with a hint of liveliness as she leaned forward eagerly. Then let me go with you. She blurted out, her voice brighter than he had ever heard it. No, you should remain here and practice the heavenly poison scripture. Your progress is still at its most fragile stage. A single mistake could undo days of effort. Jin Yulin pouted faintly, but her determination did not falter. I've been working tirelessly these past few days, she argued gently, her tone carrying both firmness and a hint of pleading. A little break won't harm me. Pretty please, Brother Zihan. Bai Zihan regarded her in silence for a long moment. Finally, he exhaled lightly, a faint trace of amusement flickering across his lips. Bai Zihan finally nodded. Very well. Yes. Yin Yulin's eyes shone, her earlier fatigue replaced by excitement. Chapter 25Z3. A beauty beside Bai Zihan. The imperial capital was ablaze with anticipation. For days, the Dragon and Phoenix competition had dominated every conversation, from the lofty halls of aristocrats to the noisy stalls of commoners. But now, as the finals drew near, the city's very air seemed to hum with restless energy. Crimson banners embroidered with dragons and phoenixes fluttered proudly along the main avenues. Lanterns of gold and jade lined the streets, their light shimmering against the towering jade walls of the arena. Merchants shouted about limited talismans and keepsakes, miniature effigies of phoenixes, jade carvings of dragons of phoenixes, jade carvings of dragons, even painted scrolls depicting the competitors' likenesses. Everywhere, one question lingered on lips and in hearts: Mi Feng Zhuo vs. Bai Shui King. The former fiancé one severed, Mi Feng Zhuo vs. Bai Shui. He, once mocked as a cripple, scorned as a waste, only to rise again from ashes, seizing glory with unyielding brilliance. Bai Fueqing, the #1 genius who proved herself again and again. Will she once more prove that her decision was right, or would Ni Fengzhuo get his well-deserved revenge? They would soon find out. The Dragon and Phoenix Arena blazed with light. Tens of thousands filled its tiered seats, from nobles in embroidered robes to wandering cultivators clad in dusty cloaks, their voices a roaring tide that shook the air. This was no ordinary duel. This was the final. The air itself seemed sharper, charged with spiritual energy as cultivators and mortals alike leaned forward in anticipation. They knew that today, history would be carved before their eyes. On the central stage, layers of formation arrays shimmered faintly, ready to contain a battle that might otherwise devastate the audience. Above, golden phoenix banners and azure dragon standards danced in the wind, snapping crisply as though heralding the clash to come. Within the waiting chamber, Bai Xueqing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed in meditation. Xu Zihan stood beside her, arms folded. She still wasn't fully recovered after her fight with Ni Fengzhuo, but walking around was no problem for her. She was there, talking with Bai Xueqing, encouraging and cheering for her. Just then, a sudden stir spread through the crowd above like the ripple of a stone thrown into a lake. Look, Bai Zihan. He came back, thought he ran away. In an instant, all eyes shifted. From the eastern entrance, a figure strode into the arena with steady steps. Bai Zihan. He came back, thought he ran away. In an instant, all eyes shifted. From the eastern entrance, a figure strode into the arena with steady steps. His presence alone was enough to cause a commotion, whether it was the good kind or the bad kind. And, beside him, a young woman, her face pale yet radiant, her presence delicate like a lotus blooming after a storm. Her hand was gently clasped within Bai Zihan's, her gaze shy but bright. Jin Yulin was a peerless beauty, just like Bai Xueqing. Immortal Emperor Filian had explained, having a heavenly body also meant having the perfect body, hence why Bai Xueqing was a perfect beauty. Jin Yulin had been sick, but after recovering, she could rival the beauty of Bai Xueqing. That trash must still be hiding in the Bai clan. The elder of the Azure Sun Holy Sect muttered. Then what should we do? The disciple asked. Wait, there are too many eyes here. After the competition is over, we will go and talk with Bai Zihan, he said. If he surrenders Yunyanen's hand and his sister without trouble, all will be well. If not, we'll make him regret it. The crowd was still discussing Bai Zihan and the beauty that appeared beside him. Shock turned into heated whispers, then into open speculation. Some said it was arrogance, some called it betrayal. But no matter the opinion, the sight was undeniable. Bai Zihan, appearing in broad daylight, holding hands with a girl who clearly was not Xu Zihan. The murmurs grew so loud that even Bai Xueqing, sitting within the waiting chamber, turned her head. What is he doing? Murmurs grew so loud that even Bai Xueqing, sitting within the wondered. Oh, she thought, her gaze shifting to Xu Zihan. Xu Zihan's expression was one of surprise, her eyes locked on Bai Zihan and Jin Yulin's joined hands. Zianer, there must be a reason. Bai Xueqing tried to console her friend and perhaps make an excuse for Bai Zihan. There is no need to worry. Anyway, our engagement is just for convenience's sake, and I already told Bai Zihan that he can have any mistress he wants. I don't care about it. Xu Zian said, trying to reassure both herself and Bai Xueqing, but you don't look like you don't care. Bai Xueqing would have gone and given Bai Zihan an earful if not for the fact that she needed to prepare for her fight. But after this competition, she vowed to help her best friend get an explanation, or she would not let it go. Chapter 274, Dragon and Phoenix Competitions Final. While still discussing Jin Yulin, the attention soon shifted to the main event, the Dragon and Phoenix Competition Final. The thunderous murmur of the crowd rose to a fever pitch as Yan Minglin, in golden ceremonial robes, stepped onto the center of the stage. His voice boomed across the Colosseum like the roll of thunder. Honored guests, mighty cultivators, and citizens of the Empire today, you shall witness the pinnacle of this generation's genius. His words ignited another wave of cheers. Drums thundered in the distance, accompanied by the long cry of a ceremonial horn. The arena itself seemed to tremble under the weight of expectation. The Dragon and Phoenix competition has been fierce. Yan Minglin continued, his voice carrying with practiced cadence. From 128 contenders, to sweat and blood, to endless battles of skill, endurance, and willpower, only 2 remain. He paused, letting the silence stretch, before lifting a hand high. 2 names that have shaken the world, 2 geniuses whose fates were once intertwined yet now stand as rivals destined to clash. The crowd roared so loudly it seemed the heavens themselves might split. First, with unmatched ferocity, defeating every opponent placed before him. Ni Feng Jacques, Fring Dong, Li Feng. Ni Feng Zhou's robes of black and crimson flowed behind him like a storm wind. His sharp eyes gleamed with a cold fire, every step steady, unshakable. A powerful aura pressed outward from him, domineering, fierce, suffused with the unyielding intent of one who had endured humiliation and clawed back his pride. Despite that, there were still signs of injuries that he had sustained from the fight with Bai Zihan. Not to mention that he had used heaven-rending breakthrough, whose side effects wouldn't just be erased after only 3 days of rest and a few pills, but still, he seemed ready to fight. The audience erupted in cheers and chants of his name, though mixed within were jeers and whispers of doubt, but Ni Fengzhuo's face betrayed no emotion. His gaze was locked solely upon the stage. And facing him, the announcer's voice cut through the roar, rising higher still. She, the daughter of destiny, the one who held the title of #1 genius for so many years, will she prove it once and for all? With talent unmatched, strength undeniable, and will indomitable, she stands here once more. Bai Xueqing. Bai Xueqing emerged, her walk calm and composed without much emotion on her face. The audience rose to their feet, their shouts deafening. Many cried her name, others bowed in reverence, and more still whisper with awe. This was the true phoenix of their generation. The announcer's voice thundered once more, raising both arms high as though presenting the heavens chosen. Ni Fengzhuo, Bai Xueqing, 2 fated rivals, 2 unparalleled geniuses. But today, only one shall ascend the peak, only one shall stand as the undisputed #1 beneath the heavens. The final declaration echoed like a war drum, reverberating through every chest. The Colosseum shook with the collective roar of tens of thousands. Let the final of Dragon and Phoenix begin. The thunder of the crowd faded into a distant hum. On the vast stage, amid banners and blazing light, the world shrank until there were only 2 figures, Ni Fengzhuo and Bai Xueqing, their eyes locked. One gaze was cold, sharp, and heavy with years of humiliation. The other was calm, proud, yet with a flicker of something deeper. Ni Fengzhuo's lips curved into a thin smile, but it held no warmth. His voice was low, cutting across the stage, though thin smile, but it held no warmth. His voice was low, cutting across the stage, though throared around them. Tell me, Bai Xueqing, am I still the same trash you thought I was 2 years ago? The words struck like a blade, heavy with bitterness, but steadied by his unyielding pride. Bai Xueqing did not flinch. You've proven yourself, she said softly, her voice carrying not only across the stage but into the ears of every listener. I was wrong to look down on you. For that, Ni Fengzhuo, I apologize. The crowd stirred, many shocked that the ever-arrogant Bai Xueqing would ever apologize. The crowd stirred, many shocked that the ever-arrogant Bai Xueqing would ever apologize. But she did not lower her head. Instead, her voice grew firmer, her aura burning brighter as golden flames coiled faintly around her frame. Yet what I did, I would still do again. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes narrowed, but he did not interrupt. I will not be shackled by an engagement, by a promise made by others. Bai Xueqing continued, every word crisp and resolute. Naive as I was, perhaps reckless, but it was my choice. What I desire, I will pursue, no matter the consequence. Her words were not cruel, but neither were they soft. They were simply her truth, unyielding as she was. The air between them grew heavy, charged with the weight of past and present. Ni Fengzhuo's smile widened, but the fire in his eyes burned fiercer than ever. Ni Fengzhuo's eyes gleamed, cold and piercing, yet there was a hint of a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Indeed. He began, his voice low but carrying across the arena like a blade through silk. You do not care about consequences, Bai Xueqing. You speak of desire, of pursuing what you wish, yet it is not you who had to bear the burden of your choices. A hush fell over the crowd. Even the air itself seemed to hold its breath. It was I, Ni Fengzhuo, and the Ni clan who suffered because of your naivety, your ignorance of what the world demands. The words hang, sharp as poisoned needles. But, his tone shifted slightly, softer, yet laced with the same unwavering pride. I do not expect you to understand, nor am I here seeking your understanding. I am here to prove to the world, once and for all, that I, Ni Fengzhuo, am no longer the trash it once scoffed at. His gaze locked onto Bai Zihan, unwavering, unflinching. Perhaps I should thank you as well. For it is only because of you that I learned the harsh reality of the world, and because of that, I stand here today on this stage. Ni Fengzhuo's aura flared outward, sharp and commanding, coiling like a black dragon ready to strike. He gave a small, final nod, his eyes glinting with equal measures of challenge and amusement. Well, enough reminiscing, he said, his voice rising to cut through the tension like a war horn. Let us see WAP is stronger. Let's us fight. The Colosseum erupted into a deafening roar, tens of thousands of voices surging like a storm. The two stood tall, their auras beginning to surge, dragon and phoenix colliding before the battle even began. Chapter 275, Ni Fengzhu vs. Bai Zihan. The world narrowed to the stage. Ni Fengzhu's blade roared free of its sheath. Ni Fengzhuo's blade roared free of its sheath. Black crimson light coursing along the edge like a river of molten steel. His stance was heavy, unyielding. The very ground beneath his feet cracked as his aura surged. 9 desolations, tyrant's sword. Each swing was absolute, domineering, a strike that sought to crush all resistance. His first slash cleaved across the arena, a violent arc of sword light that tore through the protective formations like thunder. Bai Zihan's eyes sharpened. In the same breath, her sword gleamed with dazzling clarity, silver light blooming like rippling waves. 9 shadows flowing light sword. Her blade moved, and suddenly there were 9 of her. 9 shadows flowing seamlessly, each one intercepting the overbearing might of Ni Fengzhuo's tyrant sword. The air shimmered with her afterimages, her swordplay elegant and elusive, yet carrying lethal precision. Clang, clang, clang. Steel rang against steel in rapid succession. Sparks sprayed like a storm of meteors as the two swords collided again and again. The audience could barely follow. To the untrained eye, the two figures vanished into storm of sword light, black crimson dominance clashing against flowing silver brilliance. One side pressed forward like an unstoppable avalanche. The other shifted, weaved, and slipped away like moonlight on water, and yet neither broke, neither faltered. Possible, they both reached greater mastery of their techniques. To achieve that at their age, it's something most people spend centuries chasing, yet two who are only around 20 were able to achieve it, showing the vast difference between them and ordinary cultivators. The two flawlessly used their techniques, leaving no gap in trying to overwhelm one another. Ni Fengzhuo's sword came down in a brutal overhead slash so fierce the stage itself cracked under the force. Bai Zihan's form shimmered, vanishing into a trail of light before reappearing at his flank, her sword slicing with pinpoint accuracy. But he twisted, his blade sweeping with ruthless force, intercepting her mid-strike. Their swords met, locked, sparks hissing between the clashing edges. Clang. With a cry, they both broke apart, then in the next instant, surged forward again, blades flashing with killing intent. Every clash resounded like thunder. Every exchange was life and death. They weren't sparring. They weren't sparring. They weren't testing. They were fighting as if the only path forward was to cut the other down. She is powerful, Ni Fengzhuo thought, though he already knew it, but fighting her, he once again realized who he was facing. I guess the title of #1 genius of the desolate Heaven Empire wasn't just for show, it seems. She was unlike any other opponent he had faced in the competition. It felt like one mistake would cost everything, and it took him everything just to keep up with her. There was also a sense of dread, like there was something Bai Zihan was hiding, something dangerous. Like what she was showing wasn't her full strength. He felt like she had a trump card which might rival his heaven-rending breakthrough. Ni Fengzhuo's breath came rougher with every clash, though his blade never wavered. Yet his body was screaming. A sharp pang tore through his chest, his vision swinning for half a heartbeat. Isk! Moreover, he had yet to fully heal from the injuries he sustained while battling Bai Zihan. It would have been incredibly difficult to win against Bai Zihan in his peak condition, let alone now, when he wasn't even close to peak. Still, he wasn't going to give up. 2 years of humiliation and hard work had all been for this day. The sound escaped between his clenched teeth as he forced his stance steady, hiding the stagger in his step. But in a battle of this level, nothing could be hidden. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed the instant his rhythm faltered. An opening. Her sword shimmered, splitting into flowing streams of silver light. The 9 shadows flowing light, Zord bloomed in full, her movements impossibly fast, weaving 9 phantoms into existence around him. Shh! Steel whistled through the air from every direction. Blades of silver light closed in like a tidal wave, aiming for his vital points with precision honed through endless training. Ni Fengzhuo's aura flared, his sword sweeping outward in a desperate arc, shattering several shadows and a storm of sparks. 9 shadows flowing light. The third form of 9 shadows flowing light sword was unleashed. But even as he struck them down, more flowed seamlessly into their place. The crowd gasped, leaning forward as one. She's pressing him. Ni Fengzhuo made a mistake. Now he is paying for it. Could this be the end? Slash! Slash! Ni Fengzhuo's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding as pain racked his body, but his eyes remained cold, steady. If I falter here, then all I've endured, all I've suffered, will have been for nothing. With a guttural roar, his sword erupted in a sweeping strike, black crimson light exploding outward like a collapsing mountain. The shadows scattered, torn apart in the violent surge, but Bai Zihan had already slipped past the edge of his strike. Her true body slipped past the edge of his strike. Her true body slipped in the violent surge. Her blade was a gleam of silver light, aimed directly at his heart. Ni Fengzhuo's vision sharpened into razor focus as the silver gleam of Bai Zihan's sword pierced toward his heart. Instead of dodging, he thrust his hand forward. Ha 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 ha! Such! Blood splattered as the blade bit into his palm, but his fingers locked around the weapon's edge, stopping it inches from his chest. Got you! With his other hand, his black crimson sword howled downward in a merciless strike, aiming to split her open then and there. But Bai Zihan's reaction was faster. Her eyes flashed coldly as she released her weapon, her figure already slipping back 3 graceful steps. The abandoned sword remained in his grip, trembling with his blood dripping along its edge. Sick! Ni Fengzhu snarled, his strike slashing only through empty air. Before he could even take a breath, Bai Zihan's jade-like hand flickered and another sword glimmered into existence from her storage ring. With her stature, she had quite a backup of swords, each one of quality exceeding that of Earth grade. So no strategy involving taking her weapon away to reduce her power would ever work. Ni Fengzhu's expression darkened, his grip tightening until the veins in his arm bulged. So even this won't work against her. She was too prepared. Too flawless. Flawless. She was prepared. Too flawless. To strip her of a weapon was meaningless, because she had a dozen more. Blood dripped steadily from his palm, sizzling as it landed on the cracked arena floor. His chest rose and fell like a war drum, but his eyes gleamed with madness, with unwillingness. If I stop here, I've already lost, then I might as well bet everything on this. He had already realized that against Bai Zihan, he was weak at least without using his heaven-rending breakthrough. Now all he could do was avoid wasting chi in a losing battle. Instead, it was better to use the heaven-rending breakthrough early and finish the fight as soon as possible. He inhaled deeply, the world trembling around him as his chi surged violently. The black crimson aura wrapped around his blade began to warp, collapsing inward before exploding outward again with a suffocating force. The very air trembled as though the heavens themselves recoiled from what was being summoned. Heaven-rending breakthrough. The words echoed across the battlefield, heavy as thunder. The crowd held their breath. That technique again, the same one he used to crush Zhu Ziyan. Can Bai Zihan withstand this? On the stage, Bai Zihan's expression was calm, but her knuckles whitened against the hilt of her sword. Her robe billowed in the violent wind stirred by his aura, her silver eyes narrowing as she drew her chi inward, steadying her breath. She had already seen this technique being used against Zhu Ziyan. She braced herself, waiting, prepared, but whether she could handle it or not was a whole other story. Chapter 276, Ni Fengzhuo's comeback on Bai Zihan's side. He watched with calmness while Jin Yuelin excitedly cheered for the 2 participants fighting. After learning that Bai Zihan was Bai Zihan's sister, she naturally cheered more for Bai Zihan. With her cultivation and current strength, it was enough for her to enjoy the battle unlike weaker cultivators, who needed a more powerful expert to explain what was going on. At their full speed, to weaker cultivator, it looks like they are disappearing and appearing again on the stage. At first, Bai Zihan thought it would be a long, boring fight, with Ni Fengzhu shocking the people again and again before finally taking the win. But it wasn't as simple as he thought. First of all, his sister was easily dominating the fight. Of course, to most eyes, they seemed equal. But if one looked closer, they would notice that Bai Zihan wasn't even struggling much. While Ni Fengzhuo's form wasn't exactly the best, did he get injured? Bai Zihan was instantly able to identify the problem with Ni Fengzhuo being a bit off in today's fight. Because he wasn't there when Ni Fengzhuo fought with Zhu Ziyan, he didn't know the details, but he was able to conclude it once he thought about it. Zhu Zihan, his fiancée, at least in name, must have done it. He didn't dare underestimate her. Very talented, he must have done it. He didn't dare underestimate her. Very talented, he must have done it. Very scary as well, since he had experienced that personally. but even then, he wouldn't have imagined that she would become strong enough to severely injure a 4-star Heaven's Chosen One, though she still lost, as he had expected. And while things were disadvantageous to Nifengzhou, Bai Zihan thought he would soon change that as well. And he did. With heaven-rending breakthrough, which boosted his cultivation and strength, a classic protagonist skill, it seemed like the battle was turning in his favor. Though one thing did worry Bai Zihan, looks like he has already shown off this move previously. With the audience discussing it, he heard that Nifengzhou had used it once already against Chu Ziyan. A trump card should normally be unknown. Well, in most cases for the protagonist. But of course, a strong skill would remain strong, and it should be enough. Well, at least Bai Zihan thought so. The arena quaked as Nifengzhou's qi surged to its peak. Black crimson light coiled around him like living flame, his presence expanding until it felt as though a mountain had descended upon the stage. His sword trembled, not from weakness, but from the violent power pouring into it, eager to be unleashed. Then he moved. The world seemed to blur. His strike descended like the heavens themselves, splitting apart. Boom! The stage cracked under the sheer force, shards of stone erupting into the air. Bai Xueqing darted aside, her figure flickering with 9 shadows, but even as she evaded, her afterimages were obliterated one by one, erased by the suffocating might of his blade. Her silver sword rang out desperately as she intercepted his next swing. Slang! But the shockwave blasted her back several steps, the veins in her arms screaming from the force. Nifengzhou pressed forward, his eyes cold, his movements precise. There was no arrogance, no reckless surge of confidence in his blows. Every strike carried intent measured, merciless, leaving not a single opening. For many who suddenly gain strength like Nifengzhou, they tends to become more careless and drunk on power, but it wasn't the case for Nifengzhou. He was still calm and cautious despite the increase in his strength. After a while, it was no longer a contest of equals. Bai Xueqing's breath quickened. Her afterimages flickered and reformed, her footwork gliding with grace, yet every defense was shaken, every counter broken apart before it could bloom. The difference was suffocating. This power, it isn't just a small increase, it wasn't the same Nifengzhou she had fought moments ago. This was as if she were facing a cultivator of an entirely higher realm, someone who had stepped beyond soul formation and crushed her beneath the sheer weight of their cultivation. Her sword blurred again, silver light flowing like water, but each time his black crimson blade came down, it was like a tidal weight slamming against a fragile ship. Her fingers trembled around the hilt, her shoulders aching from the endless impacts. Tough. Her eyes narrowed, sweat trailing down her temple. Despite preparing myself, I still wasn't ready for this. Each clash left her arms numb, her chi circulation disrupted by the violence of his aura. It was all she could do to keep up, to slip between the crushing arcs of his sword without being devoured entirely. Yet Nifengzhou gave her no room, no reprieve. His strength, his caution, his cold determination, they closed in from all sides. The audience roared in disbelief. He's overwhelming her. Bai Xueqing, the #1 genius, actually being suppressed. This is insane. Could this end in an upset? No, I bet all of my fortune on Bai Xueqing. The storm raged on, black crimson dominance crashing against silver light, each strike threatening to decide the match. Their blades clashed again, sparks bursting like miniature stars before vanishing into the void of their killing intent. Nifengzhou's eyes narrowed, his breath steady despite the storm raging around them. Each strike carried the weight of mountains, the pressure of rivers flooding their banks, yet even as he pressed her back, a cold thought gnawed at him. This isn't her limit. His voice cut through the roar of steel and shattered stone. Bai Xueqing, he barked, his sword trembling with lethal intent. Stop holding back. Show me your best or else you will be defeated by me. He was thinking about the technique she used to defeat Zhao Chen instantly. His instincts screamed that compared to the flowing elegance of her 9 shadows flowing light sword, that other technique carried a much greater terror. But Bai Xueqing's steps faltered for the briefest of moments. Despite the provocation, she showed no sign of using that technique and wasn't planning to. That illusion, Shui Lianer's mirage, had pierced straight into her heart, the image of her loved ones, swallowed by her power. She had thought she had conquered it. That with her growth, with her strength, she could master it, bend it to her will. But Shui Lianer had torn open that buried wound, planting back the hesitation, the fear. Her voice was low, steady, yet carrying the weight of resolve. I don't need that power to defeat you. Nifengzhou's brow furrowed, his aura flaring with disbelief. Bai Xueqing lifted her sword, silver light dancing across its blade like rippling moonlight. Her stance was unshaken, her gaze firm. I'll show you something stronger. she declared. Something stronger. Bai Zihan didn't believe it was possible. He thought Bai Suiqing was just bluffing. Fine, if she won't reveal it willingly, then I'll force it out of her, Sing Karen. His sword raised high. The black-crimson light condensed along its edge, sharp enough to split heaven and earth. The arena groaned under the pressure, the protective formations flaring desperately as if afraid of what was to come. Then, let's see it, he roared, absolute severance. Word Chapter 277, Unbound Frost, Unseen Terror. The black-crimson arc of absolute severance tore across the stage. The strike was so powerful it seemed to slice not just through stone, but through the very world itself. The protective barrier around the arena wailed like a beast in agony, threads of light trembling, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. The audience collectively forgot to breathe. The stage had been split apart, a jagged scar running its length. Dust and debris clouded the air, swallowing Bai Suiqing's figure entirely. The silence stretched on. What? Did Bai Suiqing lose? She seemed to have been swallowed by the attack. It would be almost impossible to dodge such an attack. Then, step. From within the storm of shattered stone and dissolving a figure emerged. Her robes were unruffled, her silver sword steady in her hand, not a scratch touched body. Suiqing walked forward, each step as serene as a moonlit tide. The audience erupted in disbelief. Against such a powerful attack, how did Bai Suiqing come out unscathed? Did she have something they had yet to see? Ni Fengzhuo's eyes widened, his grip tightened on the sword, the veins along his arm bulging. No, I know she didn't dodge it. That attack, it definitely hit her. Its attack, it definitely hit her. Its rend, enhanced by his heaven-rending breakthrough, was something that could even defeat those in the Spirit Srivam realm. There was no way that it could be easily blocked, and he was certain that Bai Suiqing lacked the power to do so as well. Just how? Then he felt it. It wasn't her aura swelling, it wasn't her shora swelling, it wasn't her shi surging outward. It was something sharper. The experienced cultivator also recognized it at a first glance. This, impossible. At her age, she's grasped. Sword intent. Above the stage, faint arcs of silver light shimmered in the air, thin as threads, yet carrying the sharpness to cut apart the void. Indeed, Bai Suiqing had grasped sword intent, an incredible achievement for someone of her age. No, it was an achievement that one could brag about if one obtained it at any age. She had used second form, Phantom Light Strike, enhanced by her sword intent to cancel out the absolute severance. Sword intent. I can't believe she was hiding something like this. Sword intent to cancel out the absolute severance. Ni Fengzhuo muttered. Indeed, it was something that might just be stronger than the technique she used against Zhao Chen. After all, with this, any strike from the sword was enhanced. Even Du Chongsheng, his master, was surprised. Sword intent. Even Ni Fengzhuo has a long way before he can grasp it. Sword intent. Even Ni Fengzhuo has a long way before he can grasp it. He had seen many geniuses in his life indeed. He had once been called one himself. But upon witnessing Bai Suiqing, he had to admit she was a genius above all others he had encountered. Her sword intent especially was astonishing, a feat said to be attainable only by those who had trained for hundreds of years. If not for her conflict with his disciple, he would have gladly taken her as his disciple. Her potential was simply too vast to ignore. The dust had barely settled when silver light burst forth once more. Bai Suiqing raised her sword, its edge humming softly, no longer just steel, but a vessel for her will, 9 shadows flowing light sword. With sword intent flowing through it, every casual swing carried a weight that could easily end Ni Fengzhuo. Ni Fengzhuo gritted his teeth. His aura surged violently, black crimson flames licking at his body like a tyrant's crown. Sword intent or not, you will lose today. 9 desolations, tyrant sword. His strikes came crashing down once more, the sword cutting in arcs so heavy that the entire stage groaned with each impact. Boom, boom. Bai Suiqing met him head on. Her silver blade moved like light across water, graceful and precise. Each clash rang with a clarity that sent shivers down the spines of every spectator. The faint threads of sword intent shimmered at each collision, dispersing his overwhelming force, neutralizing power that should have been impossible for her to withstand. And yet Ni Fengzhuo's strength remained terrifying. Every time she deflected, her arms trembled slightly from the sheer weight behind his blows. Every time she countered, his relentless pressure forced her back a step. To the audience, the battle once again looked evenly matched, but the experienced ones knew. This balance won't last. Her sword intent, she can wield it endlessly so long as her will holds steady, but his heaven-rending breakthrough its power consumes too much qi. He has to end it before it burns him out. Ni Fengzhuo himself knew it better than anyone. His breathing grew heavier, sweat glistening on his brow. His eyes burned with cold determination, his strikes faster, sharper, more desperate. If I drag this on, I'll lose. No, I must end it now. He roared, his sword glowing with terrifying intensity. His chi raged higher, the black-crimson light condensing into a monstrous blade projection that seemed to swallow the entire sky. Bai Xueqing's silver sword flickered desperately, her after-images scattering across the stage, weaving a dance of moonlit shadows. Yet each time, Ni Fengzhuo's tyrannical blade shattered through them, tearing away her defenses piece by piece. Boom! Her body jolted back, her arms numb, her lips pressed into a thin line. Blood welled at the corner of her mouth. Ni Fengzhuo's sword fell once more, black crimson arc splitting apart even her sword intent. Her blade quivered under the weight, her breathing turned sharp, sweat beaded across her temple as she was driven down to one knee. Her teeth clenched, eyes flashing with icy determination. No, not yet. Her tea surged cold, sharp, unyielding. The air itself froze. A suffocating chill spread across the arena, frost crawling from the cracked jade tiles, sealing them in crystalline ice, each breath of the spectators misted white. Even Ni Fengzhou's black-crimson flames, his thin ice webs crept toward him. Her voice rang clear, steady, and resolute. Glacial heaven seal absolute frost domain, cracked sh, and resolute. Glacial heaven seal absolute frost domain. The stage transformed into a frozen world. A domain of silver-blue light descended, the temperature plummeting until cultivators in the stands shivered despite their protective chi. Every swing of her sword now carried the weight of winter itself, freezing Ni Fengzhu's arcs mid-air, shattering their momentum. For the first time, he staggered back, frost creeping up his legs, his tyrant flames dimming under the overwhelming cold. His eyes widened, caught completely off guard. He could only watch as his body began to freeze, its power far greater than he had ever imagined. For a fleeting moment, it seemed victory was Bai Xueqing. But then, crack, boom, a thunderous roar erupted. Black crimson chi burst outward, flames so violent they shattered the frost binding his body. Ni Fengzhu's veins bulged, his aura skyrocketing to a level even higher than before. His sword shook violently, then roared alive like a beast unleashed. The audience gasped in horror as the frost shattered around him, snow and ice scattering like dust before a storm. What? How was this possible? Wasn't his chi already depleted? How can it be even greater than before? Don't tell me. Was he acting this whole time? Everyone had thought that with Bai Xueqing's powerful technique, the fight would have ended, but Ni Fengzhu comes out with even more power. His chi was darker, heavier, more oppressive than before, like a tyrant breaking through his shackles. Bai Xueqing's eyes widened as her absolute frost domain cracked under the weight of his power. He broke through even this. Ni Fengzhuo's blade rose once more, its edge drenched in world-splitting might. The hope of her victory shattered in an instant. Just then, crack! A terrible sound echoed from within Xueqing's body. Not bone, not steel, something deeper. Crack! A terrible sound echoed from within Sten. Just then, shrack! Her body jolted violently, and a surge of silver-blue chi burst outward in jagged spikes of frost. What's happening? Gasps filled the arena as the absolute frost domain, once a controlled mantle of power, warped and twisted. Instead of flowing in harmony, the ice kiao spiraled chaotically, lashing out like wild beasts. Her veins glowed faintly beneath her skin, streaks of pale light crawling upward like frostbite spreading through glass. Bai Xueqing's hand trembled. Her grip on her sword faltered. Her face went pale. Horror flickered in her eyes as the frost began to claw free from her core, as though her own body had become a prison it refused to remain inside. No, no! Her voice cracked, low and desperate, as her knees buckled under the violent surging Q. Once again she was reminded of the mirage, her power shallowing her loved one. I can't, she muttered through clenched teeth, her voice quivering. The panic tightened her chest, and the more she tried to resist, the more viciously the ice chi raged. The absolute frost domain collapsed inward, imploding toward her dantian. Her meridians screamed in protest, frost erupting in sharp cracks across her skin, blood mixing with icy mist. The cold deepened, sharper and sharper, threatened to consume not just Bai Xueqing, but everything around her. She clutched her chest, her sword arm trembling, her voice cracking like shattering ice. No. No, not this. I won't. I can't. But the more she struggled, the more the frost devoured her. Just then, a familiar voice appeared in her head. Calm down. Chapter 278. When protagonists fall short, Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene unfold. As he thought that Bai Xueqing would lose, she used the technique that she found from ancient ruins. Silver-blue frost surged outward from Bai Xueqing, her absolute frost domain twisting violently as it sought to subdue Ni Fengzhuo. with her heavenly ice body. Naturally, the power behind the ice technique was far stronger than if it was another person using it. Is Ni Fengzhu going to lose? With Bai Xueqing not holding back and using absolute frost domain, it seemed very possible that Ni Fengzhu, the heaven chosen one, would lose. Bai Zihan was very shocked by that. Firstly, Bai Xueqing's strength was stronger than he thought. She was easily better than Ni Fengzhu, and while Ni Fengzhu seemed to have grown stronger, he still fell short. How can a protagonist be weaker than his sworn enemy, that too on the stage where he is finally going to redeem himself? Another thing was, Ni Fengzhu was injured from the previous match. How could that be? As the protagonist, until the final it should have been easy fights, or fights that further elevated his power. But no, he had to sustain injuries which further decreased his chance of winning, and finally, it seemed that is how it's going to be. Did I overestimate Ni Fengzhu just because of his heaven-chosen status? No. His power was more than enough to beat all the previous champions of the Dragon and Phoenix competition easily. It wasn't that he overestimated Ni Fengzhu. It seems like I have greatly underestimated Chu Xian and Bai Xueqing. Normally, it shouldn't have been possible for a side character like Chu Xian and enter a protagonist to the point that his real battle begins with sustained injuries. Additionally, he had also heard about Chu Xian forcing Ni Fengzhu to reveal his trump card Heaven-Rending Breakthrough, and a technique of that level should have side effects that aren't easy to offset. He might still be suffering from those side effects after using it against Chu Xian. So, with so many variables in play, is it possible to change the fate that is already thought to be decided? Sa! He had bet 5 million gold on Ni Fengzhu and thought he would become very rich overnight, but it looked like that wasn't possible. He wasted 5 million for nothing. More than that, he still remembered the bet he made with Bai Xueqing to avoid being nagged. Thinking that a heaven-chosen winning should be inevitable, he didn't care what bet he made. But now, he couldn't help regretting it. Ni Fengzhu was caught in Bai Xueqing's absolute frozen domain, and with his depleted qi, there was no way that Ni Fengzhu could turn this. For a moment, it seemed as if victory might belong to his sister. But then, crack, boom, the black-crimson qi erupted with a force that shattered the ice, scattering shards across the arena like fallen stars. Ni Fengzhu rose from the shattered frost, his blade now radiating an aura even heavier, darker, more oppressive than before. Gasps rippled through the spectators. Impossible. How can he? Was he hiding strength all along? Did he somehow reach the spirit-severing realm? Bai Zihan's lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't need the speculation of the crowd, he already knew. His frown deepened. His eyes flickered to Ni Fengzhu, the aura around him like a tyrant unleashed. The black-crimson flames surged violently, yet the attack patterns retained a precision that spoke not of chaotic power, but of absolute control. His cultivation realm also seemed to have reached the spirit-severing realm, with his qi now almost fully recovered. Du Changsheng must be lending him strength. There was no way that anything he was seeing was possible with Ni Fengzhu himself. His realm also couldn't be hidden. It was clearly Soul Formation realm when system detected, so no way that he was hiding his strength. Tank, take a loss. Bai Zihan said in disappointment. I don't like this. The voice of his immortal Soulfelian stirred beside him, a whisper, tinged with anger. That loser can't even fight on his own, borrowing strength from an old fossil. Pathetic. Bai Zihan was half amused, half exasperated. Calling the soul of Du Changsheng an old fossil was insulting, but she too was the same, and was indirectly insulting herself too. Well, he didn't say anything about that since Felilian seemed furious, so that soul is really helping Ni Fengzhu. Felilian nodded, her eyes staring hard at Ni Fengzhu. Bai Zihan thought that perhaps, like every protagonist, Ni Fengzhu might have a trump card that could surpass his expectations. But no, he was just cheating. Yes, this was cheating. Yes, this was cheating. Yes, this was cheating. Bai Zihan wouldn't have bothered if it was truly a life-and-death situation, and he made use of whatever was at his disposal. But this was a competition, and that too between him and his enemy of a similar age. If he had lost, he should have taken it like a man. But no, he resorted to borrowing strength from another, just in order to win. For Bai Zihan, he lost all respect for Ni Fengzhu. Ni Fengzhu might be heaven-chosen, but with this, Bai Zihan just classified him as an ordinary cultivator with insane luck. He didn't have a good mentality, and for Bai Zihan, his future was limited whether the system called him 4-star graded heaven-chosen one or not. I should just force him to give me the method to resurrect the Dia. Bai Zihan already made a decision. Ni Fengzhu was useless except for his technique to bring back the dead. Bai Zihan, I will go and teach that old fossil a lesson, Filian said. Bai Zihan flicked his hand, not caring about her decision. Well, beating Mi Fengzhou and Du Changsheng at their own game might be a bit satisfying. On the stage, Bai Xueqing seemed to lose control of her power. Chance? Du Changsheng didn't know what was wrong with Bai Xueqing, but I was a golden opportunity to finish the job. Bai Xueqing's knees buckled opportunity to finish the job. Bai Xueqing's knees buckled as jagged ice chi erupted violently from her dantian. Her meridian screamed, blood streaking the corners of her lips as ice cracks crawled up her arms. Her breathing hit fast, shallow, panicked. No, I can't. I can't. The ice surged higher, lashing out like a beast unchained, drowning her in terror, then calmed down. It was a familiar voice, like she had heard the same voice somewhere but couldn't remember it. You. She didn't know what it was, whether an enemy attack or something else, but then realized that the being seemed to have helped calm down the ice chi in her body. Don't be afraid. The voice echoed within her sea of consciousness, vast and immovable. This is your power. By then, her rampaging ice chi had settled down. She still didn't know what was happening, but having helped calm down her ice chi, she did it become wary. And then, before she could even ask a question, now, watch and learn. As the voice said that, it seemed like Bai Xueqing had lost control of her body, which made her cautious again. However, after the exhaustion from the fight and fear of her ice chi going out of control, she couldn't even contest or resist Filian's forceful takeover. Let me show you the full extent of your heavenly ice body. Chapter 279, or for Immortal Emperor Filian versus Supreme or Mortal Duo, Ni Fengshoku, or rather, Du Changsheng stepped forward in a blur. The black-crimson sword screamed, cleaving apart the air as though it were parchment. He felt it, the still lingering turbulence of Bai Xueqing's rampaging ice chi. He thought even if it had calmed, it couldn't possibly have settled fully. No cultivator at her stage could suppress such chaos without severe backlash. She's finished. Even if that were the case, could she match his power? While he didn't have access to his supreme immortal strength, he could still exhibit spirit-severing realm power, which he thought was already overkill against a soul formation realm girl. The strike descended. But then, swish! Bai Xueqing's body flowed sideways with impossible grace, her figure sliding out of his blade's path as though the world itself bent to let her pass. The edge missed by the width of a hair, and in that same instant, her silver blue eyes locked onto him. Cold and absolute. Impossible. Du Changsheng couldn't help but say it out loud. He hadn't thought his strike so fast could be dodged so effortlessly, so perfectly. Not to mention the speed required. How is she faster than before? By now, just like Ni Fengzhuo, Bai Xueqing should also have been exhausting all her strength. Yet she moved faster than before. By now, just like Ni Fengzhu, Bai Xue, she moved faster than before. Before he could adjust, her sword flickered. A streak of silver blue light lanced upward. He raised his blade in reflex, slang. The impact numbed his arm, black crimson flames scattering into sparks. Adding on to that was the ice chi, making her strike far more destructive and powerful. The ice power behind her strike wasn't the struggling chaos from before. It was refined, sharpened, domineering. What? From the stands, gasps erupted once more. Her movements, she's faster, no sharper, once more. Her Yufant, sharpened, known. Did her sword intent evolve? Nick Fengzhu is being suppressed. Du Changsheng grit his teeth, pouring his strength into Ni Fengzhu's body. Clang, slash, clang. Each exchange should have been overwhelming. Each strike of his blade should have ended her. Yet every attack missed by a margin too clean, too exact of his blade should have ended her. Yet every attack missed by a margin too clean, too exact. Her sword danced like flowing water, yet every ripple was ice cold and lethal. His crimson flames were doused again and again, smothered before they could spread. Ni Fengzhuo's voice trembled inside his sea of consciousness. Master, how is she still fighting like this? His eyes widened in disbelief as Du Changsheng struggled to match Bai Xueqing's tempo. Every clash jarred his bones. Every deflected strike sent tremors down his arm. It wasn't just her speed, it was her precision, her fearless control of power. Du Changsheng's expression inside the consciousness space was grim. For the first time, he had no immediate answer. He didn't consider the possibility of a soul like him residing within Bai Xueqing. After all, for a soul to survive after death, their soul power needed to be immensely high, which is very rare. Moreover, unlike him, Filian didn't increase Bai Xueqing's chi or cultivation realm. She simply helped control her ice chi and wield it alongside her sword intent, making every move sharper, stronger, and perfect. Bai Xueqing's sword arced downward, a veil frost spreading from the tip, making every move sharper, stronger, and perfect. Each strand of sword intent carried a biting cold, every thread slicing apart Du Changsheng's crimson flames as though fire itself had no right to exist in her domain. The crowd erupted again, half in awe, half in disbelief. She's still only in the soul formation realm. Then why is Nifeng Zhuno even stronger than that being pressed back? This isn't possible. This defies cultivation logic. This fight had been eye-opening for many, and now Bai Xueqing was proving to everyone that the cultivation realm wasn't the only factor that decided a winner. Inside, Du Changsheng could feel the cracks spreading through Nifeng Zhuo's body. His borrowed strength flowed through channels already strained and battered from previous battles. The boy's injuries screamed against him, refusing to cooperate with the power he was forcing through them. Every surge of immortal strength was paid for in blood. Chuck! Du Changsheng's teeth clenched. He was a supreme immortal. To be forced into retreat by a girl not even a century old, barely into her youth, was humiliation beyond words. How could he allow this? No matter the cost, he would not be defeated here. His eyes darkened, black crimson flames swirling violently around him as he began drawing deeper, far deeper than before. The stage trembled, cracks spreading outward as the space itself distorted under the weight of the energy he was summoning. Lose against a soul formation junior, in front of a crowd. Impossible. His pride as a supreme immortal would not allow it. "Girl, you force my hand," Du muttered, raising his blade high as black crimson light roared skyward. The air thickened, the barrier groaned, and cultivators in the stands staggered back under the pressure of the growing storm. A big move was coming, one that could shatter not just Bai Xueqing, but perhaps even the entire stage itself. Du Changsheng roared, his voice reverberating through Nifeng Zhuo's body and out across the arena. Absolute severance, the control, the power was unlike before. It felt like even the protective barrier might not be able to withstand it. The formation masters worked frantically to strengthen the barrier as they braced for the inevitable impact. Yet on the stage, Bai Xueqing's figure stood calm, silver-blue frost swirling like a tranquil storm around her. Her grip tightened on her sword, and her eyes gleamed, not with fear, but with exhilaration. The frost gathered, not in chaos, but in flawless harmony with her sword intent. The blade she raised shimmered with a radiance, both ethereal and terrifying, a technique that was not merely ice nor merely sword, but both, bound together in seamless perfection. Ice-bound severing sword, but both bound together in seamless perfection. The two forces collided. The crowd braced for a cataclysm, shielding their eyes, preparing for the eruption that would destroy the stage. But there was no earth-shattering boom, no clash that shook heaven and earth. The instant Filian's icebound severing sword met Du Changsheng's absolute severance. The black crimson energy froze, not slowed, not resisted, stopped dead in its tracks. Every flame, every shred of killing intent entombed in crystalline ice. In less than a heartbeat, the frozen absolute severance shattered into glittering shards of black crimson ice, scattering like dying embers against the white frost. And Bai Xueqing's sword never stopped. The icebound severing sword flowed onward, still brimming with unstoppable cold. Nifeng Zhu's body stiffened, panic flooding his eyes. Inside, Du Changsheng's consciousness jolted in shock. Impossible. I can't. But it was too late. His immortal pride meant nothing. His power, borrowed to a vessel already cracked and bleeding, couldn't keep up. Nifeng Zhou was left completely open, caught utterly off guard. The silver-blue sword light surged forward, slamming toward his chest with the weight of a glacier and the precision of a perfected blade. The audience's collective cry rose in disbelief and awe. Nifeng Zhou is... Du Changsheng could only watch with his eyes wide, disbelieving, humiliated and immortal soul forced to witness his great absolute severance reduced to ice dust, unable to move, unable to protect his vessel. He tried to resist, but Nifeng Zhou's body was already riddled with injuries, and even if he had the will, it simply refused to cooperate. He had lost. Chapter 280, Settling Old Grudges, Cough minus. Nifeng Zhou spat a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, his aura plummeted like a stone, the overwhelming presence of Du Changsheng retreating back into the depths of his battered consciousness. The once dominating pressure of the spirit-severing realm faded, leaving behind only a broken young man, gasping for breath. Nifeng Zhou had seen everything that had occurred, forcing him to rely on his master's power, and despite that, he had lost. He felt like the whole world was crashing down on him. He, who should have won, was defeated, and that too by his most hated enemy. As he lay on the ground in complete defeat, the crowd erupted. Bai Xueqing has won. Yes, Bai Xueqing has won. Yes, Bai Xueqing has won. Despite Ni Fengzhou's strength, Bai Xueqing has managed to win. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am rich. In the Bai clan's VIP area, the elders couldn't help but celebrate, some finally breathing out in relief. After all, Ni Fengzhou had given them a fright and even almost won against their genius. It would have been too humiliating if Bai Xueqing had lost against Ni Fengzhou. Many had thought it was all over when Bai Xueqing began to lose control of her power, and some were even ready to intervene. However, they were stopped by Bai Zihan, who told him to just watch. They had no choice but to obey their young master's orders. Then, like a miracle, Bai Xueqing managed to control her ice power and even unleashed a never-before-seen ice sword technique. And in the Zhao and Li clan seats, silence reigned. No one dared speak. They had already been humiliated by being eliminated from the top 8. They had only prayed that Bai Xueqing wouldn't win the Dragon and Phoenix competition, as that would further increase her prestige. But alas, their prayers were for naught. Now their bitter enemy had won the Dragon and Phoenix competition, making it known that the Bai clan's genius was superior to the Li and Zhao clans. I hope you learned something from this. Remember, don't be afraid of your powers, Filian said to Bai Xueqing before she left her body. Bai Xueqing gained control over her body. She thought that perhaps the ghost was trying to take over her body, but it seemed like she was mistaken. The ghost was indeed a friend. But who was she and why did she sound familiar? Bai Xueqing muttered in confusion, but no matter how much she thought it over, the answer just didn't come to her. Rather, she looked at Ni Fengzhou who lay on the ground. She didn't know whether she should be happy or not with such a win. She didn't feel like she deserved to win since she herself wasn't the one to fight, but Filian also didn't use anything other than her own power. She was impressed by how much control the soul had over her body and wielded that terrifying power so easily. If I could also do that, then I wouldn't need to worry about my ice chi going out of control, Bai Xueqing thought. Just then, Yan Minglin came to check on Ni Fengzhou and then announced the result. Winner, Bai Xueqing of the Heaven Sword Sect. He announced. The arena erupted like thunder sect. He announced. The arena erupted like thunder jeers. Disbelief, roaring at aught, blended into one deafening wave. Arr! Names echoed, reverberating through the skies. Bai Xueqing, Bai Xueqing, Bai Xueqing. Ni Fengzhou collapsed onto his knees, his eyes wide and unfocused. He had overcome many obstacles. All for the day when he would confront his ex-fiancée and defeat her to prove that she had made a mistake. But here he was, knocked out on the ground like some loser, and proving that her decision to cancel the engagement had been right. He failed when it mattered the most. Now, the world would only remember him as the former fiancé of Bai Xueqing, who lost to her in the final. Cough, cough, damn it, the pain in his body was nothing compared to the wound in his heart. Not only had he tried to cheat to defeat his rival, but he had also failed miserably. A crack had already formed in his Dao heart. A crack had already formed in his Dao heart demon, born in that very instant. Yan Minglan raised his hand, his voice echoing arena, heavy with authority. Grekjard, Bai Xueqing, Bai Yin. And congratulations to the Heaven Sword Sect for claiming the championship of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. After all, while Bai Xueqing was from the Bai clan, she went as the representative of the Heaven Sword Sect and not the Bai clan. Well, the Bai clan didn't mind, as even if the overseer didn't say it, there was no need to tell that Bai Xueqing was from the Bai clan. The crowd roared in response, waves of cheers rolling across the Colosseum. Some shouted in disbelief, some in awe, but none could deny the truth. They had witnessed something extraordinary. In the Heaven Sword Sect's seats, disciples leapt to their feet, cheering with wild excitement. Joy painted their faces, some even weeping tears of pride. They had come under immense pressure this year, facing geniuses from the Bai, Zhao, and Li clans, along with dark horses from other sects. Yet in the end, it was still their sect that stood at the very peak. At the center of their group, Elder Qinglin stood tall, her usually stern face softened by a rare smile. Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she watched Bai Xueqing standing victorious on the stage, her sword still glowing faintly with icy light. Bai Xueqing, Elder Qinglin murmured, pride threading through her calm tone. She has surpassed my expectations. With her being Bai Xueqing had used to win Twitter, and she was also curious about the technique Bai Xueqing had used to win. She had never seen anything like it, but thought that it might be one of the Bai clan's techniques. Moreover, with Chu Ziyan breaking into the top 4 and Bai Xueqing taking the championship itself, this year was truly Heaven Sword Sect's triumph. Both of them were also her disciples a triumph. Both of them were also her disciples a triumph moment for Elder Qinglin. And considering the competition this time was fiercer than ever before, their performance cemented Heaven Sword Sect's standing. Who could dispute their position as the #1 sect of the desolate Heaven Empire now? Indeed, the truth was undeniable. Chu Ziyan had already proven herself with her fierce determination and dazzling battle in the semi-finals. Now Bai Fueqing had carved her name into legend by defeating Ni Fengzhuo in the final. Two Heaven Sword Sect disciples standing tall amongst the greatest geniuses of the empire, one reaching the top 4, the other seizing the championship. It was not just a victory, it was a proclamation of dominance. Xu Ziyan was clapping as well, her face lit with genuine happiness for her best friend's victory. Yet in the back of her mind, a question lingered. Just when? When did she learn such a terrifying technique? Bai Xueqing had never shown the slightest sign of practicing anything like that. But then, everyone had their secrets. Xu Ziyan chose not to dwell on it further. As the cheers continued to shake the Colosseum, Bai Xueqing slowly walked across the frozen stage. Her steps were steady, her figure tall beneath the glow of her still flickering icy aura. Ni Fengzhuo was half kneeling, blood staining the corner of his lips, his face pale as snow. His eyes, once sharp with arrogance, now burned with unwillingness and despair. He raised his head when her shadow fell over him, and for a long moment the two simply stared at each other. Silence spread between them, drowning out the crowd's deafening roars. Bai Xueqing gazed at him, her expression calm, without pride or scorn. After a moment she spoke softly, her voice carrying clearly through the stillness. Ni Fengzhuo, you are strong. I see that now. Before I made a mistake, I looked down on you. Her words stunned him. His pupils trembled, but the unwillingness in his gaze did not fade. Bai Xueqing continued, her tone steady yet sincere. I apologize for that. Today, you showed me your strength. I hope this battle has settled the grudge between us. These were her genuine thoughts. She realized that her decision had been made in the wrong place and at the wrong time. Had she paid more attention, the outcome would have been far better. It dawned on her that it was her own arrogance believing she didn't need to take seriously someone like the Ni clan, or Ni Fengzhuo, who once couldn't even cultivate that had led to enmity between the two. The words were simple, but they cut deeper than any sword. For someone at the peak of victory to lower her pride and acknowledge her defeated rival, it was a gesture no one expected. Ni Fengzhuo's lips trembled. He wanted to roar, to curse, to deny it all despite Bai Xueqing's genuine apology. It should have been him. He believed the one to say those words should have been him, not her. His chest heaved, his unwillingness burning like fire. Yet there was no changing the outcome. Bai Xueqing didn't linger. With those final words, she turned away, leaving him behind. Her figure, bathed in icy radiance, walked calmly off the stage under the thunderous chant of her name. Ni Fengzhuo remained there, unmoving, his fists clenched until his knuckles bled, his heart screaming against reality. Yet all he could do was watch her back recede into the distance. Chapter 281. The Azure Sun Elder's Demand. The thunder of cheers had yet to subside when Yan Minglan, the overseer, raised his hand for silence. Today marks the conclusion of the Dragon and Phoenix competition. His voice boomed, echoing across the Grand Colosseum, a stage where the brightest geniuses of our empire gather to prove themselves. This year's battles were fiercer than ever, and yet Heaven's Sword Sect has once again stood tall at the summit. This is the pride of our empire, and yet Heaven's Sword Sect has once again stood tall at the summit. Polite applause rippled through the stands. Soon after, he bowed slightly toward the imperial dais. Now, I invite His Highness, the First Prince, to give his words and officially close this year's competition. A hush fell over the Colosseum as the First Prince, Yuzidi, clad in flowing golden robes, rose to his feet. Today, we have witnessed not only battles, but the unyielding spirit of our empire's youth. This is the strength that will uphold the future of a desolate heaven empire. I am honored. The crowd listened with reverence, many eyes shining with admiration. But in the Bai clan's seats, Bai Zihan rose to his feet. Time to leave. The elders quickly noticed, panic flickering in their gazes. They knew all too well that leaving in the middle of the imperial prince's speech was considered the height of disrespect. But this is Bai Zihan that they are talking about. Leaving while the prince is giving a speech might be the least disrespectful thing he has done. There were a plethora of more disrespectful things that he had done. The elders exchanged glances but did not move. Bai Zihan leaving might still be fine, but if they followed him then the first prince would definitely see this as giving the imperial family no face. As for Bai Zihan, well, they could always give an explanation and even make up lies to appease the royal family. Two figures, however, did rise and follow after him. Kong Jiankong, ever loyal, ever at Bai Zihan's side, did not hesitate, striding after his young master without sparing a glance back. And trailing behind, her steps small and hesitant, was Jin Yuelin. She couldn't afford to be left behind by Bai Zihan and held his hand as soon as he stood up to leave. As the first prince's voice rang out across the arena, filled with lofty promises and flowery words, Bai Zihan's figure slipped away into the corridors beyond his back, straight, his pace steady, utterly indifferent to the spectacle he left behind. Elder, Bai Zihan is leaving. One of the disciples of Azure Sun Holy Sect immediately informed the elder. Good. He thought that he would never get a chance to deal with Bai Zihan alone, but it seemed like being patient had paid off. Good. He thought that he would never get a chance to deal with Bai Zihan alone, but it seemed like being patient had paid off. You all stay here. I will go and deal with that brat myself, he announced. Just like Bai Clan's elder, he didn't want to show off the image of being disrespectful to the imperial family, but there would be no major backlash as long as it was only him that was leaving, and he can't miss such an opportunity. The further they walked from the Colosseum, the fainter the first prince's voice became, swallowed by the echo of footsteps in the halls. Outside, the roar of the crowd was still faintly audible, the empire celebrating its champions. But here, it felt as though that world was far away, cut off from their steps. Jin Yuelin finally dared to look up at him. His figure was tall and composed, every step deliberate. To her, it felt as though he walked not away from a prince's speech, but toward a path only he could see. You didn't congratulate your sister? She asked softly, almost confusedly. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a faint smile tugged at Bai Zihan's lips, distant, unreadable. She doesn't need my words, her victory is hers alone. If I meet her, who knows what kind of order she would give. He remembered that she had said that she would make him work like a servant, and he didn't dare doubt her words. Better slip away when there's a chance. The three of them moved deeper into the marble halls, light from hanging spirit lanterns casting long shadows on the floor. The festive roar of the Colosseum receded until it was nothing but a dull hum behind them. But suddenly, step, a new presence echoed in the corridor ahead. Heavy, steady, and filled with the oppressive weight of a cultivator's intent, Kong Zan Kuang instantly moved to the side, his hand on his blade, eyes narrowing. Young master, someone's coming. Out of the dimly lit passage emerged an old figure clad in flowing azure robes, his sleeves embroidered with sun-like motifs. His hair was long, white as frost, but his eyes burned with sharp hostility. Azure Sun Holy Sect Elder, Yun Yeln Bai Zihan Bai Zihan Tighter. She must have met the elder before and clearly didn't have a good opinion of him. The elder's lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Bai, please wait. Bai Zihan stopped and looked at him. Who are you? Bai Zihan asked. Well, he did know he was the elder from Azure Sun Holy Sect just from his attire, but still he feigned ignorance. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, posture straight, voice dripping with authority. I am Elder Wujank of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. His tone carried the weight of someone used to commanding obedience. Bai Zihan regarded him with mild interest, already knowing why he must be here. Must be because of Jin Yuanzan and what he knows about sect's illegal practice. Oh, so it is Elder Wu. Then tell me, what does an Elder Wu Biu? Then tell me, what does an elder of Azure Sun Holy Sect want from me? Wu Jun's gaze flicked briefly to Kong Zan Wang, then to the small figure half hidden behind Bai Zihan. Jin Yuelin's face paled as his sharp eyes fell on her, his lips curling into a knowing sneer. I heard rumors that you have taken custody of Jin Yuanzhan. Seeing you leave with his sister only confirms the truth. His voice hardened, commanding and almost threatening. I am here to take her back, and I also want you to hand over Jin Yuanzhan. Jin Yuelin's fingers dug into Bai Zihan's sleeve, her eyes widening in fear. For a moment, silence stretched. Then, Jin Yuelin's fingers dug into Bai Zihan's sleeve, her eyes widening in fear. For a moment, a low chuckle escaped Bai Zihan's lips, sharp and mocking. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking on Ru Zhangkong with open disdain. Take her back, he repeated, as though testing the words, his smile growing colder. Elder Wu, you seem to be under a misunderstanding. He straightened, his eyes glinting like polished steel. Why, he asked, his voice calm yet cutting, should I listen to you? Nah. Chapter 282, The Azure Sun Ultimatum. You have already expelled Jin Yuanzhan, so I don't think there is any need for you to look for him. As for Jin Yuelin, sorry, but you can't decide what she wants for her. With a threatening look, Bai Zihan's commanding voice filled with authority echoed. So I must suggest that Elder Wu mind his own business. There was no need to add much more. Jin Yuanzhan and Jin Yuelin were now with the Bai clan, and Elder Wu for that matter. The Azure Sun Holy Sect should stop thinking about getting them back. Elder Wu gritted his teeth. In terms of eloquence, indeed, there was no debating Bai Zihan. He thought about using Jinyuanzhan, being from the Azure Sun holy sect, to make a point about getting him back, but Bai Zihan already knew about his expulsion. Seeing that he was from a major sect, he also thought that perhaps Bai Zihan would listen to what he said, but it looked like Bai Zihan's rumor wasn't false at all. He didn't even give face to the imperial family, so who was he in comparison? Young Master Bai, although Jinyuanzhan has been expelled, he still has something from our Azure Sun holy sect. We must get it back from him at all cost. Elder Wu tried to reason out. Oh, is that so? Then I will talk with him and send it to Azure Sun holy sect. You don't need to worry too much about that, Bai Zihan said. He already knew that Elder Wu wanted to kill Jinyuanzhan to stop him from telling others about their illegal practices. Elder Wu stood there stunned. He only needed to meet with Jinyuanzhan once and he could end his life. But no matter what, it seemed like Bai Zihan had no plan to let him meet with Jinyuanzhan. Why? He didn't think that Jinyuanzhan had any prior dealings with Bai Zihan or anything. Then, was Bai Zihan just saying that in good faith, or did he know something and was trying to prevent him from meeting with Jinyuanzhan? Young Master Bai, did Jinyuanzhan say something about the Azure Sun holy sect? He asked, trying to verify. Bai Zihan's lips curved faintly, his eyes narrowing in quiet amusement. What he said or didn't say, what does that matter to you? His words were light, almost dismissive, yet each syllable landed like a hammer against Elder Wu's chest. Elder Wu's face darkened, his sharp gaze darted to Jin Yulin, still clutching Bai Zihan's sleeve. Seeing how Bai Zihan treated Jin Yulin well, then it must be because he valued Jin Yulin well. Then it must be because he valued Jinyuanzhan very much. Why? Jinyuanzhan's talent was no longer there, and his cultivation had also declined due to the Sundao stone fragment cracking along his core. If it were before, he would have thought that it must be because they valued him for his talent. But now, there was no talent that Bai Zihan could value from Jinyuanzhan. The only thing that was valuable was the information about the Azure Sun holy sect that he had. So, Jinyuanzhan did speak. Otherwise, why would Bai Zihan guard him so carefully? He came to the conclusion based on his own misunderstanding. Bai Zihan valued Jinyuanzhan because of Jin Yualin, but Elder Wu still arrived at the correct conclusion, that Jinyuanzhan did speak though through misunderstanding. Wu Zhengkong's hands clasped tighter behind his back, his nails biting into his palms. Young Master Bai, he said slowly, voice now low and laced with warning. I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The Azure Sun holy sect does not forgive those who block its path. Bai Zihan tilted his head, his expression still unreadable. Meddle, he repeated softly, almost to himself. Then his smile sharpened. No, Elder Wu, you misunderstand. This is no matter of meddling. Rather, it is you who are meddling in Bai clan's matters. I suggest that you take your own advice. He took a deliberate step forward, his aura flaring ever so slightly subtle, yet enough to press against Elder Wu. Elder Wu was surprised that a youth was able to make him feel pressured. Bai clan doesn't forgive those who try to meddle in their affairs, and if Azure Sun holy sect believes otherwise, his voice grew colder like steel drawn from its sheath. Then perhaps you should test how far your sect's hand can reach. The corridor fell into silence. Elder Wu felt a bead of sweat form at his temple, though his pride forced his expression into a mask of disdain. So arrogant. But his confidence, it isn't false. This boy, this Bai Zihan, is dangerous. He narrowed his eyes, tone turning icy. Young Master Bai, are you declaring war on my Azure Sun holy sect? Bai Zihan only laughed low, derisive, echoing in the marble hall like thunder before a storm. War, he said, his gaze cutting straight through Elder Wu. No, Elder Wu, you're not worth a war. He paused, letting the words sink in, his smile never faltering. Indeed, a war between a sect and a clan was very different from that between clans. A sect doesn't mean that all the members are loyal and dedicated to the sect. Those who didn't want to ruin the relationship with the Bai clan would urge them to come back to their clan. Unlike a clan, those disciples don't have the loyalty to risk their lives for the sect. Moreover, even if that wasn't the case, Azure Sun holy sect would stand no chance if there was a war between them and the Bai clan. Even with the other two top clans together, the Li Jiao clans couldn't win against the Bai clan, not to mention them. However, if Bai Zihan knew about that information, then Elder Wu thought that perhaps the confrontation was inevitable. Elder Wu's gaze hardened, his voice dropping to a growl. Then, hand over Jin Yuelin, and I will let things go. Bai Zihan's reply was immediate, his tone unshakable. No. Elder Wu's arrowed into slits, his patience snapping. You leave me with no choice. In an instant, His chi flared violently, the air rippling under the pressure as his eyes filled with killing intent, locking firmly onto Bai Zihan. Chapter 283. Against Elder Wu. If Bai Zihan knew, Elder Wu thought that Bai Zihan should also be taken care of. He couldn't risk the sex secret being known by others. Elder Wu foolishly thought that by capturing Bai Zihan he could make a deal with the Li Zhao clans and perhaps even use this chance to deal with the Bai clan altogether. With Bai Zihan in hand, threatening the Bai clan or Bai Tianheng would also become possible. And then there was Jin Yuan. By capturing her, he could guarantee that Jin Yuan kept his mouth shut. Thinking foolishly and hastily, Elder Wu convinced himself it made more sense the more he thought about it. His killing intent surged higher, his chi storming through the corridor, as his mind painted victory before the battle had even begun. But across from him, Bai Zihan's eyes gleamed sharp, mocking, as though he could already see the laughable delusion written across Elder Wu's face. Well, not like it is a bad idea. Bai Zihan might have done the same if he were in Elder Wu's position. Jin Yue, go there and stay beside Kong Zanhong for a while. Things are gonna get a bit rowdy. Jin Yuelin nodded and quickly darted away. Although cultivation-wise, Jin Yuelin was stronger, she still wasn't trained or knowledgeable in any technique, which was why Kong Zanhong's protection was still necessary. Elder Wu was not a weak person. As an elder of a major sect, he stood firmly in the void refinement stage, though only at the early realm of that stage. Still, with such cultivation, Elder Wu thought himself significantly stronger than Bai Zihan, who he believed should only be in the soul formation realm. He was already planning his move, one fell swoop, quick and decisive, before others could arrive and disrupt them. His chi coiled around him like a storm ready to break, sharp and suffocating, as his killing intent locked entirely onto Bai Zihan. Arrogant brat, he muttered coldly, you've brought this upon yourself. His palm slowly rose, gathering force, preparing to crush Bai Zihan before the youth could even react. But the moment his intent sharpened, Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed, lips curving into a faint, mocking smile, calm and calculating. Looks like he is going to hold back. After all, Elder Wu wanted to capture him rather than kill. Killing him would only bring more trouble than Elder Wu could handle. So, naturally, against someone he viewed as weaker, Elder Wu was going to hold back. And that was precisely the chance Bai Zihan needed to take advantage of when he was still being underestimated and looked down upon. Whoosh! Elder Wu worked quickly and immediately appeared before Bai Zihan, preparing to immobilize him by breaking his legs. But what he got was a knee strike right up his chin, almost breaking his teeth. Arg! He was stunned and pained by the strike. He didn't know what happened or how Bai Zihan was able to even injure him. One should know with the difference in their cultivation and how refined his body was. Even weapons couldn't put a scratch on him. But here he was, his mouth bleeding profusely. He didn't have the luxury to think as Bai Zihan was just getting started. Using the Eternal Spirit Sword, he immediately began to target Elder Wu's limbs. Just like Elder Wu, Bai Zihan also had no intention of letting him go not after attacking him first. Clang! The Eternal Spirit Sword flashed with blinding brilliance, its edge biting toward Elder Wu's arms. He twisted desperately, his sleeve ripping apart as sparks flew from the clash of swords against chi. Impossible! Elder Wu spat, his face darkening as he countered with a palm strike infused with the weight of a mountain. Bai Zihan did not dodge. He met the blow head-on. Boom! The corridor quaked from the impact, dust and stone spraying everywhere. Yet when the smoke cleared, Elder Wu staggered back a step, while Bai Zihan stood perfectly still, his robe fluttering, his body utterly unscathed. What? Elder Wu's pupils shrank. His technique should have shattered bones, crippled meridians, left this boy broken on the floor. Instead, Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, brushing the dust off his shoulder, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. Is that all, Wu Zhongkong? He said lightly. Ye you are in the spirit-severing realm. Elder Wu's eyes widened at the realization. He, like many others, had previously assumed that Bai Zihan's fame was exaggerated. And to support that assumption, Bai Zihan didn't participate in the most prestigious tournament for young people like him, which clearly meant he was afraid, or so he thought. But with the spirit-severing realm cultivation Bai Zihan revealed, it was clear their assumptions were wrong. With his cultivation, sweeping the tournament would have been child's play. Just what is he? People at his age barely manage to break through to the nascent soul realm, while thousand-year-old geniuses might manage to reach the soul formation realm. But spirit-severing realm, at 18 years of age, that was unheard of. But still, Elder Wu's eyes burned with determination. As a void refinement realm cultivator, even if Bai Zihan was in the spirit-severing realm, he felt confident he could take care of him easily. Elder Wu's face twisted with fury realm, he felt confident he could take care of him easily. Elder Wu's face twisted with fury. Spirit-severing realm or not, you're still beneath me. His chi surged like a tidal wave as he struck, palm winds carrying enough force to tear the corridor apart. Yet Bai Zihan's form blurred, splitting into 9 identical shadows, each one flowing like water, weaving between Elder Wu's attacks. Swish, swish. The 9 shadows flowing light swords of afterimages and mirages, so refined and seamless that even a void refinement cultivator's eyes struggled to follow. Damn it. Elder Wu cursed, his strikes cutting through phantoms, his attacks scattering against empty air. Not a single blow landed. Every time he thought he cornered the real Bai Zihan, his palm pierced a shadow that dissolved into mist. How? He's faster than me. Elder Wu's heart thudded in disbelief. With my cultivation, speed should never be an issue. That movement art, yes, I've seen it before. That Bai Xueqing used it. But hers was nothing like this. This wasn't just the 9 shadows flowing light sword. It was something beyond polish to a state of perfection, wielded with terrifying precision. The shadows swirled around him, each carrying killing intent, each reminding him that his every weakness was laid bare. Sweat prickled his back. Enough of this trickery, Elder Wu roared. His chi flared violently, fire surging from his body like a blazing inferno. With a sweeping gesture, crimson flames erupted outward in a storm, searing through the corridor and scorching everything in sight. Boom! The fire engulfed the shadows, erasing them one after another until only one figure remained, the true Bai Zihan, standing calmly in the middle of the raging flames. Elder Wu's lips curled into a savage grin. Got you. Let's see how you dodge this. He thrust his palm forward, a blazing sphere of destructive fire roaring out like a sun, swallowing Bai Zihan whole. The corridor shook under the heat, walls blackening, stone cracking. The explosion thundered, flames surging violently until nothing could be seen. Elder Wu straightened, his breath heavy, his smirk brimming with cold satisfaction. Hump, so in the end, you only had speed. But then, the flames parted. From within the inferno, a figure stepped out, robe unburnt, skin untouched, his aura calm and steady. Bai Zihan, perfectly unharmed. Elder Wu's eyes went wide, his blood running cold. That was my sect's flame-severing palm. Even a void refinement cultivator should have been reduced to ashes. How is he standing there, as if nothing happened? Bai Zihan brushed a stray ember from his sleeve, his mocking smile returning as his gaze locked onto Elder Wu. All ass. I have endured much hotter flames while refining my body, to the point that I feel as though I am immune to fire. Though he knew that he wasn't immune to fire, but to make him feel the burn, one needs to use a very powerful flame technique. Elder Wu's technique wasn't at that level. Bai Zihan's smile deepened, eyes gleaming like cold stars. My turn? The eternal spirit sword quivered in his grasp, its resonance echoing like the toll of a heavenly bell. Around him, sword intent surged vast, boundless, suffocating. The air itself trembled, as though recognizing a sovereign of blades. Elder Wu's breath hitched, sword intent. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. He heard that Bai Zihan has sword intent but didn't believe it until now. Moreover, it looks much more powerful than Bai Wuqing's. A tide of sharpness swept outward, carving invisible lines into the stone walls, the ceiling, even the air itself. Every strand of chi within several li bent beneath that domineering will, kneeling as though to a ruler. The sword in Bai Zihan's hand gleamed brighter, carrying a chilling resonance that made the corridor feel like the heart of winter. His voice was calm, indifferent, yet it rolled like thunder in Elder Wu's chest. Fate-severing slash. Chapter 294, Flame-devoured fate-severing slash. Bai Zihan still hadn't grasped the full essence of the fate-severing slash, yet even in its incomplete form it was terrifyingly powerful. Other techniques weren't enough to deal with someone in the void refinement stage. Against Elder Wu, only this saint-grade technique could bring results. If even this doesn't work, then I'll be forced to drag it out. Elder Wu roared, his chi exploding outward in a desperate defense. Flames surged, barriers stacked upon one another like towering mountains, a fortress of fire and steel. No sword can break my flame barrier, but the moment steel met flame. Chinning, the inferno split apart like silk before a razor's edge. Layer after layer of defenses collapsed under the weight of a truth they could not resist. What? The fate-severing slash tore through, arsing straight for Elder Wu's throat. His eyes widened, instinct screaming. At the last instant, he twisted, but not fast enough. With a sickening shklukt, his arm shot up, taking the brunt of the strike. Blood sprayed. The sword cleaved clean through flesh and bone, severing his right arm at the elbow. The rest of the slash carved a deep gash across his shoulder, stopping just short of his neck. Urgh! Elder Wu staggered back, face twisted in agony, severed arm tumbling to the ground in a pool of blood. He was alive, but only barely. Elder Wu staggered back, face twisted in agony, his severed arm tumbling to the ground in a pool of blood. If I hadn't sacrificed my arm, my head would have been rolling on the floor. The realization struck like lightning. He thought he was toying with a junior, like an adult amusing himself with a child. But in the blink of an eye, playtime nearly became a tragedy, his tragedy. His knees weakened, sweat pouring down his temples as his pale face twisted with fear and fury. Only now he realized he wasn't the predator, but the prey. He pressed fire against the wound, burning it shut to stop the bleeding. Oh my, you made quite a good decision. Bai Zihan praised with a sarcastic tone. Well, he truly felt it was a good decision. After all, sacrificing his hand could be said to be far better than his life. But of course, now that he lost his hand, there was no possibility of Elder Wu being able to fight back. Elder Wu was already at a disadvantage, and now with his dominant hand severed, he could hardly be called an opponent for Bai Zihan. You stop, Elder Wu said, still trying to exude authority over Bai Zihan. Of course, it didn't work before, and it certainly wouldn't work after he was crippled. Oh yeah. Elder Wu, why are you scared? Aren't you the mighty elder of Azur's Sun Holy Sect? Shouldn't you be teaching me a lesson for being rude? Bai Zihan continued mocking while getting closer and closer to Elder Wu, who was fearfully backing off. Young Master Bai, let us talk this through. I don't want Jinyuan-san and his sister. You can keep them. Elder Wu tried to negotiate. Well, he had no choice, and any sane man could tell that he stood no chance against Bai Zihan. Although it was difficult to accept, he, a Void Refinement Realm cultivator, was no opponent for a Spirit Severing Realm cultivator. That's not for you to decide. Bai Zihan coldly declared. Once he saw someone as an enemy, he tended not to let them go. Well, unless they had some usefulness. As for Elder Wu, while an elder and certainly someone with good information about Azur's Sun Holy Sect, Bai Zihan didn't find him particularly useful. He already had Jinyuan-san, who knew good intel about Azur's Sun Holy Sect, and he didn't need more. If he was to go to war with Azur's Sun Holy Sect, perhaps, but he wasn't interested in it. Moreover, the information about them experimenting on children was already enough for Bai Zihan to socially destroy them and make them public enemy number one if they dared to become his enemy. So, for now, he only considered Elder Wu as his enemy who had tried to capture him. And as his enemy, mercy was the last thing he should expect. Young Master Bai, think carefully. The sect will not stay quiet if you take my life. This old man's life isn't worth making an enemy of the Azur's Sun Holy Sect, is it? Elder Wu tried to reason out with Bai Zihan, but of course, Bai Zihan wasn't easily scared off. If the Azur's Sun Holy Sect thinks that they can win against my Bai clan, then they can be my guest, though I hope that they can make things a bit interesting and not too easy. Bai Zihan said with a mocking tone. Anyone knows who would win between Azur's Sun Holy Sect and Bai clan. Anyone knows who would win between Azur's Sun Holy Sect and Bai clan. Thinking that begging for his life was not going to work, Elder Wu gritted his teeth. Bai Zihan, don't think that you can easily take this old man's life. Elder Wu said, ready to fight with his other hand. Well, try to make this enjoyable if you can. Bai Zihan said as he raised his sword. Slash. The sword whistled through the air, its edge carrying the weight of inevitability. Elder Wu roared, flames bursting from his remaining hand, desperate to conjure another barrier. The blaze surged upward, swallowing the arena in a fiery storm. But Bai Zihan's sword light shredded it apart as if it were paper, scattering embers across the sky. Bang. Bai Zihan's fist followed, slamming into Elder Wu's chest. The impact thundered like a collapsing mountain, ribs snapping under the pressure. Elder Wu spat a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward across the cracked stone floor. Staggering, he tried to rise, flames struggling to gather around his body again. But before he could stabilize, Bai Zihan's shadow loomed over him. Too slow. Boom. A kick sent Elder Wu skidding across the ground, the bones of his legs shattering with a sickening crack. His scream pierced the air raw and ugly, yet he refused to collapse entirely. His left hand trembled as he formed another seal, summoning a blazing phoenix of flame that screeched toward Bai Zihan. But Bai Zihan simply sneered, "Didn't you already learn? Fire means nothing to me." He slashed upward, and the phoenix split in two, scattering into harmless sparks. Elder Wu's eyes widened in despair. Impossible. This boy, he's a monster. Before he could even take another breath, Bai Zihan appeared before him again, sword pressed against his chest. Elder Wu, I thought you were going to make things difficult for me, but at the moment, it is almost like you are begging me to take your life. Bang! The sword pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Elder Wu howled, thrashing helplessly, blood pouring in torrents. Bai Zihan, let's talk. Bai Zihan leaned in, eyes cold, voice laced with mockery. There is nothing left for us to discuss. Goodbye. Chapter 285, Elder Wu's almost unrecognizable. The air split with streaks of light. Shua, Shua, Shua! Beggars descended one after another, their robes embroidered with the golden sun emblem that marked their sect. The first prince had finally finished his speech, and the competition had officially come to an end. They immediately made their move, rushing through the crowd to warn Elder Wu about the end of competition and arrival of people. Elder Wu had already given them directions as to where he was, but communication was cut off soon after, which confused them. They soon arrived at the location and saw Bai Zihan, confirming they were in the right place. Their eyes locked onto the scene before them. At the center of the cracked and blood-stained ground stood Bai Zihan, calm and composed, sword in hand. At his feet lay an old man, beaten so badly that his face was a swollen mess of blood and bruises, one arm missing, his robe shredded into tatters. His body twitched faintly, pinned down by a blade through the shoulder. They thought Bai Zihan was beating up some poor old man who had perhaps angered him after being handled by Elder Wu. Poor thing, they thought. But where was Elder Wu? One of the senior disciples, a spiriting realm cultivator, stepped forward, glancing sideways. A spirit realm cultivator stepped forward, glancing sideways. Young Master Bai, do you know where Elder Wu is? He asked politely, thinking that Jin Yuelin wasn't with him. Kong Zhang Hong Tong Tong took her away when Bai Zihan started to torture Elder Wu. He thought that Elder Wu must have succeeded to convince Bai Zihan to hand over Jin Yuelin and even Jin Yuanzhan. Bai Zihan calmly looked up and down at the old man. Here, he pointed at the old man, bruised from head to toe, bloodied all over his body. The senior disciple tilted his head in confusion. Am I being teased? Young Master Bai, please stop joking and tell us where Elder Wu went. His voice was stern this time. He had already been polite, yet Bai Zihan seemed to be joking with him. But Bai Zihan showed no sign apart from glancing at the old man under his feet. Wait, one disciple muttered, disbelief thick in his voice. Is that Elder Wu? Only then did they, including the senior disciple, look seriously at the old man, beaten badly under Bai Zihan's feet. While his clothes were almost tattered, they were unmistakably the robes of an elder of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. Impossible. It couldn't be. The mighty Elder Wu of the Azure Sun Holy Sect reduced to this pathetic, broken state. The senior disciple thought. He glanced at Bai Zihan again, only to see him smirking. They looked from the mangled body to Bai Zihan, then back again. You, brat, where's Elder Wu? He asked angrily. Bai Zihan's lips curved into a small mocking smile. Where is Elder Wu? He repeated mockingly. Then he glanced down at the bloodied figure at his feet, nudging him with the tip of his sword. I already said, you're looking at him. The words fell like a hammer. Shock rippled through the Azure Sun cultivators, their faces pale as their gazes darted again to the unrecognizable old man groaning on the ground. This thing was Elder Wu. He was almost unrecognizable. And how could he have ended up in this state against a junior like them? There was no way, right? Ah, save me. Elder Wu managed to mutter a word in desperation. He was, for the first time, relieved to see these disciples of his. Elder Wu. The voice was unmistakable. Several disciples stepped forward, their faces dark, fury burning in their eyes. Young Master Bai, how dare you treat our elder this way? One shouted, pointing an accusing finger. Do you plan to provoke the Azure Sun Holy Sect? Do you think there will be no consequences for this insult? They edged closer, righteous indignation rolling off them, but none dared attack immediately. The sight of Elder Wu's ruined body pressed caution into their bones. The smarter disciples at the back did not move. Instead, their expressions twisted into horror as cold realization crept into their hearts. If Elder Wu Void Refinement Realm Cultivator was reduced to this state, then who could have done it? Their gazes flickered to Bai Zihan. Either Bai Zihan himself or someone even scarier had stood with him. In both cases, the truth was terrifying, though they wanted to believe it was the latter. Cold sweat ran down their backs. The senior disciple, in the spirit-severing realm, clenched his fists. His heart pounded as the weight of responsibility pressed down on him. Everyone looked to him to decide whether they should strike, retreat, or negotiate. He looked at Elder Wu again, broking and begging, his once majestic presence gone. Then his gaze lifted to Bai Zihan, calm, composed and smiling mockingly, as if daring them to take a single step forward. The senior disciple's jaw tightened. His mind raced. If I move recklessly, Will All Might end up like Elder Wu. He surely has a helper hidden somewhere. But if I back down too easily, it will bring shame to the sect. He exhaled slowly, the weight of the decision hanging in the air. Enough. His voice rang cold, silencing both the furious and the fearful disciples. He narrowed his eyes at Bai Zihan, trying to sound steady even as unease gnawed at him. Young Master Bai, please remove your feet from Elder Wu's body and return him. I will take it as though nothing happened. The senior disciple made a wise decision, neither too overbearing nor cowardly. For now, his priority was retrieving Elder Wu. Only then might they gain enough knowledge to act further. Since there was no one else in the vicinity, they assumed Bai Zihan's helper had already left. In any case, the mission had failed, but they couldn't make it worse than it already was. And what makes you think I'll listen? Bai Zihan asked. It seemed the Azur Sun Holy Sect had a habit of thinking they were big shots of the desolate Heaven Empire, even before someone of higher status. It was Elder Wu, and now his disciple, truly showing that they were cut from the same cloth. Chapter 286. The Guard Captain's Dilemma. Senior brother, we can't let this brat humiliate us like this, even if he's the Bai clan's heir. So what? That's right, another echoed, stepping forward. If we cower here, who will respect the Azur Sun Holy Sect in the future? The senior disciple's face darkened. He opened his mouth to stop them, but it was too late. Senior disciple's face darkened. He opened his mouth to stop them, but it was too late. Several disciples had already rushed forward. Some rushed to lift Elder Wu, desperate to pull him out from under Bai Han's foot. Others brandished their weapons, chi flaring as they lunged at him. The ground shook as blades of light, fiery fists, and roaring chi techniques hurtled toward Bai Zihan. Idiots! Those attacking him were only in nascent soul realm and soul formation realm, far from being strong enough to fight against him. With a flick of his wrist, his sword sang an arc of silver light cut through the air, shattering their techniques as though they were nothing but mist. The shockwave blasted several disciples back, sending them crashing into the ground with bone-jarring force. Arg! Guh! Guh! Blood sprayed from their mouths as they coughed violently, bodies writhing in pain. One disciple managed to reach Elder Wu's side, his trembling hands trying to tug the half-dead elder away. But before he could even drag him an inch, Bai Zihan's foot pressed down harder. The old man screamed, blood bubbling from his lips. The disciple froze, eyes wide with horror. Don't touch what's mine. Bai Zihan's cold voice stabbed into his ears. An instant later, the disciple was kicked aside, his ribs snapping audibly before he crashed into a shattered boulder. The others charged again, screaming with desperation. Die, Bai Zihan! They swung their swords in unison, glowing arcs descending from both sides. But Bai Zihan didn't even look at them. His sword hand flicked lazily. Clang! Clang! Both weapons were knocked flying, spinning end over end before stabbing uselessly into the dirt. Boom! The two disciples were flattened into the cracked ground, blood gushing from their noses and mouths as the earth caved beneath them. In mere breaths, the proud Azur Sun Holy Sect disciples were left sprawled, groaning, broken, and defeated. The senior disciple clenched his fists, his face pale. Fear crawled up his spine as Bai Zihan's gaze slid toward him, sharp as a blade. How can this be? While he couldn't claim that their disciples were the finest among the competition after all, many had been eliminated early. They were still considered geniuses in their own right. Facing them together should have been more than enough to pressure anyone. Should have been, but it wasn't. Bai Zihan dismantled them with ease, as if their efforts carried no more weight than dust in the wind. Just then, stop! A thunderous shout split the air. A squad of armored guards rushed onto the scene, golden spears gleaming in hand. Their leader, a tall man with a stern expression, swept his eyes across the bloodied disciples, the mangled Elder Wu, and finally, the calm youth standing at the center of it all. What is the meaning of this? The guard captain barked. His aura surged, suppressing the tension like a heavy storm cloud. More guards fanned out, blocking all exits, their sharp gazes flickering between Bai Zihan and the Azur Sun disciples. The competition has just ended, and you dare cause such chaos under Capital City? Don't you have any respect for the laws? The Azur Sun disciples froze. Their anger and humiliation were still burning, but now, under the weight of the guard's presence, they dared not move rashly. The senior disciple bowed quickly, voice urgent. Sir, it was Bai Zihan, he retation. Wasteful, it was Bai Zihan, He attacked our Elder Wu without provocation. We were only trying to rescue him. All eyes turned toward Bai Zihan. He merely smirked, sword still in hand, standing as if none of this had anything to do with him. The guard captain's cold gaze swept once more across the battlefield, lingering on the crumpled, half-dead man beneath Bai Zihan's boot. His brows furrowed, his pupils narrowed. That old man, could it be? Elder Wu of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. The question rang like a bell. The Azure Sun disciples stiffened, exchanging uneasy glances. Their pride burned at being forced to admit it, but they had no choice. Yes, the senior disciple finally muttered, his face twisting with embarrassment and anger. That is Elder Wu. The guards collectively inhaled, shock flashing across their expressions. Even the guard captain's stern mask cracked as he took in the sight. The mighty Elder Wu void refinement stage, a figure they all knew was leagues above themselves, now reduced to a battered wreck, his face unrecognizable, one arm missing, groaning pitifully under a junior's foot. How? How did it come to this? The disciples, catching the guards' shaken expressions, quickly pressed their advantage. Sir, one shouted, his tone urgent, you see it yourself. Bai Zihan has trampled upon our sect's honor and grievously injured our elder. Please uphold the law of the empire. Another cried, pointing at Bai Zihan, hatred blazing in his eyes. Punish him, restrain him, at the very least, rescue Elder Wu from his hands. The guards straightened, the weight of the disciples' words heavy in the air. The captain's expression hardened once more. He stepped forward, golden spear gleaming, his aura locking onto Bai Zihan like a mountain bearing down. This wasn't a conflict that could be easily resolved. It involved Bai Zihan, someone even the imperial family regarded with caution, and the Azure Sun Holy Sect, one of the empire's major sects. The guard captain knew he had to tread carefully. A single misstep could lead to severe consequences. Young Master Bai, his voice was grave, yet carried authority that cannot be dismissed. Step away from Elder Wu. First and foremost, the most pressing matter was Elder Wu, who was still suffering under Bai Zihan's foot. By returning him, the guard captain expected the Azure Sun Holy Sect's disciples to calm down, after which they could proceed to resolve this matter. All eyes bore down on Bai Zihan disciples watching with hope and hatred, guards waiting in tense readiness. Yet Bai Zihan stood calm, composed, his smirk only deepening as if this whole situation wasn't even worth his seriousness. The guard's demand had barely settled when a ripple spread through the surrounding streets. Whispers, shouts, footsteps. A crowd has begun to form where Bai Zihan and Azure Sun Holy Sect stood. What's happening here? Is that the Azure Sun Holy Sect? Is there a fight? The crowd swelled by the heartbeat, pressing in from alleys and rooftops, and it only increased the moment people began to whisper about it being between Bai Zihan and Azure Sun Holy Sect. Many had come to see what the infamous Bai clan's heir is up to. At the very center of it all stood Bai Zihan, his figure straight and unyielding, his boots still pinning Elder Wu's battered body into the ground. The elder's blood seeped slowly into the cracks of the stone, painting a grotesque contrast to the calm, almost leisurely smile on Zihan's lips. Gasps rippled through the onlookers as recognition dawned. That's Elder Wu of Azure Sun, void refinement. Elder Wu. No way he looks like a beggar beaten in the streets. He's missing an arm. That Bai Zihan did that. Shock gave way to exhilaration, disbelief curdling into fear. For many, Elder Wu was a name spoken with awe of void refinement realm cultivator, something that many wouldn't be able to reach. Yet here, in the capital's heart, he was nothing but a rag doll beneath a youth's heel. And what happened to the disciple of Azure Sun Holy Sect's disciple? Did they also got beaten up? Yeah, I was here when Bai Zihan started to beat them up. What? Bai Zihan started to beat them up? What? Bai Zihan did that? Wasn't he supposed to be weak? Isn't that why he hasn't participated in Dragon and Phoenix competition? I don't know. Just know that those disciples together were no match for Bai Zihan. The Azure Sun disciples' faces burned red with humiliation, yet their voices rose with righteous fury. You all see it. This Bai brat dares humiliate a void refinement elder. He tramples on our sect's honor before the eyes of the capital. Is the Empire truly going to allow this? Their words spread like fuel over dry grass. The crowd erupted in speculation, half in disbelief, half in anticipation. The pressure thickened. The guards tried to stop the crowd from forming and coming closer but weren't successful. And yet, despite the suffocating weight of dozens of killing intents, despite the rage of the disciples, despite the gathering storm of rumors and eyes, Bai Zihan stood calm. No fear, no hesitation. Only the faint curve of his lips as he glanced at the growing crowd, as though every whisper, every gasp, every horrified stare was nothing more than applause to a performance he had already orchestrated. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the guard captain. Step away, his voice carried, smooth and unhurried, reaching every ear in the square. And tell me, what makes you think that I will do that? Chapter 287. A small misunderstanding. Young Master Bai, this is no joking matter. Please, listen to us. The captain guard still tried to be polite, knowing who the person before him was. Bai Zihan tilted his head, his smirk never wavering. His boot ground down a fraction harder, wringing another pained groan from the elder beneath him. Tell me, do you know why this man lies here today? The words hung heavy. The captain frowned. He didn't know the full truth, only that it was crucial to handle the situation swiftly. If he failed, he would be remembered as the one who couldn't maintain peace and security during the competition. He was trying to kill me, Bai Zihan announced. Murmurs surged. What? Elder Wu wanted to kill Bai Zihan announced. Murmurs surged. What? Elder Wu wanted to kill Bai Zihan. There shouldn't be a conflict between Bai Zihan and Azure Sun Holy Sect, right? Impossible. He's an elder, why would he? But if it's true, then isn't Bai Zihan's action justifiable? Bai Zihan's tone deepened, carrying the seriousness of the situation. So tell me, how can I simply let him off? He spoke playfully, but everyone sensed the seriousness underneath. To attempt murder in the capital, and against the Bai clan's heir no less, was a crime of the highest order. That's nonsense. Yeah, why would Elder Wu do something like this? Bai Zihan is fabricating these lies. The Azure Sun disciples immediately retorted, even though some suspected the truth. If negotiations with Bai Zihan failed, then Elder Wu must have indeed tried to force Bai Zihan, though no one expected the elder to end up crippled and disgraced like this. Still, without proof, they would spin the story in their favor. Bai Zihan sneered but remained silent. The captain of the guards found himself in a dilemma. He had considered ending the chaos quickly, thinking it was another of Bai Zihan creating problems, but he had not expected the dispute to escalate into something so grave. If Bai Zihan's claim were true, it might be beyond this jurisdiction. The guard captain swallowed. Disciples of Azure Sun Holy Sect were still making noises and claiming that Elder Wu was wrongfully being accused. Enough. Quiet, everyone. He planted his spear until the metal sang. The square fell silent, save for ragged breaths and the distant murmur of the crowd. If Elder Wu has done nothing wrong, I assure you will be returned without problem. But if he attacked young Master Bai, then the Azure Sun Holy Sect should prepare themselves for the consequences. His words stilled the Azure Sun disciples. If the truth came out, it would not bode well for their sect. Young Master Bai, I recommend you take this to the royal court. If what you say is true, the Empire will provide justice. He needed to end the commotion. The captain could not settle such a high-stakes matter here. Bai Zihan wasn't easily convinced. Even with court proceedings and mountains of evidence, someone like Wu Zhangkong, an important elder of a major sect, might evade real punishment. Rather than relying on others, Bai Zihan had always liked to take care of the problem himself. Then another group pushed toward them, causing a commotion. Bai Shuiqing and her entourage were about to reach the crowd. Bai Zihan was quick to notice them. Bai Zihan planned to leave before she noticed him. He'd lost his bet, and Bai Shuiqing had warned she'd make him serve her. He hoped to avoid that fate. It's all Ni Fengzhou's fault, he internally grumbled, even though it was his own choice to bet on Ni Fengzhou, thinking that he as heaven-chosen one would win. Anyway, time to escape. I've lost my interest, he said lightly, as if dismissing a pest. With a casual backheel, he kicked Elder Wu. The old man tumbled across the cracked stone and skidded into the cluster of Azure Sun disciples, who scrambled to drag him back. Elder Wu. Relief washed over them. At least he was still alive, but seeing him like this, they realized he would never be the same. His present was shattered, and his future now lay in ruins. Take him, Bai Zihan called coldly. But let me warn you, if this was his own doing, so be it. But if the Azure Sun Holy Sect had any part in this, prepare yourselves. I will wipe your little sect from the face of the world. The warning landed like an omen. He sheathed his sword and began to stride away. But Bai Shuiqing had already seen him. With a crowd this size and him being the center of attention, there was little chance of her missing him. Her silver blue eyes cut across the square like a blade, locking straight onto Bai Zihan. Bai Shuiqing called out just as he was about to leave. Bai Zihan stopped completely, the hint of a smirk softening into a full, almost brotherly smile. His icy demeanor melted as he turned to Bai Shuiqing with exaggerated elegance. Oh, my dear sister, you were here. I didn't know, he said, putting on an almost believable act. Congratulations on becoming the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking. Bai Shuiqing blank. Bai Shuiqing blinked, caught off guard. For a moment she couldn't tell if he was mocking her or genuinely congratulating her. His eyes, sharp and unreadable, flicked over her with that same calculated calm he always carried. With his strength, she thought, he could have claimed the title himself without breaking a sweat. The reasoning behind his absence gnawed at her curiosity, but she pushed it aside for now. What mattered was the result. She had won the competition, which also meant the bet against Bai Zihan. Bai Shuiqing narrowed her eyes, her aura sharpening like frost. So, were you trying to run away, Bai Zihan? The question cut straight through the air, drawing murmurs from the crowd. Her silver blue gaze lingered on him, probing, as if daring him to deny it. Bai Zihan chuckled softly, the sound carrying a faint lilt of amusement. He shook his head slowly, as though she had accused him of the most absurd thing in the world. Misunderstanding, dear sister, he replied smoothly, his words silk over steel. How could I possibly run away from you? There's no need for me to do so, he replied. Bai Weibeing studied him for a long moment, her suspicion plain. And yet, there was no proof that he was lying. Bai Zihan tilted his head, his smirk returning, playful and unreadable. Bai Shuiying's gaze lingered on him, sharp as a blade. Then tell me what happened here. Bai Zihan spread his hands with casual case, as if the answer were too trivial to matter. Nothing worth dwelling on. Misunderstanding with the Azure Sun holy sect. The Azure Sun disciples nearly choked. A small misunderstanding. Their elder had been crushed into the ground, bones broken, reputation in tatters and with only one arm. Then there were those who had also been beaten up by Bai Zihan. If this was a small misunderstanding, what would an actual conflict look like? A massacre? They rolled their eyes in secret, but none dared speak aloud. If Bai Zihan decided to vent his annoyance, they might end up lying Elder Wu. Moreover, Bai Zihan was willing to let things go, though they don't know why, which is great for them. If things went to court, there was a high chance that they would be guilty, which wouldn't do good for them at all. The disciple of Azure Sun holy sect gave a nod, agreeing with Bai Zihan's statement. Bai Shuiqing, however, wasn't so easily appeased. A small misunderstanding. Then why was there such a large crowd gathered? Why had the air been so thick with tension when she arrived? She didn't believe him, but pressing the matter here and now would only waste time. She exhaled softly, her expression regaining its calm. Very well. If you're done here, come with me. Bai Zihan's lips twitched. He was about to refuse, perhaps try to convince that the misunderstanding hasn't fully been resolved. But before he could, the guard captain quickly stepped forward, seizing the opportunity. He bowed deeply. Yes, Mrs. Bai Shuiqing. He bowed deeply. Yes, Mrs. Bai Shuiqing. Their conflict has been settled and young Master Bai can leave. The other guards echoed with sharp nods, their relief palpable. None of them wanted this storm to continue raging in the middle of the competition. With the opportunity that this chaos could be settled right here and now, they jumped on it. Bai Zihan arched a brow, glancing at the guards with faint anger. They were practically shoving him toward his sister. Now, he can't even make excuses to not leave with Bai Shuiqing. I will remember this. Chapter 288. The bet comes due. The news about Bai Shuiqing winning the Dragon and Phoenix competition spread quickly. Many thought it was only natural, as Bai Shuiqing was the favorite to win and she proved why she was considered the #1 talent of the Desolate Heaven Empire. Others felt it was a pity that Nifengzhua couldn't seize victory and make history as the first to win the Dragon and Phoenix competition without backing from a major sect or clan. On the other hand, those who had staked their savings on Bai Shuiqing came out triumphant. Their cheers and laughter rang out without restraint as they celebrated their winnings. Meanwhile, others like Bai Zihan, who had lost all their savings betting on someone else, could only cry in a corner. Bai Shuiqing wasn't going to stay in the capital. Having finished with the competition, she was to return to the Bai clan. Of course, along with her, she also brought Bai Zihan on the Bai clan's flying ship. Bai Zihan also brought Kong Zhanhong and Jing Yelin, who had stayed away from the battleground previously. Jin Yelin stayed behind Bai Zihan while Bai Shuiqing stared at her, making her more nervous. Who is she? Bai Shuiqing asked, a bit of anger in her tone. Of course, she would be angry since Chu Ziyan was also with her, and as her friend, she wouldn't allow Chu Ziyan's fiancé, who also happened to be her brother, to cheat on her. Although Chu Ziyan stated that she didn't care much about it, Bai Shuiqing wasn't going to let Bai Zihan get away with it. Dear sister, can you stop glaring and scaring her away with it? Dear sister, can you stop glaring and scaring her away? Bai Zihan began. She is the sister of someone I know. She is talented and has been accepted into the Bai clan recently. You can ask father if you doubt my words, Bai Zihan replied. Bai Shuiqing listened with skepticism. Jin Yuelin was just too close with Bai Zihan to be merely the sister of someone he knew. Even if she were talented, that didn't explain why she had to be with Bai Zihan and hold his hand all the time. Sister of someone you know. Then why was she holding your hand? Bai Shuiqing asked. She is just nervous. She has been sick childhood and has never seen such a big crowd. Bai Zihan answered calmly. Bai Shuiqing narrowed her eyes but saw no lies in Bai Zihan's expression. Well, he had always been good at lying, and even if he did lie, it would have been impossible for her to tell. Bai Shuiqing did not back down. Her silver blue eyes, colder than frost, shifted from her brother to the timid girl at his side. The air on the deck seemed to tighten as her presence pressed forward. She stepped closer, her voice quipped, but without a thread of courtesy. And you, lady, Jin Yulin flinched faintly under the weight of her gaze but straightened her back, forcing her voice steady. Jin Yulin. That is my name. The sound of it struck something in Bai Xueqing's memory. Jin Yulin. The sound of it struck something in Bai Xueqing's memory. Jin Yulin. The syllables rolled in her mind like distant thunder. Her brows furrowed as fragments of memory aligned. Jin Yulin. The syllables rolled in her mind like distant thunder. Her brows furrowed as fragments of memory aligned. Jin Yulin. There was no way to miss that name, since Jin Yuanzhan was the prized genius of the Azure Sun Holy Sect. Is he the one Bai Zihan is saying he knows? She wondered. He is my elder brother. Bai Xueqing widened her eyes in confirmation. Indeed, it was Jin Yuanzhan. How did Bai Zihan know him? As far as she knew, there shouldn't have been any contact between the two. Rather than being friends, she would have accepted it if it were said they were enemies, since Jin Yuanzhan had harmed Lin Xuan, who was apparently still serving Bai Zihan like his master. But what was with Bai Zihan looking after his sister? More importantly, she was reminded of the very conflict between her brother and the Azure Sun not long ago. He said it was a small misunderstanding, but it seems like it has something to do with Jin Yuanzhan and his sister. Her gaze darted toward Bai Zihan. So, you were fighting with the Azure Sun Holy Sect because of her? Bai Xueqing asked. You can say that, Bai Zihan answered, though the answer wasn't the full truth. It wasn't far off either, and he had no interest in explaining everything to Bai Xueqing. Seems like she is more than just the sister of someone you know, Bai Xueqing said with a sarcastic tone. Bai Xueqing said with a surstom of neige. Do you have any idea how Chu Zian must feel watching you so close with another girl? Her tone cracked like a whip, carrying the weight of both sisterly authority and personal indignation. Chu Zian, who had been silent the whole time, flinched slightly. A soft blush crept up her cheeks as all eyes turned toward her. She waved her hands hurriedly. Shu King, Elzura Dian, I never said anything like that. You're speaking on your own. Bai Xueqing turned her gaze on Jin Yuelin, who stiffened as though caught in a storm's eye. As for you, young lady, Bai Xueqing said, her voice crisp as a blade of ice, even if you are sheltered and timid, as a young lady you should know how to protect your dignity and keep your distance from men, especially Bai Zihan. You don't want your reputation ruined by getting entangled with someone like him. Bai Zihan cut in. Don't talk as if my reputation is bad. Bai Xueqing arched her brow, her silver blue eyes glinting with sarcasm. Ha, is it not? Ba Zuhan clicked his tongue, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. My reputation is good. Very good. People used to call me the #1 genius of the desolate Heaven Empire, you know? They praised my brain, my wit, and my talent. What would you know? He leaned back casually, as if basking in the memory of those praises. Bai Xueqing's gaze sharpened, cold enough to cut through his nonchalance. Used to, yes, but times change, dear brother. That brilliance of yours, it's already stained. Now people whisper that you're a coward, a trickster who hides behind schemes and smooth words, a con man who only knows how to deceive. Her words struck with merciless precision, like icicles driven into the heart. Indeed, last year, people had changed their opinion of Bai Zihan, and his reputation could be said to be at an all-time high, with people saying his talent was greater than Bai Zihan, and his reputation could be said to be at an all-time high, with people saying his talent was greater than Bai Wenxuang. After all, there was news about Bai Zihan having defeated Bai Xinyue, who at the time was in the spirit-severing realm, with him being able to threaten both evil cultivators and other major powers to let Bai Xueqing walk away with the immortal emperor's inheritance. Everybody agreed that no one could match his schemes. But of course, over the years, doubt began to grow when Bai Zihan kept quiet and just cultivated. To add salt to the wound, he also didn't participate in the Dragon and Phoenix competition, which made people convinced that Bai Zihan was just a con man spreading fake events to boost his fame. Kong Tianhong, standing a little behind, felt a pang of discomfort but dared not speak. He knew very well just how powerful Bai Zihan was, and that those rumors about him were all the work of the Li and Zhao clans to discredit him. But talking back to Bai Xueqing was something he wasn't foolish enough to do. Bai Zihan only chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with an inscrutable light. Coward, con man, if that's what they choose to call me, then perhaps they're right. After all, the sheep must label the wolf somehow, don't they? Bai Zihan still didn't seem to care. With his reputation always being low, there was no way he would be shaken by anyone's opinion now. Bai Xueqing only shook her head. As someone who had known Bai Zihan all her life, she was well aware her brother had never cared about what others thought of him. If he did, he would have changed years ago. A brief silence passed before Bai Xueqing leaned forward, her tone shifting. Now then, shall we discuss our little bet, my dear brother? Her voice took on an unsettling edge, playful yet sinister, uncannily similar to Bai Zihan's own. So alike, in fact, that even Chu Zihan and Bai Zihan himself felt a shiver run down their spines. Affectionate in sound, malicious in intent. That was exactly how Bai Zihan usually spoke, and now it was how Bai Xuanxili spoke, and now it was how Bai Xueqing sounded. You didn't think you could run away, did you? Bai Xueqing pressed. There's no way I would. Bai Xuan through. Bai Zihan replied smoothly. I'm a man of my word. How could I lie? Of course it was a lie through and through. If not for being caught by Elder Wu, he would have long since fled and avoided honoring the bet altogether. But now, he had no choice but to do whatever Bai Xueqing demanded. Chapter 289 Bai Xueqing's First Order, a clumsy brother. That's always been my impression of Bai Zihan ever since we were little. He could trip over his own feet even on a perfectly straight path as if he couldn't see where he was going. He could barely remember most people and had trouble recognizing them unless he heard their voice. I didn't mind. After all, he was my little cute brother. But apparently the same couldn't be said for the Bai clan. As the heir of the Bai clan, which has been decided since he was born, expectations for him were sky high. And then there were those who envied him simply because of the position he'd been born into. I didn't think much of it back then, thinking that with position comes responsibility, and no matter what, Bai Zihan will be my cute little brother. But people change. He's changed, and so have I. I saw Bai Zihan as an unchangeable troublemaker, someone who thrives on causing problems. He's gone from that adorable little boy to someone who wouldn't even flinch if his actions led to someone's death. And yet, one thing has stayed the same. His cultivation, his strength. It always seemed to increase slowly. Despite father and mother's countless efforts, it never seemed to grow, until, in the blink of an eye, he became so powerful that even I can't grasp the depth of it. Was he always hiding his strength? Or did he really become this powerful in a single year? Both possibilities are equally unimaginable and terrifying. I've wondered for so long, and now, I finally have the chance to uncover the truth. Bai Xueqing fixed her silver blue eyes on Bai Zihan, sharp and commanding. I have some questions that I want you to answer honestly. She said she was going to use the bet to get an honest answer. Bai Zihan tilted his head. She was going to use the bet to get an honest answer. Bai Zihan tilted his head, that ever-present smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I said I would do whatever you want 3 times. So, if I answer all your questions 3 times, that should count as fulfilling 3 of your requests. Bai Xueqing's brow arched, unimpressed. No, that counts only once. I only want you to honestly answer my questions. That's just 1 request. But think about it. If I answer everything truthfully 3 separate times, isn't that technically doing whatever you want 3 times? So, that should be counted as 3 times. Isn't that technically doing whatever you want 3 times? So, that should be counted as 3 times. Bai Zihan insisted. That should only be considered 1 request. Bai Xueqing snapped, her tone sharper, leaving no room for argument. No, there is no way. 1 question should be equivalent to 1 request. Otherwise, couldn't you just order me to always tell the truth to you? Bai Zihan said, but then regretted saying that. Well, isn't that a great suggestion? Bai Xueqing's eyes lit up, her expression bright with sudden enlightenment. Leave it to you to come up with such clever ideas. Very well, my first order is this. You must always be honest with me. Whenever I ask a question, you will answer with the truth. Bai Xueqing demanded. You can't do that. Bai Zihan tried to deny such a ridiculous order. Who was it that said he would do whatever I said if he had lost his bet? Aren't you a man of your words? Bai Xueqing used Bai Zhen words against him. Me and my big mouth. Bai Shen thought regretfully. Fine. I am not much of a liar anyways. Bai friend. Fine. Anyways, I am not much of a liar anyways. Bai Zihan said, which also happens to be a big lie as well. Bai Xueqing crossed her arms, with a smirk on her face. You will answer me truthfully, Bai Zihan. Starting now, Bai Xueqing said. There was a bit of silence. Zhu Zian Kong Zanhong and Jim Yilzhen lingered a short distance away, their eyes drifting toward the pair of siblings. None of them dared to interrupt. This was between Xueqing and Bai Zihan, and Xueqing were sibling, where Xueqing were a pair of siblings. None of them dared to interrupt. This was between Bai Xueqing. What could possibly happen between them that they needed to worry about? And it was just a question and answer session. There was no need to worry about anything, though they were certainly interested to find out what Bai Xueqing would ask, and Bai Zihan's answer. My question is simple. Bai Zihan, she began. Have you truly grown stronger in such a short time? Or have you been hiding your strength all along? Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, his smirk faint but steady. For a long breath, he didn't answer. That's it, he finally said, his tone light, almost mocking. This is what you want to ask. Bai Xueqing's brow furrowed, her arms tightening across her chest. Don't play games with me. Answer me. Bai Zihan exhaled to his nose, his smirk deepening into something more enigmatic. Do you really think I could have hidden my strength from you? From father and mother? Since childhood? His gaze locked with hers, sharp and unwavering. Sister, aren't you overestimating me too much here? He said, but of course, Bai Xueqing wasn't satisfied with his answer, though she had also thought about that. Believing that Bai Zihan grew so much in a year or two was also too much for her to accept. Although there was Nifeng Joel, compared to Bai Zihan, he just fell short. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why she didn't even think much when her ex-fiancé who she used to look down on appeared before her with strength almost equal to hers, because she had seen a bigger monster. But anyway, she wasn't going to be satisfied with Bai Zihan answering with mere rhetoric. She needed to hear the answer from his mouth. Bai Zihan also seemed to have sensed that Bai Xueqing wasn't going to let him off with just that answer. I will give you a straight answer then. No. He continued, voice smooth but calm. I never hid my strength, nor do I have any interest in doing that. Indeed, when it came to Bai Zihan, it would already be great if he didn't brag and show off his power rather than hiding it. You mean to tell me that you went from core formation stage to soul formation realm within a year? Bai Xueqing asked. Isn't that what I said? Bai Zihan answered. Bai Zihan answered. Bai Zihan entered being co-formation stage to the soul formation realm. But was it viable? Even in 20 years, to reach such a realm would be enough to be called a top genius throughout the desolate Heaven Empire. But doing it within a year, that was inhuman. Something that just can't be accomplished. Even when coming from Bai Zihan's mouth, Bai Xueqing couldn't believe it. Chapter 290, Lanterns of Victory. How is that possible? Bai Xueqing muttered to herself. Even through the history of 10,000 years, there was no mention of a person who could do such a thing. Is that all? Then I will go and rest, Bai Zihan said lazily. Wait. Bai Xueqing didn't let him escape. There was no way she would let him leave as she still had questions that needed answers. How did you do that? Bai Xueqing asked, finding confusion. You know what I mean. How did you manage to advance from core formation stage to soul formation realm in a year despite previously struggling to cultivate? Bai Xueqing asked. Even if I answer, you won't understand. Bai Zihan answered, which was somewhat true. Would Bai Xuehan answered, which was somewhat true. Would Bai Xuehan Easer know what a system was? He could explain and perhaps she might understand, but there was no way he wanted to. Not to mention, that was the honest answer, not a lie. So it wasn't like he was breaking his word either. Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes. Bai Zihan, you promised to answer me honestly. And I am being honest. Bai Zihan declared, I want you to explain to me clearly how you went from the core formation stage to soul formation, Bai Xueqing demanded, not giving him any chance to change the narrative or leave without answering. Is that your second request? Bai Zihan asked. After all, giving an honest answer and giving a full explanation weren't the same, were they? Bai Xueqing could clearly see that Bai Zihan didn't want to answer. You really don't want to answer this, isn't that right? Bai Xueqing assumed. Not really, but explaining everything would take quite a long time, and even then, who knows whether she could even comprehend or believe it. Whatever you think. Answer me. Not really. Bai Zihan replied. Whatever you think. Answer me. Not really. Bai Zihan replied. So it isn't that you're bothered by the question, but that you just don't want to answer it, Bai Xueqing asked. Yes. Now, can you stop asking me questions like an interrogation? I'd like to repeat, I have nothing to hide, and don't mind answering questions, but it's annoying being doubted again and again. Bai Zihan said with annoyance, being doubted again and again. Bai Zihan said with annoyance. Bai Xueqing was silent for a second, thinking deeply about something. So, do you really want to know? I can tell you, but that would count as your second request, Bai Zihan finally said. Bai Xueqing thought for a while but then shook her head. No. She thought that if Bai Zihan was confident she wouldn't understand, then if she believed his words, she really wouldn't. And in case he explained in a way that she couldn't understand, then she would only be wasting her 2 chances of having Bai Zihan do whatever she wanted. Then if you don't have any other question, my dear sister, I will be resting. After a few hours, their flying ship had already reached the Bai clan's estate. The massive gates swung wide, and the clan's grand courtyard spread before them, glittering beneath lantern light. The air was festive, filled with laughter, music, and the aroma of wine. News had already reached the Bai clan about the triumphant victory of their young miss, and they all awaited Bai Xueqing's arrival. The Bai clan had spared no effort. Bei Tianheng, having received the message about their arrival, was also waiting for them. At his side were elders and honored guests, all gathered to witness the return of their victorious young miss. Ho bahum mum, Frieshinger. Bai Tianheng's voice boomed warmly, pride gleaming in his eyes. You have brought glory to our clan. You did well, Pom, quo 100 Danen. Well. Bai Xuanqing bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Congratulatory voices rose from the elders and retainers. Cheers swept through the courtyard like a wave. As expected of Miss Bai Xueqing, you have brought honor to us all. Congratulations, Lady Bai Xueqing. Truly, your talent is unmatched. Miss Xueqing, you are indeed the pride of our younger generation. Remarkable. With such strength, the Bai clan will surely rise even higher. Congratulations, young miss. The heavens themselves must favor you. But amidst the celebration, one figure couldn't help but walk away. Bai Zihan? Without a word, he stepped off the flying ship and stormed past the gathered crowd. Bai Jianheng's brow furrowed slightly as he watched his sons retreating back. Now, what's up with him? Bai Jianheng muttered. Bai Xuan almost laughed. Bai Xianheng muttered. Bai Xuanheng almost laughed. Bai Xian, who always thought he was invincible and right, had finally been brought down by her, and she still had 2 opportunities to order Bai Jianheng to do whatever she wanted. They would certainly not be in a good mood. Who told him to bet against his sister? Hu Ming thought. Then she remembered Bai Zihan's strange obsession with Ni Fengzhu and his insistence on bringing him to the Bai clan. Although she acknowledged that Ni Fengzhu was indeed powerful and also had trump cards she didn't know of, ones that almost made him invincible. Without that mysterious person helping her, she would have lost. Did Bai Zihan know about Ni Fengzhu and his mysterious power? Is that why he wants to bring him to the Bai clan? Heh, I should ask about that next time. For now, she needed to deal with all the elders and people who were here to see her after her victory. The celebration carried on in waves of cheer, the courtyard alive with laughter, praise, and endless toasts. Wine flowed like rivers, lanterns shone like stars, and everywhere Bai Xueqing turned, there were faces brimming with admiration. But even as she returned their smiles and polite words, her silver blue eyes flickered toward her father. Bai Tianheng's face was unusually bright tonight. His deep voice rumbled with warmth as he accepted congratulatory remarks from the elders and guests. But there was something more in excitement that seemed to go beyond her victory. Remarks from the elders and guests. But there was something more in excitement that seemed to go beyond her victory. Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes slightly. It can't just be because of the competition. After all, if Bai Zihan had participated, he would have surely expected him to win, yet he didn't, and father didn't even force him. That alone shows father doesn't place as much weight on this event as others might think. When the crowd had thinned just enough, Bai Xueqing stepped closer. Father, she said directly, her tone firm but respectful. You seem unusually happy. Surely it isn't only because I won Dragon and Phoenix competition. Bai Tianheng chuckled, his sharp gaze landing on his daughter. Of course, I am proud of you, Xuanqinger. You brought great honor to the clan, and as your father, how could I not be happy? But, she pressed, tilting her head, there's something else, isn't there? For a moment, Bai Tianheng's smile deepened, and he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Didn't Zianer tell you? Bai Qian blinked, confusion flashing across her features. Tell me, what? Qing blinked, confusion flashing across her features. Tell me. Bai Tianheng sighed, shaking his head lightly. That boy, he doesn't like to bother with such things. Her curiosity sharpened. Father, what is it? Bai Tianheng leaned closer, lowering his voice just enough so that only she could hear. We have found a method to control your power. Chapter 291, The Frost Immortal Scripture, though it was just Bai Zihan. Bai Xueqing's eyes widened when she heard those words. She couldn't believe it. You mean, use yes, your ice chi that goes out of control. Bai Zihan knows about your physique and even has a solution for it. Bai Tianheng replied enthusiastically. He was very happy today because he thought that years of worry would finally be solved. He even thought that perhaps Bai Zihan might have already taught the ice technique he mentioned to Bai Xueqing. Well, Bai Zihan certainly wasn't in a hurry unlike him. Bai Xueqing was speechless for a second. She hadn't even known that Bai Zihan was aware of her problem, let alone imagining that he would be the one to offer the solution to the issue that had haunted her for so long. Father? Did Bai Zihan really say that he found the solution to the issue that had haunted her for so long? Father? Did Bai Zihan really say that he found the solution? Bai Xueqing was still skeptical. After all the experts, including those in the Bai clan and even the Heaven Sword sect, couldn't figure out the problem, much less a solution. And now, she was being told that her brother, who had been mostly incompetent until recent years, had the answer to something they didn't even fully understand. Strangely, she didn't find it all that difficult to believe. Perhaps because the shock of finding out that Bai Zihan had surpassed her within a year was still there. Bai Tianheng nodded. I apologize, but I will be leaving the celebration early, Bai Suiqing said, to which Bai Tianheng didn't object. He already knew where she was heading. Bai Zihan was sleeping on his bed. Although as a cultivator, especially one in the spirit-severing realm, sleep wasn't really necessary. Halfway. Mimer, cultivators the squate because it was required. They did it because they wanted to. Just like not everyone eats only to live. Sometimes, people eat food because they want to. Just like not everyone eats only to live. No matter what kind of immortal cultivator he might become, Bai Zihan still found it difficult to cast away his habits from Earth. It was like, I might fly and survive without sleep or eating, but I still had to. Well, he didn't mind since he enjoyed them, just when he was peacefully having a good dream knock. Knock. Bai Zihan tried to ignore it, thinking that without a response the other person would leave. Especially if it was a servant who came to inform him of something they should know to leave quietly after hearing no answer. But knock, knock. It only became louder and more irritating. Which mother asked Herfker dares disturb me? Bai Zihan stood up angrily, his sleep disturbed. Bang! Who dares disturb this young master's sleep? Bai Zihan angrily opened the door only to find Bai Suiqing. What does she want now? He thought that Bai Suiqing was there with another bombardment of questions. What does she want now? He thought that Bai Shui with a verizamboldabond. What do you want? Bai Zihan asked in an annoyed voice. Bai Suiqing stared at him in silence. What's that supposed to mean? He had thought it was something urgent, but now Bai Suiqing was just quietly staring at his face, leaving him confused. Did she finally lose her mind? Suiqing was just quietly staring at his face, leaving him confused. Did she finally lose her mind? Bai Zihan blinked once, then let out a small sigh. So that was what this was about. That. He was almost about to forget about that. He did tell his father that he would teach Bai Shuang the technique after the competition. Yeah, he answered simply. Her fingers tightened slightly at her side. When did you find out? Only recently. His reply was plain and swift. Silence fell between them once more. The corridor was quiet except for the faint flicker of lantern light against the walls. So, can you explain what's the deal with my body? Why does it get overpowered by cold qi? Bai Shuang asked. Do you want to use your second request? Bai Zihan asked excitedly. Indeed, he leaves no opportunity unturned. Bai Suiqi frowned, obviously displeased that Bai Zihan was still trying to get out of the bet while they were discussing something so important. Just kidding! Bai Zihan quickly added, no need to anger Bai Suiqing, who knows what kind of thing she might demand. Bai Zihan began to explain in a way similar to how he had explained it to Bai Tianheng. So, my physique is very powerful, and I need to learn to handle it. Then Wei Suiqing repeated. Bai Zihan nodded. Basically yes. Van Freshen knew that while Bai Zihan said it like it was very easy to achieve, it would be quite difficult. Since controlling such powerful would require a powerful technique, at the same time, Bai Zihan was looking at the system store for the technique he had found for Bai Suiqing. It was ridiculously expensive. Just then, while absent-mindedly thinking about his system points, another thought struck him. That Elder Wu, I defeated him, and he was in the void refinement realm. His brows furrowed slightly. Shouldn't there be a reward for that, especially since it was my first time defeating a void refinement cultivator? He rubbed his chin, running the numbers in his head. Plus there were also his disciples which I painstakingly defeated. The system should give me something substantial, right? He hoped at the very least. He quickly moved to the wards section to check. Unclaimed rewards available. Defeated Wu Zhongkong, 3,000 points. Defeated. Well, he only got 3,000 system points from having defeated Wu Zhongkong, even though Wu Zhongkong was significantly stronger. There were also few points for beating up the disciples of Azor's unholy sect, but the rewards were only few points. Adding the two, only 4,000 system points were earned. Well, it was better than not having at all. Change fate. Ni Fengzhuo, 5-star heavens chosen. Description. Altered the destined outcome where your sister would have lost against the heavens chosen, bringing humiliation to the Bai clan. By overturning this fate, Ni Fengzhuo's luck and mentality have suffered significant damage. Reward, Frost Immortal Scripture, Saint Grade. Chapter 292, When System Rewards, What? Bai Zihan's eyes widened as he stared at the glowing line of text. Reward, Frost Immortal Scripture, Saint Grade. Saint Grade. His breath nearly hitched. A Saint Grade technique, he only had one, and even that was something he couldn't use properly. Now he was getting one for free. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't even do anything for this one. At least, that's what he thought at first. He rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of it. But then, you baned. You've gotta be kidding me. I didn't even do anything for this one. At least, that's what he thought at first. He rubbed his temple. He didn't directly defeat Nifangua, but he had certainly influenced the result indirectly. Nifeng Zua should have won against Bai Suiqing at least in the so-called normal flow of fate. That's how it was supposed to happen. Yet reality had shattered that outcome completely. Firstly, there was the immortal Emperor Felian helping Bai Suiqing. However, in a normal story, Bai Suiqing shouldn't have been able to push Nifeng Zua to that point. Secondly, Zhu Zihan, he hadn't thought much about it when he gave her the Earth-grade cultivation technique. But she was certainly one of the factors that led to Nifeng Zhuo's loss, if not for giving her that cultivation technique which he had casually brought from system store to rope in Linjuan Shuzian would still be cultivating with her clan's technique. With that, she wouldn't have grown strong enough to make Nifeng Zhuo use his trump card or injure him. Side characters like Zhu Zihan shouldn't have been able to make such an impact, yet she did. And then, Bai Suiqing. Well, Bai Zihan wasn't sure whether she had changed because of him or not. After all, she was powerful before and is now as well. Not easy to judge, but the other factors should have been all due to him. Still, he didn't think it was possible to get a reward for something he didn't do directly, but to give a Sant-grade technique as a reward. Did the system suddenly become generous after seeing that I'd gone broke? Not to mention, it was a technique that fit Bai Suiqing perfectly. It was literally telling him to give it to her. With that, he became a bit skeptical. Does the system know what he is doing? Is it sentient being? Not sure, but at least the system clearly knew about every event that happened. I shouldn't be some kind of vessel for another being or anything, right? That would be fucked up. Though, if such a powerful being existed, why would it even choose him? Moreover, the system had been with him from birth. For now, he couldn't be sure of the answers, perhaps in the future. Anyway, it was good that he didn't need to spend his already low system points and had the perfect technique for Bai Suiqing and her physique. But should I? Bai Zihan thought, a bit afraid of what might come from giving her such a powerful technique. Bai Suiqing was already quite powerful. Her becoming even stronger wasn't necessarily good for him. Now was it? There shouldn't be a problem. Well, he decided to keep it as her reward for being able to defeat Heaven's Chosen. Being able to defeat a Heaven's Chosen, and that too without a system like his, he don't know how difficult that was. Still, despite all the odds, Bai Suiqing was able to do it, proving that fate was something that could be changed. He too realized that only after witnessing it. Before, he thought that as long as he didn't get involved, these so-called sons of heaven would follow their destiny. But Bai Suiqing proved him wrong. Moreover, if she could catch up to him all because of this technique, even though he had a system then, it was a sign that he needed to work even harder. System. Claim all the rewards, Bai Zihan whispered under his breath. What are you whispering about? Bai Suiqing asked, seeing Bai Zihan act strangely. Nothing, Bai Zihan replied casually, waving a hand as if brushing away the question. Instead, he fixed her with a serious gaze, his usual playful tone gone. Listen carefully. What I'm about to give you. It's not an ordinary technique. It's extremely powerful. You must keep this a secret. No matter what happens, you can't tell anyone. Not our parents, not your master. Do you understand? Her brows furrowed slightly. She thought that Bai Zihan was exaggerating as usual. No matter how powerful a technique was, it shouldn't be to the point that she couldn't even tell her parents. She had even learned the Glacial Heaven Seal Absolute Frost Domain from the ancient ruin, and she didn't think Bai Zihan could possibly have something stronger than that. Meanwhile, Bai Zihan knew the implications of a saint-grade technique, which was essentially non-existent in the desolate Heaven Empire, or even if it did exist, it would be kept as an absolute secret. After all, it wouldn't just be the Li or Zhao clans going after it, even the Empire, perhaps even other empires, might also join in. That was how precious a saint-grade technique was. It was also for Bai Suiqing's own good. She wasn't nearly strong enough yet to defend herself if word got out. The fewer people who knew, the better. Fine, she said at last, nodding reluctantly. She didn't think it was such a big deal, but seeing Bai Zihan so serious, she knew she had to agree. Moreover, she had no problem keeping a secret, as long as this nightmare of a problem was finally gone. Good. Then he added, and one more thing, this goes double for your physique. Don't ever let anyone know about it. Bai Zihan warned, if some knowledgeable old monster discovered that she carried the heavenly ice body, who knew what kind of trouble that would bring? Both her physique and the technique were equally not to be told to others. All right, she said, becoming a bit annoyed with Bai Zihan's excessive caution. It was only because she didn't truly understand just how powerful her physique was, or what Bai Zihan was about to give her. Bai Zihan finally leaned back, his lips curling into a small smile. Good. At least you can be obedient sometimes. Her eyes narrowed instantly. Don't push your luck. Don't push your luck. Chapter 293. Cultivating the Heavenly Ice Body. Bai Zihan moved toward the study table and sat down, pulling out brush, ink, and jade slips. His expression hardened, the usual casual smirk nowhere to be seen. He dipped the brush in ink, his hand steady as he began to write stroke after stroke upon a fresh scroll. Bai Shuiqing sat nearby stroke after stroke upon a fresh scroll. Bai Shuiqing sat nearby, hands clasped tightly in her lap. She waited patiently, not daring to disturb Bai Zihan as she sat there. Time seemed to blur. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Bai Zihan exhaled and placed the brush down. Before him lay a complete set of intricate characters that pulsed faintly with a chilling aura, the frost immortal scripture. The ink hadn't even fully dried, yet a thread of frost crawled along the surface of the scroll. Bai Zihan leaned back, rubbing his wrist. His eyes lingered on the scripture for a long moment before he turned to Bai Shuiqing. "Here it is!" "Men," he said, handing over the frost immortal scripture, "the technique that will let you control your heavenly ice body." Bai Shuiqing took the scroll, still uncertain about it. Well, he shouldn't be joking about this. At least, she thought. "Now, leave. I have important things to do." Bai Zihan then shooed her away like some bothersome dog. Well, his important things should just be lazing around and sleeping. Bai Shuiqing left Bai Zihan's room, the scroll pressed firmly against her chest. Until she cultivated it herself, there was no way of knowing whether it could truly help her, but she hoped so. She had to. Walking down the quiet corridor, she soon reached her room. Pushing the door open, she saw her best friend leaning lazily against the window, moonlight spilling over her shoulders. Chu Zihan looked up at once. "Where did you disappear off to?" she asked curiously. "To Bai Zihan's room." Bai Shuiqing replied honestly. Chu Dian blinked, then tilted her head in confusion. Did she have something else to ask? Chu Dian too was still shocked at the truth about Bai Zihan, how he went from core formation stage to soul formation realm in a single year. Well, she had expected as much. Otherwise, years ago when he schemed against her and she beat him up, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. She didn't think Bai Zihan was the type to take a beating lying down if he had any strength. Well, it was also his own fault for trying to bully her when she first came to the Bai clan. Chu Zihan couldn't help but grin as the memory surfaced. That 9-year-old troublemaker, a mischievous little devil really. She had always enjoyed straightening him out whenever she visited, though back then he would dodge her like the plague. But now, even the presence of sect masters and clan leaders seemed nothing more than a nuisance to him. How time flies. Bai Zihan. What for? Chu Zihan asked. I had something to discuss with him, Bai Shuiqing answered simply, her expression giving nothing away. Though she trusted Chu Zihan more than anyone, Bai Zihan's warning still rang clear in her mind. Before Chu Zihan could press further, Bai Shuiqing waved her hand. You should rest, she said as she was about to leave. And where are you going now? Chu Zihan asked, puzzled. I have something to try out in the cultivation room. Chu Zihan studied her for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Fine. Don't overwork yourself. Bai Shuiqing smiled faintly before leaving, her steps quickening. Inside her private cultivation room, silence reigned. Who? Bai Shuiqing took a deep breath. She placed the scroll carefully before her. The faint frost it emitted made her fingers tingle even without touching it. Taking another deep breath, she slowly unrolled it. Bai Shuiqing's eyes shone. Let's see, she muttered to herself. Crossing her legs, she straightened her back, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate according to the frost immortal scripture. At once, the cold surged through her meridians, sharp yet pure like countless threads of winter weaving into her body. Her heavenly ice body responded. The heavenly ice body, which had always been a burden, flaring and rampaging at the slightest disturbance, suddenly shifted. The once uncontrollable streams of frigid chi responded. The wild frost that constantly gnawed at her dantian began to flow smoothly, as if finally being guided. It was as though her body, for the first time, had found a language it could understand. Bai Shuiqing's cultivation base trembled. Buzz, her meridians vibrated, her dantian pulsed, and her realm surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Her eyes snapped open, glimmering with shock. Her voice trembled as visible wisps of frost escaped her lips. Her cultivation speed wasn't just double or triple, no, it felt like it was 10 times faster than before. It was definitely not something an earth-grade cultivation technique could achieve. Frost immortal scripture. Could it be a heaven-grade technique? But even heaven-grade techniques shouldn't be so strong, right? Didn't just feel like a stronger cultivation technique. It felt like it was on a whole other spectrum entirely. But of course, she reasoned, perhaps it was because the technique suited her heavenly ice body so perfectly, resulting in such a drastic effect. Heart pounding, Bai Shuiqing shut her eyes again and focused. She lost herself in cultivation. Hours passed in what felt like mere moments. When she finally opened her eyes again, the sun was rising. The air was frigid enough to freeze droplets of dew into glittering crystals. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her body still tingling with chi. She sat in silence for a few moments, awed, unable to believe it. Finally, her lips parted, a faint whisper sitting into the frozen air. Could this be a saint-grade technique? Her hands trembled slightly as she tightened her grip on her robes. Previously, she thought it might be a heaven-grade technique, which was already unbelievable. But this technique was just too powerful. Perhaps just maybe it was something that wasn't supposed to exist in the desolate heaven empire. A saint-grade technique. Bai Yixing shook her head. There's no way. Not to mention, would Bai Zihan even give her one if he had such a thing? But even so, this technique was surely the strongest she had ever seen or heard of. For that, she was incredibly grateful. Bai Zihan, where did he even find us? She wondered. Was it something he stumbled upon, or just maybe, something he went out of his way to obtain? The latter seemed incredibly unlikely, though secretly, she hoped it was the one. Celebration continued across the Bai clan. Winning the Dragon and Phoenix competition was not something to be taken lightly, and the celebration definitely wouldn't be over with just one night. The next day was even grander than the last. Guests poured in from every corner of the desolate Heaven Empire, envoys from great sects, emissaries of noble clans, even wandering experts who normally kept themselves aloof. Some came bearing congratulatory gifts, others came with thinly veiled ambitions, seeking to draw closer ties with the new, undisputed overlord of the younger generation. Banners of crimson and gold fluttered proudly above the main gates, each embroidered with the Bai clan crest. Inside, an endless stream of cultivators passed through the courtyards, guided by servants toward the great hall where banquets stretched endlessly and rare wines flowed like rivers. Wei Tianhong stood at the center of it all, dignified and unyielding. His voice, calm yet commanding, carried easily as he received one delegation after another. To some, he offered polite words of acknowledgement. To others, he gave nothing more than a faint nod. The Bai clan was now firmly established as the strongest clan in the empire. The absence of Bai Chuiqing did not go unnoticed. Whispers stirred among guests who had expected to catch a glimpse of the heavenly ice fairy herself, whose brilliance had dazzled the competition. Yet none dared to voice a complaint, for the Bai clan leader himself was present, and his aura alone was enough to silence 100 doubts. Those who were wise understood well. In this empire, the Bai clan's word was law. Yet celebrations brought with them not only congratulations but also schemes. The heavenly ice fairy's name was now known throughout the desolate heaven empire. Her victory against the heavens chosen had elevated her to a height few could reach. Naturally, what followed was inevitable. One after another, emissaries and envoys approached Bai Tianhong, their voices honeyed, their words wrapped in courtesy. But beneath it all, their intentions were clear. Marriage proposals. Some came from great sects, offering treasures, rare spirit herbs, and promises of alliance if Bai Xueqing could be wed into their lineage. Others came from noble clans, claiming their young geniuses were worthy of standing at her side. A few even went so far as to suggest political unions that would bind the Bai clan to entire regions of power. In the outer halls, gossip swirled like wildfire. Did you hear? The Crimson Thunder Palace offered their young lord as a match. Deech. There's also from top 10 clans. It was in the imperial family sent word. Can you imagine the heavenly ice fairy as a princess consort? Chapter 294, Husband for Bai Xueqing. There were the dull pops of firecrackers, then cheers and shouts from nearby thousands of revelers. The Bai clan's party had carried through the night and into the morning, yet their courtyards were still full of guests. But in a serene courtyard, the young master of the clan was still sleeping. Young master, wake up, Lu Qing said. Still there was no response from Bai Zihan. Having no choice, Lu Qing decided to enter Bai Zihan's room. The door opened, and a pair of soft feet took the floor as Luo Qing entered quietly. Luo Qing nudged Bai Zihan gently. Good morning. Young master, wake up, Luo Qing repeated. Luo Qing repeated, Oh, what is it, Luo Qing? A groan came from the bed. Bai Zihan inquired with his eyes closed. Young master, your father is looking for you, Luo Qing said. Bai Zihan turned over lazily under the silk covers, rubbing his eyes closed. Young master, your father is looking for you. Wide, did yawned widely under the silk covers, rubbing his eyes. He sat up, the tangle of his... What does that old man want now? Bai Zihan said with a yawn. Perhaps in the entire Bai clan, only Bai Zihan dared to address Bai Tianning like that. What time is it? He muttered. It's already past noon, Lu Xing quickly reminded, and a basin of water was being prepared. The clan leader is playing host to visitors from all over the empire. He said he wanted you with him. Check. What Bai Zihan said? Waste of time. Seeing one influential figure after another gathered here, it was clear the Bai clan's strength now stood above all others. But Bai Zihan, of course, couldn't be bothered to care about such things. If it were others, they would be happy about such a thing. Lu Jing didn't comment on that. Bai Zihan lifted his legs off the bed and stretched like a cat. Lu Jing quickly assisted him to wash and helped him change his clothes, no longer sparing any neatness for his robes. The act itself had brought the young master from absent youth to someone more fitting his title and air, with shrewd eyes and a presence that couldn't be missed, no matter how aloof he tried to appear. As soon as Bai Zihan left Hendred's compound, the mood hit him in full. Even the air was filled with a rich, heady scent of spirit wines and roasted spirit beast meat, while multicolored banners walled all around. Servants scurried back and forth, bearing trays of gifts and jade scrolls. Helped by Luo Qing, Bai Zihan entered the grand hall. There, amidst all that sea of dignitaries and big fishes, Bai Tianheng cut, tall figure, with hearty laughter yet an awe-inspiring presence. He seemed more relaxed than usual, chatting with sect masters and patriarchs and wandering experts. When Bai Zihan entered the grand hall, all eyes landed on him. There was a collective murmur that pulsed throughout the audience, and almost immediately a few sect leaders and some heads of clan leaned closer to each other, their eyes flaring with acknowledgement. So that is the young master of the Bai clan. Indeed, what a presence, a sharp gaze, yet unfathomable, as would befit the heir of the Bai clan. Young Master Zihan is truly a dragon returning to paradise and the phoenix ascending. No wonder the Bai clan is flourishing. Is sprueling Sedan, sprueling a Brong, returning to paradise and the phoenix ascending. No wonder the Bai clan is flourishing. With that bearing, one can already glimpse the might of a future lord. The younger generation of our empire pales in comparison. Compliments started to flow, each more effusive than the last. The words felt honeyed, each full mouth of them were polished till they gleamed, yet Bai Zihan's expression remained completely unchanged. He didn't even smile or nod, let alone express any false humility. To him, these words were no different than buzzing flies. Disregarding every congratulating voice, Bai Zihan strode forwards. His pace was slow. The only thing he focused on was that tall and hearty figure laughing in the middle. "Father!" Bai Zihan said, breaking into the air before it had a chance to settle. Bai Tianheng's hearty laugh tapered off, and the clan leader turned with a smile. His eyes flickered with both pride and amusement as he saw his son's indifference to the sycophants surrounding them. "Ha! If it isn't my son! Nithfrist!" The hall fell silent as father and son conversed. "I was waiting for you." Bai Zihan raised an eyebrow. "What's the problem?" "Zihaner, as the heir of the Bai clan, you cannot spend all your time sleeping and hiding away. Today, people from every great power in the desolate Heaven Empire and beyond are gathered here. Sect heirs, clan young masters, and disciples of renowned elders, you must use this opportunity to build connections." Bai Zihan's face immediately changed, but Bai Tianheng didn't wait for him to refute. This is not just a matter of politeness. The relationships developed today can form the basis of alliance tomorrow. Bai Tianheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dropping so only Bai Zihan could hear. "And what's more, a lot of them are here for one reason: to claim your sister as their bride. Top sect, Imperial clan, even some 10 clans are now knocking on the door. As her brother, you should see whether they are truly worthy for Xueqinger." His words hung in the air. Bai Zihan's eyes twitched. For one, he didn't think he was needed here to form connections. As a cultivator in the Great Ascension realm, Bai Tianheng could very well live for hundreds of years. So was there really any need for him, the son, to forge relationships now? Perhaps only in the case of his father's death, but with the Bai clan's current strength, was that even necessary? Secondly, looking for a husband for Bai Xueqing. Not to mention whether she even wanted one. Was there even someone capable of handling her? Wouldn't that just be him deliberately throwing someone into misery? That poor soul might as well be cursed for life. "Don't worry," Bai Tianheng said with a laugh. "They are just like you members of the younger generation. We old ones have our own gathering, while they're in a separate courtyard. Go there." Chapter 295, Hearts on the Line. The sound of music and laughter carried in a courtyard filled with young people. Unlike the stately solemnity of the main hall, the courtyard of the younger generation was vibrant with life. Lanterns of pale jade shimmered above, spirit wines poured freely, and youths of noble blood mingled like sparrows in spring. "Did you see her? Bai Xuehing, truly like a fairy descended. I swear when she lifted her sword in the competition, even the clouds seemed to pause." Not only her beauty, her strength, winning with such composure, such grace. That final strike, ha! If she had aimed at me, I'd have surrendered without question. I fell in love the moment I lay my eyes on her. She is truly the most beautiful girl in desolate heaven empire. No, in the world. Murmurs of agreement rippled. Bai Xueqing's name circled again and again, her victories and her beauty woven together, until she seemed less a person and more a legend crafted in the span of a night. Of course, there were also girls in the courtyard who watched with thinly veiled envy, displeased that all the attention was focused on Bai Xueqing. They considered themselves just as beautiful, deserving of admiration and praise. But such thoughts they kept firmly to themselves, never daring to voice them aloud. Why isn't Bai Zihan or Bai Clan? At least send one of them to entertain us. The chatter stilled for a moment, many nodding in agreement. As honored guests, they deserved to be attended not just by servants, but by someone of high standing within the Bai clan, leaving only Bai Xueqing and Bai Zihan as suitable hosts. Aha, Bai Zihan. They say his talent eclipses even Xueqing's. I wondered whether it is true. He didn't even participate. Surely he would have if those rumors were true. Moreover, he is infamous for being a waste. I don't think people change that, especially their talent. But I heard that he beat up Azura's unholy sect in doing their elder. It seems like he is as ruthless as before. No matter, he is the heir of the most powerful clan in Desolate Heaven Empire. He must have a lot of bodyguards to help him deal with people he doesn't like. They didn't believe Bai Zihan alone could handle the Azura's unholy sect, especially Elder Wu, yet they knew that with the support of the Bai clan behind him, accomplishing it would be effortless. And amidst those words, Bai Zihan finally stepped into the courtyard. Shh! Bai Zihan is here. The conversations faltered, some eyes widening, others darting away in sudden guilt. The young master's presence, casual as it was, felt like a stone thrown into a still pond, ripples of unease and curiosity spreading instantly. The courtyard, once filled with chatter and laughter, was smothered into silence. The music faltered, the notes hanging awkwardly in the air before the musicians lowered their hands. Dozens of eyes fixed on him, some with awe, some with fear, others with envy. Bai Zihan strolled in without hurry, his posture unhurried yet carrying a presence that pressed against the hearts of everyone gathered. Whether he was truly powerful or not, one thing was certain: his presence was unmistakable, commanding attention and respect from everyone around. He stopped in the very center of the courtyard, the silk of his robes brushing faintly against the jade tiles. His gaze swept across the assembled heirs and prodigies, sharp as lightning yet effortless. I am Bai Zihan. His voice cut through the hush, smooth but unyielding. The heir of the Bai clan? The words landed like a declaration, leaving no room for denial. Well, you had come here, you would know that at least. A ripple of tension spread. Some lowered their heads instinctively, others tried to hold his gaze and failed. Bai Zihan's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He raised his chin, as though appraising goods in a market rather than dignitaries and chosen sons of great clans. I heard, he continued, his tone deceptively calm, that among you there are some who wish to marry my sister Bai Xueqing. The air thickened. Several throats tightened. Please, Bai Zihan said, his lips curling into the faintest ghost of a smile. Step to the side. The silence stretched. No one moved. Bai Zihan let it hang, his gaze sweeping across the youths like a blade gliding over their throats. Then his lips parted, voice curling with scorn. What? Not a single one of you dares to step forward. The words struck harder than a slap. You gather here, whispering like love-struck children, yet when asked, you shrink back like cowards. If you don't even have the courage to admit your own feelings, how do you intend to win the heart of the champion of the Dragon and Phoenix ranking? His tone was neither loud nor harsh, but the ridicule laced within made more than a few faces flush crimson. A murmur rippled, uneasy and self-conscious. Bai Zihan clicked his tongue softly. Pathetic. Is this the so-called pride of the younger generation of the Desolated Heaven Empire? Don't you even have courage to admit your feelings? Then Bai Zihan's eyes softened ever so slightly, though his smile remained sharp. Listen carefully. I was sent here by my father, Bai Tianheng himself. As her brother, and as heir of this clan, I have the right to speak for Xueqing. If I am pleased, if I find even a shred of worth among you, then you will have a chance at marriage with Bai Xueqing. That single line shifted everything, so I repeat, those who want to marry my sister, step aside. Eyes that had been hesitant moments before now flickered with fire. If this was something like a test, then how can they miss such an opportunity? Some who didn't even propose also joined in, thinking that even they might have a shot at the marriage. The courtyard split. Dozens of figures moved, stepping to the side, forming a line beneath the pale jade lanterns. Bai Zihan's smirk widened as he regarded them like prey that had taken the bait. So, he said, voice leisurely but carrying to every ear. You all are here for Bai Zihan. Yes, the word rang out, not from one, but from many voices at once. It resounded like thunder across the courtyard, filling the silence with fervor. Some shouted with pride, others with shaky resolve, but all of them echoed the same affirmation. Bai Zihan's eyes curved faintly, though no warmth reached them. He lifted his hand slowly, palms pressing together in a deliberate clap. Excellent. Avail it. Everyone, applaud them, he said smoothly, his tone heavy with mockery. Applaud these brave men who dare to risk their lives. I really admire their courage. A wave of confusion swept through the group. Risk our lives. What does he mean? Didn't we just say we admire Lady Zihan? Confusion appeared on the faces of everyone present. How did coming to propose marriage turn into risking their lives? Of course, not wanting to offend Bai Zihan, those who had not proposed and were merely watching still clapped their hands as instructed, even though they had no idea why. Mashti, chapter 296. To make her fall in love, make her laugh. Bai Zihan's grin widened, a flash of teeth glinting beneath the pale glow of the jade lanterns. Since father gave him such an important mission, he need to make sure to take it seriously. Tell me, he said suddenly, his voice smooth yet carrying a strange weight. Do you know what qualities one must have to become my sister's husband? The question hung in the air. Then one after another spoke out in eagerness, desperate to answer correctly. Good cultivation, of course, strength to match your status, fame without matching the fame of fairy Bai Zihan. How can one be shameless enough to claim her? Background, only a family with enough prestige can stand beside her. It must be appearance, otherwise how can one make a good couple with Bai Zihan, hailed as the #1 beauty? Their answers tumbled out in rapid succession, each trying to sound more certain than the last. But Bai Zihan shook his head, his expression that of a teacher disappointed with slow students. No, none of that matters. A wave of confusion hit them again. What could be more important than the things they had listed? Surely at least one answer had to be correct, they thought. You all got it wrong. The true answer, Bai Zihan said, his voice dropping to a soft cutting drawl, is this: someone who can make her laugh. Make her laugh. Well, it does make some sense. If it is her brother speaking, then it must be true. Many discussed Bai Zihan's words. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed reasonable. After all, Bai Zihan was already unmatched in cultivation, talent, strength, background, fame, and beauty. There was no one here who could surpass her in those things: background, fame, and beauty. There was no one here who could surpass her in those strengths. Others even felt a bit relieved. If it truly came down to something as simple as making her laugh, then perhaps they still had a chance. Luo Qing stood behind Bai Zihan, not knowing how to react to her young master doing whatever he wanted, and it is for deciding Bai Zihan marriage. Don't let Miss find out, otherwise young master would suffer again. Bai Zihan's grin sharpened as the murmurs buzzed among the guests. His voice rang out once more. Now then, since you are all so eager to prove yourselves, let us see if you truly possess this talent. His gaze swept across them, and the smirk on his lips deepened. What? To determine whether you can bring even a flicker of joy to my sister's life, we shall hold a contest. He raised his hand, his finger tapping against his palm as if sealing the decree. Anyone who can make me laugh shall be considered to have passed the first stage toward Bai Zihan's hand in marriage. The words fell like a boulder into the courtyard pond. What? Make him laugh. This is the test. Surely he's not serious. Murmurs burst like scattered sparks, some incredulous, others nervous, while a few even looked faintly hopeful. A group of younger heirs brightened with excitement, whispering to each other. If this is truly the test, then maybe we have a chance. It's not about cultivation, fame, or wealth. It's about wit. But not all shared that eagerness. It's not about cultivation, fame, or wealth. It's about wit. The face of Yu Wenchao, the third prince of the empire, darkened visibly. His proud bearing stiffened as if he had been insulted. He took a step forward, voice heavy with displeasure. Bai Zihan, the prince said, every word weighed with authority. I am a prince, said, every word weighed with authority. I am a prince of the desolate heaven empire. Must someone of my standing truly stoop to such a farce? A person like me should be considered qualified regardless. There were murmurs of support from other candidates with profound backgrounds, who likewise considered such a contest insulting. The air tightened. Many looked between the third prince and Bai Zihan, wondering if a clash would erupt. Surely, a person of the third prince standing wouldn't foolish go along with what Bai Zihan wants, right? And they didn't think Bai Zihan would also make someone like the third prince go through something like this. Bai Zihan, however, merely widened his grin. His eyes lit up with mockery as he folded his hands behind his back. "Oh, it's your highness," he said warmly, as though greeting an old friend. "I didn't know his highness was also interested in my sister. She sure is lucky." Bai Zihan's words of praise eased the third prince's pride, making him feel that at least Bai Zihan still knew his place, and that there was no need for him to lower himself by playing along with such a game. "But I cannot play favorites. Rules are rules. If your highness finds this contest beneath you, then you may opt out. No one is forcing you." The courtyard fell still. In the end, Bai Zihan still gave no face to the third prince. Bai Zihan tilted his head slightly, his gaze like a knife sliding over the prince's pride. "Only those truly serious about pursuing Bai Shuijing will remain here. If one cannot even endure a little test such as this," he let his words trail off, a soft chuckle escaping him, "then how could they endure her?" Luo Qing was left speechless. Bai Zihan made it sound as though dealing with Bai Shuijing was harder than dealing with him, when in reality, it was the opposite. While Bai Shuijing was difficult to approach, at least she was always calm and polite. Bai Zihan, on the other hand, well, how he treated you depended entirely on his mood that day. But of course, Bai Zihan was speaking from his own experience and bias. He believed he was easier to get along with, while his sister was the difficult one, typical sibling thing. Anyways, the implication was clear: withdraw if you want, but you will no longer be qualified to marry Bai Shuijing. Third Prince Wenxiao was clearly furious, but he had to think of the implications. If he could win Bai Shuijing's hand, the throne itself would be within reach. Not to mention, Bai Shuijing in every aspect was perfect. She was the kind of wife no man could ever be dissatisfied with. Even without the throne, she was worth a struggle. But of course, he had his dignity. He could not simply lower himself to the level of fools playing such games. The same thought crossed the minds of others whose pride was just as high. "They want to play your games," the third prince declared coldly before leaving the group and walking over to where the other guests were watching. "Same here. Me too." Does he think I'll just do whatever he says? One by one, those with lofty pride, those who believed themselves above such games and thought they deserved Bai Shuijing, stepped away, but others remained. To them, this might be a rare chance, a real shot at winning Bai Shuijing's hand. Competing normally, they had no chance, but with Bai Zihan's strange contest, perhaps, just perhaps, they did. Bai Zihan didn't look like they could make a dog laugh, much less him. "Well," he declared, his voice carrying like a command, "now that only those who truly wish to marry my sister remain, let us begin the competition." Chapter 297-7 Ches. Ahem. Why don't sword cultivators fight in the rain? He paused, grinning at his own cleverness. Because their swords need drying time. The crowd of guests broke into laughter, but Bai Zihan's expression did not even twitch. His gaze was flat, bored, like an emperor watching a child trip over his own feet. Next, the young man nearly stumbled away in shame. Another stepped up, this one more daring. He puffed out his chest and spoke loudly. "Why are alchemy recipes like cultivators' gossip?" He leaned forward dramatically. "Because one small mistake can blow everything up." Next, "How do you know a cultivator is arrogant when they claim they can leap 3 mountains but can't jump over a puddle?" Ha ha ha. The guests burst into roars of laughter, some clutching their stomachs. One even coughed until his face turned red. However, Bai Zihan remained utterly calm, just saying a single word. Next. One even coughed until his face turned red. And whoever gained on her, just saying a single word. A third tried, then a fourth. Some told jokes, some acted out ridiculous skits, and one even danced clumsily to the laughter of the crowd. The courtyard echoed with amusement except from Bai Zihan. His face was a mask of indifference, his gaze sharp and cold, as though daring anyone to amuse him. By now, a strange tension filled the air. At first, everyone had thought it would be easy. After all, how hard could it be to make someone laugh? Yet as the line of failed candidates grew longer, a realization dawned upon them all. It was not simply about telling a joke. This was the Bai Zihan they were dealing with. The same young master who toyed with nobles and made sect elders bow their heads. The same man who smiled at bloodshed as though it were theater. Could a simple jest really shake such a person? Luo Qin wondered the same Bai Zihan laugh, but not from jokes, only from the misery or amusement of others. As for laughing out of pure joy, never, but this also made the situation all the more interesting, with many wondering who in this world could possibly make Bai Zihan laugh, and what kind of joke would it be? Bai Zihan leaned back against the silken cushions, his eyes narrowing slightly as yet another one finished his desperate attempt at humor. The guests around the courtyard laughed themselves hoarse, but to Bai Zihan it was all the same, predictable, dull, lacking the sharp edge of true wit. He shook his head slowly, a trace of disappointment flickering across his features. Is this truly the extent of creativity this world has to offer? He murmured almost to himself. Compared to the creativity of the other worlds, it just felt lacking. Next, he commanded again, his voice calm, almost bored. The next challenger stepped forward, determined to make Bai Zihan laugh. He opened his mouth. Bai Zihan. The shout split the courtyard like a thunderclap. Every head turned. Bai Zihan's grin froze for the briefest instant. A figure in white descended the steps at the far end of the courtyard, her long sleeves swaying like flowing clouds, her every step imbued with the grace of a fairy, untouchable by dust. Bai Xueqing, the #1 beauty beneath the heavens, at least as some would call her. The very woman all these men sought to marry. And her eyes, those steady, cool eyes that rarely betrayed emotion, were filled with clear displeasure. The murmurs surged like a rising tide. It's Fairy Bai Xueqing. She came. She doesn't look pleased at all. Even Luo Qing stiffened, sweat beading at her temples. Young master, you're dead. Absolutely dead. Bai Xueqing stopped at the edge of the courtyard, her gaze fixed upon her younger brother seated on the great chair. Her voice, calm yet edged with frost, cut across the silence. Oh, if it isn't my dear sister. What's up? D, what's up? Bai Zihan casually remarked, as if he had done nothing wrong. What's up? What do you mean, what's up? What are you doing, Bai's up? What are you doing? Bai Xueqing asked, obviously aware of the farce that had been unfolding. Bai Zihan casually replied, as if he had done nothing wrong. Oh, this. Father asked me to check whether any of them are suitable to be your husband. And you turn this into your amusement. Bai Xueqing flared up. Of course not. Without a sense of humor. How can they be worthy of your hand? I'm just testing them, Bai Zihan said with a grin. Bai Xueqing narrowed her eyes, obviously displeased, not just at Bai Zihan's bizarre method, but at the marriage itself. I already told father I have no interest in marriage. Sat. But it seemed Bai Tianheng was adamant about it. Well, why wouldn't he be? His youngest son was already engaged and might be married within a year or two, while she was still to be promised to anyone. Bai Zihan tilted his head, a sly glint in his eyes. Perhaps, sister, you should join me, he suggested. Bai Xueqing's eyes narrowed sharply, her gaze as cold and precise as a sword fixed on him. No, thanks, she replied coolly, leaving no room for argument. Bai Zihan chuckled softly, shrugging as if to say, as you wish. She turned her attention to the gathered suitors, her posture straightened, her voice carrying over the courtyard like a gale. Listen carefully, she said, every word precise and measured. I have no interest in marriage. Don't waste your time, she said with no room for doubt. For a moment silence followed. The guests blinked, taken aback by the blunt declaration of the empire's most coveted maiden. But Lady Bai Xueqing, we are sincere. Please give us a chance. I swear, my heart is true. Don't dismiss me outright. Lady Bai Xueqing, I am ready to face any challenge, endure any trial. Just allow me to show you that I am deserving of your hand. Even third Prince Yu Wenxiao lifted his chin, voice strong with pride. Bai Xueqing, you cannot simply dismiss those who have the means, the talent, and the honor to marry you. Surely you can give us the courtesy of a fair chance. The air tensed. Bai Xueqing's gaze swept across the courtyard, resting on each Xueqing's gaze swept across the order one. It can't. She didn't like any of them and found them repulsive, but it was clear outright refusal was impossible. After all, many of them have powerful backgrounds, and offending them wouldn't be good for the Bai clan, at least without a good reason. Her eyes flicked toward her brother, who lounged lazily on the great chair, watching the scene with mild amusement. A spark of an idea ignited in her mind, her lips curved ever so slightly. Very well, she said, her tone calm but carrying absolute authority. I will give any of you a chance on one condition. The suitor stiffened, hearts pounding in anticipation. Hope surged through them finally, the moment they had been waiting for. Eyes darted toward Bai Xueqing, eager to hear the condition, imagining it might be some trial of skill, knowledge, or refinement. Surely it wouldn't be anything as absurd and weird as what Bai Zihan asked for, right? You must defeat my brother, Bai Zihan asked for, right? You must defeat my brother, Bai Zihan. Chapter 298. The second order, you must defeat my brother, Bai Zihan. As long as you do that, I will consider your marriage proposal. Considering that there was zero chance of that happening, Bai Xueqing came up with this ridiculous condition. Beating Bai Zihan. Even the elders of sects and clans couldn't do that. What could they do? Someone who couldn't even defeat her. She thought this would be enough of a condition to make these people accept. And they will give up on marriage when they know how impossible it is. Defeat Bai Zihan, That's far better than trying to make him laugh. At least this is straightforward. Strength, that's something we can measure. No matter how strong, he couldn't fight all of them one after another. Excitement rippled through the suitors. Many straightened their backs, relief flashing in their eyes. Compared to Bai Zihan's bizarre test of humor, this was something they could grasp, a challenge that fit the world of cultivators. Yet not everyone shared the same enthusiasm. Those who had witnessed Bai Zihan's power before, his effortless and mercilessness, humiliating even people like Mo Tianji and surviving against the third demon general, Go Yao, knew better. And who knew that better than the one who saw it all? Third Prince Yu Wenshao, Gloop, Diding, Bai Zihan. Each still vividly remember the time when Bai Zihan single-handedly made every clan and sect stand still as he threatened them with the lives of their geniuses. Even he was scared, thinking that he might have been marked by whatever Bai Zihan did and could be killed with a simple snap of his fingers. Defeating him would not be a chance, it would be a gamble with humiliation. There were others who also felt the same. No matter whether they believed all the rumors about Bai Zihan or not, at least he was still in the soul formation realm, and many of those gathered here weren't a match for such cultivation. While there were some who were in soul formation realm, fighting against Bai clan's heir who learned heaven-grade technique isn't going to be easy. Lady Bai, forgive my boldness, but is this to be a one-on-one duel? Or may we fight as a group? They glanced at the man who asked, some regarding him with contempt for his cowardice, wanting to fight as a group. Others, however, felt a spark of hope. With numbers on their side, their chance of success would be higher. Then all eyes turned to Bai Xueqing, waiting for her answer. Her face remained composed, her gaze steady as the windless moon. One-on-one, or together, it does not matter. As long as you can defeat him, I will consider your sincerity. Bai Xueqing replied without needing to give it another thought. A collective murmur surged through the crowd. Some clenched their fists, fire lighting their eyes. Together, it could be done. Others swallowed hard, realizing that even united, victory was far from certain. It was then that a cold voice cut through the mounting buzz. Enough. Bai Zihan leaned forward slightly. My dear sister, you didn't even ask for my permission. How can you throw your fragile brother against those barbarians just because you want to avoid your marriage? Bai Zihan said. Bai Xueqing rolled her eyes. What fragile brother? It was like throwing a lion into a cage of rabbits at most. While those suitors couldn't ignore Bai Zihan's mention of them as barbarians, hey, we might not be as handsome as you, but we still have our elegance and grace. But those girls watching must agree that those suitors looked like barbarian as compared to Bai Zihan. There was no comparing the two. Weren't you sent here by father to select a husband for me? She countered. Then how is what I've done any different from you? You test them with your methods. I test them with your methods. I test them with mine. And isn't my test much better than yours? Don't you all agree? She asked the group of suitors, who all nodded and agreed easily. Yeah, it is better. Moreover, Lady Bai Xueqing herself is asking us. Young Master Bai should be happy to help his sister. This girl, she wants to use me. Bai Zhan thought uncomfortably. It is he who likes to use others, not the other way around. Let me foil your plan. Let me foil your plan. Fruit, Bai Zhan thought. He knew Bai Xueqing desperately wanted to avoid the marriage and was trying to make use of him. But of course, how could he just let her? He thought about going easy and letting people pass. That way, Bai Xueqing would have to deal with this group of suitors after the test. Who do you think you are to use me? Sister, you are too young for that. Bai Zihan thought as a smirk appeared, which didn't go unnoticed by Bai Xueqing. Alrig. Zihan was about to agree when Bai Xueqing appeared before him, startling him a bit. You are not thinking about throwing the fight, right? Zihan was about to agree when Bai Xueqing appeared before him, startling him a bit. You are not thinking about throwing the fight, right? Then this is my second order. You must always help me avoid my marriage, Bai Xueqing demanded. Always, Bai Zihan asked. Who knows what you will do? Today, you might help me, but tomorrow, you might be the one bringing this group of suitors. So, you must always help me avoid my marriage. Marriage, Westitors. So you must always help me avoid my marriage? Anyways, knowing your laziness, I think that you can chase them away once and for all, unless you want to deal with them again and again, Bai Xueqing added. After all, if Bai Zihan knew he had to step in whenever her marriage was being discussed, Bai Xueqing was certain he would handle it once and for all, sparing her from ever having to deal with it. Skull! Bai Zihan didn't know when Bai Xueqing grew a brain. That fast king, Ni Fengzhuo, I'll kill him when I see him, Swa. I'll kill him when I see him. Funks again, he couldn't help cursing Ni Fengzhuo, because of which he lost the bet. Well, Bai Zihan was good at blaming others rather than taking responsibility for his own actions, like many others. Fine, fine. Well, he had no choice but to agree, and honestly, this second order was much easier than the first one. The group of suitors was already preparing themselves. Some had already formed a group to take on Bai Zihan together, while others waited at the back, planning to strike once Bai Zihan Wagasted. The onlookers watched with excitement. After all, there were many rumors about Bai Zihan, but not many had seen his strength for themselves. Was he truly the waste he was once known to be, or had he really transformed into a genius of unfathomable power? How should we go about this? Perhaps those who are confident should take him on first. You do know that if we defeat Bai Zihan, you'll all be disqualified, right? They discussed in hushed tones, each one weighing the ideal time to join the fight. Go first and risk immediate defeat, but go last. If the challenger before them managed to defeat Bai Zihan, they would naturally be disqualified as well. Bai Zihan casually strode forward, his eyes looking down on them. Idiots. They would have had a much higher chance of success if they had just agreed to his test. He had been generous, and this was the result. Are you sure about this? Chapter 299, Crushing Key, Collapsing Hearts. Are you sure about this? Bai Zihan asked. Yeah, young Master Bai shouldn't worry about us. Yes, if young Master Bai doesn't feel up to it, then you may quit. The group of suitors was fully prepared and didn't even think about quitting. This was their chance, or so they thought. Some even imagined how they should act after defeating Bai Zihan. Since Bai Zihan was Bai Xueqing's brother, they couldn't be too rude or excited about the win. Since Bai Zihan was Bai Xueqing, they were feeding Bai Zihan. Since Bai Zihan was Hui Hing's brother, young Master Bai, you are powerful, but my love is stronger. Sorry, young Master Bai, no one can stand between the love of me and Lady Bai Xueqing. Some even rehearsed bold declarations they could use to win over Bai Xueqing's heart in one fell swoop. If you can still stand up to me after this, then I will truly applaud you, Bai Zihan said, his eyes narrowing. His aura, which had been suppressed until now, was suddenly released in full. He wasn't going to waste his time fighting each of them one by one. It was too time-consuming. Using powerful techniques was unnecessary for these people, and he didn't want to deal with the aftermath as he was well aware that he would injure them. There was one simple way to make them all give up instantly: overwhelm them with his qi. At first, the suitors and guests thought Bai Zihan was merely preparing to fight. But then his qi surged, rising swiftly until it reached the might of the soul formation realm. Many were shocked, while others now had confirmation. Bai Zihan wasn't the waste he had once been. The rumors of his strength were true. The weaker suitors were already breathing heavily, barely able to withstand his qi, yet they still stubbornly refused to give up. But that was only the beginning. Bai Zihan unleashed his true qi, the aura of the spirit-severing realm. The pressure was overwhelming, crushing, and absolute. Almost all the suitors collapsed instantly. This is the spirit-severing realm. Bai Zihan is in the spirit-severing realm. How can this be? If so, there's no chance at all. The truth dawned on them all. Bai Zihan was already in the spirit-severing realm, stronger even than Bai Xueqing herself. They couldn't imagine defeating her brother, who stood an entire realm above her. Except for the few soul formation realm cultivators, everyone had collapsed under the crushing weight of his aura, unable even to stand. The guests watching also felt pressure, but since Bai Zihan focused his aura only on the suitors, they were mostly spared. Kia! Young Master Bai is so cool, just 18 years old and already in the spirit-severing realm. No one else in the Empire has ever achieved that. So handsome, so talented, and so gentlemanly. Look, his aura didn't even affect his servant. The young maidens couldn't help but fall head over heels for the devilish young master, who so effortlessly subdued a group of suitors, geniuses in their own right. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, his allure became irresistible, leaving them instantly captivated. And there was also his consideration. Bai Zihan had shielded Lu Qing with a qi barrier. Otherwise, even 1% of his aura at such close range would have been enough to kill her outright. But Lu Qing, confused, didn't even realize what was happening. What's going on? Did the young master do something? She wondered, completely unaware that she had been protected and he was crushing the suitors with his aura. It was a devastating blow to nearly everyone present. The idea that they could compete with Bai Zihan now seemed laughable. Even the third prince couldn't help but sink to his knees, struggling desperately against Bai Zihan's aura, but it was futile. This monster, even though I'm in soul formation realm, the gap is still this vast. He had thought he was catching up to Bai Zihan since their encounter in the ancient ruins, but once again, he was reminded of the terrifying truth. Beside Bai Zihan, Bai Zihan's in shock, he was reminded of the terrifying truth. Beside Bai Zihan, Wei Qing's eyes widened in shock. She had suspected it, but to see it confirmed was another matter entirely. Bai Zihan had truly stepped into the spirit-severing realm. First Bai Xinyue, and now Bai Zihan. She clenched her fists tightly. Though others were congratulating her, calling her once again the #1 genius, she knew well that 2 years ago that title had belonged to her brother, and even now, did he gain powerful techniques from the ancient ruins. The one he had given her was already overwhelmingly strong. She suspected Bai Zihan must have obtained something equal or even greater. And where else could he have gotten it from? Only one answer came to her mind: the ancient ruins of the immortal emperor. But wait, Bai Xinyue got the inheritance. Could it be he took the other treasures? He took the other treasures. The thought crossed her mind. Regardless, one thing was certain: Bai Xian had become terrifyingly strong, yet she wasn't discouraged. With the cultivation technique given to her by Bai Xian, she only needed to train harder. Then one day, she would be able to catch up to him, or so she hopes. Back in the courtyard, the suitors had long forgotten about marriage. Survival was all they could think about. Against such an opponent, fighting was unthinkable. Their very instincts screamed at them to run. Fortunately, Bai Zihan had no intention of killing them. He retracted his aura and glanced at the three who had managed to remain standing. So, you three withstood it. Impressive. But do you still want to fight me? Bai Zihan asked, ready to give a good beating if they were to ask for it. No, of course, none of them had any intention of fighting. Not collapsing on the ground had already taken more out of them than they could handle. Fighting Bai Zihan was unimaginable. They couldn't even bring themselves to pretend to try and impress Bai Xueqing. That was how terrifying Bai Zihan appeared in their eyes. Well, okay then? Bai Zihan didn't think much of it and simply returned to his seat, where Lu Qin served him tea. Bai Xueqing then stepped forward to address the crowd. I gave you all a chance, but none of you managed to pass. So now I expect you to keep your word and give up on marriage. Chapter 300. Siscon. A heavy silence fell after Bai Xueqing's declaration. Faces that had been flushed with hope now paled with embarrassment. Some suitors shuffled their feet, unable to meet the eyes of those around them. To be completely defeated like this, they had never expected it. A few, though, still stubbornly refused to yield. This is unfair. One protested loudly. How can we defeat a spirit-severing cultivator? That's impossible with our current strength. Others murmur agreement. While they had given their word, they were unsatisfied because, looking back now, the conditions were impossible to achieve. Bai Xueqing didn't bother with them. Not like they would be satisfied even if it was done otherwise either. Keep your word, she just commanded. The crowd bristled. Arguments tried to flare up, but accept it like men. Bai Zihan said coldly, stepping forward so his voice carried to every corner of the courtyard. Suck! I even gave you an easier task, and you agreed that defeating me was better. It was your own choice, and now you don't want to accept it just because you lost. The suitors looked away in guilt. Indeed, Bai Zihan had given them a much easier task, and even then they had complained. They were doing it again when they failed, making them seem like losers who couldn't accept defeat. Well, they were indeed that. But fools are rarely convinced until they get what they want. Even with everything said and done, there were always those who felt they could try again next time. Like hell, Bai Zihan would let them do so. Dealing with them again and again would annoy the hell out of him. If showing them the difference in strength wasn't enough, he now had to resort to threatening. Not directly, but enough to make them think twice, no, thrice before attempting again. Listen carefully. Unless you think you can defeat me, don't even dream of coming to propose to my sister again. Otherwise, he paused, looking at the group of suitors. You're dead. I'm not kidding. I will not hold back like I did now. This terrified them, especially since they had only a minute ago experienced what it was like to face Bai Zihan. No one here wanted to face him, at least not yet. I have done what you asked. I will be going, and you can inform father that none of these pathetic people deserve you, Bai Zihan said to Bai Xueqing without any filter, and all for to hear. Not that any one of them could argue against his statement. Even the third prince can only clench his hand in anger and humiliation. Lu Jing followed Bai Zihan after bowing down to Bai Xueqing. What was left behind was a mess that Bai Tianheng hadn't thought about. He had only wanted his son to make connections, possibly to screen candidates for Bai Xueqing's marriage, but instead, he left a warning that would make anyone daring to make a move on Bai Xueqing think twice about what they would have to go through. The young maidens, however, looked at him with nothing short of admiration. Ah, young Master Bai is so cool. To stand up like that to protect his sister yucked something out of a story. Of course. Lady Bopros does nothing less. Only the perfect man should be worthy of her hand, and clearly, young Master Bai thinks so too. Their eyes sparkled, and even those who hadn't thought much of Bai Zihan before now found themselves enchanted by his sheer presence. To them, his protectiveness wasn't just brotherly, it was noble, gallant, and impossibly charming. Dreaming about how Bai Zihan would protect them like Fu Jianyan, dreaming about how Bai Zihan would protect them like girls in love. The men, on the other hand, were seething in frustration. Protecting his sister. More like guarding her like a dragon-herding treasure. Exactly. He's just making it impossible for anyone to approach Lady Bai Fueqing. Do you really think he'll ever approve of anyone? Don't you see? He's a complete sizcon. He doesn't want Lady Bai Fueqing to marry at all. He'll make every condition impossible until she grows old and remains single forever. The whispers grew louder as some of the rejected suitors nursed their bruised egos by twisting Bai Zihan's actions. Yes, that must be it. We must tell everyone Bai Zihan is deliberately blocking her marriage. That's right. He's not protecting her. He just doesn't want to give her away. Then all of this was a sham from the start. That's sizcon. Even as they spoke, though, none of them dared to say it too loudly, for the memory of his spirit-severing aura still pressed against their hearts. But news this bizarre doesn't take very long to spread, especially when it concerns the Bai clan siblings. Bai Zihan walked away, caring nothing about what kind of mess he left the courtyard with, though he felt like he was forgetting something. Well, if I can't remember it, it's probably not important. Home. At the grand main hall of the Bai clan, laughter and polite conversation echoed. Bai Tianheng, as the host, wore the dignified smile of a man greeting every guest. He had just finished discussing trade routes with the visiting elder from the Chu clan when a shadow passed at the corner of his eye. A guard, clad in Bai clan armor, moved with deliberate quiet until he reached his master's side. He bowed deeply, leaning in to whisper, "Bai Tianheng's mit, what is it?" The guard's voice was hushed, but the urgency in it cut through the hum of the hall like a blade. He explained briefly what had transpired in the courtyard, the suitor's challenge, Bai Zihan's intervention, his threats, and the chaos that followed. Crack! The porcelain teacup in Bai Tianheng's hand shattered, shards and steaming tea spilling onto the floor. Conversations faltered as heads turned. That Bai Tianheng's face darkened, veins standing on his temples. "Sorry everyone, something came up. I will be back soon." He rose sharply, his robes flaring as he strode from the hall. The Bai clan servants rushed to clean the spilled tea in his wake, while the elders and sect leaders exchanged curious glances. Whispers quickly followed. Did something happen? Did Li Zhao clan do something? They should just lay low for now. Yes, they already lost 2 important battles against the Bai clan. Failing once more can totally shatter trust from other people. Seeing just how much of a hurry Bai Tianheng was in, they all thought a matter of utmost importance must have occurred. It didn't take very long for Bai Tianheng to reach the scene where the younger generation guests were gathered. In one place were lively people talking, while on the other stood the group of suitors who seemed to have lost whatever interest they had. While he couldn't see that unfilial son of his daughter was fortunately there in his place. The lively chatter quieted the moment Bai Tianheng stepped into the courtyard. "Clan leader Bai, greetings to Patriarch Bai. Greetings to Boar Bai." Everyone rose at once, cupping their fists respectfully. Bai Tianheng gave them only a faint nod, his gaze sweeping briefly across the groups before settling on the lone figure of his daughter. His eyes softened slightly. He did not question the suitors, nor did he press the younger guests. Doing so would only bring shame upon them and, by extension, the Bai clan itself. No, if there was someone he could ask, it was only one person here. He strode forward until he stood before Bai Fueqing. Shriekhanger. At first he wanted to have her explain the situation to him, but then he noticed something different about Bai Fueqing. It wasn't much, but the ice chi which Bai Fueqing normally suppressed, though he could still faintly sense it, was now completely gone. "You, Zihanner gave you the technique." At his question, Bai Fueqing lowered her head lightly and nodded. The tightness in Bai Tianheng's shoulders eased at once. His anger, though not gone, was tempered by relief. At least that son of his had done one thing right. And does it help? His tone was gentler now, tinged with something like hope. Like hope. Bruley. Bai Fueqing's lips curved into a faint, serene smile. "Father, it is not only helpful, it is surprisingly effective. It feels like the technique was made for me." To prove her words, she extended her hand. From her fingertips, streams of frost coiled outward, not harsh or biting, but delicate and pure, shaping themselves into intricate forms. An ice lotus unfolded in the air, each petal so fine it seemed carved by a master artisan. Beside it, slender blossoms of plum and orchids bloomed in crystal, their stems arching with natural grace. Soon the courtyard was filled with translucent sculptures, flowers, birds, and curling vines, all wrought from ice so clear it caught the moonlight and refracted it into shimmering rainbows. It was not a display of power, but of artistry. Every shape bloomed and faded without a hint of chill touching the air, proof of the absolute control she had gained over her ice chi. The guests gasped, admiration rippling through them. What exquisite control! Such elegance, like a fairy descending. This must be Lady Bai Shuaching trying to cheer me up. Bai Tianheng himself stood still for a long moment, his stern eyes reflecting the icy blossoms that shimmered around his daughter. Then, slowly, he exhaled, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Good, very good. My Shuaching has truly grown.